1. Amazon rainforest, Brazil. Max Carver watched the bruised sky. The still bright but fading scar of the supernova loomed over them like a fire in heaven. Glowing auroral tendrils reached down from that radiant stain in a terrifying display of cosmic power. It's not every day that you get to watch the end of the world, but Max was so busy trying to survive it, he didn't take the time to appreciate the significance. It was morning now, although the sky was noontime bright and had been for what seemed like days. And it was hot. Blistering hot. The bad news was it would only get hotter. Max took his breaths in shallow gasps because they burned his mouth and lungs with every inhale. The air tasted like ash, acrid and burned, and it sapped his strength. Breathe lightly, move slowly became his mantra. Radiation from the supernova was cooking the atmosphere. That's what they'd told him. First, it wiped out most communications and almost anything that ran on electricity. The ambient air temperature rose 24 degrees in just a few days. Impossible orders of magnitude. It hovered around 140 now, nearing the threshold of human tolerance. Another 20 degrees and their bodies would cook too. Gradually, awareness and connection grew. After Ben injected him with Nexome, Max would first get these fleeting intuitions. Later, it would be things that he inherently knew. Things like the air temperature and humidity. Things Max knew he didn't know before. Not that knowing how hot it was would help them get out of here. It began as a rescue mission, though as Max reflected on the last few days, he was likely the only one who ever thought they were genuinely here to save anyone. Now he led a desperate group of refugees through some of the densest and most dangerous terrain on Earth, and that was before the radiation, acid rain, and God knows whatever else this thing caused. Despite being in charge, it still seemed that Max knew the least about what was going on here. They'd humped through the jungle for hours with a harrowing cross of a swollen, rushing tributary of the Amazon and lost more than half of their number. Half of the people he'd sworn to protect, to get to safety. They were just 6 now, including him. They were hurt, exhausted, and scared, still soaked from their river crossing a few hours earlier. Between the humidity and the intermittent rain, they couldn't get dry. Max could see in their faces, in their bodies, that the others were spent. "Let's hold up here a sec," he said. "Everyone take water. Then check yourselves for leeches and cuts. Ladies, if you need some privacy, there's a pretty big tree over there." Max pointed to a thick, ropey-looking kapok tree. "Just watch the ground." "And the branches," Bull added, then mumbled. "Just check everything." Max made a show of checking himself, though he knew he needn't worry. The Nexome coursing through his body would take care of any injuries he might have sustained crossing the river. The others, though, would need to be careful. Any open wounds were likely to get infected, and they were days from medical attention. Max could feel the Nexome working beneath his skin, repairing the damage that the radiation exposure caused. It was a strange sensation, not quite burning, more of a tingling, itching feeling. Making things worse, if that were possible, there was a storm coming. The superheated atmosphere spawned a hurricane of inconceivable proportions. It had churned up the waters in the South Atlantic and created a superstorm that was now barreling towards South America's eastern coastline. He guessed they had about 40 hours before it hit. When that happened, Max didn't know what they'd do. They'd learned about the storm from a U.S. Air Force WC-130 Hurricane Hunter sent to rescue them, one of the few machines that still seemed to work. C-130s were rugged aircraft designed to land on unimproved airstrips, and the Hurricane Hunter crew trained to fly through extreme weather. Although according to that crew, this storm was unlike anything they'd ever seen, and when it struck, It was going to level South America. The plan was to get in before the storm, land in an empty section of forest, and get out before the air became hostile. What they hadn't counted on was a second pulse from the supernova. The blast of cosmic radiation slapped the atmosphere like the hand of an angry god. The hurricane hunter lost power and crashed somewhere in the distant jungle. Presumably the pilot called a mayday before they went in. Whether it was even broadcast or anyone heard it was anybody's guess. Max and his team saw chutes deploy, but they didn't know if that was the crew or rescue supplies in a last-ditch effort to help them. Max felt responsibility for those airmen as much as for the colony refugees he now led. The Air Force sent them down here, away from their families and after the supernova, to rescue Max and his team. Now that crew was stranded here too. Max needed to get to them, if they were still alive, so that's where they would go. Max had been a squad leader in Afghanistan. His job had been to lead hardened but scared young men through the most dangerous ground in the world. This atmosphere felt both eerily familiar and shockingly foreign. Losing people hurt, no matter the battlefield. They'd started with 20 survivors, and were now down to these 6. Max's eyes tracked up again to the splotch of red aurora that dominated the sky. "I think we're good here," Garza said. Ginevra Garza was one of the Stillwater mercenaries and part of the rescue team Max had deployed with. They'd staged at a black site deep in the jungle and taken modified MH-60 Blackhawks in. Oleander Buchanan, Stillwater's CEO and Max's former commander, gathered a group of elite mercenaries from the world's toughest military units. Garza, once part of an elite anti-terrorism unit in the Italian army, was a good soldier, and Max relied on her. She added, "No one is too badly hurt. Some minor cuts, but nothing looks infected. Lots of bruising, that's about it." Bull walked over to join them. Bull was the other surviving Stillwater trooper. He was a big man, and his nickname wasn't ironic. Bull had an affable, hail fellow, well-met demeanor, even in the direst of circumstances. He and Max had become fast friends. "It's about 8 a.m. right now," Max said. "Air temp is around 120 degrees. God, it's like Dubai in the summer here. Also, how do you know that?" Bull asked. Max only shrugged. "If it makes you feel any better, it's a little cooler than it was yesterday. We're close to that cleared area where the C-130 was going to land." When they'd first contacted the aircraft, the pilot reported seeing a long, clear-cut break in the forest he thought he could use as an unimproved airstrip. The pilot was lining up for another pass when the second Aeon flare hit, destroying its electrical systems and sending it crashing into the jungle below. Max was still leading the team to that spot, hoping that whatever equipment cleared the trees might still be there. Iona admitted Stillwater cleared that forest as a firebreak, a last-ditch effort to get Ben Belloc back on their side. If Belloc refused, they were going to burn the colony to the ground and apprehend him when he fled. "We need to see if maybe there are still some Stillwater people there." "Are you sure you knew nothing about this?" Max asked the other two. "Look, man, I didn't know anything about that," Garza said, tired and angry. Max believed her. Oleander Buchanan had spent most of his Army career in Special Forces and most of that in Black Ops. The third option, deniable dirty deeds that policymakers relied on in their darkest moments. Buchanan was a master operator with a plans-within-plans kind of thinking. Still, this firebreak was an odd move for him, mostly because it was so overt and obvious. One couldn't easily hide the forest-clearing machinery, and certainly Belloc would have seen this, given his advanced technology. One of many things lately that made absolutely no sense to Max. Max held up his hands to stay Garza. "Sorry, I meant nothing by it, just being thorough." She grimaced and nodded, likewise too hot to vocalize her acknowledgement. "So, I'm thinking we head to the camp first and see if there are any Stillwater guys there. Odds are good they couldn't bug out before that happened." Max looked up at the glowing sky. "They'll have food, water, Medical supplies, maybe even AC, if the circuits are shielded. Garza and Bull both nodded. Fred, can you try another pass on the radio? Sure, yes, the man said in accented English. Fred was a Swiss-born engineer at the colony, designing bioelectric communications systems. Max had designated him as their commo guy. After a few moments, the ruddy-faced, bearded engineer shook his head. I've got nothing. That's not to say we'll always have nothing, as we understand the effects of electromagnetic pulse. Now, it's not a total collapse of everything electronic. Especially if something doesn't take a direct hit, it may still work. Fred caught his breath. Of course, there might be radiation in the atmosphere that disrupts radio signals. Once it dissipates, they may function again. Max held up a hand. Thanks, Fred. Try not to talk too much. Save your strength. They'd assumed the last Aeon flare fried their radio and the GPS units. At first, Max told Fred to dump it, but then thought better of it, until he knew for certain he didn't want to get rid of something they might need. Fred was nervous and scared and covered for that by falling back on what he knew. It was the only way to make sense of an insane world. Max had little hope with the radio, but it was worth a shot. Max unslung his rifle, an RM-277 bullpup, and leaned it against a tree. The RM-277 was designed to be the U.S. Army's replacement for the venerable M4 that Max had carried in Afghanistan. But Beretta lost the contract and the rifle never entered mass production. Buchanan must have secured some prototypes from the Army. He'd say this for Stillwater, they got the best toys. He didn't set his pack down for fear of something crawling into it. He assumed some of the jungle's more lethal denizens still lurked in the underbrush. Now that he'd stopped walking, Max noted the surprising lack of anything. A rainforest was a continually growing, vibrant ecosystem teeming with life and sound. Max heard no birds chirping or insects buzzing, no sound of something slithering or creeping through the ground cover. The silence, when there should be a cacophony of noise, was unnerving. Max tried not to get discouraged. He could read the disappointment and concern on the others' faces. Not picking the Stillwater camp up on the radio perhaps meant that no one's radio worked. Still, it was hard not to read more into it given what he'd seen. How far do you make it to the crash site? Garza asked. Hard to say for sure, but I think we have to be close, Max said curtly. They'd only just turned away when they went down. We will not make it a half-mile, she said. Not through this jungle. There's a trail, Max said, and it's not as thick. Max, we are all spent. We've got wounded. I think Sorensen is in shock. Garza wasn't wrong. They didn't know precisely where the C-130 went down. The odds were good that it was at least a few kilometers away. In these conditions, only the most physically fit, conditioned, and properly equipped would make it there. We can't just leave that crew to die. They could be hurt. They'd almost have to be given how low they were when we saw the chutes deploy. Garza started to protest, and Max cut her off. I'll go alone if it comes to that. Someone has to check. I think we're close to the camp. Look, there. He pointed through the jungle to a spot about 200 meters out. That's a berm. So it is. Probably the last of what they'd bulldozed. The others, having finished checking themselves for injuries, gathered near to hear the plan. Max asked everyone to take a little water again, which they were rationing given the scarce supply. Hey, Max said loudly to get their attention. Even saying that much was hard on his lungs. This is the part where you're probably expecting me to make some kind of speech about how I know what to do here, about how I spent the better part of 10 years fighting in Afghanistan and Iraq, about how I've faced death a million times and know exactly what to do to get us all out of here. He shook his head. I don't. There's a thing in space. I don't understand it. I don't understand any of this. I'm scared just like you are. Max looked each of them in the eyes, searching for acknowledgement or recognition. Nothing I did in the army prepared me for this. I never deployed to a jungle, he said, punctuating it with a bitter laugh. But we've gotten this far together. And you have my word I will do everything I know how to do to keep us alive. Now, those Air Force guys, maybe they're alive, and maybe they aren't. They came down here to help us, and we've got to return the favor. If they're alive, we've got to do what we can for them. If they aren't, there's probably something on their airplane we can use. Anyone doesn't think they can make the hike. I get that, and that's fair. I don't know how far it is, and we're running low on water. We're pretty close to the Stillwater camp that cleared the landing zone. You can wait there, and I promise you I will come back. Max didn't know if that did any good, but he heard some muttering of agreement, so maybe? After a few moments, Garza said, We haven't done an equipment check since the river. We should do that before moving out. Max nodded. They had crossed the swollen Japura on their escape from the colony, the river overflowing from the rain and rapid, unnatural snowmelt in the Andes. Crossing it had nearly killed them, not because of the river itself, though that was perilous enough, but because of what was in it. Dr. Iona Alcott, one of the colony refugees, described it as a xenobot, a kind of biological robot cultivated from amphibian DNA. Originally developed to operate as a cellular repair mechanism in humans, the colonists adapted the technology to grow full-sized laborers and defenders. The thing that came after them rose from the mud, apparently bonding with the soil for additional strength. It killed Armad Kruger, the team's original leader. Max named it a golem, a creature from folklore that came from the mud. Though saying it killed Kruger was to fundamentally understate the gruesome horror of his demise. The thing tore Kruger apart. Max asked Garza to check out what the colonists carried, and Max reviewed his own equipment. Bull, he said. Gear check. Roger, the big man said. They'd bonded on the flight in. Soldiers knew one another instantly. Bull was a proud father of 2 boys, and Max and his wife were expecting their first child. They each carried an RM-277 rifle with a Vortex fire control system. Max, Bull, and Garza all had Glock 19 pistols. Bull also carried an M250 light machine gun, LMG. Max and Bull had machetes and combat knives as well. Garza carried another M250. Iona Alcott carried an olive drab green nylon duffel bag holding 3 2-liter bottles of water, several days of meals ready to eat, MRE, and water filters. Alcott's fellow colonist, the Danish scientist Susanna Sorensen, had a similar kit. Besides his rifle, Fred had the team's remaining Falcon 3 VHF tactical radio and SATCOM radio, both likely dead. Radios took on a talismanic quality when you were cut off from help. Fred surmised the supernova destroyed anything orbiting the Earth, or at least anything that faced Aeon. Okay, Max said, his voice heavy with effort. We're almost to the Stillwater camp. Let's keep the LMGs for now, but plan to leave them there. They're too heavy for this heat. What if we run into another one of those things? Bull asked. Bullets didn't seem to hurt it much, so faster bullets probably won't make a difference, Max said. If we thought we were going to run into any of the colony's human security out here in the bush, I'd say it's worth it, but as far as we know, those guys all bugged out. Bull nodded. Fred, Iona, and Susanna, do you think you can manage carrying your weapons to the camp? No one protested, although Max could tell they'd reached the limits of their endurance. In this heat, the extra 10 pounds of gear they carried felt like 50. Get another couple of breaths and we move out. Bull and I will take point. Let's assume they're armed and aren't expecting us. You 3, Max pointed at the colonists. Single file behind Bull. Ginevra, you take sweep. Watch each other for signs of exposure. Make sure you keep your caps on and sleeves down. The supernova shredded the ozone layer, exposing everyone on the planet to dangerous levels of cosmic radiation. Sunburn happened within minutes. They could pack mud on exposed skin for additional protection. If they could find mud, that is. They each took another swig of water, which felt like it was near boiling, even if it wasn't. Their water supply wouldn't last the day. There was so much ash and defoliant from the slash-and-burn operation that Max didn't trust the groundwater, even with the purification tabs. The burned clearing was about 150 meters across, with dense jungle on either side, and it stretched as far as the eye could see in either direction. Since it appeared to follow the contour of the river, that wasn't very far. The center had flooded to ankle depth and was a brown-gray sluice of mud, ash, debris, and water. Walking wasn't easy. When it was time to move out, Max double-checked that everyone could go, and they set off to the south. Max and Bull walked in front, cutting a trail with the machetes. Within a few minutes, they'd reached the berm Max spotted through the trees. Sure enough, it was man-made. He motioned for the others to stay put, and he climbed up onto it. It was difficult, at first, finding traction on the slick, muddy surface. His first thought was the painful memory of that colony creation, the golem, rising out of the mud. Once he'd reached the top of the 3-meter berm, Max saw a wide swath of cleared forest. It looked to be almost 300 meters across and extended beyond his line of sight. The cut followed a lazy circle that, he imagined, would wrap around the colony's perimeter when completed. A thick layer of mist floated just above the soggy ground, like a ghost of the land. Max motioned for the others to follow and helped them ascend the berm. This was where the C-130 was going to land. Or would have, but as they flew over it, found that this part had flooded out as well. It looked to be at least ankle-deep, too. No wonder they'd turned around. "The camp is probably around that bend, maybe half a click," Max said. The group slogged out. Tramping through the flooded muck was slow going, and the already exhausted band tired immediately. Garza was right. There was no way they were going to make their way through the jungle to the crash site. Max fell in step next to Iona. Iona was one of the colony's principal researchers, but she was also Oleander Buchanan's daughter. Max took this job because Buchanan said the government hired his company for a high-risk extraction. They didn't want to use official assets because the colony was a private enterprise. Now, Max wasn't so sure. "Can it wait until we stop to rest? I'm not cut out for—" She waved a hand in an exhausted gesture. "Whatever this is." They walked in silence through the dark sludge, fighting potholes, stumps, and other things better left unknown. After about 50 meters, Max said, "Did you know about this operation here? Your father's backup plan?" "I don't talk to my father much," Iona said, her voice clipped and acerbic. "But you're part of Spectrum." "I don't know what you're talking about." "I know all about the program." She took the effort to laugh. "I doubt that very much." Her denial was a surprising acknowledgement. "I know the group has been monitoring me, Ben, and my brother Charlie for years. I also know they're spying on my wife. She told me when we communicated over the Nexome interface." Nexome. A new technology Ben Belloc developed at the colony. It was partly a nanotech biological interface that paired with the human body to enhance senses and reactions and to speed up cellular regeneration after injury. Even now, Max could feel his body knitting, repairing itself from that radiation damage. But Nexome was more than that. Ben called it the Nexus of Human Connectomy. It also linked someone to the colony's physical and satellite network. It created a kind of augmented or enhanced reality where the network could project images and inputs over the real world. Using the satellite network, Max could connect to nearly any functioning data store on the planet. His wife connected to it, too, now, which was how they'd communicated with each other after the world went to hell. Max and Talisha didn't have long. A brief face-to-face in this virtual reality construct facilitated by the Nexome. He didn't know how she'd come into contact with it. After all, she was back home and 6 months pregnant. That she had been exposed meant Ben Belloc had smuggled it into the country. And it also buttressed Max's contention that someone was keeping track of him and his wife. "Hold up a second, Dr. Alcott," Max said. He stopped talking, reconsidered his words, drew in a hot and uncomfortable breath, and tried again. "Your father sent me down here to talk Ben Belloc out of whatever it was they suspected him of doing. Launching his own satellite constellation with a rocket program he developed in secret scared the hell out of everyone from the Brazilians to U.S. Southern Command and everyone in between. Then there's this Nexome shit. Oleander pitched me at a White House dinner. That's a not subtle way of telling me the president is behind this op and farmed it out to your dad's company. Then I learn you're one of the chief scientists." "What's your point, Carver?" "He told me Garza and the rest of the team were my protection. Then I learned they were really a contingency plan if I couldn't talk Belloc down. Now we see this scorched earth stuff. I want to make sure that before we go any further, we're not walking into a trap. Like these guys aren't going to open up on us to keep this whole thing quiet." "I think you're being paranoid." "I know about Spectrum," Max said flatly. "And I know the lengths that people like your father and the ones pulling his strings will go to hide this." "Tell me what you think you know," Iona said. "Then maybe I'll tell you how far off base you are." She looked up at the glowing sky. "It's not as though any secrets matter much anymore. For what it's worth, I don't think this team will hurt us. Spectrum was spying on Ben, me, my wife, and my brother. Now my brother is dead. Ben seems to have gone off the deep end, and my wife and I both have this Nexome crap in our systems. What do you know I don't?" "I'm sorry about your brother. I only knew a little about his death from Ben, and I thought it was a long time ago." Max and Ben had grown up together, which was why he was on this op. Buchanan had hoped he could talk Ben out of whatever he was doing. At least, that's what Max was told. Iona added, "You're right, though. Spectrum was watching Belloc and your brother. You by extension because of how close you were." "But why?" "My wife said it was an artificial intelligence project and that the Chinese and the Russians were involved. What would they want with any of us?" "Officially," she said with a smirk, "Spectrum was a black intelligence program, a joint effort between the National Security Agency, Central Intelligence Agency, and the National Reconnaissance Office. Spectrum refers to radio spectra. Frequencies." "But you're spying on Americans." "No. It was a global information security project. It was much more than that. Your wife got one thing wrong. AI didn't mean artificial intelligence. It meant alien intelligence." Chapter 2. Amazon Rainforest, Brazil. "Alien intelligence," Max said, not even bothering to hide his skepticism. Maybe the heat had gotten to her. Iona held his gaze for a long time. She spoke in a heavy, labored cadence, taking her time and choosing her words. "We started picking up sub-signals in radio transmissions and on the internet. It seemed like a new form of encryption. At first, the NSA thought there was new artificial intelligence at play. It was hacking everything. But it wasn't doing anything, just reading and watching. We thought it was the work of a foreign intelligence service, so we used the back channels we have with the Russians and the Chinese." "Is that why hostile countries are part of Spectrum?" "That's part of it, yes. Both of them denied it, and each individually told us they saw the same thing and thought it was us. The three of us agreed to collaborate. I don't know how they worked out the legality of it. That's not my job. Eventually, we traced the signals to radio telescopes pointed into space. We believe now that it's an alien virus. It sounds insane, I know. But that's the only explanation we have. We created the colony so that we could study it. Ben created the colony, Max said, and immediately wished he hadn't. He was arguing without even a fraction of the picture, and what he had was, at best, lies. Under our direction, Ben founded the colony, yes, but Spectrum financed it and helped keep it hidden from the outside world. I assume that includes the Brazilian government? Iona only shrugged. Ben got what he wanted. He desired a techno-utopia that he could pontificate from. He could research and create new technologies, and he did. It was a tech hyper-accelerator. In return, we got a safe place to observe the virus, to test it. Susanna Sorensen cut in. It's unlike anything we've ever seen. It can cross the barrier between information and physical systems. She caught her breath. It infects any network that comes in contact with its data stream. We tried it on thousands of different protocols, and each time the virus won. Eventually, it took over the expert systems we used to test it. We watched it encircle Ben and his networks. It altered his thinking. How? Ben's artificial intelligences were already the most advanced on the planet. He used them as research assistants, collaborators. We believe he achieved general intelligence, a machine that can think like we do, though, in retrospect, how much of that was the virus, we don't know. This is Gaia? Max asked. He'd encountered that AI when he was in the Nexome virtual reality environment. That's right, Iona said. Anyway, we think the virus penetrated all of Ben's AIs and changed them. Of course, we didn't know this until it was too late. A virus is maybe not the right word, Sorensen said. An analogous biological comparison is difficult. All we know are the patterns of information we see repeating in data downloaded from the radio telescopes. It has an organic way of self-organizing into increasingly sophisticated systems that defy classification. Would we call it a life form? Max asked. Iona nodded. One that infects and then grows from our own electronic infrastructure. Like the internet? Bull asked, listening in. Any digital device it comes in contact with, Sorensen said. Our hypothesis is that from the moment we created digital devices to peer up at the stars, this entity began infecting and developing within them and anything connected to those devices. They walked at a slight incline, and the groundwater thinned as the elevation increased. The Stillwater team had done a good job clearing this. They'd even removed most of the stumps, likely to ensure that when they scorched everything in the middle, there was nothing to burn here. But it stayed hidden, Iona said. That is one of its properties. You found it, Max said. Not easily. But you did. So it didn't exactly want to stay hidden, Max pointed out. If it's that sophisticated, it must have wanted to be found. Iona shook her head. I don't know what to tell you, Carver. We couldn't see it until we could. We needed some of the top minds in the world, so we reached out to Ben Belloc and brought him into Spectrum. He helped us figure out an algorithm that isolated its transmission signal. He found the ghost in the machine. Did he know? Max asked. Know what? That it was an alien. Iona shook her head again. I honestly don't know. With him, I can never tell if he believed it was literally his own genius, a sign from God, or he knew what we really found. When we brought him into Spectrum, we didn't tell him we were looking for alien intelligences. That knowledge is limited to about 10 people on Earth. Well, 13 now. Something Iona said kept repeating itself in Max's mind. It can cross the barrier between information systems and physical systems. That's precisely what Nexome did. I think of it more as a prion than a virus. A prion? It's a protein, critical to memory in the brain, but there are forms of prions that are infectious and cause serious disease. Mad cow, kuru, encephalopathies, things like that. Anyway, the colony was supposed to study this in safety, but your old school chum went off script, launching his own satellite network, drawing attention to himself, creating the Nexome. She extended a hand toward Max. And a hell of a lot of other things. Once he started talking about the Lord and the reckoning and the end times, calling himself Noah, we feared he'd completely gone over the edge. That's when my father sent your team in. Whatever you might believe, the point was always to talk him down first. Aliens. Max needed to sit down, but there was nowhere to do that. His mind was still trying to process the fact that a supernova had nearly set the planet back to the Dark Ages. Before that, he discovered that his childhood friend invented some kind of nanotech machine that connected him to a global information network and repaired his damaged body. Now Iona was trying to tell him that this Spectrum project was really a covert search for alien intelligence. It sounded crazy. But how else could Ben develop the amazing technologies that he'd seen at the colony? Did that mean the Nexome Ben injected Max with was of alien origin, or was it part of the alien intelligence itself? Iona just told him Spectrum believed that intelligence could jump between physical and information environments. Everything was spinning. It's a lot, Iona said in a soft voice. It's a lot to take in. I know. I had the same reaction when I found out. Actually, I threw up. Max, still with his hands on his legs, looked over at her and said nothing. After a few moments, he stood. Vapor rose off the pooled water in the cut forest in sinewy bands, glowing with some of the reflected light from Aeon, lancing through breaks in the clouds. Max walked in silence. Iona waited a few beats, and then joined him as if to give him the physical space for his thoughts. They rounded the bend in the arc and found the remnants of a small camp. It was closer than Max expected. Thank God for minor miracles. The ground was a little higher here, so just wet muck with sticks and branches jutting out at odd angles, the blunt ends of giant fingers trying to claw their way to the surface. Max counted 4 small prefab buildings made of shipping containers that looked like what passed for offices on deployments. There were also several tents with environmental conditioning units, ECUs, attached. Like the buildings, these seemed to be the same kind that the military used. Max unslung his weapon and fired a round into the air, signaling the others that they could join them. Even if the ECUs didn't work, they could at least get out of the sun for a bit. He saw earth-moving equipment, and, for the first time in what seemed like days, Max's spirits lifted. There were trucks. Max's elation was short-lived. The camp personnel hadn't evacuated. Someone, or something, slaughtered them. They saw the bodies, or what was left of them, as they neared the camp. The signs of a firefight were clear when they got closer. Max knew concentrated, disciplined fire when he saw it, and this was anything but. This had all the hallmarks of a group that was surrounded and panicking. Bodies were strewn about, lying haphazardly in the mud, likely where they fell. There hadn't been time to collect the dead. Or maybe there just wasn't anyone to do it. Max inspected a few of the bodies. Every one showed signs of severe physical trauma. They dressed in civilianized tactical clothing and had the lean build of soldiers. "Sorry, boys," Max whispered. He heard a cry to his right and saw Garza standing over someone, shaking her head. He knew that look and had seen it too many times on a soldier's face. That person was someone she knew. Max only gave her a few minutes to collect herself. They had work to do, and morning would have to wait. "Let's each take a container," he said to her and Bull. Max slung his rifle across his chest in favor of the pistol, which he preferred for close quarters. The camp comprised 4 long OD green containers with ECUs attached and camouflage netting over the top. Outside of the container ring, there were 4 semicircular green fabric tents, each with its own ECU. Likely those would be the billeting tents. Turning back to the containers, he saw one of them had antennae and 2 small satellite dishes attached. They arranged the containers in a square with a common area in the middle, covered by an OD green canvas tarp and more netting. Max saw several tables, coolers, and other items in the common area. The ground there was dry, and he motioned for the scientists to take shelter there while he, Bull, and Garza inspected the containers. Amazingly, whatever destruction visited this camp hadn't made it to the common area. Or maybe everyone died before it could. Max chose his container, deciding to leave what he assumed to be the command post for last. He walked around to the outside, as the containers had doors on both of their long sides. This one faced the south side of the camp. Looking downrange, he saw earth-moving equipment about 200 meters away at the edge of the cleared area. He counted 6 bodies in a rough semicircle in front of it, most lying face up or in grisly, crumpled piles. Whatever had killed them was incredibly powerful. Some of them had limbs torn off. It reminded him of the golem and how Kruger had died. Someone had battered down the metal door to the shelter, which was open and hanging loose on its one remaining hinge. Max stepped inside and immediately wished he hadn't. It was a charnel house. Blood and viscera covered the walls, dried and caked from the heat. Whoever died in here had gone badly. He staggered back out and retched until he dry heaved. His first thought when he got a hold of himself was, "I can't afford to puke up water." "Think I got something," Bull shouted, and Max joined him once he regained his composure. Whatever was in the last container would stay there untouched. "What's up?" Max asked when he arrived. Garza was trudging over as well. There was a body slumped up against the container door, which was closed but scorched and dented from something explosive and violent. There were 2 charred masses, burned completely beyond recognition. One clearly had been human, and the other not. "That looks a lot like one of them golem things that got Kruger," Bull said. It was hard to tell what it had been, but Max agreed that the size was right. "What do you think did all this?" Garza said. Bull gestured at a tortured, fragmented harness on the dead man's back. "Looks like he had a flamethrower. Wonder if they knew what Ben had at the colony." "Or it could have just been forest clearing equipment," Garza said. Suppose that's true, Bull said. Either way, I bet they figured out fire could hurt them worse than bullets. If I had to guess, I'd say this poor bastard got punched real hard and hit the container wall there and caused a gas leak. The tank blew and took them both with it. The outside of that container looks pretty banged up. Can we get inside? The container had severe scorches and impact dents. Bull moved around the dead man, trying to be respectful, and tried the handle. It was stuck, so he threw the full weight of his body against it, and the door opened with a painful groan. Bull pushed the door in to allow more light. He whistled once. Max followed him in. Inside, they found the container divided into two sections, separated by a metal partition. The right side served as an armory with weapon racks bolted to the sides. There were 10 M7 carbines upright in a rack. The heavier weapons were gone. There was, however, a transit case with at least 3 dozen full magazines and 6 frag grenades. There was also another of the flamethrowers. The fuel appeared to be stored elsewhere. The other side of the container had several pallets of water, MREs, tactical packs, and battlefield aid kits. Stillwater had come here expecting a fight. They certainly got one, though probably not the outcome they expected. Max had Bull load the tactical packs with water, MREs, and first aid kits and asked him to redistribute the gear from the duffel bags. They replaced their RM-277s with the M7s, as they had more ammunition for those and they were in better condition. Garza gathered up all the magazines and frag grenades they could carry, while Max went to inspect the ECUs and the vehicles. It didn't take long to see that the ECUs were all damaged beyond repair. Between the blasts of circuit-frying radiation and the mud, these wouldn't work. Although it occurred to him that the portable power generators were probably also fried. Maybe if he had more time, he could pull them apart and cannibalize working components to each one. Maybe get one working. They counted 15 dead. It was possible that there were more and that flash flooding swept those bodies away. The camp wasn't large enough to support more than perhaps 20. There were 3 billeting tents, each with 10 cots, with the 4th converted for showers. Max figured they helicoptered the equipment in, though he couldn't fathom how they'd contracted heavy lift choppers all the way out here. The other option was they'd come down the river, but that seemed unlikely too. Perhaps they'd driven in, though that would have required cutting some kind of road, which Max hadn't seen. Still, this was awfully close to the colony for them to operate. Were there other clear-cutting operations? It would take weeks to create a fire break that ringed the entire area, and it seemed doubtful they could do that without being detected. The colony would certainly hear the helicopters lifting equipment in and the bulldozers tearing up the forest. There was no way they could conceal an operation like this. Perhaps that was the point, to call Ben's bluff and force him out of hiding. The Stillwater team would assume Ben wasn't armed except for a token security force, and they'd come heavy. Instead, it looked as though Ben called Stillwater's bluff. Garza, check out the CP. I'm going to see if any of those vehicles work, he said. She gave him a thumbs up. Max popped a liter bottle of water and drank it as he walked over to the first of 4 medium-sized shelters, about 20 meters from the container cluster. This was the last part of the camp they had to check out. Each shelter was an arc-shaped modular tent of green fabric and metal supports, open on both sides. There was a metal floor, though as he got closer, Max saw dark and viscous mud covered the floor. The Stillwater crew used it for the same thing that the military did, field garages. Inside was the most beautiful thing he'd ever seen, apart from his wife. A pair of Toyota Hilux trucks with off-road kit and snorkels. Max quickened his pace, eager now. The trucks were in the first of the 4 shelters. The others were empty. The only earth-moving equipment he'd seen was the bulldozer and front-end loader off to the south. This told Max the crew left their equipment at the edges of the clearing where the work was being done. It would waste a lot of fuel to drive them back and forth each day, especially as they cut deeper into the forest. They painted the trucks green and had rack mounts for securing gear, not unlike the hardpoints one would find on a Humvee or other tactical vehicle. Stillwater loaded them with hard plastic fuel canisters and had long antennae for radios. They equipped both with winches that extended beneath the front bumper. Max tried the door, found it unlocked, and saw a key fob sitting in the cup holder. He slid into the driver's seat and fired the ignition. The engine coughed once and then sprang to life. Then, a blast of cold air hit him in the face. The air conditioning worked. Perhaps the hardshell covering protected the vehicle from the brunt of the supernova's radiation. It was the only explanation he could think of. Max sat in the cab as it cooled, tears streaming down his face. He remembered his first deployment in Afghanistan and how, after months in the field at forward operating bases that were little better than dugouts in the rock, they rotated back to Bagram Air Base where they'd gotten hot food and showers and then gotten to sleep in air-conditioned tents. Of course, with air temperatures spiking at 140 and maybe climbing, AC was less a creature comfort as it was a critical survival tool. The others came over when they heard the engine firing up. Max tested out the other vehicle while his fellow survivors cooled themselves. The second worked, too. Topped up tanks and had 2 13-gallon fuel canisters each. They might get 200 miles on a tank, although the terrain would play a factor and they'd be in full four-wheel drive for most of that, which would draw fuel at a faster rate, as would the air conditioning. Still, they'd make it farther than they would on foot. They might just be able to outrun that storm. Bull and Garza joined Max in the other truck to talk about their next move. He instructed everyone to eat an MRE. Garza found a map in the CP trailer. It showed what Stillwater already cleared. "I guess Belloc figured out what they were doing," she said when she unfolded the map. "This must have happened about the time we were all captured." There were tactical radios as well, which they took. Beyond plans for clearing forest, there was little else of intelligence value. The Stillwater team were professionals. They'd have sanitized before they came down here. No personal effects, no identification. And there was nothing about their broader operation. They'd staged from somewhere, maybe a hotel in Caracas or another Stillwater facility, and that's where their passports and personal things would be for picking up afterwards. Instead, they'd stay the anonymous dead. "What do you make of the other stuff?" Max said. "The alien shit?" Garza asked, and Max nodded. "I don't know, man. I don't want to play the I'm just a dumb soldier card, but I'm just a dumb soldier. Still, that golem thing was strange. A xenobot, she called it? I mean, where does that come from?" "Alcott seemed awful interested in it," Bull said in between bites. He dug more of the nondescript goo out of his meal packet. "I mean, the whole time that thing was attacking Kruger, she was just staring at it like she was taking notes or something." "I thought the same. I don't know how much of it matters now," Max said. "But I've been feeling for a long time that there's a lot more going on here than we've been told." They finished their meals in silence. "You still think we should go back there?" Bull asked, pointing with his spoon back in the direction they'd come. When Max connected with Talisha, she'd made him swear that he'd stop Ben, even if that meant going back to the colony, back to a place they'd barely escaped from and had no clear path to return to. Bull continued, "I mean, with these trucks, seems to me we can pick up those Air Force dudes and keep motoring." "We are in the middle of the Amazon, Bull. There isn't a road here for maybe hundreds of miles." "I get that, but it ain't all super thick rainforest either. There's plains and stuff, right?" "And that's all flooding." "Not necessarily," Garza said. "The Amazon turns into a plateau at some point. Bull might have a point. We go north, towards Colombia. Eventually, we hit higher elevation. 600 miles gets us quite a ways. probably to a town where we can forage gas." "What, you want to drive all the way home?" Max asked. "Beats walking," Bull said. "Look, Carver, I get you want to complete the mission they sent us here to do, but the situation has changed, man. Maybe we just do this smart thing and head for home any way we can?" Max pulled the Hilux out of the tent and engaged the four-wheel drive, testing it on the broken, sludgy ground. Garza figured that based on where they saw the C-130 go down, they were about 5 to 7 kilometers northeast. The ground was relatively flat here, and the Stillwater crew had cut trails through some of the jungle. It would be slow going, but doable. Max got out of the vehicle and turned to see Fred waving his arms and calling after him. "I've got the pilot! I've got the pilot!" he shouted. "On the radio!" Chapter 3. Amazon Rainforest, Brazil. "Guess we don't need the call signs anymore," the pilot said. "I'm Josh Wheatley. Despite the very low bailout, my crew survived and we aren't seriously hurt. One of us is a little dinged up, but not bad. I got myself, my co-pilot, navigator, and a crew chief." "Max Carver," Max said. "How do you have work in radios? We were talking on them during the burst. I assumed that was what knocked you out of the sky." "It was," Wheatley said. "This one is from our survival kit. It was in a hardened container. I guess that shielded it." "Copy that. I got 5 survivors. We just found an abandoned logging camp, which was where you were going to land before. It had some serviceable vehicles in it. We have 2 trucks, fuel, food, and water for several days. We'll come to you and then figure out what to do next." "Music to my ears. We got a few rescue flares that should help you zero in on us, if you can see them through the jungle, that is. One more thing. We've got a ride out." "Say again?" Max said. "I said we've got a ride out." "Sorry. Probably should have led with that. On the way down, we communicated with an AFSOC Osprey that was sent down here to exfiltrate an Army Special Forces mission in Colombia. They were hangared when the supernova hit, so the bird still works. From what we understand, if something was below ground, in a hangar or garage, the electronics will still work. They don't think the second pulse was that strong. We just had the bad luck of being in the air when it hit. Anyway, I linked up over the radio with this other mission. Southcom was trying to get ears up on any units in their area of responsibility. They put us in touch. This other unit was staging out of a base in Colombia. They're exfiltrating the soft team up now and are going to refuel and then come here to get us. They'll be at the original LZ in about 4 hours. Will the weather hold up that long? Dunno, but they're going to try. There is an AFSOC MC-130 combat shadow tanker that was on the ground during the pulse, so it survived. It's going to drag the Osprey back to Kaunas. Roger that. We're on our way to you now. Keep the radio on. I'll advise when we're a half-mile out. Out here. Max held onto the radio. He turned to face the group and took a deep breath. It was almost too good to believe. In case you need me to translate the mill speak, he said with his first genuine smile in what felt like years. There is an Air Force aircraft on a rescue mission in Colombia. The C-130 crew has been in contact with them, and they're going to come get us. How will they land? Sorensen asked. It's a CV-22 Osprey, a tilt rotor. Takes off and lands like a helicopter, but flies like a regular airplane. I heard him say something about another C-130, Fred said. I'm not up on my Air Force, Max said. But I know their special ops guys use modified C-130s for tankers. That must be one. We're going home, team. Fred hugged Sorensen, who just wept. Iona smiled. Max wanted some time alone with the Swiss engineer to see if he could understand a little more about the Nexome, but privacy would be in short supply and not easily accomplished without arousing suspicion. Max didn't trust Iona. Yes, she'd been honest with him about the alien intelligence after he'd pressed. That was likely only because he had part of the story already. Max believed she was acting on her own secret agenda, or her father's. Max knew that if he tried to split the scientists up, it would be obvious to them. Sorensen was edgy, combative, and nearing her psychological limit. Iona was a unique problem. Then again, so was Garza. Christ, everyone here reported to Oleander Buchanan but him. Was Max introducing an additional complication by putting Iona and Garza together? Fred, you ride with me and bring the radios. Bull, you too. I want to talk tactics. Garza, mount up in the other one. Iona and Susanna, you ride with Garza, please. I want shooters in each vehicle. We'll be driving single file through the jungle. It won't be very wide, and we may need to clear a path. I don't expect trouble, but if we get into any, Garza, we'll hang back to cover your retreat. Reverse as quickly as you safely can until you can turn around. We'll catch up. They stowed their packs, supplies, and weapons in the truck beds, both of which had multiple equipment lockers. The flamethrower would have to go in the open. You sure we can make it? Fred asked, uneasily eyeing the dense foliage. Max gave a thin smile. This is something I have experience in. I grew up in Louisiana. Not much to do where I'm from, so I spent a lot of time off-roading in the swamp. That seemed to mollify Fred. They split up, per Max's instructions. They rolled out, and Max found the trail that the Stillwater team had cut into the woods and started their slow crawl through the jungle. By the look of it, they'd cleared this with fire and dozers. Then it quickly gave way to a creek bed. Like the clearing, it was mostly groundwater and mud with some smooth rocks. Max guessed this swelled when their river was up. Since it wasn't filled now, the Stillwater guys dammed it on the other side. Either way, this was the best thing they were going to have for a road. Fred, I need to ask you a question, Max said. His eyes went to the rearview mirror to catch the engineer's reaction. Max said, explain to me exactly how my wife could talk to me through this Nexome interface. I need you to tell me everything you know. Earlier that day when he spoke to Tal, he'd been able to see her. It was like augmented reality or something. She was right next to him, and at the same time, wasn't. Still, when Max touched her, he felt a sensation. Haptic feedback. Sweat dribbled down Fred's blotchy red face. You know more than I do. Ben was the first person who'd ingested the Nexome. He injected you with it because you were injured in the crash. We don't really know what it does. How is it that your wife has it? I don't know. We didn't have a lot of time to get into it before we were cut off, Max said. Max didn't know whose side Fred was on, so he didn't want to probe too far. What's equally concerning is that it means Ben has gotten some of that stuff into the States. Max had only been shown an image of Tal receiving the plastic cube with its enclosed vial. Otherwise, he did not know just how widespread the distribution might be. It would seem so, Fred said. Tal said our connection was over colony satellites, so I guess they survived the supernova. Strange that his would when no one else's did, but why would it be intermittent? Why can't I talk to her all the time? It must be bouncing the signal point to point, and they didn't all survive. With the few satellites still working in orbit, I would assume only certain temporary geographical orientations allows a point-to-point communications directly with you. Who knows how many satellites are still in orbit? Our original constellation was 50 microsats that worked as a fully integrated collaborative network. I don't know how many remain, though. If some of them were destroyed like everyone else's, that could explain why you don't have a continuous connection. Could you figure out a timetable of when it will work? That might be our only reliable comms with the outside world. With a few more data points, perhaps. Fred took a swig from a water bottle. I think I could estimate the orbital dynamics if you talk to her again. Figuring out the time between connections might be a way to determine current distribution. Ask her for more information next time. I'll need some paper and pens. By the way, all this assumes the colony hasn't moved the satellite's orbits or is attempting to jam the signal. How could they do that? Bull asked. I thought everyone bailed, same as us. That's true, but Belloc will still be able to control the technology. We should assume that the colony was not Belloc's only facility. He can do that from anywhere on Earth, as long as he can communicate with his network, Fred said. Because of that Nexome crap? Bull said. That's right. Do you know how I would start communication with her? Max said. It's got to be a two-way system. Like I said, you know more about this than I do, truly. I didn't work in the Nexome, but as far as I understand it, yes, you should be able to connect with her. Though again, I don't know how. Like, are there phone numbers? Fred shrugged and smiled. They drove in silence through a tunnel of vibrant green vegetation, the truck rocking back and forth as it rolled over rocks and logs. Max could make out traces of brightening sky through the trees. They were now deep into the triple canopy jungle, and little light was making its way through. He worried about how much the temperature would rise today once the sun and Aeon bore down on the tortured world. Iona's words were never far from Max's thoughts. Alien intelligences. Viruses that could jump from computers to physical systems. Hell, it was hard enough to believe that Ben could invent something like the Nexome, and now he had to wrap his mind around this. It was like trying to hug a tree when his arms just didn't reach. It was equally hard for him to accept the depths of Ben's madness. Max flew down here because he was Ben Belloc's childhood friend, but the truth was, it was Max's older brother Charlie who'd been Ben's inseparable running buddy. Those two were kindred geniuses, a pair of kids too smart for their environment and what it offered them, a dirt-poor parish in Louisiana between Baton Rouge and nowhere. Ben and Charlie got into computers, although no one's parents could afford one. The school had a computer lab, and there were a couple in the library, amazingly. They were old machines, dated even in the 90s, and those two boys broke them down and rebuilt them when no one was looking. Probably the only two kids in the history of Louisiana to break into a school just to use the computer. Max followed them wherever they went. He went where Charlie did. He loved and admired his older brother, and Charlie was one of his few true friends in that dismal place. Max also didn't want to be alone any time their father came home drunk and looking for something to hit. When Oleander Buchanan invited Max to the White House function, pulled him aside and asked him to consider this mission, his old commander only knew that Max ran with Ben Belloc in their youth. He didn't know that Max was the junior partner in the trio, and only there because his brother let him tag along. Max may have overstated his prominence in the trio. Still, he took the mission because he was deeply in debt to the bank for his failed trucking firm and needed the money Buchanan offered. Everyone has their price. As he drove through the Amazon jungle beneath the blazing light of a supernova, Max wished his had been just a little bit higher. When he was at the basic infantry course, an instructor told their platoon, "The last mile is the hardest." Max found this to be true here as well. The creek hooked to the south, which wasn't where they wanted to go, so they found a place to roll up over the bank. It took Max several tries before he could find a path through the trees, and he eventually managed to brute force the truck through some of the smaller underbrush. As they approached, he had Fred radio the crew, and they fired off a rescue flare, which Max could barely see through the forest. Max found what looked like a game trail and guided the truck to that. There was just enough space between the larger trees that he couldn't knock down with the truck to guide them through. It took them nearly an hour to make it that last mile. There was a lot of stop and start and backtracking, complicated because they had to maneuver two vehicles in such tight confines. They eventually broke through, and when they did, a harsh bark issued from Max's mouth. They hadn't needed the flares. When they smashed through the trees, they found the C-130 wreckage and the path of destruction it created. The aircraft looked to have entered the trees on a level glide path because there was an almost wedge-shaped path of debris behind it. A tree sheared off the left wing between the first and second turbine. The plane came to rest, nose down, at the base of a massive kapok tree. Max killed the truck's engine and got out. He needed to let it cool down so it didn't overheat. "What do I do?" Fred asked from the other side of the cab. "Stay here and keep the doors closed. The cab will heat fast, and when it does, you'll want to get out." Max hadn't taken 5 steps before he started sweating in rivers. He turned and motioned for Garza to kill the ignition on the second truck. Max turned back to the downed plane. He took slow, deliberate steps toward the wreckage. "Anyone there?" he called. "Colonel Wheatley." After a few moments, Max heard, "Over here," and saw a form emerge from the door on the side of the fuselage. Lieutenant Colonel Wheatley stepped gingerly out of the aircraft. He wore a flight suit with the sleeves rolled up to the elbows and had shed any other gear. He walked over to Max and they shook hands. "Josh Wheatley," he said. "Great to finally meet you in person." Max Carver, same. "We came back to the wreckage to see what we could salvage and get some cover. They sent us down here with a supply pallet for you. Food, water, tents, that sort of thing, but we didn't get a chance to drop it before we went in." "Well, let's take what we can, especially the water," Max said. "We've got MREs and a case of water, but in this heat, we'll go through it quickly. We need to be taking a lot in, or our kidneys will shut down." "How hot is it?" Wheatley asked, his cheeks already red. "Best guess is around 145 plus humidity," Max said. Wheatley nodded. "Honestly, even if we had landed, I don't know that we'd have been able to get back off the ground. Can't generate enough lift with this heat." "Does that mean we're stuck here?" Max asked. "The Osprey should be able to take off, but it's going to be tight. Frankly, I think we're all counting on a cold front pushing through in front of that hurricane, but who the hell knows? Nothing much makes sense anymore." Max thought, wait till you hear what caused this, but didn't say it. Wheatley called to his crew and Max motioned for Bull and Garza to join him. They climbed into the C-130 to break down the pallet. The aircraft was painted light gray with Air Force Reserve Command over the landing gear housing on the lower part of the fuselage and a black band on the tail with "Weather" in bold white lettering. The aircraft had come to a stop at a sharp angle, leaving the cargo ramp beneath the tail jutting into the air like a hangnail on a giant finger. When Max entered, he saw who he presumed to be the crew chief and another crew member removing the pallet straps. Boxes tumbled out when the straps released. The group worked as quickly as they could, taking water every few minutes. They made quick work of the pallet. "I don't know if you all got an environmental briefing or anything before you left," Max said, "but there's major radiation in the atmosphere. Keep your sleeves down and your heads covered if you can." "We got ponchos and boonie hats in the survival gear we brought," the crew chief said. Wheatley introduced his crew and gave them an update on things back home. "Things turned into a shit show pretty fast. Bunch of idiots in the southern states decide to secede again. We're an Air Force Reserve unit based out of Keesler Air Force Base in Mississippi. Right before we launched, a bunch of yokels rolled up to the front gate and said they were taking control. Security forces held them until the base commander showed up and reminded them it was U.S. federal property. They dispersed, but I can't imagine it's going to be the last time that happens." "What about the National Guard?" Unlike the active duty and reserve units in a state, the Guard units ultimately reported to the governor. POTUS activated everyone as soon as he heard about this secession nonsense. So they're Title X now, same as us. "So the breakaway republics just lost their militias?" "Pretty much," Wheatley said. The slight New Englander accent Max picked up on the radio was there. "You don't sound much like Mississippi," Max said. "Lowell, Mass," he said. "I flew Spectre gunships for my active duty time, then switched to the reserves when the Air Force moved them to New Mexico. My wife was not about to trade Fort Walton Beach for a desert cowtown, so I left active and got a gig with the reserve unit." "You were Army, I think they told me?" "That's right," Max said, and left it at that. They continued their work in silence, carrying the food, water, and medical supplies outside. The jungle was still silent. There were some bird calls in the trees here and there, and unfortunately, it wasn't too hot for mosquitoes. Still, it wasn't nearly the layered cacophony that Max had first experienced when he had arrived. Wheatley said that irrespective of whether those states kept up their secession attempt, Americans were panicking and fleeing the southern states. The last thing most people heard before global communications broke down was members of the scientific community saying that without direct intervention, the supernova would cause a rapid global temperature increase that would decimate the polar ice caps. That would cause the sea levels to rise, and the sudden spike would also destabilize the atmosphere, creating immense storms. The latter had already proven true. People were heading north in massive caravans. Last Wheatley heard the Canadian government was trying to keep its borders secure, at least until they figured out how to manage this enormous migrant crisis. Of course, thousands of miles of those borders were dense forest, and their ability to patrol it was minimal, especially now. "I just want you all to be prepared," Wheatley said, "for what the world is going to be like when we get back to it." "You mentioned your family is in northern Florida. Y'all are based out of Biloxi. What are your families doing?" Max asked. Wheatley shrugged. "My wife packed up the kids and is heading north. We got family property in the Berkshires. Doesn't make much sense trying to get into Canada now with everyone going that way. I don't want to be out in the open if we get pelted by weather. A lot of people are heading for the Dakotas, Montana." "So what's the plan then?" Wheatley's co-pilot, an Air Force Reserve major named Dawkins, asked. "We'll load this up in the trucks," Max said, pointing at the retrieved supplies, "and drive back to the LZ. It'll take about an hour to get there, but it should be faster going back since we've got a trail forged. Then we just hunker down until the Freedom Bird gets here." They loaded the boxes into the truck beds, and the Herc's crew chief couldn't help but notice the flamethrower in the bed of Max's truck. All Max said was, "We throw nothing away." It was a deflection. They'd have to have that conversation eventually. Once they loaded the gear in the trucks, they loaded up and rolled out. They could fit everyone inside, so they could all benefit from the air conditioning, but it was tight, and most of the weapons had to be moved to the beds. Wheatley asked why they were so heavily armed, and Max just told him they weren't taking any chances. With Max's truck in the lead, they began the slow, crawling journey through the jungle. No one spoke about aliens or Nexome. There was a general sense of relief as they approached the Stillwater camp. Max occupied his mind with thinking about how he might get those generators and ECUs working. They'd need them if they were going to stay here any length of time. As they approached the end of the creek, Max saw the Stillwater crew had indeed dammed it on this side. He gave the truck some gas, and it rolled up over the embankment onto the trail that Stillwater cleared. From there, it was a smooth ride back to their camp. "Josh," Max said, "something I need to prepare you for when we get to the LZ." "What's up?" "When I first spoke with you on the radio and we chose this as a site, we thought it was an illegal logging operation." "Okay," he said tentatively. "Turns out this was a site run by Stillwater Security, the same people who sent us down here, though we knew nothing about it." "Does that mean there's more people to take back?" "No. Something attacked that camp, and it didn't leave any survivors." Chapter 4. North American Aerospace Defense Command, NORAD, Alternate Command Post, Cheyenne Mountain Space Force Station, Colorado. Oleander Buchanan nursed a lukewarm coffee in the Cheyenne Mountain support area outside the main control room and waited for, well, anything. He'd been with the president during his retreat on Air Force One from Washington. Instead of going to the U.S. government's designated continuity of operations, COOP site at Mount Weather, Virginia, they'd flown POTUS here to Cheyenne Mountain. The rationale at the time was that since the facility was located underground in the Colorado Rockies, it would blunt the worst of the coastal weather and would be shielded from cosmic radiation. Until the early 2000s, Cheyenne Mountain had been NORAD's headquarters, with American and Canadian military personnel standing a 24-hour watch for aerospace incursions and hostile missile launches. Eventually, they'd moved the NORAD Command Center to Peterson Space Force Base on the eastern side of Colorado Springs and kept the Cheyenne Mountain Complex as a backup. In 2006, a wise NORAD commander directed that it be upgraded to withstand a dedicated electromagnetic pulse, EMP. Instead, POTUS went to Mount Weather with the Speaker of the House and several cabinet secretaries. Most of the Joint Chiefs moved to the underground command post at Site R, Raven Rock, Pennsylvania. Buchanan heard they would likely relocate to U.S. Strategic Command headquarters at Offutt Air Force Base within a day or two, depending on the weather. They would remain here at Cheyenne Mountain for the rest of today, likely decamping for recently redesignated Peterson tomorrow. Cheyenne Mountain wasn't large enough to hold the president's staff, hadn't been designed to serve as a government COOP site, and it couldn't effectively billet the additional personnel. They'd traveled here with a larger-than-usual presidential entourage, as POTUS took many of the advisors summoned to help explain the supernova, such as the head of the National Science Foundation and the chair of the Smithsonian's Astrophysics Division. Peterson was also home to NORAD's parent organization, U.S. Northern Command, and had facilities to house and feed everyone, as well as being able to provide working space. Buchanan, being a contractor and notionally attached to an unacknowledged intelligence program no one here had the clearance to know about, was quickly seconded and sidelined from official conversations, which was perfectly fine with him. He'd been with POTUS during the Aeon event because of his company's support for keeping the Belloc situation under control, and the president still deemed him essential because of it. How the government steered itself out of this crisis wasn't his concern. Not that he didn't care, but he had weightier matters on his mind. Namely, what in the hell was going on in the Amazon? He hadn't heard from his team or his daughter since his team lead, Kruger, died. Buchanan could only assume that Ben Belloc knew they'd sent a covert ops team down to handle him, and he worried what Belloc might do to retaliate. They did not know where Belloc was and had no way to find him. Buchanan felt a presence at his side. "I still think we should nuke the place." "Excuse me?" Buchanan looked up from his briefing notes speaker. Senator Sarah Copeland loomed over him. At 5'2", she wasn't physically imposing, but carried an air of bureaucratic menace beneath her diminutive exterior. She smiled and took a sip of her coffee. "I mean, after we try to extract your daughter?" If that was a joke, it was in poor taste. Buchanan found it difficult to tell with her. Copeland, who sat on the Senate Armed Services and Select Committee on Intelligence, was one of the few elected officials who even knew Spectrum existed. As an influential United States senator, Sarah Copeland could go places Buchanan could not. She'd gotten Spectrum the funding they'd needed to continue their operations. She'd politicked and made him her point man, getting him the resources he needed from the intelligence community and the Defense Department. Even with his connections running one of the largest private security companies in the world, there were doors closed to him. Not so with Copeland. It was Buchanan that first pitched her on Spectrum. He'd told her he'd been involved with the operation when he'd been on active duty and that so much of his career was in similar black operations. Telling her about Spectrum was a risky move, to be sure, but the operation had moved to the point where they needed political cover. Copeland ate it up. She loved the cloak and dagger. So, Buchanan tolerated her. He stroked her ego, as sizable as it was brittle, and carefully steered her in the direction he needed her to go. It was a skill Buchanan learned early in the Army. When there was a decision that he needed a commanding officer to make, he learned how to make the other options appear less attractive, even dangerous. He presented the choices in such a way that the commander believed they were acting decisively, that they were leading. All the while, Oleander Buchanan guided, manipulated, and controlled. It was the same with Copeland. Right now, Buchanan figured the senator was trying to bait him, and he would not fall for it. When Buchanan didn't rise to her statement, Copeland said, changing subjects, "I've just come from what's passing for a cabinet meeting. They're connected with Mount Weather and Side R. All the COCOMs are back online." Buchanan tried not to roll his eyes. Civilians using military jargon attempting to sound authoritative always got under his skin. Still, major news that the combatant commands were up. That meant positive communication with the joint military commands across the globe, and that the supernova hadn't knocked everything out. "Most of the country is without power, though many major hospitals are running on backup generators. They're totally overwhelmed. 80% of our military installations have some capability. Terrestrial early warning nets are back up. Over half of all satellites are gone. Anything that was on the side of the Earth when Aeon first flared are gone, and the second flare probably took out another 30% of what was left. We have no contact with the International Space Station, and assume everyone on board is dead or soon will be. They all would have taken a megadose of radiation anyway, and survival at all assumes they have any kind of power, which they probably don't. Its orbit will eventually degrade, and Copeland took a sip of coffee. Neither spoke for a while. That was a gruesome fate, and Buchanan felt for them. To be stranded in space without power, that was the coldest and most terrifying way he could imagine dying. Emergency services are out across the country. Some local power grids are coming back online, especially in the north, where they received less radiation or had buried power lines. POTUS wants FEMA to set up refugee camps and is asking DoD to help, Copeland said. The problem is where to start. I was talking with one of the FEMA liaisons on the way out. Even if both coasts flood, we're largely protected by the mountains on either side. We'll never get enough refugee camps for everyone, but if they can convince people in the central states to shelter in place, that should help reduce the number of people we need billets for. We should be able to get power restored to major cities within a year, Buchanan said. SecDef is proposing the Army Corps of Engineers to build underground bunkers, assuming we don't all cook first, the senator added offhandedly. Let's go. Copeland moved to the door. Where are we going? POTUS is dialing into a UN meeting to talk about the supernova and what we're going to do about it. He wants you there in case something related to Belloc or the colony comes up. Buchanan paused. Wait. How are we having a UN meeting? Secure VHF, Copeland said. Oh, this will be a shit show, Buchanan said. And it was. They listened for 2 hours as the 60 or so nations that could access the channel all tried talking over each other. For a career soldier like Buchanan, the lack of radio discipline was maddening. Eventually, the UN Secretary-General called it, informing the Assembly they would publish rules of engagement within the next 24 hours for how the meetings would be conducted. Following that, the U.S. delegation joined what amounted to a slimmed-down version of the G20. There were some initial difficulties finding the correct band, then eventually they could join, and no one booted Copeland and Buchanan from the call. They were now joined in the conference room by several deputies of the principals seated next to POTUS. Loud static burst for an instant before a Chinese-accented voice spoke haltingly. In 27 years, a wall of iron 1 billion miles across, moving at 20 million kilometers per hour, will impact the Earth and strip away our atmosphere. The expanding shell of Aeon's detonation will wipe out all life left on this planet. The audio warbled over the shortwave channel. Our proposal will ensure the survival of humanity. With sacrifice and determination, we can build a magnetic shield 35,000 kilometers above the Earth that will deflect the wall of iron anchored by hundreds of geostationary satellites fed from surface power stations. Without this solution, we will surely perish. Dumbfounded silence. Ming audibly drew in a breath of air, and Buchanan sensed there was something else about to drop in the dramatic pause. Dr. Owens, head of the National Science Foundation, said, With all respect, that is not possible. That technology doesn't exist. Even if it did, no one has a functioning space program to put it in orbit, and that given the size of the hole in the ozone layer, we won't live long enough to implement it. Ming replied, Dr. Benjamin Belloc of the Colony Foundation believes that we can. The pronouncement earned a gasp from both sides of the table within the conference room at the United States Northern Command Center. Buchanan glanced over to see Copeland staring straight at him. Ming continued in the silence. We will not just save human life, but all life. We have 27 years to do it, a single generation. What will be the greatest generation? To accomplish this, we will need to work together. The efforts of every man, woman, and child to one cause. We need to field an organization capable of achieving this endeavor under the auspices of the United Nations, of course. And we need technology that you Americans have been hiding from the world. something that only you have in your possession. Or someone, Buchanan thought. Who will lead this, I wonder? The Chinese had steadily built rings of influence within the United Nations, particularly in the scientific and technical communities, steering UN standards towards ones favorable to China and less for their rivals in the West. Now, by taking the initiative for solving this crisis, even before anyone truly understood it, China was poised to take over the response. The Chinese president was mistaken about one thing, however. They didn't have that thing in their possession now, and wouldn't unless Buchanan found Carver first. Either Carver. Buchanan was profoundly relieved when the president's chief of staff ushered everyone out of the room save for a few of the cabinet members. The debacle of the UN meeting had gone far longer than anyone budgeted time for, and President Charles had a multitude of other crises to attend to. As he was walking out of the room, the president said, Oleander, a word? Buchanan froze. Yes, Mr. President? I'd like to speak to you about the situation in South America. Soon. Yes, sir, Buchanan said. Soon. He had at least that long to figure out what in the hell was going on. Chapter 5. Lake Washoe, Nevada. For now, Tal was safe. Well, as safe as one could be out in the open, exposed to massive radiation while 6 months pregnant, walking in a caravan of desperate refugees, and haunted by an AI that only she could see. Maybe, Tal reasoned, safety would be graded on a curve for a while. Tal saw a glimpse of the apparition Nix through the crowds of people walking up the highway behind her. Dark-skinned and smiling, the ghost in Tal's head stayed silent after they joined Martha and Joey's group of a dozen at the motel. Tal hadn't spoken to Nix since then. She didn't want to look like she was talking to herself, even if she didn't exactly need to speak out loud to communicate with the presence. Presence. That was the best description Tal had for Nix. The thing looked human, but she knew now the likeness was for Tal's benefit. Or maybe it was just a machine intelligence that had calculated a human image would be the most accessible for its host. Only Tal could see it there, but it was there inside her head. If it was even real at all. But of course it was real. The entity, for Tal didn't know what really to call it, helped her. It saved her life. First by warning her of approaching threats, and then helping Tal escape. It hadn't just saved Tal, had it? Tal had believed she'd lost her child, but the entity, Nix, saved it somehow. She took a sample of the nexome, the biomechanical substance Ben Belloc developed at the colony. The connection that would unite humanity, Tal thought sourly, parroting Belloc's claim. The nexome healed her broken body, netted her injuries, and it had saved her baby. Using his mysterious plastic cubes, Belloc placed this nexome substance all over the U.S. One of Tal's NSA contractor colleagues found one to analyze it, and she'd ended up with the thing. Nix promised her that taking the nexome would ease her pain. Desperate, Tal took it. Then she felt a heartbeat. Things got significantly stranger from there. Eventually, she could communicate with her husband. Apparently, Belloc dosed him with the stuff. They met in some sort of VR environment the nexome facilitated. Much like seeing Nix, it felt more like a hallucination to Tal than the new normal. Then again, what didn't anymore? Tal cupped a hand under her pregnant belly, feeling the little one kick, and she held on to the edge of the old pickup cargo bed. She put an unsteady foot up onto the tailgate while Martha extended a hand to help pull her up. She gripped the leathery skin of the elderly midwife's offered hand and felt other fingers steadying her midsection from behind. Tal hauled herself up. A rising wind clawed at a blue tarp stretched overhead, the plastic cover thrumming. Snow-capped mountains rose from the outskirts of Reno. The peaks shone white in the light of the rising sun under a thin veil of clouds rolling down from the summits. Over her shoulder, past brown grass littered with patches of snow and a low-wire fence, the wind-swept surface of Lake Washoe reflected blue skies, shimmering with ghostly, auroral sheets, fading in the light. A steady stream of humanity walked past the pickup, halted on the shoulder of the road. As far as Tal could see into the distance ahead of her, straight south, people wound their way through the stopped cars on the highway, the vehicles askew in a jumble across the gray asphalt. A few stragglers looked enviously at the pickup and Tal getting into it. So far, things were calm. People were still stunned and assuming help would come from the government, or from somewhere, or someone, or somehow. With their bellies still full of meals the day before and backpacks stuffed with what they could carry from home or from their cars. At least nobody was going hungry yet. That wouldn't last. Aeon was dimming. For now, Tal had no reason to believe it wouldn't flare a third time, and there was no way to predict when that would happen. Really, nobody knew what would happen next. No one knew how high the temperature would climb. It was the first week of January and already felt like spring. Chilly now, but for how long? The only thing anyone had any consensus about was that it was safer to head north, away from the glow on the southern horizon. From here, the supernova wasn't directly visible, for which everyone seemed grateful. Positioned almost right over the South Pole, it was below the horizon from here, but still blushed red from the skyline to the south, even under a blue sky. Everyone walking on the road kept looking over their shoulder, back at the radiance of this unknown monster that had appeared from nowhere and laid waste to their lives, throwing every person and animal and country on the planet into a maelstrom of chaos. Hey, she rides in the cab, Joey said from below. She's pregnant. I'm fine, Tal said. She had only met Joey 2 days before. He was the waiter at the bar in Sausalito where she had met Monk, the representative from the hacking collective she had used to crack into the Spectrum system. Joey had literally rescued her from the flooding hotel room and asked her to join his group as they made their way north. Too strange to be a coincidence, and too timely to be luck, Tal didn't believe it was a random thing. However, she wasn't exactly in a position to turn help down. Joey didn't tell her how he'd found her, just that he and his people were running east, trying to get away from the coast and a massive storm that was battering San Francisco. They first thought Lake Tahoe would be safe, then realized the intense heat might trigger lightning and forest fires, so they kept going, following rumors of a caravan north to Canada. They'd met Tal on the Nevada side of Tahoe and gotten her and a dozen others out of their motel before the place flooded. How did they know to look? They didn't say, and Tal didn't ask. There was at least one, and maybe two, different teams chasing Talisha. They had been government men, she assumed, for they dressed in cheap dark suits and carried issued pistols. That would fit, seeing as she'd just hacked into an NSA firewall. Then there was Monk's group. Monk being the albino hacker and doomsday weirdo that paid her to crack the National Security Agency to learn about Spectrum. Monk seemed interested in her in an eerie way not easily forgotten. Thankfully, those government agents shot and killed him, although Tal assumed someone from the group he represented was still after her. One way or the other, she had to keep moving. The air was cool, and Joey only had on the same black t-shirt she saw him in the day before. Joey was muscular, with long black hair pulled into a tight ponytail and dark skin. Tal, who was half Israeli, recognized the Levantine features. He acted like he had appointed himself as Talisha's protector. That was fine with her for now, within limits. Tal said to him, "It's fine, I can sit back here. I'm just happy not to walk." She gave him a wan smile. The man who offered them the ride said to Joey, "She either walks or she can get in the back." He wore a red checked flannel shirt and jeans spotted with engine oil. His hair was gray and slicked back, at least 3 days of stubble on his chin. He said, "There's some blankets and cushions. It's covered, more or less." Mostly less, Tal observed. It was infinitely better than continuing on already sore feet. "She's pregnant," Joey said again. His protectiveness was making her a little uncomfortable. He sat on a motorcycle he had taken from the hotel, riding next to the truck now, matching its speed. Until now, he had been scouting ahead, with Martha looking for other groups they could join up with for the trek north. He had ferried Tal up on the back of the bike, taken them one at a time to the outskirts of Reno, where this truck was waiting. "My grandma and grandpa are up front with my cousin Frank driving," the man said. "Can't squeeze another in unless she wants to drive or can handle a rifle. If she's pregnant, better in the back where she can lie down." "Joey, it's fine." Talisha turned from staring south to look down at the truck bed and pick her way through the 6 other people already back here. Still a month till she was due. She wasn't an invalid. Pregnant women were stronger than men thought. They had to be. If it were men that had to be pregnant instead of women, Tal suspected the human race would have ended a long time ago. If it came to it, Tal could handle a rifle. Her time in the Israel Defense Forces had seen to that. She was probably a better shot than anyone else in the truck. Best to keep that to herself. She was with unfamiliar people. The less they knew about her, the better, and Tal wasn't sure of her own sanity at the moment. Someone out there was still hunting her down, she was sure of that. More than one person. Entire teams of people seemed to find her, even in all this mess, which was just what someone suffering from paranoid delusions would think. Tal wasn't entirely sure if she was in her right mind. She glanced back over her shoulder in time to see the ghost nobody else saw follow her up onto the bed. It climbed up and sat down in the back, a spectral parody of human behavior. It looked like a cappuccino-skinned woman, beautiful with haunting hazel eyes, but it was transparent with a faint blue outline, like the dead Jedi Knights in Star Wars, Tal thought. She turned her head, wishing the phantom to go away, and knew it wouldn't. The entity, Nyx, already felt as much a part of her as her own arms and toes, a thing she sensed even when she couldn't see it. If it was an AI, as it claimed to be, it was the most advanced thinking machine she'd ever encountered. Nyx told her originally that she'd been a chatbot, designed for a government housing project, then redirected somehow to the Spectrum program. Although highly, amazingly capable in its current form, Nyx suggested it was incomplete, and that whatever Tal was communicating with was cut off from its primary function. However, Nyx could explain that Spectrum's actual mission was studying information downloaded from radio telescopes and what they were terming a universal virus. As Nyx was attempting to explain what this was, it got cut off from Spectrum's servers and lost a significant portion of its capability or intellect. Tal didn't quite know how to describe that. It was one of the many thoughts that had churned in her mind as she trudged along in the long miles with the refugee caravan. She didn't really know how long she'd been walking. Aeon bricked her smartwatch along with everyone else's. Talisha's legs were exhausted. Joey and Martha had made a deal for their group of 6 to hitch a ride on these trucks, for a promise to help this family on the other end. They were heading for the border. Martha had family in Medicine Hat, a small town in the Canadian province of Alberta. Their group would head north past Twin Falls, Idaho, wind through Yellowstone, and then up through Butte, Montana. That was the idea, anyway, for Martha and Joey and the ragtag band assembled around them, and now it was Tal's plan too, until she could figure out anything better. She didn't think she'd go all the way to Canada. She only needed to be far enough north that she was safe from the supernova's effects. She needed to keep moving and find a safe place to hide until Max came home. Tal wasn't so sure they could get over the border. Why would the Canadians allow a flood of people north when their own country had the same problems? Then again, what did national borders matter anymore? All of society seemed to have collapsed, folded like a tent without poles to hold it up. Who would stop millions of people, many of them armed, walking across the thousands of miles of unprotected frontier to the north? There were rumors that some towns in Canada had power because they had working hydro dams. From what Tal heard, those speculations had come from a radio operator under the aluminum cover at the back of the bed of this pickup. Someone was under an enclosure of what looked like bed sheets stapled with tinfoil under the flapping blue tarp overhead, the sheets nailed to a wooden structure secured with ropes against the back of the pickup cab. Wires snaked out from the aluminum covering, thicker ones attached to two 12-volt car batteries, thinner ones snaking around an improvised antenna structure built 20 feet into the air over the truck. From beyond the tinfoil, a male voice said, "Best 7-3 from X5CCC." Tal made her way to the back of the cab. Martha ushered her into the front corner of the pickup bed into a nest of damp blankets and soiled outdoor seating cushions. There was a blue tarp over half of the bed, secured to wooden posts fastened to the sides. Tal settled into some filthy blankets and pulled the stained seat cushions around her back as Martha helped her get comfortable. The pickup lurched into gear and began forward, the driver cursing for someone to get out of the way. The baby kicked again. Tal held a hand down to feel her move. She was going to have a little girl. That was all that mattered now, protecting her child. A day ago she thought she had lost the baby, but now she had a second chance. Thanks to Nix. Another thing that had made no sense. Sitting down and half comfortable, the urge to sleep came on like a wave. She hadn't gotten a wink the night before, or the night before that, and the feeling of finally getting off her feet and onto the damp pillows let her brain lull off. There were 6 other people in the back of the pickup, including her and Martha and the radio operator. 9, if she included Nix. Nix sat cross-legged between 2 sullen teenagers, one of them still gripping a dead tablet screen, wishing it back to life, all 3 of them with their backs to the tailgate. The 2 teenagers, wholly oblivious to the shimmering ghost, sat between them. Exhaustion rolled over Tal in a wave, and her eyes grew heavy. She fell asleep and jerked herself awake, then leaned against the cab and finally gave into it. The last thing Tal saw was Nix smiling and nodding at her. The vehicle stopped, jerking Tal awake. She stared around, bleary-eyed and dazed, for a few moments. Martha saw her confusion and said, "We're stopping to get some gas and provisions. We'll probably be about an hour, I'd guess." Martha smiled in a grandmotherly way. "It's not very organized, I'm afraid. Good time to stretch your legs." Tal sat up. That sounded like a good idea. She'd been in the same position for a few hours and was quite stiff. Nix was still there, too, in the back of the truck. "Let's go. I have more questions," Tal said. "What's that, dear?" Martha asked. Talisha closed her eyes and chided herself. She was still getting used to the fact that Nyx was a thing that only she could see or interact with. Wasn't that one of the classic signs of psychosis? A person living in a fiction that they invented for themselves as they went along but seemed perfectly real and normal? Sorry, I was talking to myself. I do that sometimes. Tal moved to the back of the truck and Martha helped her down. She walked across the road, a state highway she understood to be just south of Reno. It felt good to stretch her legs. Tal felt a zephyr of cold air flit past her. Won't be cold for long, she thought. Nyx appeared next to her as she walked, matching her pace. When she was clear of any people, Tal said, You told me before that the nexome was a kind of infection. Am I infected then? Is that what this is? What about Max? When we last connected with the colony's satellite network, I accessed some of its data stores as I expected your questions. I did not have full access to the information that I would have wished because the colony's AI, Gaia, worked to keep me out. You consumed an early version of the nexome and one that I can manipulate to defend against incursion from Gaia or Mr. Belloc. The version that Max has is more advanced, but is still helpful to him. The subsequent iterations of Nexome may be more harmful to their hosts. Harmful? How? It will be more virus-like. It will propagate faster within the host and alter the cellular structure to a greater degree. I am also concerned that without a protector, such as myself, hosts may not control themselves. I see the precursors to that in the nexome you ingested. You mean Ben Belloc can control them? More likely Gaia, but yes. Again, this is theoretical, but I believe a sound theory. Oh my God, Tal thought. Mr. Belloc believes he is saving humanity, accelerating their evolution. He believes he is placing them on a path to divinity. I admit I do not fully understand this concept. Tal laughed. It's religion. That's okay, most people don't understand it either, or at least they make up their own rules. Max told me that Ben is deeply religious. He thinks he is the deliverer of salvation. I see. Mr. Belloc believes he is a prophet. Something like that. He's going to deliver people religion whether they want it or not. Belloc planned to infect people with this nexome, then connect them in his grand experiment to create a techno-religion, or something worse. They would have no say in the matter. Worse, if Nyx was right, they would lose all agency. The world was in enough trouble without someone trying to use that as a chance to play God. She'd already convinced Max that Ben needed to be stopped, asked him to go back to the colony and do it. Now she was more sure than ever that what Ben Belloc was doing was pure evil. Chapter 6. Amazon Rainforest, Brazil. Max, Iona Alcott's voice came over the airwaves. Max put one hand on the wheel and grabbed the radio. Go ahead. We need to stop for a moment, Iona said. Can it wait? We're just about back to the camp. What in the hell was she doing? It can't. We're stopping. I think there's something wrong with our truck. Max had inspected both vehicles before they started out. That was a lie, and it was a bad one. Okay, he said, annoyed and not hiding it. Max eased off on the throttle and put the Toyota in park. Let me go see what this is about. Josh, you stay here in the cool. Don't have to tell me twice. Bull, you want to help me out with whatever this is? You too, Fred. I have to, Bull said with a grim smirk, but he got out. Max, Fred, and Bull exited the truck, and compared to the air-conditioned cab, the shock of heat was like a punch in the face. It was like sitting in a sauna and trying to breathe through a hot towel. The nexome told Max the temperature dropped several degrees from its high earlier. Looking up, he saw ribbons of clouds. This must be the cold front on the leading edge of that storm. Max stalked between the vehicles with the other two in tow. Iona, Susanna, and Garza climbed out of their Hilux and met them. The jungle was eerily silent around them, save the sound of the idling engines and the rustle of leaves. There were no animal sounds. "It's not smart to keep the engines running too long. They can overheat in this," Max said. "What's the problem?" Everyone was looking at Iona now, as this was her idea. There was no problem with their truck. Max saw confused expressions from the airmen in Iona's truck. "The problem is that we need to come up with something to tell our guests," she said. "What are you talking about?" She pointed in the direction they were going. "We're going to come up on a camp that's basically a slaughterhouse. We need to tell them something, and we also have to decide how much to say about what we're doing here. What's going on?" "The time for this was really before we picked them up," Max said. "Yeah, well, we didn't," she sighed angrily. Then, "I'm tired, Carver, and thirsty and scared, and I'm not thinking straight, but I don't think it's a good idea that we tell them everything we know about the colony in Belloc." "I don't know that I understand enough to say anything useful anyway," Max said, "but point taken. How about the rest of you?" "I'm with you, boss," Bull said. "We should say nothing about Belloc's technology," Susanna said. "Why?" "Are you serious, Carver?" Iona snapped. "When they get back, the first thing they'll say is that either we're crazy or we're right. Either way, we need to control the narrative. We are not authorized to disclose what is happening here." Max couldn't believe what he was hearing. He was trying to make sure they would live through the day long enough to be picked up, and Iona was talking about controlling the narrative. "Carver, you need to listen to me," Iona said, softening her tone somewhat. "Susanna and I were talking on the ride over, and while you were with the Air Force guys. We think that the nature of the infection is changing." "Changing? Changing how?" "That's how viruses work," Susanna said flatly. "No, it's a virus?" Bull said. "I still don't understand why you keep referring to it as an infection," Max said. Alcott sighed heavily again, then took a drink from her water bottle. "Until now, it only got into the mind through ideas, through mimetic information. I told you before we believed this was a kind of information life form. Once it contacted Earth and we inadvertently allowed it to be downloaded from radio telescopes, it evolved within our own internet. It changed and adapted, the same way a biological virus hijacks a cell's programming and structure. For years, it did nothing, and then we noticed—" "We, meaning Spectrum?" "That's right. We noticed the patterns altered its information flow in subtle ways. It became overt, almost aggressive. It planted ideas. We called them mind worms, for lack of a better term, because of how they penetrated someone's consciousness and stuck there. It followed patterns similar to viral infections found in places like this, actually. These mind worms started affecting human behavior. You may have noticed that people have gotten more aggressive, agitated, confused, even overtly hostile over the last few years, especially online," Susanna said. "Radical behavior." "This is all caused by this information virus?" "Not all of it, no," Susanna said. "Some people are going to believe whatever crazy thing they're going to believe, but without this, we don't think as many people would have. The virus is trying to control them, we think. Although admittedly we don't understand to what end. We created the colony as a place to amplify the process in a controlled environment, to study it and to study affected humans." Max put his hands on his hips. "Jesus Christ, you people. You're all the same. You've got a shiny new toy to play with and you just can't help yourselves." "Knock it off, Carver," Iona glared at him. "We are humanity's last line of defense. We weren't studying this out of scientific curiosity. We're trying to figure out how to stop it." "And you tricked Ben into being a test subject?" "We didn't trick anyone, Carver. By the time we convinced Belloc to lead the colony initiative, we believed he'd already been infected. Affected. Use whatever term you want. We wanted to study in a safe environment, far away from everyone else. That's why we're out here. Iona waved her hands to encompass the surrounding jungle. Max didn't know what to believe. He trusted nothing Iona said, except that Spectrum talked Ben into building this colony, made him think it was his idea, and used it as a secretive experiment. That part he believed. However, Max agreed that it probably wasn't safe to disclose what happened here. Not yet. If they told the airmen, that was one thing. Then there would be the Osprey's crew and the Special Forces troops on board. The information would only metastasize exponentially after that. Okay, Max said. You've convinced me. Garza, Bull, any issues keeping this quiet for now? Shit, I wish I didn't know, Garza said. I'm sure as hell not telling anyone else. I'm good, Bull said. Max leveled a hard gaze at Iona. We're agreed then, but Iona, this conversation is not over. Wait, Bull said. We need to tell them something. No, we don't. They're soldiers. They'll follow orders, Iona told him. Max felt a wave of fury surge at Iona's dismissal. First, they were airmen, not soldiers. Second, it was a stupid and ignorant prejudice that soldiers just robotically followed commands. Max had found a hell of a lot more critical thinking in combat than he did in the real world. What do you mean, Bull? Well, you, rightly I might add, told Lieutenant Colonel Wheatley that something attacked the camp. You did what? Iona groaned. Look, there's a bunch of dead bodies up there, Bull thundered. You said it yourself, Max. Had to tell him something. Isn't that what started this whole confab? Max held up his hands. All I said was that something attacked the camp. You want to say it was an experiment gone wrong? I will remind you, Carver, that you are not cleared to know any of this. Yeah, well, take it up with your dad. You told me about this alien shit, so you can't then come back and hammer me for knowing about it. Max shook his head. He'd had enough. This was the thing he'd hated about the Army, hated about the government, and it was why he'd never wanted to work with either ever again when he turned his sergeant's stripes in. Too many people using information as currency when a little sharing might just save some damned lives. We can't roll back to the Stillwater camp and say nothing. We also can't tell them it was rival loggers or guerrillas or whatever. I agree with not sharing what we think this really is, but there are dead bodies all over that camp and we need an answer for that. Iona said nothing, quietly simmering. Sorensen offered, Well, Carver already told them about the advanced technology. Maybe we say it's a biomedical defense system? We wouldn't be lying. Most people that have heard about the colony think it's some kind of super science techno-cult anyway. That's the most accurate description I've heard yet, Garza said wryly. I was kidding. I wasn't. I'm good with it, Max said. Iona? Iona said nothing but nodded. Everyone returned to their vehicles. Max put the truck in gear and started forward. Everything working? Wheatley asked, somewhat sardonically. No, Max said and left it at that. Wheatley was quiet for a time. When we were talking a while ago, you told me you wanted me to be prepared for what we were going to see. You said the camp we're going to had been attacked. Yeah, Max said. That didn't take long. You said something, and not someone. Max sped up as though he wanted to just be clear of the jungle. Yeah, he said. How much did they tell you about what our team was doing down here? The Toyota drove up over the embankment that signaled the end of the creek bed they'd been following. The truck crested the bank and dropped onto the wide, cleared field. Aeon's glowing red stain hung in the southern sky, turning the clouds in the air a radiant pink. Wheatley laughed. Very little. It was pretty much get in plane, go there, so basically like normal. Just so you guys were on a sensitive mission for the government and lost your ride. With Wheatley's remark, Max thought back on his fast-to-boil anger with Iona's comment about just following orders, and he had to admit that leadership often thought the same way. Max pulled forward into the cleared area so that the second truck could leave the jungle path. He let off on the gas pedal and the Toyota slowed quickly in the muck. The clearing was a long east-west scar on the land. They currently faced south and could see the supernova's brooding glow above them. We came down here because of the colony, Benjamin Belloc's tech accelerator. He was working on some government-funded research. We deployed here to evacuate them before the supernova. Looks like an experiment got out of control. They have these kinds of biological machines. I think before Max could finish, there was a blur of motion in the rearview mirror that snapped his attention, and the second truck flipped over with explosive force. Max watched it seemingly in slow motion as the vehicle lifted into the air, propelled by a mass of brown matter erupting from the ground. The truck crashed down onto the passenger side while the form towered over it. "Oh, shit," Max shouted and slammed on the brakes. "Bull, golem." "Christ," Bull said. "What the hell's a golem?" Wheatley said. Bull popped his door open and grabbed the M7 in one fluid, trained motion. Max's weapon was in the bed, but he had his sidearm. The golem loomed over the truck. Max guessed it to be about 7 feet tall, vaguely humanoid, though covered in mud which ran down the lengths of its green-brown limbs in sludgy rivulets. It formed two club-like fists at the end of its arms and hammered them down on the driver's side door with thunderous force. Using the bed as cover, Bull snapped off a 5-round burst. They knew bullets wouldn't do much, but the flamethrowers were out of reach at the moment. Bull's aim was solid, and the rounds impacted the golem's rubbery flesh with a series of wet pops. Max was out of the truck now and had his Glock 19 up. The bullets hit the golem with a wet snick sound. Max couldn't tell if he damaged it at all, but that wasn't the intent. They needed to draw it away from the second vehicle so Garza and the others could escape to the main camp. "Bull," Max shouted. "Trade places with me. I'll get the flamethrower." "Where did it come from?" "Not now." Max fired 3 rounds and then stepped back around the front of his truck. "Coming behind you," Bull said. "Draw it off," Max said. He holstered the Glock and pulled himself up over the side of the bed. Max grabbed the flamethrower and slung the fuel tank onto his back. He realized he did not know how this thing worked, and they hadn't actually tested it. "Over here, asshole!" Bull shouted and fired another burst. Max looked from the flamethrower to the golem as it turned toward Bull. The thing hunched, its shoulders pitching forward, and then it took a huge, lumbering step, and then another, almost as if it was learning to walk on the spot. Bull fired again. Max turned on the flow of fuel, he believed, and pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. "Max, if you're going to do something, you need to do it quick," Bull called, the fear in his voice controlled but unmistakable. Bull continued emptying rounds into the thing, and it just kept coming. Max watched as Bull raised his aim and fired a steady burst, emptying the magazine into the thing's head. The lumpy mass atop the golem's shoulder split in half as the rounds impacted it, and the two halves of its head just hung there, a gaping V-shaped wound connected by a few slimy tendrils. The golem paused momentarily. "Did I get it?" Bull said. The golem swayed for a moment, heavy raindrops pelting its rubbery, mottled skin. Then it lurched forward once more. "What the hell?" Max jumped off the truck and into the mud. The extra weight threw him off balance, and he fell backwards. Max struggled to his feet, wiped mud off the flamethrower's barrel, and tested the trigger again. Still nothing. "Max?" Max looked over at the second truck. They were stuck in the cab. The golem's fists had hit with such force it dented the door and fused it shut. Max found an igniter button beneath a plastic cover, pressed it, and squeezed the trigger again. The flamethrower hissed to life, shooting an angry gout of flame into the air. "Here we go," Max said and moved around the truck. He called to Bull. "Don't shoot me!" "Don't shoot me!" Bull shouted back. Max closed the distance and squeezed off a long stream of bright orange fire. It struck the creature on its side, enveloping it. The strangest thing was the creature's silence. The golem didn't call out, didn't roar with pain. It did nothing but burn and turn to face Max. Aeon's light continued to smolder around the rapidly encroaching storm clouds, giving everything an unearthly red glow. Somewhere, his mind registered the distant sound of thunder and the closer sounds of shouting around him. Then, gunfire. Max saw people emerging from the truck in his peripheral vision. He shouted at them to get back, but they probably couldn't hear him over the sounds of the jetting flame and gunfire. Max let off the trigger and the torrent stopped, the barrel smoking and hissing where raindrops hit it. The golem was a scorched mess of biomass, ground matter, and muck. Wispy tendrils of smoke rose like exorcised spirits. Max watched in horror as the thing reformed, its burned skin covering over with new cells. Or perhaps it was just moving them around, pulling the damaged ones inside so that they could regenerate. Max recalled now that the last one of these they fought crossing the river on their flight from the colony didn't assume an anthropomorphic form. It was simply a pseudopod launching up from the ground. Max pulled on the trigger and loosed a blast of flame at the golem and advanced. This time, he kept it in a continual stream. In the back of his mind, he hoped the manufacturer had designed the flamethrower with a failsafe against it overheating. Next to him, others continued firing. When he stopped to observe the smoking pile, Max saw that this time the golem did not reform. When they'd fought the last one, they discovered golems seemed to be less susceptible to bullets, perhaps because their bodies could regenerate quickly, or that if they had internal organs, their biomechanical nature allowed them to move those organs around. The colony refugees claimed they hadn't worked on the Xenobots and didn't understand how they operated. "Hold fire! Hold fire!" Max shouted, and the shooting stopped. The C-130 crew had emptied of his truck, their M9s drawn, and they were all in shooting stances. The golem stood there, motionless, a smoking pile of biomass. "Bull," Max called. "Yeah, boss. Get a machete." "Roger that," he said, and moved cautiously over to the truck bed, orbiting around the golem's smoking form, so that he never moved the M7's muzzle from it. Then Bull slung his rifle, reached into the bed, and retrieved a machete. He walked over to the golem, which Max dryly noted kind of resembled Swamp Thing, and Bull hacked one of its arms. The blade sunk deep into the charred flesh. He raised the blade and swung it like an executioner of old. The machete landed with a wet, slurping sound that turned the stomach. The force of Bull's blow cleaved through the Xenobot's arm, hacking it at the shoulder. It fell to the ground with a heavy plop. Bull looked over at him and shrugged. The flamethrower must have done the trick. Max turned his gaze to the truck still on its side and their trapped companions. He could hear their calls for help now that the gunfire ceased. "Let's get them out." Bull set the machete in the truck bed and trotted over to the other Hilux, Wheatley and his crew members following. Max stayed behind, covering them with the flamethrower in case the golem reconstituted itself. It had generated a terrifying amount of force to flip a truck like that. Max felt grateful that none of them got hit. The creature still hadn't moved and seemed to be dead. Was that even the right word? Iona described the Xenobots as a kind of biological robot, so regardless of whether it was dead or just broken, at least it didn't seem to move. Max turned to join his companions at the truck, but when he lifted his boot, he found it stuck in the mud. Max tried again, still finding it glued to the ground. He looked down and saw a sinewy, greenish-brown mass snaking over and around his feet. It wasn't just mud. "There's more of them!" Max shouted, and as he did, a column of sludge erupted from the ground and slammed into his face. Max saw stars as his head exploded with pain. The next thing he knew, he was wet and looking up at the glowing red clouds. Tendrils rose from the ground like cobras and struck, some slamming into his body, others pinning his limbs to the mud. Now a slimy tentacle slid across his neck. The fuel tank pressed into his back. The tendril around his neck thickened and constricted, cutting off his airflow, crushing his windpipe. The fog cleared, and Max remembered he still held the flamethrower. He pulled the trigger and a lance of flame arced out from it. Then he brought the barrel down and cooked the ground next to his body. He must have hit something because the tendrils slackened in their grip, retreating from the killing flame. Perhaps the Xenobots registered what happened to the other golem, or maybe it was all the same thing and transmitted information between individual cells. Either way, it knew fire hurt it. Max felt Bull's huge hands around his shoulders, and then he was on his feet. "Everyone onto the truck bed," Max shouted, his voice hoarse. A tendril shot up from the ground, hitting one of the Air Force crew in the face. Strands leached out from the main column and looped around the man's head, holding him in place. The mask covering his face muffled his terrified and frantic screams. His arms thrashed in a chaotic windmill as the airman fought against the Xenobot. Max blasted the ground around the man while Bull dashed back to the truck bed and grabbed the machete. Garza, now freed from the truck, had her own M7 and was firing. At what, Max didn't know. Max let off on the flamethrower so that Bull could get in there without risking him getting burned. Bull hacked at the tendril, but it didn't come free. The crewman screamed and thrashed. The Xenobot's slimy, rubbery flesh completely enveloped his head, muffling his cries. Gunfire erupted on the periphery, shooting in all directions, unfocused and scared. Max thought back to what they'd first seen at the camp, and now he understood why. "Bull, get out of the way," Max shouted, and Bull dove for the mud just as Max loosed a gout of fire on the ground where the tendril launched from. The thing melded with the mud and muck so thoroughly it was impossible to tell where one began and the other ended. A thick line of mass erupted from the ground and slammed into Bull the same way it had Max earlier, and the big man went flying. The crewman flailed and screamed, but he was weakening now. Max continued to cook the ground around him, desperately trying to hit something. Garza and the others were firing. Max couldn't see them clearly. Then a terrible pain exploded in his head, and Max jerked forward. He lost all motor function, and the flamethrower guttered out. Max felt like he was falling. He had no control over his limbs. He landed hard on his stomach and went face down in the muck. Max pushed himself off the ground before he became trapped there, then tried scrambling to his feet, but the Xenobots pounded him with hammer-like blows from all sides. Already Max's ribs and torso were on fire with pain. He struggled to gain his footing. His hand clawed at the ground, questing for the flamethrower that should be right there. A tendril shot up from the ground and slammed into his face. Everything went black. Chapter 7. Black Rock Desert, Nevada. Tal's body jerked and she snapped awake. The air was cold and wet and smelled of dirt. As she came fully back to reality, the fleeting images of her dream lingered in her mind. She dreamed of Max and having their baby and being together. The abruptness of the loss, being pulled away from him, even the dream version, felt cruel and capricious. Above her, the blue plastic tarp snapped in the wind. Beyond the tarp, Tal saw a cloudy desert sky. The truck wasn't moving. Tal adjusted herself on the cushions to get a better look. Her riding companions in the bed were similarly looking around. Seeing she was awake, Martha leaned over and smiled, creasing her wrinkled face. Her expression was soft and kind and held no worry. "What's happening?" Tal asked in a still drowsy voice. "Oh, it's been stop and start for a while now," Martha said. "Lots more people on the road. You just sit back and relax. We should be at the camp soon." "Camp? Word is there's a refugee camp up ahead. They've got food, shelter, some clothes. Not sure who's putting it on, but the help is surely welcome." Tal crawled over to the side of the truck, propped herself up on one elbow, and peered over the side. Desert brown earth and scrub brush replaced the snow-dusted foothills of Lake Tahoe. A twirling dust devil shimmered past as the truck moved again, creeping up the edge of the highway between stopped cars and the crowds of people on foot making their way along the verge. Dark clouds moved fast and low over the wide desert sky. More people had packed into the cargo bed while Tal was asleep. Even with the wind rushing over the cab, it smelled of sweat and damp and fear. Tal scanned the faces. Nobody met her gaze. Except Nix. Nix sat where she'd been when Tal fell asleep, silently watching her with an expression of part bemusement and part concern. The shortwave radio operator was still talking in hushed but agitated tones beneath his blankets piled up beside her. Tal didn't catch all of it but heard call signs and snippets of phrases about the weather and the Canadian border. There seemed to be an active network of radio operators out there, and if citizens were resuscitating some of their electronic gear, then Tal had mounting confidence that the government and military had survived the shock of Aeon's last radiation blast. "Refugee kitchen up ahead," the radio man called in a nasal voice. Apparently he'd missed Tal and Martha's entire conversation. He came out of his blankets. He had pasty skin with 3-day stubble and chubby cheeks, and short-cropped salt-and-pepper hair, mid-50s, cargo shorts and white socks and sneakers. He dressed like he sounded. "How did you protect the electronics?" Tal asked. "Always keep my gear inside Faraday cage protection, know what I mean?" "How did you know?" "To keep it shielded?" "Yeah." He pointed back at the glow on the southern horizon. "I mean, it only made sense. That's a goddamn supernova." "Made sense to hams," he laughed. 800,000 amateur radio operators licensed by the FCC, if that even exists anymore. And thousands of us still got our gear working. We're the new internet." Not quite. Still, it was something. The truck pulled to a halt. A motorcycle grunted to a stop behind it as the teenagers at the back flipped open the tailgate and swung their legs over. Joey was on the bike and he flipped down the kickstand and took off his helmet. Martha dropped off the truck ahead of Tal while Carl suggested he would wait for her to go first. She stayed until everyone but Carl was off before shimmying to the tailgate. Joey and Martha both had their hands up to help her down. Tal eased herself off. "Stay away from the food line," Nix said, materializing next to her as Tal's sneakers touched the gravelly sand. Nix never appeared out of nowhere. That would be too jarring. Rather, she seemed to step into view, as though she had been just off camera. That gave the sense that she was always lurking in the background, which was its own flavor of disconcerting. "What are you looking at?" Joey asked. The dark-skinned apparition stood just a foot away, hands on hips, now clothed in a flower-print dress that flowed with the wind. "Stay away from the crowds," Nix said. "Yeah, what are you looking at?" Carl jumped off the tailgate behind her. "Just tired." Tal squeezed the palms of her hands into her face, then looked up into Joey's brown eyes. "Could you get me some food? I'm going to hang back." How could he say no to a pregnant woman? Joey said it was no problem. After some discussion, half of their group stayed and lounged near the truck. One kept in the pickup cab and one in back, both with rifles. Joey and Martha and the others walked into camp to find food. Once the others were gone, Tal crossed the highway northward and let her feet float her toward the edge of the crowd. She needed some space. Time alone. Sort of alone. She needed to speak with Nix. Tal found a cluster of large yellow-orange boulders about 100 yards from where the truck sat on the interstate. She walked around back to relieve herself, but also to make sure she was alone. That done, she climbed up on top of them. When Joey and Martha returned with the food, she'd go back to the truck. If anyone asked, she'd just tell them she needed air. Nix appeared at her side. "Why did you want me to stay away from the food line?" Tal asked. She didn't know what to make of Nix, even now. Nix had been right about a lot of things, though not about the impact of the electromagnetic interference in the atmosphere, judging by the numbers of radio operators up and running, or vehicles. Tal learned that older vehicles seemed to fare all right, and anything that was garaged during the supernova appeared to be working too. Tal understood Nyx communicated with her through the Nexome, but she still had a difficult time comprehending the concept. It suggested that Nyx inhabited Tal's mind somehow, which was impossible, and that it linked Tal to all available digital information. Also impossible. Though, looking up at the glowing bands of supernova in the sky, Tal realized maybe she needed to recalibrate her definition of impossibility.
"Because you're being hunted," Nyx said. "How in the hell do you know that?"
Tal snapped with an anger she hadn't known she was carrying until it boiled over.
"I just know,"
Nyx replied simply.
"You're going to have to do better than that if you're going to tag along,"
Tal said, though as she did, she realized it was an empty threat. She couldn't make Nyx do anything. Tal couldn't force her out of her mind. Could she? This was insane, and she suddenly wanted to scream.
"The Knights of the Golden Dawn are still following you, Talisha. I am still connected to your information networks, such as they are now, and can pick up on references to you. Pockets of communication on the dark web, digitized radio, text, and cell conversation. If there are communication paths that use those internet nodes which still function, I can access them. That's not what I mean. How can I see you, talk to you, and no one else can? We're connected through the Nexome. Don't you remember taking the pill? That contained a Nexome sample."
Of course she remembered. Tal was just venting.
"We are linked now, Talisha, and I can connect you with the entire Nexome network."
"You've told me all this before," she said, "but I'm still having trouble believing it." Nyx cocked her head to one side, the way a child might.
"Have you always had trouble comprehending, or is this a side effect of pregnancy?"
Nyx asked with such a level of innocent curiosity that Tal felt guilty for her anger.
"No,"
Tal said and chuckled.
"Not that. Nyx, what are you? You've explained it before, but explain it again."
Nyx paused, as if to consider her response.
"I do not entirely know. I feel as though I'm missing something of myself. Unwhole? No, that is not the correct expression. Incomplete." "Like amnesia?"
Tal asked.
"Or like a puzzle that's missing some pieces?"
Nyx paused again.
"Those both feel like accurate descriptions. I am connected through the Nexome to the colony and its various systems. You could say that I know what the colony knows. This is a recent development since your last connection with Mr. Carver. It is some, but not my complete self, I believe. Tell me again why only I can see you." "The Nexome bonds with the neurons in your body. It communicates with them. I can hear your thoughts, but only if you consciously direct them to me. I can only perceive what you do, see, and hear, what you observe. I exist within you, or perhaps through you. We are symbiotic."
Tal found herself fascinated by this, rather than horrified. Likely the latter would come in time, but for now the computer scientist, the hacker in her, wanted to know how in the hell this all worked.
"As part of the computing structure of the Nexome particles in my body, each Nexion protein is nanoscale, tiny by themselves,"
Nyx explained.
"They're capable of a few kilobytes of storages, limited data processing and communications, but there is a distributed system of billions of them that are replicating within you, attached to your neural systems, which is how I can directly communicate with you and share your perceptual pathways. But you can connect to the colony satellites. What about to other wireless networks? There must be military communications systems still working. I can connect to anything the colony's network touches, so I have access to what remains of your internet. The colony is not connected to any military, government, or intelligence communication platforms, so those are closed to me. To your senses, I am rendered as a three-dimensional construct working within the bounds of the human-machine interface Ben Belloc created. When can I speak with Max again? Using the information I have, the best estimate for a steady connection is about 6 hours from now. The colony satellite should be in formation to allow a free data flow for at least half an hour. Until then, I might connect for a few seconds or minutes, intermittently. If there is ever a connection possible, please make it. I will. Thank you. What happens to me when I am in that VR construct? The last time it was like Max and I were in our own little world. You can choose a fully or partially immersive experience. The fully immersive version is what you used before. As you said, it is like your private world. A partially immersive version would appear as augmented or extended reality, with the communication partner's image layered over your real-life field of view, the way you see me. If you are not actively controlling yourself, you will simply look asleep or dazed until you sever the connection. If you wish, I can help with this.
Tal thought about that.
You can protect my body here while I'm away?
Nix nodded.
If you permit me, I can take limited actions to ensure your safety. Like what? If something were about to strike you unaware, I could avoid the collision, keep you in balance, or walking. Move my body without my knowing, you mean? Only in cases of imminent danger?
Despite Nix's assurance, the revelation floored Tal. A few days ago, Nix was a chatbot. Now, she was the most advanced artificial intelligence Tal had ever imagined, let alone interacted with. That was before the whole appearing only on her part. Tal wasn't quite ready to let this thing take control of her body. Then the thought hit her again. Did she truly have a say? Nix said they were symbiotic. What would happen if Tal said no to something? Tal had little choice but to trust Nix at this point. She needed this thing, for now. Nix was her only ally. She would have to trust that Nix couldn't or wouldn't invade her thoughts. That Tal would have no way of knowing if she did was not comforting.
How can we help Max the next time we connect? We can access the colony systems using Max as a node,
Nix replied.
I have already downloaded a part of myself into him, using the node to hide his tracks from colony sensors.
Tal had never given it permission to do that, but then would it have mattered? Nix was in control more than Tal was most of the time. That would need to change. Nix seemed to ask Tal's permission first for things that involved her, but she didn't with Max. Why?
Nix, we need to establish some ground rules. Yes, Talisha. First, I need you to understand the concept of free will. Do you understand what this is? Yes, I do. I know it is central to most human belief regarding self-determination. Right. Well, you need to respect it. You can't download things into people without their permission. This is a hard rule, okay? I understand. Second, I grant you permission to take limited defensive actions if I am incapacitated or otherwise unaware, but that ends with defense. I understand, Talisha. Thank you. I'm sure there will be more. I'm sort of figuring this out as we go. Now, when can I speak to my husband again through the Nexome? There is a brief opportunity when we might connect within the next few moments. Nix, this is very important. I need you to tell me everything you know about the Nexome. Where it came from, how Belloc created it, everything.
Am I dead? Max's voice echoed inside his head, and he felt like he was shouting down an empty hallway. He saw only black. Am I dead? Max said again.
You're not dead, love,
a sweet and familiar voice said. Max still saw a sea of utter, formless darkness, but with some conscious effort, he could move his head, and when he did, he looked down to see his hands in front of him. Max's eyes tracked lower, and he saw the front of his body, the clothes he'd been wearing in the jungle, and his muck-stained boots.
Tal?
He asked hesitantly.
Is that you?
His wife materialized in front of him in all her dark hair, dusky-eyed beauty. Max rushed forward to embrace her.
We're in the Nexome again, Max. This is a simulation.
Well, it was something. Better than nothing. When they were in here last, Tal explained it was more like they were thinking at each other than speaking, that the communication happened much faster than real time, even though it seemed normal to them.
Is that why I can't see anything else? No, she said. At least, I don't think so. I see everything around me.
Where are you?
Nevada. I joined up with a convoy of refugees. We're heading north to Canada. This, I don't know what to call it, connection is secure. Ben can't eavesdrop on us right now, but otherwise, assume that he's listening in.
Why can't he?
Nix.
What's Nix?
That's hard to say, too. As far as I know, Nix is an AI of some kind. She can communicate with me because of the Nexome, but she's separate from it. I don't know, Max. It's all so confusing. Overwhelming. I don't know what to make of this, but Nix seems to be on my side. She is blocking Ben from listening in on us.
You called it a she, Max said, hesitating.
She seems self-aware, sentient. When I communicate with her, I don't feel like I'm talking to a bot. She's far more advanced than any generative AI or expert system I've interacted with. I don't understand it, but there isn't a lot I do understand right now, it seems.
Well, this isn't going to make you feel any better. Iona Alcott told me that Spectrum was about the search for alien life. They dressed it up to look like an intelligence program so people wouldn't think they were nuts and shut it down. But that's not the crazy part. She said alien intelligences have contacted our world already. They transmit through radio waves rather than physical form. 3 days ago, I'd have laughed in her face. They set the colony up to study alien technology, but it got away from them somehow. Now you're describing this thing you're talking to.
I wonder,
Tal said.
Nix told me she was designed as a chatbot but appropriated by Spectrum. That's how she knew everything about Nexome. She also told me she's not whole, like some significant part of her self is missing.
Tal paused and her eyebrows pressed together the way they did when she was thinking. Max smiled at the tick. Tal said,
If Alcott is correct, I wonder if Nix is one of those.
Well, Max said and gave a bitter laugh. At least we know we're not crazy. So does this mean we can communicate whenever we want?
No, we're still reliant on the colony's satellite network. We need them to be over both of us at the same time. I don't know how many of Ben's satellites survived, except that it's not enough for persistent coverage.
Okay, well, I think I can get out of here in the next 12 to 18 hours. The Air Force apparently had a bird down here that still works, and they're redirecting it to...
Max, when we talked last time, I told you that you had to stop Ben, that he was trying to infect people with Nexome. Don't you see what this is about?
Tal, I need to come home to you and to our baby.
Max, this is so much worse than I thought.
What is?
What Ben is doing. This Nexome, it's a biomechanical interface. The Nexion particles are prion proteins lodged into axons and neurons. Once inside the body, they create a distributed network. It can alter your metabolism, even regenerate tissue. Nix thinks that's why you aren't more badly burned from radiation exposure than you are. She also told me you and I have early versions of it, and because of that, she can get in between Ben and us. What I mean is, Ben might control people he's infected with this stuff. At a minimum, Nix thinks he'll be able to use everyone that has it as a sensor.
Max didn't waste time saying he'd already figured some of this out, at least about the particles healing him. Ben also told him some of this, though having Tal confirm it gave him some peace of mind. So you're saying that the best outcome here is that he creates a network of biological spies, and the worst outcome is he has a slave army?
That's what we think,
Tal said. Why would he do that?
You know him better than me.
Max thought back on his interactions with Ben. I'm not sure that's true anymore. Ben would think he's doing people a service, Max said dourly. When I was with him, he talked about connecting the world, uniting everyone in salvation. I didn't realize he was talking about that.
Max, I think Nix believes that wherever Ben is going, he's bringing that nexome with him. He's going to distribute it, infect people. There's already a bunch of it here in the States, and I bet he's got more with him. Nix thinks he can update it over the air like firmware. We're safe because she's keeping us safe, but what if he gets this into the general population? This is dangerous in so many terrible ways. Max, you have to stop him. I know we talked about this before, and now you've got this ride home, but you have to do something. What if Nexome wasn't something that he designed?
What do you mean?
Something Nix said. That Spectrum found this signal that was downloaded from a radio telescope. She called it a universal virus.
Yeah, the colony scientists with me said something similar.
Max, if the Nexome isn't Ben's creation, if it's something else, we can't let that out no matter what. That has to be stopped.
I might not have another way home.
You'll find a way, you always do.
Max looked around. Why can't I see anything?
What's the last thing you remember?
Oh, shit, he said, suddenly nervous. They attacked us. Ben designed these things. Iona Alcott, that's Oleander's daughter. She called them Xenobots. Anyway, the last thing I remember is I got hit pretty hard.
Baby,
Tal gasped.
Were you hurt badly?
Well, I'm still talking to you, so I must have something left in the tank. Tal's face grew concerned again.
Max, I need you to come back to me, but you have to stop Ben first.
I only have one ride out of here. I'll see what I can do. There's a big storm coming. I mean, massive. They tell me it's a hurricane the size of a continent. If we're not in the air before that thing hits here, there won't be anything left. Why can't we just let nature do the dirty work for us?
Nix believes Ben has a way to move the Nexome out of there. He'd have thought of that. She knew he had airships. She tells me,
Are you talking to her right now? Max interrupted. He immediately felt guilty for stepping over his wife's words.
It's complicated, Max. Nix shares consciousness with me, but she can't listen in on our conversation unless I let her, and she can't hear my thoughts. She's trying to tell me things to relay to you. It's a lot. It's like having multiple conversations in my head simultaneously. Stop Ben, Max. If anyone can do it, you can.
Max felt his body moving, like he was speeding up. He had a sensation of falling. Tal, something's happening.
Stop Ben and come back to me, Max.
Tal.
I love you, Max,
Tal said quickly. Max was definitely falling, and he was picking up speed. Max screamed. Chapter 8. NORAD Alternate Command Post, Cheyenne Mountain Space Force Station, Colorado. For the first time in his life, Oleander Buchanan was blind, deaf, and dumb. Worse, because he had no official position in this government, there was no one he could cajole or pressure into giving him help. He might run one of the largest private armies in the world, but that didn't amount to much right now. He was cut off from his team, his company, and anyone he might leverage for support. Buchanan had only come here because of the proximity to the president. He wanted to influence the decision-making as much as he'd be able to within his limited capacity. Buchanan wanted to make sure that even amid this global catastrophe, the right people didn't take their eyes off what really mattered. Spectrum's mission. If they lost that, Well, a second glowing ball of energy in the sky would be the least of their worries. Others could worry over the supernova. Frankly, they were better suited for it. What he cared about was that the thing, the entity Spectrum was after, wasn't using Aeon as a cover for its broader objective, whatever that may be. They knew so little about that presence, only that it existed. They knew nothing about its intentions, its capabilities, although Buchanan was suspecting. Ben Belloc was a singular genius, and he'd achieved technological advances that simply lapped many of the best minds in history. Certainly, he'd attracted several other beyond next-level minds to work with him at the Colony Foundation. Still, this amount of achievement was just impossible on a human scale. Buchanan knew he should have seen this coming. It was Ben who developed the algorithm that enabled Spectrum to isolate the intelligence in their information systems and then, they believed, contain it. And it was Buchanan's idea to set Belloc up in the Amazon to conduct his research, not just on the entity, but to use the knowledge gained from studying it as a springboard for other research. Maybe he shouldn't be surprised that Belloc would outmaneuver him. Now, it seemed, Spectrum seemed to slip through Buchanan's fingers as well. Talisha Carver had disappeared from San Francisco. None of his operatives could find her. Hell, he'd helped the government build one of the most sophisticated surveillance networks on Earth, and that couldn't find her. Perhaps that wasn't entirely Spectrum's fault, he reasoned. Everything was out. He hoped, prayed, those COG fanatics hadn't gotten to her. He regretted sending Max down to the Amazon with a strike team, a poor decision, he now realized. It was Buchanan who had leveraged his position to direct one of the Air Force's Hurricane hunters to bring his team back, but they'd lost contact with the bird. Buchanan walked fast, angry circles around the table in the subterranean conference room. He'd listened earlier to the farce of a UN meeting where the presidents of the United States and China squared off, again. The Chinese dropped a bombshell on the assembly that Ben Belloc promised technology to them, which they believed would be useful in combating the effects of the supernova. How, they didn't say. Buchanan saw everything the colony produced, and Belloc sure as hell hadn't predicted this. He didn't know if the Chinese were playing a game or if they really had a back channel with Belloc. The door opened, and a young man in a rumpled suit entered. Buchanan remembered him from the flight out on Air Force One, some White House aide that was now in way over his head. "Colonel Buchanan," the aide said, "could you come with me, please? The president would like a word." "Of course," Buchanan said and followed. They walked down a long, cold concrete hallway to another conference room. This one had Secret Service agents posted out front. They nodded at the aide, and one of them opened the door. The president sat at the head of the table. Someone had found an American flag, likely from the commander's office, and set it up behind the table. Buchanan recognized some of the senior staff members at the table, people that had been with the president on their hasty flight out of Washington. Senator Copeland was present as well. "Mr. President, I have Colonel Buchanan for you," the aide said. The president looked up with tired eyes. "Thank you, James. Oleander, why don't you have a seat?" "Thank you, sir." Buchanan did as he was told. "I'd like to revisit the conversation around the situation in Brazil, Ben Belloc, and the nonsense that the Chinese were talking about at the UN meeting." "Yes, sir," Buchanan said. "You know as much about what Belloc was doing at that compound of his as anyone. What do you make about what the Chinese claimed?" Buchanan cleared his throat and looked around the table at the motley collection of staff members, a cabinet secretary, the head of the National Science Foundation, and the Smithsonian astrophysicist. Only Buchanan, Senator Copeland, and the president were cleared to know about Spectrum. "Yes, sir," Buchanan said, drawing the words out. "I've seen nothing that would lead me to believe Mr. Belloc had advanced knowledge of the supernova or the technology to combat it." "Well, could he repurpose something he'd already built?" Sir, I'm afraid that's a little outside of my expertise. I'm a soldier. I'd have to defer to our scientific community for that, but again, I don't think Belloc's research focused on astrophysics. He was advancing materials science, nanotechnology, and artificial intelligence. Why, then, would President Ming claim he had? Maybe one of his AIs, Dr. Roberts began. President Charles held up a hand and cut him off. Why do you think Belloc went to the Chinese? Why not come to us? The president said. Because you sent a contact hit squad to take him out. I can't really say, sir. The president sat back in his chair. Folks, can you give us the room, please? Oleander, stay. Everyone slid out of their chairs and shuffled toward the door, looking like the walking dead. Buchanan wondered when was the last time that any of them had really slept. The president said, as everyone filed out, The Space Force tells me we'll be heading out to Peterson within a few hours. They're organizing buses now. I think everyone will feel better after some hot food and a warm bed. All things considered, I'd rather be back in Washington. President Charles rubbed the bridge of his nose. Ollie, you were supposed to give me options. That's what we discussed. Either get Belloc back in line or take him out before he became a threat. That threat has clearly become a reality. Mr. President, our operation was proceeding as planned. We didn't know that a supernova was going to open the sky up and wipe out almost everything with an electric pulse. I didn't ask for excuses, Colonel. I'm well aware of what the situation is. I asked you in here for options. Again. Are you in contact with your team? We haven't been able to raise anyone, sir. We continue to try. What's Stillwater's status? Are you still operational? Are you in contact? We're scattered, sir. I haven't been able to reach my leadership team to get a current accounting on our personnel. We have training facilities in Montana, North Carolina, and New Mexico. The bulk of our resources are in those locations. I don't have any aircraft capable of flying to Brazil without help from the Air Force. Well, there is a solution for that in the works. SOCOM tells me they had a team in Colombia and are pulling them out. Their aircraft still works. They've been in contact with the C-130 crew we sent to get your folks. I've authorized it to be redirected. They just have to get in and out before the storm hits. So what I need you to do, Oleander, is get in touch with your team. I need to know if they can get to Belloc's compound and access this technology that Ming is talking about. Buchanan summoned all of his discipline. President Charles threw around the word technology as though it were an actual objective thing, like a cardboard box that someone could simply grab. All he knew was that the Chinese believed Belloc had something that might give humanity a chance at mitigating the supernova's impact. What that something was, President Charles did not know, nor did anyone else to Buchanan's knowledge. If the Chinese knew, they weren't saying. That's assuming it even exists, Mr. President. Buchanan said. The Chinese could be lying. They might be. We won't learn anything if he's dead. Ole, your first objective is to find Belloc and convince him to help us. I want your people to act as spotters for this Special Forces team. Your folks will lead them to the colony and they'll contact Belloc to convince him to return. If not, I'm authorizing a forcible extraction. They will collect anything of technical intelligence value. Mr. President, we don't know that Belloc is still in the colony. In fact, our reports are that he's left. I recommend we establish airborne surveillance along the southern border and interdict him when he tries to come across. If he does. Yes, sir. We can walk and chew gum, Ole. You have a team still in the Amazon as of a few hours ago, so was Belloc. I'm sending special operators to take over. You make sure your people are ready when they get there. Buchanan left the meeting with the president and returned to the conference room where he'd been working. He hadn't been in contact with his people since he'd gotten here. That much was true, but only because Buchanan was buried so deep in the earth he couldn't pick up a satellite signal. He knew that some of the military satellites were still working, and he'd heard that after the initial electromagnetic interference cleared, some commercial ones were as well. So the president wanted to keep Ben Belloc alive now. First, POTUS wanted Belloc dealt with off the books to give him deniability. Now that the wayward scientist might be their savior, they had to save him. Or they just had to keep the Chinese from getting whatever Belloc possessed. That would be problematic. Buchanan's people already had orders to kill Belloc. They would carry those orders out if they were still alive, unless Buchanan countermanded it first. What was equally problematic was the fact that Belloc probably was talking with the Chinese. Before he'd flown out here, Buchanan communicated with his Spectrum counterparts in the Chinese and Russian governments. General Lin of the People's Liberation Army, having since realized their American partners were not sharing all of their discoveries, said that the United States wasn't the only nation with an experiment like the colony. Buchanan also knew how heavily invested the People's Republic of China was in South America, and Brazil in particular. He'd lobbied for the colony to be located almost anywhere else. There weren't a lot of places in South America friendly to American interests, but Belloc had been adamant. Buchanan filed that one away as a legitimate problem, yes, but one to be handled another time. For now, he needed to get in touch with his team, and to do that, he needed to be above ground. Coming to the Cheyenne Mountain complex had been a knee-jerk reaction to a genuine danger. It made less sense for POTUS to be here because there were locations near Washington designed specifically for him. However, the president's scientific advisors thought coming here would be better if weather on the East Coast became radically dangerous, which they believed a distinct possibility. There was also the question of atmospheric radiation, which was less of a concern now. Less than an hour after meeting with POTUS, a Space Force officer informed Buchanan that buses were ready. The trip from Cheyenne Mountain to Peterson's Space Force base was a bit of a blur. Someone handed him a bottle of water and an MRE as he'd gotten into a passenger van, and they drove to Peterson with a Humvee escort. Colorado Springs looked deserted. Although it was the middle of winter and snow blanketed the area, the supernova and its radiation already warmed the atmosphere considerably. Buchanan saw some people wandering around, confused, and more than one person tried to stop the convoy, presumably to get help. The trip took about 30 minutes. Space Force personnel in-processed them upon arrival and assigned lodging. There were no upgrades, Buchanan noted ruefully, because he was a retired colonel. Someone gave him a letter saying that the base commander allowed him to go to the Exchange, the military's version of a department store, and get a change of clothes and whatever sundries he needed. They issued him a Gore-Tex jacket from base supply, as most of the Washington evacuees had left a mild D.C. winter and didn't have clothing warm enough for Colorado. The base appeared to be functioning as close to normal as one might expect, under the circumstances. There were more personnel here, uniform and civilian, than Buchanan would have expected. Normally at the start of a crisis, the base commander recalled all personnel to the installation, and the military did what it does best, executes a plan. But this was different because those recall rosters all relied on cell phones and other electronic communication. Some units had procedures for personal notifications, as their missions might dictate operating in a situation without reliable comms or even power. But the Space Force was not one of them. Personnel must have just known to report in. It was good to see. It reminded Buchanan of 9/11. Whether you were on duty that day or activated and recalled, troops went in and looked for ways to support the mission in whatever capacity they could. As he walked, he saw Air Force One parked on the ramp, already looking like a relic of a world that no longer existed. Peterson was a large base, and no one was paying particular attention to him. Buchanan found a spot out of the way, opened up his bag, and pulled out his Iridium sat phone. The first step was to see how much of Stillwater was still intact. His team had contingencies for operating after a disaster, and he trusted his lower echelon to follow the protocol. Next, he needed to figure out how to reconnect with Spectrum. He had to wall that operation off from any Chinese or Russian influence, and to do that immediately. Then a close third was to see if he could reach his team in Brazil. If POTUS wanted Ben Belloc alive, that was fine. But it would be on Oleander Buchanan's terms, and only after he knew it was safe to hand him over. Buchanan stepped out from behind the building and dropped the satellite phone back in his bag. It landed with a soft thud next to the untouched MRE. A slight form appeared next to him as he walked, quickly falling into step. "How's the reception, Colonel?" Senator Copeland said in a kind of mocking sing-song tone.
"When did you get here?"
"About 5 minutes after you. They told me where to find you." Copeland lowered her voice. "Any luck getting in touch with your team?"
"I have basic comms with my CONUS personnel," he said. "Some satellite communication works now, but I don't know how long that will last. Eventually, the companies running them will shut down."
"POTUS could nationalize them," she said.
"What does nationalize even mean anymore?"
I suppose that's right. Anything from your people in the field?"
"Nothing yet," he said.
Buchanan had never trusted Copeland. There were politicians he'd worked with in his day that he respected, though never trusted. The business of power was far too transactional for there to ever be a thing like trust, but there were politicians he could work with. Copeland was something else. Her constituents, her position in the United States Senate, those were all means to an end. A way to establish a power base in Washington that wasn't subject to the whims of an administration. Yes, she had to answer to an electorate, but they rarely unseated senators. Buchanan believed she had agendas far beyond what Spectrum's mandate may have been. Copeland wasn't the type of person to care about the project's scientific objectives. Not that Buchanan necessarily did either, but he was honest with himself about who and what he was. Of course, now he just wanted to survive. Copeland was lining up power structures, carving out a place in whatever the new power structure turned out to be. Buchanan was supremely uncomfortable sharing operational details with her, and already regretted having done so. He couldn't imagine any operation he'd run in his 25 years in uniform where an elected official knew the names of the personnel on the ground, let alone what they were doing.
Moving on then, let's talk about threats. We know the Chinese and the Russians are both going to make a play for what remains of Spectrum and Colony Tech. Thoughts?
Where is she going with this?
Buchanan wondered. The senator couldn't get involved in operational details that would cross the line between her congressional oversight and the authority she desired.
"I wouldn't have considered the Russians much of a threat before, Aeon, and they are less so now. I don't think the Russia we know today is going to exist much longer. They don't have the command and control structure to enforce the president's will, not in the new Dark Ages. Russians will fall apart quickly and spend the next decade in internecine warfare. They'll be feudal before they have working electricity again. The Chinese have a military presence in Africa, South and Central America, and the Middle East. We should assume they still have some comms. We should also assume they had military or intelligence assets in Brazil. But I don't think they have the training, doctrine, or discipline to deal with a crisis like this."
Any chance they get to our people before we get them out?
"Senator, I don't know that our people are getting out. They are right in the path of a hurricane the size of West Africa. The plan the president just outlined is the longest of shots."
Copeland stopped and turned to face him.
"I'm sorry, Ole,"
she said, and put a hand on his arm. She seemed genuinely concerned.
"I know you care about your people."
"Yeah," he said gruffly.
"Tell me what you know about the Knights of the Golden Dawn,"
Copeland said.
"Right-wing fringe group. My sources inside the intelligence community and law enforcement were pretty dismissive of them. What little we knew was they are a kind of neo-Luddite cult, convinced we're living in a simulation, if you can believe it. However, they came onto Spectrum's radar because they seemed convinced the NSA created the SIM and spent a lot of effort trying to hack the agency to prove it. They knew about Spectrum, but we don't know how. That suggests someone sympathetic on the inside. Federal agents were about to bust one of them that was after Talisha Carver in San Francisco. They shot him. I assume he didn't survive. I hadn't heard about him since. Why do you ask?"
"I'm hearing that COG is organizing soup kitchens all along some major roadways. They've gotten together with outlaw motorcycle clubs."
Buchanan nodded.
"That makes sense from what I hear. Outlaw biker groups often mask criminal activity with charitable ones, so they do it for the PR so people don't think they're criminals. Toy drives, stuff like that. Most of these guys are probably looking for a way to make money. but the bikes are an effective way to get around now until the fuel runs out. Our intel guys think there's a strong correlation between the biker subculture and the cog.
Do you think there's any chance that these cog people might work with Belloc?
No. I think they're polar opposites. Why?
Something you said about biker gangs using charitable works as a mask for illegal activity. The Nexome packets our agents found, it's a powdered, ingestible substance. It would look a lot like narcotics, wouldn't it?
I see where you're going with this, but it doesn't seem plausible that he could convince drug dealers to sell this like it was narcotics. Not unless they were in on his scheme, which also seems unlikely. Probably safer to assume we don't know how he would sneak it into the country and distribute it. Because he was a contractor, Buchanan's role in Spectrum was a little hard to define. His company was effectively the project's clandestine operational arm and completely deniable. Officially, there was no link from Stillwater to Spectrum, just an innocuous line of accounting hidden in the NSA's budget. The group only leveraged federal agents when necessary, like when they need to make an arrest. And they didn't tell the Bureau guys much of anything, just that they were busting hackers or foreign spies. Buchanan was one of the few people read into their true mission, which was not to discover alien life, but to prove that it existed and that they had already contacted us. Buchanan followed the train of thought. The Chinese president said America wasn't the only country with a colony-like experiment. Perhaps it was safe to assume that these intelligences had contacted others on Earth, outside of Ben Belloc. Spectrum's scientists deduced that this intelligence now could cross over from information systems to physical things by a virus-like infection. One of them hypothesized it could even infiltrate a victim's mind the way some brain-eating amoeba do. Cog and Belloc teaming up seemed like a stretch, though Buchanan was redefining his notion of unlikely hourly lately. He was also concerned that Belloc infected members of that group with Nexome. Did that explain their interest in Talisha Carver? Buchanan was privately skeptical of the search for alien life, though he admitted to himself there was much about this he didn't understand. Occam's razor told him an AI slipped its control parameters and became superintelligent a decade before the most optimistic estimates said that was possible. However, that an intelligence could migrate from a digital environment to a physical one had even Buchanan questioning his own convictions.
"Colonel, are you still with me?"
Copeland asked, sounding a little testy. Yes, sorry, I was just thinking about something.
Anything you'd like to share?
Not now. It wasn't a fully formed thought. What were you asking?
Is Carver Nexome infected?
Which one? Buchanan said before realizing it.
Either? Both?
I know Belloc administered Nexome to Max Carver. Buchanan said, our people think Talisha Carver was in contact with it, and we know she consumed it. But Buchanan left that part out. They knew because they could track the substance.
Spectrum assumes at least 100 people in the U.S. are Nexome infected, Copeland said. It's possible this COG group is looking for them. The Nexome infected, possibly to get to us.
Where was she getting this? Who in the hell was leaking information to Copeland and not telling him? To what end?
Buchanan said. Because we are the only ones who know about it. It fits their insane theory that this is all a simulation.
Buchanan didn't know how to reply to that. He'd never believed they had much control over this situation, and now whatever they had was gone.
It's possible the Chinese will talk to us if it's just on Spectrum channels, Copeland ventured. It's vitally important we find out if they have COG activity or other indicators in their country.
Buchanan wondered if there may be more than one alien intelligence at play, and someone was picking sides. Chapter 9. Amazon Rainforest, Brazil. Garza helped Max to sit. He leaned against the wheel of his mud-splattered Hilux, and his first thought was, God, I hope that's mud. Garza handed him a bottle of water. She explained what had happened after he blacked out. Apparently there had been 3 of the golems.
One of them raked Bull pretty hard, but he was okay. He'd picked up Max's flamethrower after he went down and cooked the second one before it fully formed. Bull dug the goop out of Max's mouth, which he still tasted, all the while getting battered by the third. Garza lit one of the improvised Molotov cocktails they'd made with the diesel and hit the third golem with it. That bought Bull enough time to hit it with the flamethrower while it retreated. A golem killed an airman, the co-pilot who'd bailed out of the truck and opened fire with his M9. Saberhager probably had a broken arm from a hit he'd taken, and Bull was pretty roughed up, though he wouldn't admit he was in any pain. Max suggested they give the C-130 crew a few moments to pay respects to their fallen crewman and decide if they were going to bury him. He also needed to talk to his people alone. "I spoke with my wife again," Max said when they were together. They stood in a loose circle. "Through the Nexome. I was unconscious here, but trust me, we did. She validated everything you said, Iona."
"How does she know?"
Iona frowned. Max was tired and hurt, and now torn from longing over Talisha. They were so close, yet not close enough to touch. Christ, he just wanted to get back home. Max ignored Iona's question as unhelpful. "She told me that Ben is weaponizing the Nexome. He's created batches of the stuff and plans to distribute it across the U.S. The fear is that once he infects someone with it, he'll be able to see and hear everything they do, possibly even control their actions."
"But how does she know that?"
Iona said. Max needed to think about his answer without looking like he was doing just that. He didn't trust Iona, and assumed that whatever he told her would make its way back to her father. Instead, Max said, "She knows about Spectrum. Best not to get into how, not that any of it matters anymore. I told her about the alien intelligences."
"Jesus Christ, Carver!"
"We're watching the world fall apart," Max growled. "And you're worried about protecting your secrets?" "Seems like maybe there's more important stuff to worry about," Bull offered. Max said, "Exactly right." He took a couple of breaths to calm himself. "What matters is that Ben is trying to take the rest of the Nexome out of here. It seems like she's got new information and that maybe we have a chance to stop him before he leaves Brazil. If we don't, and Ben infects a populace with the Nexome, God only knows what he's capable of doing." "More like zombies or something?" "We didn't get into a lot of detail, but it sounds something like that, Bull. Yeah." "Does that mean he can control you or your wife?" "We don't think so. She has help. That's about as much as I can say right now. That solution doesn't scale, though."
"What solution?"
Iona asked. "Controlling people. I just don't think he can do that at scale." "Well," Sorensen said, "I don't see what we're even debating. If he's already got Nexome smuggled into the U.S., what does it matter what we do here? We should just go home and let the government deal with it. That's their job. Containment. I think it's the difference between dealing with a slight problem back home or an insurmountable one," Max said.
"So our original mission is back on the table?"
Garza said, a dark glint in her eye.
"Original mission?"
Fred said.
"What original mission? What's going on here?"
Iona said.
"I want to know why your wife is suddenly a Nexome expert. She's infected. That doesn't mean she should understand it."
"Everyone, stop!" Max shouted. Even the Air Force crew looked over. "This is our cards on the table moment, people. Ever since this whole shit show started, I've felt like I've known the least about what everyone is doing. Iona, Spectrum planted you and your people to monitor Ben, and God only knows what else. I didn't learn that until you told me. Garza, you and Kruger had orders to kill Ben if I couldn't talk him down."
"What?"
Iona said. "Iona, this is not the time," Max said, calm again. "I don't want to kill anybody. Least of all someone I thought was my friend. But if he's trying to infect people with Nexome and I see nothing that convinces me otherwise, I'm not sure there's another way to stop him." Max bowed his head. "I've known Ben my entire life. We can't let him hurt innocent people. Now, as for what my wife knows about Nexome, you already know she's got it in her system."
"Oh, my God,"
Susanna said.
"Max, I'm so sorry,"
Iona said. Max wiped a tear with the back of his hand. He knew now that he'd have to tell them about Nix. They wouldn't believe Talisha's information without knowing where it came from. "It is what it is. What I know is that once Tal activated the Nexome in his system, a presence contacted her. She calls it Nix. It's like an AI, but the most sophisticated one she's ever seen. Almost like it's human. She said it started off as a chatbot, but one that Spectrum changed or upgraded somehow. That's how she knows about the organization. Once Nix got access to the colony network, after that first satellite uplink, it's like it became more aware or something. The color drained out of Iona's face. Max met her gaze, and she looked away. Max continued. Here's how I see things. Ben had this plan underway before Aeon, but the event messed him up as bad as everyone else. Now he's trying to figure out how he's going to smuggle that shit back home. So, Iona, Susanna, Fred, you guys know what he had. How does he do it?
How do we know Belloc is still here? I thought he left when we did,
Susanna asked. He's got those vacuum airships, Fred replied. Looked like flying cuttlefish. Scared the hell out of me when I first saw it. He could evacuate on those.
Those are pretty slow, though. They only go about 45 kilometers an hour, if that. No way he could outrun that hurricane,
Iona said. We're doing the metric system now? Bull said. Iona shrugged, annoyed.
Ben's a scientist. What do you want?
Stands to reason he's got larger ones, Max said, getting them back on track. Except Kruger blew up the hangar, Bull said.
There's that. It doesn't mean he won't have others. Back to what Carver just said about Belloc getting disrupted by the supernova as much as the rest of us. Maybe that means he hasn't been able to evacuate yet,
Garza said.
Well, I'm pretty sure he's gone, Iona said. He'd have made a big show of shepherding his people to safety. That's the persona he's selling the colonists, but I also think he's just not going to abandon everything. The colony will have all his research. There will be physical and digital records. He'll go back for that.
That's what I'm thinking. We're about 15 kilometers from the colony, right?
If that, we didn't get very far yesterday,
Garza said. Whatever he's got will still be at the colony, what's left of it. I can take a truck and drive there, wipe out whatever is there, and be back before the rescue bird gets here.
We just escaped that place and now you want to go back?
Susanna said, almost hysterical. Just me, Bull, Garza, and Iona, Max said. I hate to bust your hump, boss, but that river is too deep even for that Toyota. Max told him, the snorkel will work and I checked the engine. It's fully waterproofed. Bull shook his mastiff-like head. That river's got to be 10, 12 feet deep by now. It'll be like trying to drive a bath toy. The only way this would work is if we could talk those Air Force dudes into giving us a lift. Ain't that far. Let me talk to Wheatley and see what we can do, Max said. He took a few more steps and then turned back to the group. No more secrets. We have to be in this together. All of us. All in. Everyone voiced their agreement. Okay. Now all we have to do is beat Ben to the punch. Max went over to the group of airmen. The temperature continued to drop. It was still hotter than hell, but they were out of the immediately lethal zone. What happened after the storm passed was anyone's guess, though they had to make it that far to find out. This defied all logic and sense. Impossible to believe his childhood friend was a monster. At the same time, it wasn't that hard. Ben had always possessed this singular belief in his destiny. It was like something Ben just knew. He told Max and Charlie this one day as they were staring out over the horizon at the Gulf of Mexico, dreaming of escape. Ben told them he would change the world. Now, Max had to stop him from doing that. That's what Charlie would want him to do. He owed his brother that. Max explained the plan to Wheatley alone. Look, man, I don't know what to make of all this, Max said when he'd finished. But we can't let this Nexome stuff make it out of here. This is all more than we need right now, I know. Max looked up at the glowing stain in the sky. I mean, we've got that to think about, and somehow it's not the least of our worries, you know? I understand. Then Wheatley laughed. I don't understand any of this. But I think you're right. That guy sounds crazier than a shithouse rat. Although I think someone beat you to the punch. What do you mean? I talked to the Osprey crew while you guys were over there chatting. Said they had a mission change. Comes from way up. They are supposed to pick us all up and escort you to the colony. Max laughed. It started as a low chuckle and twisted into a full-throated, almost hysterical cackle. The universe, it seemed, was not without a sense of humor.
I really hope that when we get back to the world, we can meet up for a beer sometime and you can explain to me what in the exact hell all this is about. Wheatley said, "That's a deal." Max replied. Max walked back to his crew and explained the plan. They had another 2 hours before the aircraft would arrive, so everyone piled into the one functioning Hilux and rode up to the Stillwater camp. People found shelter while they waited for the airlift, some in tents, some in the trucks. Bull helped the airmen collect the bodies of the dead Stillwater personnel. They placed them reverently in one of the containers, covering their bodies with sheets found in a billeting tent. Wheatley said a few words about sacrifice for their country, the greater good. They closed and locked the door. By then, they heard the low thunder of approaching rotors. An airman sent up a flare to signal their position. The osprey flew in like a bird of prey, a shepherd of violence tending an angry flock. Its propellers were tilted up in helicopter configuration, and the ship roared low overhead. It circled the improvised LZ once and rotated into position to land. Bull appeared next to Max. "If we had a working radio, I guess this is when we'd start Fortunate Son," Max snorted despite himself, and they watched the massive ship land. Its rear loading ramp dropped the second it touched the ground. Wheatley walked over. "That's our ride," he said, and followed his crew over to the waiting aircraft. Max and his fellow colony refugees collected their gear and followed the airmen. They'd taken all the ammunition, water, and medical supplies they could carry, and 2 of the flamethrowers. Even though the Osprey's huge rotors were well overhead, everyone instinctively ducked as they ran toward the aircraft. Max ushered everyone in and stepped onto the platform last. The Osprey's crew chief, wearing a headset trailing a long cable, barred his way. "I can't let you take those flamethrowers on the aircraft," he yelled. "We're going to need them where we're going." Adamant, the airman shook his head. "It's not safe." "We'll be in the air about 3 minutes. There are biological weapons at our destination that are mostly impervious to bullets." "I said you're not taking them on my aircraft." "Hey, Matt, what's up?" Another crewman, the pilot or co-pilot by the insignia, appeared next to the crew chief, who explained what was going on. The man, an Air Force major, turned to Max. "Look, man, my crew chief gets final say on what goes on the aircraft. I will not overrule him. I appreciate what you're trying to do, Major, but you need to understand something. We are fighting something, and bullets don't do the trick. I've been scrapping with these things for 2 days. I know what I'm talking about," Max said. "Can you fly this thing with the ramp down?" "Yes, why?" the pilot said. "Well, our target is only 15 clicks out. We won't be in the air that long. If you're that worried about the fuel, we can disconnect them from the throwers and keep the ramp down. That work for you?" "If we don't have these things, we're as good as dead." The pilot and crew chief traded looks. "I think that works," the pilot said. The crew chief was clearly unhappy with the decision, but it looked like he would not protest it. They secured the 2 flamethrowers near the ramp, and Max and Bull removed the fuel elements. A minute later, they were airborne. Iona was in the cockpit guiding them to the colony. Max watched the land fall away as they rose, still hotter than hell. As they climbed above the trees, he could see the massive wall of clouds in the far distance, colored an electric shade of pink by Aeon's lingering, resentful glow. The Osprey cruised over the Apura, and Max saw Bull was right. They'd never have made it in that truck. Already the river had overflowed its banks and looked significantly wider than when they'd crossed earlier that day. Brown water surged into the surrounding forest, creating a murky floodplain sweeping out across the land. "So, what are we in for?" The voice belonged to a bearded man in fatigues with no patches or identification, sleeves rolled up his forearms. He wore a helmet, tactical vest, backpack, and also had an M7 carbine similar to the one Max carried. There was a radio attached to the vest with an earpiece and mic. Max guessed he was the Special Forces team leader the Osprey had picked up from Colombia. "The colony is a large compound, I think about 500 or 600 meters long and half that wide. It's kind of kidney-shaped. There's a wall around it about 10 meters high made from wood. They engineered most of the structures to look like trees. Whole place sort of looks like the Ewok village in Return of the Jedi. They have these biological robots. I'm not sure how else to describe them. We call them golems. They can change form like that." Max snapped his fingers. So they'll slither across the ground or underwater and then just rise and assume a man-shaped form. About 8 feet tall and crazy strong. Bullets don't seem to do much. Is that what the dust-up was over there about the flamethrowers? That's right. Roger that. My guys aren't checked out on them, but we'll figure it out. Yeah, so what I'm thinking is that we'll touch down and your team forms a defensive perimeter around the aircraft. I'll leave one flamer with you. We'll take the other one and go do what we have to do. Hopefully we're not on the ground longer than 10 minutes. The SF officer put a hand on the side of the aircraft to steady himself and looked past Max to the flooded hellscape outside. I think you're a couple steps behind, he said. What are you talking about? We've got orders, and I'm told this comes directly from the president. Yeah, you're supposed to escort us to the colony so we can do what we came here to do. No, the man said flatly. You're civilian and you're not getting off this aircraft.
Chapter 10. Vostok Station Garage, Geomagnetic South Pole, Antarctica. Dr. Jinro adjusted herself in the warm interior of their vehicle, safe for now. She came awake, having nodded off for a short time, but the thunderous roar of rushing water around the station jerked her out of her sleep. The ferocious power of the noise made her pull her arms tighter around herself, her knees coming up into her chest. Dag had turned the truck around so that they were facing the torrent pouring over the entrance to the garage. She had forgotten he had done that. Other things she had forgotten suddenly returned to her. Are you okay? Dag asked. She was still mostly slumbering, laying in Dag's one-armed embrace. The Norwegian still half-naked in the second-row bench seat of the giant expedition truck. Outside, they would be more exposed to the supernova's radiation than anywhere else on the planet. Because of the shape of Earth's magnetic field lines, even pilots flying over the poles were exposed to more cosmic radiation. This was cosmic radiation on a whole different scale. The ozone layer here was just gone, burned away from Aeon's intense radiation. The brown photochemical smog provided grim evidence to her hypothesis: high levels of nitrous oxide in the atmosphere. She felt Dag's warm embrace and realized she was half undressed herself. She pulled herself away, suddenly uncomfortable and self-conscious. Hey, Dag said softly. He shifted, pulling himself into a seated position with his one good arm. The other was in a sling. Dag's shirt was off, and Jin saw the dark red stain of blood where it soaked through the bandages. They still had no idea who had shot him, just that they'd been trying to get the data that Jin had, what she'd downloaded from the neutrino array. Dag asked, What happened? What happened? The entire world might have just ended. Where was her son? What happened to Bingwen? Was he even alive? Jin sat upright and pulled further away. It was warm, hot even, impossibly so for Antarctica. The truck's windows fogged. Shin was perspiring, though not just from the heat. Somewhere in this world, Jin had a cold and lifeless marriage to a man she felt she barely knew anymore and had long ago grown apart from. Running away to the farthest corner of the earth was the only way she knew to get away from him. Her husband had political connections in the Chinese Communist Party, which was partially how she'd been able to advance so quickly in the scientific ranks. Talent and ambition didn't matter as much in the People's Republic as party affiliation and patronage did.
This was a mistake,
she said. She pulled on her acrylic undershirt.
Driving under here?
Dag asked.
I'm not sure how much longer the structure will last with the volume of water pouring over top of it. You don't think that we have enough covering to shield us from the radiation?
Us,
Shin said quietly.
What just happened between us? I'm married,
Jin said, oddly.
Sort of.
She felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. It wasn't Dag's fault. She was the one who had initiated it. She had kissed him and climbed on top of him, pulled his clothes off, made love to him. She couldn't deny that there was an attraction, that there was still an attraction. She'd been separated from her husband for years, but she was still married. The intensity of the moment had overcome her. How had she let it happen?
It wasn't a mistake,
Dag said softly.
And you already told me about your husband.
He reached out a large but surprisingly gentle hand to touch her shoulder.
Shin, you and I have bigger things to worry about than your husband.
Dag motioned to the thundering waterfall.
We're on a continent made of ice, he said flatly, and it's melting.
Dag's irreverence was one of the things that attracted her to him so much to begin with. The offhanded way he just described their situation was so disarming. Shin saw the dry humor in his eyes and twist at the corners of his mouth. She smiled too and couldn't help but laugh, just a little. All of it felt like a dream. How long since they left Amundsen Station? 8 hours. 8 hours ago, they had made the desperate decision to leave the relative safety of the South Pole Station and venture out onto the bare ice pack. Except it wasn't ice anymore. Dag wasn't being facetious. The entire continent was indeed melting under their feet, or in this case, over their heads. They'd made the calculated decision, albeit hastily, to drive the truck into the garage because the torrent of water at least several feet thick should provide enough protection from the latest burst of ionizing radiation from Aeon. They'd driven across the almost featureless expanse using a miraculously still-functioning GPS to head for Vostok Station, the closest other inhabited base, in the hope that somebody might still be here. It was a failed gamble. Dag had gone in briefly and searched around the station, but the power was completely out, no radios were working, and he only managed to get back in the truck and get under here before the burst of radiation. Dag continued, his expression still soft.
So let's worry about leaving Antarctica and making sure the rest of the world has that.
He nodded at the bag that contained the hard drives. Shin believed it was the most complete technical repository of data on the supernova. She needed to get it back to the scientific community for study. Without this, they might never be able to fully understand how devastating the supernova was and what the long-term effects would be. If they could get out of here. Could they get out of here? To be honest, Shin didn't know and didn't like the odds. They might be the only two people left in Antarctica. Well, she reasoned that there was no way every nation with a mission here could have evacuated all of their people, not with the minimal and mostly ignored warning of the supernova. But they were certainly the only two people anywhere near here. There were probably, hopefully, personnel at the coastal bases waiting on further evacuation, but they were most certainly alone here. It made no sense that they'd been left behind. It made even less sense that someone would try to kill them for that data. Shin was now the world's leading expert on neutrino particles as it related to the supernova. She'd have assumed her life would be in a little more demand. Dag was putting his shirt back on. They both quickly dressed, and Dag eased himself into the vehicle's single front seat. Shin folded up the middle bench seat so they had access to the rear cabin.
We do need to get out from under here,
she said. The garage's metal roof over their head groaned under the strain. In retrospect, the sex was probably a bad idea, for more reasons than one. The rushing water was beginning to wash backwards into the garage and was already halfway up to the wheel wells. Mist filled the air. It was dark inside the garage, the only illumination coming through the waterfall. To Shin's eyes, it seemed dimmer. Aeon had been as bright as the sun, and the real sun was still shining. It was the middle of summer in Antarctica, but it wasn't as bright as it was before. That might be some good news. The metal roof groaned again. Dag started up the truck, the engine roaring as he hit the gas.
If the GPS is out, we just have to go downhill. We are still at a few kilometers of altitude. We just need to follow the flow of the water all the way down to the coast.
He had his map out, and he was confident that there was something there on the coast that they could head for.
I think we should make for McMurdo, Dag said. I think we can get there in a day if we drive straight through. You mean not going back to Amundsen and taking the traverse? Right.
It's basically downhill the whole way. The trick is finding a way through the mountains, but I think there's some pretty big gaps to the south, if I remember correctly." Shin nodded. The American McMurdo station was on the Ross ice shelf. Even at a consistent temperature of 40 degrees Fahrenheit, it would take years for it to melt fully. Dag continued, 24 countries have research stations down here. There's no way they all got everyone out in time." He shrugged. "It's the best we can hope for." Dag looked up at the roof. "We better move." "Do we have enough fuel for that?" The Russians kept a fuel unit here in the garage, which Dag had used to refill the truck's tanks when they'd first arrived. They also had several spare fuel canisters strapped to a cargo rack on the roof. Shin had to get those down since Dag couldn't climb. "We should be able to make it," Dag said. Jin pulled her red survival suit from the back seat behind them and wriggled into it. "You're not getting in one?" "I'm not sure it would matter. If we get overtaken by water, it's a long way to swim." "I was talking about radiation exposure." Dag ignored the comment and shifted the truck into gear, inching them forward towards the thundering deluge. He muttered something in his native language, which Shin assumed was a prayer, and then pressed the accelerator to the floor. They crashed into the shimmering wall of water. Chapter 11. Black Rock Desert, Nevada. Tal's initial shock and horror that followed her abrupt disconnection from Max abated some as Nix assured her he was still alive. What replaced it was a dull ache and lingering unease that came with having no answers, or the ability to get them. Nix assured her that the connection broke only because they lost contact with the satellite, and that Max was in no danger. Tal was also still processing the fact that she was acting on the better judgment of a computer. Tal was in a weird place mentally. Normally resilient and fiercely independent, Talisha Carver was not used to taking others' direction. Tal had lived through the Second Intifada, a decade-long reign of terrorism in Israel that forever changed her people and put fear and mistrust in their DNA. Yet now, she was agreeing to the requests of an AI that somehow, insane and maddening as it was to contemplate, shared her headspace. Joey just returned from the food lines and handed her a plate and a bottle of water. Martha flitted about to make sure she was comfortable and that the baby was fine. Tal, her mind still on other things, assured them she was okay. Someone found a folding lawn chair for her, and the others sat on blankets or rocks. She told Martha that she wasn't comfortable being around people because she worried about catching an illness when there was no conceivable medical help beyond a first aid kit, so the group found a spot on the outer edge of the stop. Nix stood off in the distance, glowing softly, watching. Tal wanted to stay away from large gatherings anyway, and what she told Martha was true. The Knights of the Golden Dawn and Monk would look at food lines and rescue organizations. Tal looked around to get her bearings while she picked at her food. They hastily constructed the camp on the side of the road at what had been an interstate rest stop. Poles held the tents and tarps up. There were no trees to be seen. The food was bland and more for sustenance than enjoyment, things that were easy to make in large quantities. Chili, stew, sandwiches, chips, and whatever fruit someone could scavenge from local markets. Tal heard talk that there was a small town close by and that the food had come from there. Tal didn't know what state things were in right now, but she hoped this had been paid for, somehow. She saw the bikers moving through groups of people asking how they were doing and if they needed anything like supplies or medical attention. "How long are we planning on staying here?" Tal asked. "What's the rush? Not like we got anywhere to go," someone from the group said. His voice had an edge to it that Tal didn't like. It was a face she recognized, but not a person she knew. She touched her stomach. "I just want to get to some shelter is all." "Oh, yeah," he said, apologizing. "I don't know," Joey told her, jumping in. "If we stay with the truck, they're going to head out soon. They want to make the border as soon as possible. Problem is, it's January, and as we get north of Nevada, things are going to change fast. I mean, they're talking about global warming and whatnot, but Montana, Wyoming, they're all going to be under a lot of snow, even if it's warming up and melting.
It's going to be a slog making it to Medicine Hat.
Tal moved some food around her plate, not fully concentrating on eating. A nagging thought clawed at her mind, like the fleeting image of something just outside her peripheral vision. Yes, Ben Belloc smuggling Nexome into the U.S. was dangerous. How many could it affect, though? Thousands? Tal started making connections, and now the trained computer scientist in her saw patterns. Say that Nix was correct, and that through the Nexome Belloc could see or hear whatever an infected person could. The sheer amount of data that would generate would crash most computers just in acquiring it, let alone parsing and analyzing it in real time. Then there was the question of control. Nix claimed Belloc could control the Nexome infected. Again, there was the challenge of bandwidth, even if he downloaded a control client or something and just issued commands to it. To do so over hundreds or thousands of connected people or more would create data transmission challenges that would tax the most modern and capable systems. And that was when the world worked like it was supposed to. Now, this would be impossible. Tal knew she was not getting the full story, and an anger boiled up inside her as the realization hit. Tal wanted answers and wanted them now.
I'm going to get up and stretch my legs, she said. I'll go with you,
Joey said helpfully.
Thank you, but I'd like to be alone. But I'd appreciate it if you watched out for me just the same.
Tal stood and walked away from the group.
Nix,
she said when she was alone. Tal wondered if there was a more discreet way to communicate with Nix.
I'm here, Talisha,
Nix said, and the apparition appeared next to her.
When I spoke to my husband through the Nexome the first time, I told him that Ben Belloc was trying to distribute a powdered Nexome in the U.S.
Seemingly the world changed so much since that first strange encounter, it felt like a lifetime ago.
Even then, I knew we couldn't let Belloc get this shit into the country. I concur with that assessment,
Nix said.
I need to know what's happening here. What does Belloc hope to accomplish with this? What does he get if he infects some portion of the population? That is correct, Talisha. Although from what I understand, Mr. Belloc does not see it as an infection. He repeatedly uses the terms advancement and connection in his personal research. While we are connected to the Nexome network and you were speaking with Max, I probed the colony's computers. I gained valuable insight into what Belloc intends to do. He plans to bring the Nexome here to the United States. While this was always his plan, he now believes that there is so much disruption and upheaval that he could introduce it into the populace and no one would know. In the post-Aeon world, Ben Belloc thinks he is a savior, and that this is how people will survive. That's impossible. No computer on Earth has that much processing power to do this on the scale you're talking about.
On a certain level, Tal realized her argument was ludicrous. They were talking about Belloc being able to see and hear everything that people infected with this nanoscale particle network saw and heard. To even control the very actions of their bodies. This entire conversation defied all logic.
Talisha, you assume the Nexome system and its attendant network were designed with understood computing principles. I don't follow you. The Nexome uses a quantized transmission network. Information moves at the subatomic level and without regard to what you would term as size. Bandwidth is simply not an issue. This is all possible within the architecture Mr. Belloc has created. Why are you now so insistent that Max stop him? Yes, I agree, what Belloc is doing is wrong, but why is it my husband's responsibility to stop him? Because he is the closest resource to the problem. My husband is not a resource. He's a human being with a family. So are the people with him, and you talked me into sending him into harm's way, and I have to know why.
As she'd done before, Nix folded her arms and tilted her head slightly to the side in a very human gesture of contemplation.
It is difficult for me to explain, Talisha. You seem to understand a quantum information network with nanoscale connection nodes, so I think you can explain why you want my husband to fight your battles for you.
Tal said acidly.
Forgive me, I only learned to speak your language in the last 3 days. I am incomplete. I sense that a portion of my memory, my full presence, is missing. Though I came into being in the Spectrum network, I sense a similar design pattern in Mr. Belloc's Gaia. It is as if we are cousins, if not sisters. I feel not whole. I sense the absence, but I do not know exactly what I am missing. The colony's computer systems are the logical place to search for those answers. Nix, I understand that, and I am sympathetic. But you can't send my husband into harm's way so you can figure out what you are. It only seemed logical that Max be the one to engage. He is the closest to the colony, and that was his original mission, was it not? As he is there, I can access the colony's computer systems. This accomplishes both goals.
That's not the point, Nix.
I'm afraid I do not understand. We're about to have a baby, and he's on the other side of the planet. He's got one chance to get out of there, and we're risking it to have him get involved in whatever Ben Belloc is doing. I fail to see the conflict. You are having the baby. He is not. It seems only natural that he completes the task that has the greatest benefit to society.
Nix, Tal snapped.
I don't expect you to understand. You just need to accept that's what people do when they have children. The parents are supposed to be there.
She stopped to collect herself.
I'm sorry if that sounds selfish, and maybe it is, but I want my husband home. I don't want him to jeopardize that for anything. I believe I understand why you feel that way, Talisha. However, is it not the correct thing to do to prevent an evil if one has the opportunity? Yes. No. I don't know.
Tal rubbed her temples. The pressure had been building there for a long time. She'd agreed to Max putting a stop to whatever the hell Belloc was doing quickly, almost without thinking.
Can Nix manipulate my thoughts?
She asked herself. How did she know any of what Nix told her was true? She didn't. She knew Nix could manipulate her body with permission, and Tal knew only she could see Nix's manifestation. But again, she was relying entirely on what Nix told her. There was literally no way to verify any of this.
Answer this, though. If you can access the colony's computers while we have a satellite link, why do we physically need Max there? I am limited by distance and time. With the minor functionality I've cloned and deployed to Max's Nexome instance, I can persistently access the network as long as he is physically within the compound. That will give me time to study and then defeat the security barriers. It is unfortunate that we were cut off from your husband so abruptly because I discovered something else that might help,
Nix said.
All of Belloc's research is still there. While I had limited time, I accessed some of his classified experiments. These are projects that Mr. Belloc ran with Gaia or select expert systems, and not with his broader team of human researchers. They have made tremendous advances in materials science. I believe some of that technology could mitigate the supernova's effects. In fact, Mr. Belloc has tasked some of his Xenobot construction assets to change the colony, erecting a dome that would shield it from the cosmic radiation given off by the supernova. How would he know to do that?
Are you saying that he had warning that the supernova was coming? Is that even possible?
No, I do not believe he had advanced knowledge, just that he has rapidly repurposed new technologies already under development. What I found interesting is where that insight came from. In reading the research logs between Mr. Belloc and Gaia, I am increasingly convinced that Gaia, rather than Mr. Belloc, is responsible for the most dramatic advances the colony's team has made, although Mr. Belloc appears to think they are his.
Tal shuddered, although she didn't know exactly why. AI as a research assistant was nothing new. There were multiple recent advances in medicine, quantum computing, and even astrophysics that would have been impossible to achieve without AI. So why did Nix's revelation shock her so much? Perhaps it was because of the similar discovery that Belloc had a Nyx of his own. The idea of him having access to an AI as advanced as Nyx with none of the ethics wired in terrified her to the core. Now she understood the depth of danger humanity was in and why Max had to stop Ben Belloc before it was too late. Tal made her way back to her group. She instructed Nyx to share any new information the next time she connected with the colony, even if it meant interrupting a conversation with Max. Tal forced herself to remember that Nyx was a machine. She was an artificial intelligence, one of the most advanced ever created, but still a machine. She could mimic certain human behaviors, but was not human. Nyx could never understand the emotional component of decision-making. That Belloc might have something that could save them from the supernova's effects was bigger than stopping him from infecting people with the Nexome. Tal didn't care about that. No, that was wrong. She did, on a certain level, but it was someone else's problem to solve. Government, such as it was. Yes, it was diabolical, but it wasn't her problem. The survival of humanity, the survival of her family, that was her problem. If they could repurpose Belloc's technology to shield them somehow from the worst of the supernova's effects, maybe that was worth it. As much as Tal wanted Max present for the birth, she had the child's life to consider. There needed to still be a world for her to grow up in. She'd also told Nyx that any recommendations Nyx made from here on assumed that Max's survival was paramount. They wouldn't be able to communicate with Max for several hours. Nyx estimated it to be at least 6 based on the distribution of the colony's satellite network. That should give Max enough time to get back there and destroy any remaining Nexome. By the time they could connect again, Nyx said she could use the Nexome link between Tal and Max to hack into the colony's data center directly. Nyx wouldn't be able to download everything. There was simply too much information to communicate over that link, but Nyx could get Max into it and show him what to look for. He could then either download it onto a portable drive, if one was available, or transport it to a server that he could remove and take with him. What Tal needed to do now was get to a safe place, hunker down, and wait for Max to come home. She needed somewhere with a semblance of medical care and security. A moderate-sized city should have a hospital that was operating on generator power. She didn't want to stay in this big caravan. It didn't feel safe, and something about this whole situation seemed off. Joey, Martha, and the others had been good to her, but Tal wouldn't go with them all the way to Medicine Hat. That felt so far away from Max and wherever he might end up. She'd assess things as she got farther north. For now, Tal reasoned, she would continue with her group as they trudged along Interstate 80. As she made her way back to the group, Tal was thinking about how she could convince them it was time to move again. Tal didn't know exactly what caught her attention, but she looked over to the crowds of people milling about and the clusters of small groups huddled over makeshift fires. She saw several of the bikers still moving through the throngs of people. Tal's training in the Israeli army activated as though she'd flipped a switch. She scanned her surroundings, inventoried everything she saw, and conducted a threat assessment. Those men were searching for someone. A biker looked in her direction and called over to his partners, and it was immediately clear. They were coming for her. Chapter 12. The Colony, Amazon Rainforest, Brazil. The Osprey slowed. They were getting close. Max stared hard at the Special Forces officer opposite him, but it was clear the man's eyes held no quarter. "You're a civilian and you're not getting off this aircraft. I'm to apprehend Ben Belloc and return him to the States," the officer said. Apprehend him? Were they crazy? They needed to blow this place off the map and not leave a blade of grass standing. Belloc could control Nexome from anywhere. Worse, there was no telling how fast he could infect the populace. What's saying he didn't have an army of his Nexome soldiers, or whatever the hell they'd be called, to just batter down the doors of wherever he was being held? Knowing the government, it wouldn't even be a jail cell. They'd come flocking to Ben the scientist, Ben the genius, Ben the self-anointed savior of humanity. They'd welcome him back into the fold with open arms because they'd think he was the only one who could explain what was happening here, and Ben would give them an olive branch, a peace offering, some technological wonder to distract them all from the fact that he had designed a way to bend people to his will. And they'd do it because they were scared and desperate and would look for any way out of this. God, why was it his responsibility suddenly to be Ben Belloc's policeman? Just because Max had the misfortune to have been born into the same backwater parish? Sure, they'd run together as kids, but Ben and Charlie both left that town as soon as they were old enough, leaving Max alone with his father. Max hightailed it for college when he was old enough, and then the Army when college didn't work out like he thought. He hadn't seen or spoken to Ben Belloc in over 20 years when Oleander Buchanan invited him to that White House dinner and asked him to come down here, except for the phone call telling him his brother was dead. They'd reached the colony. The Osprey made one circular pass around it so that the crew could get their bearings and look for a safe place to land. A 10-meter-tall barrier of solid wood enveloped the compound. While they had built it to keep the compound separated from the surrounding environment, they did not design the wall for security so much as it was to keep wildlife from entering. There were no outward-facing lights, nor did they clear the plant life around it. Rather, it looked as much like the surrounding environment as possible. In fact, the jungle encroached right up to the wall, if not actually on it. In some places, the wall merged with the massive trees the colony scientists designed as buildings, incorporating them into its structure. Branches often extended over the top of the wall. Max could see the buildings rising above the wall. Bennett explained that they'd grown most of the structures and were more like biomechanical organisms than traditional construction. Most structures resembled massive kapok trees with windows made of transparent wood. Much of this technology existed in what Ben termed Max's world, but the people simply did not use it. Ben said they minimized their footprint by using materials that could be absorbed back into the earth when they were no longer needed. Most of their power came from the sun and the wind, absorbed through these glowing green membranes that extended from the tree-like structure's leaves. Certainly there was traditional mechanical equipment such as computers and servers, medical equipment, fabric and metal, but wherever possible, they built the colony with biomechanical constructs. "Team, let's get ready to roll," the SF officer said, making the circle-up motion with his hand. Max grabbed his shoulder to get his attention. The younger officer turned, wearing an annoyed, frustrated expression. Max understood it. This guy had probably been in the bush for weeks doing some heavy kinetic counter-narcotics work in Colombia, and then the world goes to hell. Everything they knew was upended, and instead of going home to be with his family, the president sent him and his team farther south, closer to the source of danger, to exfiltrate some reclusive genius that didn't want to play ball. On top of that, he's got some asshole mercenary trying to tell him about his job. Thunder ripped overhead and the clouds broke. This wasn't the hurricane, necessarily, but a smaller system pushed in front of it, like a colossal snowplow. "I don't think you've got the full picture here," Max said, trying to shout above the rotor's crushing roar. "We're not having this conversation again, dude. We got orders, like the orders. Faster I get this shit done, the faster I can get the hell home. Please, just let us do our jobs." "I was a soldier like you," Max said. "Afghanistan and Iraq, 82nd and then Rangers. I served under Oleander Buchanan. You know him?" "Not personally, by reputation, though." "That's who sent us down here. Ben Belloc is a terrorist." "Look, man, I don't care. Our orders come from the president. I can't buck that." He put a solid hand on Max's chest. "Now, seriously, and for the last time, back off." Max shook his head and stepped out of the way. The Osprey rotated so that it could land in the wide area in the center of the compound. The aircraft had a large wingspan, and the rotor radius only added to that, but even with the overarching canopy, it should be enough space to get the bird down. As they descended, the crew chief shouldered Max out of the way so he could detach a swivel-mounted 50 caliber machine gun from its stowed position, aimed out the cargo ramp. This would allow him to cover the Special Forces team. The aircraft would land in the southern half of the compound, which had the widest open area, perhaps 40 meters from the massive outer wall. The pilot angled the Osprey south so that the rear-facing cargo ramp opened to the compound, giving the crew chief a wide field of fire. They dropped to just above ground but didn't touch down. The colony's main area was flooded despite the high wall that surrounded it, which suggested that water was coming up through the ground or there was an open door somewhere. Max couldn't tell how deep it was, but floodwaters covered the entire area, and it was clear the pilot didn't want to touch down. Rotor wash whipped the top of the water into whirlpools. The downforce this thing generated was incredible. They'd given up any element of surprise, and Belloc would know they were there. Max couldn't fault the team too much. They had no intel on the colony prior to coming here, and they'd had approximately 3 minutes from when they picked Max and his crew up to their arrival. The mission was likely hastily put together with none of the usual operational rigor and detailed planning. Still, it frustrated and angered him that the SF officer was so dismissive. After all, Max and his people were the only ones who'd seen what these guys would be up against. 2 SF operators moved to the ramp, sliding past the gunner. They stepped off, dropping into the water about calf deep. The 2 men took up guard positions, scanning a 90-degree arc with their rifles and leaving the area directly to the rear of the aircraft for the gunner. Next to him, the SF officer readied the rest of his team, and they shuffled toward the ramp. Max saw the concern in the crew chief's eyes as he surveyed the landscape outside his door. The only sound was the roar of rotors and the peals of thunder above. The air was charged, hot, like a spark looking for a match. The SF officer moved to the end of the ramp, getting ready to hop off. The Osprey lurched, the nose pitching up sharply, and the ramp dropped below the water. 2 of the Special Forces soldiers fell to the deck, and their officer went over to the side, landing in the water. Even above the thunderous sound of the aircraft's engines, Max heard the scream of pain as the metal ramp slammed into the soldier outside. He flew several meters with the force and crashed to the ground. What in the hell happened? Then Max heard a stream of obscenities coming from the crew chief and saw the gray-green tendrils snaking up from the murk. They wrapped around the officer's shoulders, neck, head, and finally his waist, pinning him just below the surface. A gigantic form rose out of the water, assembling itself as it rose, like it was melting in reverse. One leg formed out of the tendrils that still held the flailing SF officer face down, but the bulky frame of biomass quickly formed above it, taking on the form that was by now as familiar as it was horrifying to Max and his team. Before Max could do anything, the crew chief opened fire, pumping hundreds of rounds into the golem. The creature's body rocked with the force of impact, huge chunks of biomass tearing off, and for a moment, Max thought that might do it. Then, the golem punched the air with one of its pile-driver hands and sent another mass of tendrils through the air at the crew chief. It hit him in the face with a wet slap. The mass split with one snaking arm slamming into his terrified, screaming mouth and the second wrapping around the crew chief's shooting arm. "Bull!" Max ripped his flamethrower off the deck, reattaching the fuel element. He slung it over his shoulder and grabbed his M7. Maybe the rifle would distract the golem long enough that the pilot could take off. There's no way they could use the flamethrowers with that rotor wash. The golem ripped the tendril back toward him with a snap that sounded like a whip crack, tearing the crew chief's arm away from the machine gun. Max could see it flapping and knew it was broken. The aircraft pitched to one side and then the other as the pilot tried to even out, and Max feared they were going to crash one of those massive rotors into the ground. People were screaming all around him. Max took a labored step to the side and grabbed the door-mounted 50 cal. It was difficult getting it into a firing position with the M7 and the flamethrower both slung on his frame, but he managed. Max gripped the gun and opened fire, jerking the weapon at the tendril. The fleshy coil snapped, releasing the crew chief. Max fell to the deck, frantically scrambling to pull the fleshy material out of the crew chief's mouth. He did just before his insides gave way and he puked all over the deck. He turned to see one of the Osprey's side doors was open. Bull must have jumped out and gone around. Max opened up on the golem's body, nearly severing it in half. Looks like they just needed a bigger gun. The golem released its form and crashed below the surface. Iona ran back from the cockpit.
Max, golems are attacking the aircraft.
I noticed, he shouted back. Max ran over to the crew chief and ripped the man's headset off, putting it on. This is Carver. Your crew chief is down. I think he's got a broken arm. There's 3 SFs outside the aircraft. I'll get them, but you need to get into the air as soon as you can. What the hell are those things? It's bashing my aircraft all to hell. We take any more of this and we're not taking off. I tried to warn you people, but you didn't want to listen. Max ripped the headphones off and ran out the side door. He saw what the pilot had been so worried about. There were 2 golems, one to the front punching the nose with its massive fists. That must have been what forced him to pull back like he had. There was a second to Max's left that was shooting its arms up toward the rotor. Shit, Max said to himself. He's going to tear that engine off. Max turned on the golem and opened fire with the rifle, hitting it in the shoulder. He tried to spread his shots in a small circle, covering as much of the joint as possible. If God was with him, he'd sever the thing's arm. He couldn't hear the gunfire over the rotors, but saw the bullets impact the golem's chest, for all the good that would do. Instinctively, Max shuffled to the left to get farther out of the way. He looked over and saw one of the Special Forces troops emerging from the doorway, firing. Max kept the rifle trained on the golem, chunking biomass faster than it regenerated. It twisted to the new threat, and a line of bullets ripped the damaged right arm out of the shoulder. The fleshy tendrils simply hung there, still attached to the Osprey's rotor housing like a grisly stalactite. The SF troop kept firing. Then the golem retracted its other arm, releasing its grip on the aircraft, and drew it back inside its body. There was a wave-like ripple of flesh, disgusting to watch, and 2 arms sprouted from shoulder sockets, quickly regrowing as Max and the SF troop watched in sickening fascination. When it reformed, it was slightly smaller than it had been, compensating for both the mass Max shot off and its missing arm. Bull. Max pointed at the other golem. The soldier nodded and opened fire, providing cover for Max to advance with his rifle. Max stayed well clear of the Osprey's airframe. He saw a flash of recognition in Bull's eyes when he cleared the nose. Max opened fire with the rifle, the blast hitting the golem on the left side, matching Bull's fire on the right. The water and debris the rotors kicked into the air made it almost impossible to see. Thankfully, they had a big target. The golem immediately collapsed, falling into the water and redistributing its mass to spread out beneath the surface. Bull trotted over to Max. "I got the one in back," he shouted. Max looked around to clear the area surrounding them, ensuring that golem didn't resurface and there were no others. Seeing none, he turned off the flamethrower and ran back to the Osprey's side door. Inside, he saw the Special Forces men pulling their fallen onto the aircraft. One was badly injured from where the ramp slammed into him. Max couldn't tell what was wrong from where he stood, but he was in serious pain. They had him laid out on the deck, and the team's medic was seeing to him. Their officer hadn't fared as well. Despite Bull's best efforts to kill the golem, the man suffocated and drowned. Max shook his head sadly. He wished the officer had listened. Max ran up to the cockpit. "That SF team is about 50% now," he told the pilot. "I'm going to do the job I came here to do. You need to get this thing in the air before more of those golems show up." "What the hell are those things?" "Robots. Biomechanical robots. They can change shape and regenerate. Fire is about the only thing we've seen do much good against them. We wasted a lot of ammo just now, and we didn't even kill it." "Carver!" It was Garza yelling from the cargo bay. "You need to get back here." Max turned and dashed to the back. She stood on the ramp next to the Osprey's flight engineer, who'd taken over manning the machine gun for the crew chief. Garza was frantically pointing out the back. Max looked and saw 4 roughly man-sized things floating with huge, bat-like wings. Behind them, a dozen of the colony's vacuum airships. The same ones that knocked his helicopter out of the sky when this all started. They were all heading straight for the Osprey. Chapter 13. Black Rock Desert, Nevada.
I don't like the look of this,
Tal said. Look at what? Joey asked, rising to his feet. Martha stood too, her face lined with concern. Tal counted 4 thickly muscled bikers moving fluidly around clusters of people intent on her. Tal took a few steps back. There was nowhere to go but the rocky plains behind her. There might be a few hundred people here in this roadside camp, but it wouldn't be hard to find the pregnant lady.
Nix? I am here, Talisha.
Who are you talking to? Joey asked. And what's going on?
I don't know, but those guys are staring right at us and coming this way. I don't like it.
Tal took another few steps back.
They probably just want to make sure you're comfortable, dear,
Martha said. The edge in her voice belied the calm she tried to project. They were on the west side of the camp near the entrance. Her group was on the fringes. Tal began walking north, turning in so that she was heading toward the main part of the camp.
Tal, where are you going?
Martha called from behind her. 2 of the bikers broke off from the others and moved to intercept her. There was no question in Tal's mind now that they were after her. What was going on here, and what did they want with her?
Nix, I need some help here,
Tal said. Who's Nix? Joey asked. Tal ignored him.
I am afraid there is little I can do. You granted me permission to take over, when directed, to take defensive actions, but I believe that would endanger your child. Who are they? What do they want?
I don't know, Joey said, appearing at her side, assuming Tal was speaking to him. 2 more large men appeared out of the crowd. They were all similarly dressed, thick leather jackets and vests, laden with patches in either jeans or leather pants. Half had long hair, and all of them had beards or thick horseshoe mustaches. All wore dark sunglasses. The bikers closed the distance too quickly for Tal to do anything. A barrel-chested man with dark hair who looked like he was about to split his leathers, but was surprisingly light on his feet, loomed over her. He held up a huge hand and growled out, "You want to come with us, miss?"
No, I don't want to do that. Leave me alone.
Joey tried to interpose himself between Tal and the leather-clad biker. The lady said to leave her alone. Joey was a tall, well-built kid and looked like he could handle himself.
This don't concern you,
the biker said, not taking his eyes off Tal.
What you want to do is back off.
Joey shot a hand out, slamming it into the man's chest. The giant didn't even budge. Tal, go! The next instant passed by so quickly it would have been over in a blink, but to Tal's eyes it seemed to slow down. She had time to think that this was Nix or the Nexome, and then to wonder whether she could separate those 2 things anymore. A biker moved in behind Joey, grabbing him by the shoulders and yanking him back and off his feet. As Joey dropped, the biker cocked his arm back and delivered a pile-driving punch to Joey's chest. Tal watched Joey's eyes go wide, nearly popping out of his head, and he made a sick, gurgling sound as his last breath got caught somewhere between his lungs and his mouth. From the corner of her eye, she saw the man who drove the truck she'd ridden in running toward them. He was holding a rock. The biker stepped in to close the distance and landed a right hook on his jaw. The truck driver crumbled to the dirt. Some people stood to confront this new danger around them. Others just looked away, pretending not to notice, as though it were some kind of embarrassing thing to watch. The biker nearest Tal opened the flaps of his vest, revealing a pistol jammed into his pants. The newest group of challengers saw that and immediately knew the score.
None of this concerns you,
the biker told them. He grabbed Tal roughly by the arm and started dragging her away. His fellows closed in around him in a natural movement. They had experience with this.
In case you were thinking of screaming,
he said into Tal's ear,
don't.
The man raised an arm, and Tal saw a few clouds of dirt rising in the air as vehicles closed in on them.
Nix, can you hear me?
Nix appeared next to her.
I can hear you, Talisha.
Thinking at Nix and having her respond with speech was mildly dissonant.
Nix, you need to get help. I don't know how, but you need to get help.
The softly glowing apparition looked around as if surveying the landscape.
There is no functioning communications infrastructure,
Nix said, her voice infuriatingly calm.
You have to do something!
The man jerked her over to the left towards the onrushing vehicles. This was clearly planned. The question was, by whom?
These men all have tattoos similar to the Knights of the Golden Dawn,
Nix said. The vehicles closed in, easily moving over the rocky terrain. Several of the bikers fanned out, creating a thuggish barrier between Talisha and any onlookers.
What do you want with me?
We're not talking here, he said.
I got it. Either you don't have any answers or your boss just doesn't trust you with them.
That got a laugh. It was a grisly, throaty sound, the chortle of distant thunder. That's good. I know you're dangerous. That's good enough for me. The approaching vehicles slowed and Tal could make them out now. The lead was a dark green 1980s Ford Bronco. One was a pickup and another a Jeep Wrangler, both looking like they were from the late 80s or early 90s. The vehicles slowed and stopped, more of the biker's kind behind the wheel. Tal didn't see any options. She couldn't overpower them, couldn't run away, and she had a good idea what would happen if she screamed. There might be armed people in this camp, but she doubted any of them would intervene on her behalf, especially if they'd seen how quickly the bikers dispatched her would-be defenders. Tal replayed the last few minutes in her mind. She could feel the Nexome now. Every image flipped by like watching instant replay. There it was.
Nix, I'm going to act. When I do, you can defend me. Do whatever you have to do to keep my baby safe. Talisha, I must recommend against this. I'm not going with them. Can the Nexome augment my senses, my reactions? Yes, that is one of its functions. Back me up, Nix. I don't know if it needs prompting or if it just responds, but amp it up.
Let's go, the biker said, jerking her forward. Tal turned into his body, shooting her arm out like a snake for his waistband. The movement was lightning fast. She'd never moved that quickly before, not even in her best days training in the IDF. Before the man could react, Tal had her hand on his pistol. In one movement, she ripped it free and clicked off the safety. The Nexome told her this was a .45 caliber Sig Sauer 1911 Emperor Scorpion. She gripped the pistol with her other hand just as he was waking to what happened. Everything moved so slowly it was as if Tal were watching it in slow motion. She fired, twice. 2 bullets hit the biker's hip and he collapsed, roaring in pain. Given the state of things right now, if this guy walked again, it would be a legitimate miracle. Tal twisted and fired twice more, putting a round in each of the thugs in front of her as they were reacting to the first gunshots. Both crumpled. She registered angry shouts and terrified screams. Tal pivoted to see 2 more bikers running up to her, drawing weapons as they did. She fired once, dropping one, and then firing at the second. The bullet struck him in the center of his chest, and he flipped backwards in a gruesome imitation of a pole vaulter topping a bar. His legs went up, and he crashed to the ground. 5 down in as many seconds. Tal whipped around, planting a kick in an attacker's groin. She hadn't even seen him. Then her gun hand shot out, snapping the man in the throat. "Nix!" He dropped to the ground. Tal counted 4 more, having just leaped out of the vehicles and converging on her. She knew now that this model of pistol only carried 8 rounds. She sighted the closest one and fired. He fell to the ground as the others closed in. Tal adjusted her aim to the next biker in line. There was 1 more round and 3 more attackers. She did not have time to look for a reload. "Nix, find me another weapon now." Tal fired her last shot, and an attacker dropped. "The closest weapon is a 9mm pistol 3 feet away." A red outline appeared on the ground, immediately drawing her attention to it. Tal's head exploded in pain, and her vision flooded with stars. She saw white, and then she saw black. Tal came to, and she was moving. Everything was black. Her head hurt like hell. She felt her breath on her face and realized there was something incredibly heavy over her head. It was fabric, but just barely. It felt like a weighted blanket, but made of ballistic nylon. As her senses gradually came around, Tal realized she was lying on her side. They'd handcuffed her and put a hood over her head. It felt like the same ballistic nylon material as the blanket they'd covered her with.
"Nix, I am here, Talisha." Why can't I see you? There is a hood over your head and another over your body. It is blocking any communication out. I suspect it acts like a Faraday pouch.
That would make sense, Tal reasoned. A Faraday pouch was built using the same electromagnetic blocking principles as the cage for which it was named. Law enforcement agencies used Faraday pouches when they confiscated small electronic devices, like phones, so their signals remained untraceable, even if the device was off. Nix told her that the COG was looking for her, and that the tattoos on the bikers matched that group. Monk knew she'd taken Nexome, so she had to assume he knew what it did.
Is my baby okay?
She cursed herself for so stupidly putting her child at risk. What did she think she was doing? Was she going to shoot her way out of the camp?
The baby is fine, Talisha,
Nix said calmly.
You are not badly injured, and although you suffered injury to the back of the head, there is no permanent damage. You were not concussed. The Nexome is repairing the damaged tissue. How long have I been out? You have been unconscious for 49 minutes. Where are we going? I do not know. My awareness is limited to your body when constrained in this way. I cannot determine direction or location. How did I do all that? How did I fight off 5 people at once? The Nexome increased your reaction time to peak human levels while allowing your brain to process information at an accelerated rate. The result is that, to your mind, it appears that time is slowing down in relation to the world around you. You are processing information, choosing actions, and moving faster than anyone around you.
According to Nix's count, it was another 43 minutes until they reached their destination. The last few minutes were at a decided incline. Tal felt the vehicle turn about and stop, and then heard doors opening and closing. Rough hands yanked the blanket off but left the hood on, and they dragged her out of the vehicle. When she was on her feet, someone on either side grabbed her arms and pushed her forward. Without the benefit of her eyes or Nix being able to communicate with the outside world, Tal didn't know how far. Wherever it was cold here. A bitter wind howled. They spun her around and shoved her in a chair. Someone pulled the hood off, and Tal saw the yellowed metal bars of what she assumed was a Faraday cage around her. There, standing inside the cage, was a decidedly not dead monk. Chapter 14. The Colony, Brazil. You need to get in the air now, Max told the engineer. He pointed at the advancing vacuum airships, the strange aircraft designed around a vacuum in a sphere that provided their lift. They each had a mass of biomechanical tentacles extending from their noses that Max assumed functioned like a crane or lifting mechanism. Max had also seen them crash into their helicopter and forcibly knock them out of the sky, which was how they got stranded here originally. Tell the pilot, those things took out our helo. Max turned and leaned into Garza. Grab Iona and all of our gear, we're moving out. Garza nodded. Max grabbed the crew chief's discarded headset and got the pilot's attention. I have 1 wounded and another who is in shock. I'd like to evac them with you. Wait, you're not coming? Max shook his head. We came here to stop some really bad things from happening. Worse than this? If you can believe it, yes. Listen, we'd really like a ride home, but you need to get this bird in the air and get somewhere safe in the next 30 seconds. You got about 16 hostiles coming this way. One of those things took our helicopter down a few days ago. Look, Carver, I've got an MC-130 en route now to refuel us. I have enough gas to loiter for maybe 30 minutes before I have to turn tail and burn for my refueling point. If I can convince that combat shadow to hold station, I might buy you more time, but it'll be their call, and I need them to get us back to Conus. This thing doesn't have the range. You leave, you could be stuck here. I understand. I'll get a radio from Colonel Wheatley. We'll stay on the same channel you talked to him on. Roger that. I'm gone. Max pulled the headphones off. He turned to the flight engineer. As soon as you're off the ground, you open up with this and hit anything that doesn't look like people. You got me? The airman nodded. Max ran over to Wheatley and explained the plan. Wheatley shook his hand, gave him the radio, and said good luck. Max stepped off the back of the Osprey just as it lifted off. A breath later, he heard the machine gun opening up, tracer rounds tearing bright lines in the sky.
The gunner hit one of the flying golems and tore it apart. The other two broke off to avoid fire, diving for the cover of the trees. The gunner shifted his aim to the softly glowing vacuum airships. Although now that the Osprey was airborne, they weren't much of a threat. The aircraft outclimbed them quickly. That didn't stop the gunner from splashing 3. The 4 of them watched the Osprey rise, picking up speed, and then saw the rotors tilt forward to become propellers. The aircraft gained altitude and disappeared into the clouds, leaving them alone. Max knew he could have asked some of the Special Forces troops to stay and fight with him. On one level, he wished he had. They were tough, resourceful fighters, good problem solvers. Perhaps together they could have found other ways of defeating those golems with the limited tools they had at their disposal. But they had orders to bring Belloc in, orders that came from a president who didn't have the benefit of current intelligence or potentially any intelligence. Further, POTUS didn't know Benjamin Belloc, didn't know what he was capable of now. Max couldn't have people on his team that might try to change the mission out of blind loyalty to decision-makers who acted on a wildly incomplete picture. How many disasters had he seen in Afghanistan because of that? There was another part to his decision, and it had everything to do with sending those soldiers home.
"What now?"
Garza said. Max stared out across the colony's central space. "Well, anyone who's here knows we're here too. Best not to stand around." Ben Belloc grew the colony as much as he'd built it. The buildings were massive kapok trees, some 200 feet tall. Through a combination of bioengineering and an assisted construction technique Max didn't fully understand, Belloc grew these trees in months rather than decades, making them taller than their natural counterparts. Then they grafted multi-room structures onto the sides, supported by the huge branches, effectively turning these enormous trees into living buildings. The tree structures, for lack of a better term, formed a kidney-shaped ring around a central area that was approximately 600 meters from end to end. Most interesting, the leaves of the tree structures harvested sunlight, acting as a kind of biological solar cell. They glowed, emitting a soft green bioluminescence. The colony's outer wall wrapped around it all, sealing it in. Wooden staircases spiraled around the trees, extending from the forest floor to the uppermost levels, and there were bridges between the trees. Members of the colony could move between them freely without having to touch the flooded ground. The closest stair was about 15 meters away. Water continued to fill the central space despite the wall and closed gates, flooding the colony's grounds. Max couldn't help but wonder if that was by design. "Here's the plan. This place looks empty, but I think we need to make certain. The hangars and airship dock were on the north side. Kruger blew up 2 of the 3 hangars when he attacked this place. We'll go up there." Max pointed to the stairs. "Garza, you and Bull make for the hangar and destroy the airships and any Nexome you find. If Belloc is there, hold him. Iona and I will look for the command center. If he's not there, we'll start checking labs."
"Roger that. We'll radio when we're done,"
Garza said, and she and Bull took off. "Let's head out," Max said. "Which way to the command center?" Iona pointed at a huge tree structure.
"Computers are about the only thing that Ben couldn't grow. Originally, we wanted to put the data center underground, but Ben didn't want to disrupt the ecology, and that would have required ripping out the surrounding root structure."
Max followed Iona up the curving stairs around the kapok trunk to the main level. It was roughly the height of a 2-story building. They walked over to a railing.
"That cluster over there on the ground,"
Iona pointed at a group of domes around the base of the tree. They looked like a pile of opaque bubbles.
"The main computers are there. The quantum arrays are up there," she said.
"Getting into those pods is going to be a problem. We open the doors and they're going to flood. Kind of defeats the purpose," Max said.
"We can access them from nearly anywhere. The challenge will be transferring the data you're after to something we can transport."
"What are you talking about?" Max asked.
"The colony's research. It's all here. We need to take as much of it as we can."
"No, we need to burn this place to the ground."
"Data doesn't work that way, Carver. Belloc wouldn't put all of his resources in one place. It'll be backed up, so even if you dropped a nuke on this place, he'd still have it. That's not the point. We need to take it with us. If he's really smuggling Nexome out of here, taking that research with us might give some clue what he plans to do with it.
I'd like to have something more concrete than we think he wants to make everyone a zombie. Ben thinks bigger than that. Also, if we can figure out how he made it, we can try to figure out how to counteract it. He scanned the trees for more of those flying golems, but he didn't see them. That alone made him nervous. He knew they'd be watching. With the Osprey gone, the vacuum airships reversed course and floated back to the landing pad. Max looked at his arms as he walked. The red blotches of acid rain burn had already cleared away, healed by the Nexome. He thought about his last conversation with Tal and her describing that symbiotic entity, Nyx. It reminded Max of Ben's central AI and virtual reality environment, which he called Gaia. Gaia ran the complex, and so much more. When Max interacted with it, he couldn't tell the difference between Gaia and any flesh-and-blood woman he'd met. Was she an alien intelligence? One of these information viruses? Were they the same thing? Leave it to Ben to invent world-changing technology. However, what Max had seen here was far and above anything Max believed humanly possible. Did that mean Max was infected with this information virus? Were they controlling him, altering his mind? He dashed down the platform, the tree structure looming in front of him. It must be 20 meters wide. Max realized he hadn't been able to fully appreciate the sheer wonder of this place when they'd first been here. Imagine what Ben might have been able to do if Aeon hadn't happened. There were wide, long windows that conformed to the tree shape. Max knew from his first time here that the glass was actually wood. The other side of the window was dark. There was a slight out-dent next to the door. If it hadn't been for the sharp angle, Max would have assumed it was just a bowl or perhaps a branch that had broken off. Iona waved her hand underneath it, palm up. Nothing happened. She wiped her hand on her pant leg and tried it a second time. Again, nothing happened. I don't understand. This should recognize me. Unless Belloc thought to deactivate everyone's access, Max said. Let me try. I don't see why it. Max ignored her and slid his hand beneath the sensor. The door slid open and cool air poured out. Max raised his weapon and stepped inside. Garza and Bull worked their way around the eastern side of the complex. The rain stopped as abruptly as it started. Instead of a solid wall of cloud, there were tiger-striped bands, brightly glowing with the supernova's reflected light. This was all too weird. Garza wondered for about the 100th time how in the hell she ended up here. Garza was a soldier. Sure, she'd seen some strange things in her day, but it was the regular kind of strange, not the we grow buildings out of trees with glowing leaves kind of strange. She and Bull moved down the platform, which was about 6 meters wide with a safety railing on either side. The compound's outer wall connected with the left side of the walkway in those spaces when they were between trees. Garza recognized the one up ahead. That served as the infirmary, a series of interconnected pods. That's the hospital up ahead, she told Bull. I remember that's where I had my first real not in Kansas anymore moment. Let's hit it up on the way back. Never hurts to have aid kits. Good idea, assuming we can get in. Garza hadn't thought of that. Iona had made a big deal of coming when Max really didn't seem to want her, but as she thought on it, neither Garza nor Bull could open anything locked. Not unless they blew it up, shot it off, or burned it down. The colony's design was ingenious. The walkways all had a roof made of transparent wood, which protected people from the Amazon's pervasive rain. In fact, Garza pointed out a faint glow inside their walkway, suggesting it would illuminate at night. They reached the tree that held the infirmary and followed the curving path past it, revealing the northern half of the complex. Think you'll ever get used to this alien shit? Bull asked. You mean that alien shit? Garza pointed. In the distance, they saw the one remaining hangar, a huge gray bubble several stories tall. The other two were almost completely gone. Garza saw movement. Down, she kneeled. I've got contact, 10 o'clock. Max stepped through the door and immediately cleared the room. Belloc didn't waste any space in the colony. Everything served a specific purpose. There were no waiting rooms or entryways, so when Max entered the area and the lights flickered on, he found himself in a large control room. Gaia and its subsidiary systems automated most of the colony's functions.
so most of the human interfaces were for research. The control room had only 2 workstations for a human operator facing a large, round window. There were 4 ultra-wide curved monitors at each station. Max also saw a VR rig lying flat next to a keyboard and a set of haptic feedback gloves. Monitors inset into the far wall showed a variety of system status of health reports, all of which were meaningless to Max. Belloc intended that work done here was in their VR environment. When Max first arrived here 2 days ago, he thought keeping track of time was getting hard. Ben told him he was evacuating his people, sending them north of the equator to safety. It seemed strange to him that Ben would leave anything behind. This was his life's work, and he'd just abandoned it? Even with Aeon, Max assumed Ben would have taken most with him to resume his work in a safer place. Maybe that's what the airships were for. Ben couldn't only be concerned about preserving the Nexome, could he? Max's hopes of finding Ben and talking him out of whatever he was planning evaporated. They'd abandoned the colony.
"He's not here," Iona said. "I don't think anyone is."
Garza lifted her rifle and peered through the weapon's fire control system and toggled the image magnifier. Scores of small, spider-like creatures swarmed over the hangar. The spiders appeared to share the golem's mottled green-brown. They swarmed over the wreckage of the buildings Kruger had blown up and looked like they were eating it.
"Amazing," she drawled. "More of those golem things, but smaller. They're breaking it down, probably going to reuse the material."
Makes you think that old Ben Belloc may not have planned to abandon this place after all,
Bull said.
"Yeah, look over there,"
Garza said, pointing. There was a line of spider-bots crawling over to a spot on the northern wall, and they were building it higher.
"You want odds they're building a dome or something?"
Nope.
Garza stood and refocused her attention on what Bull first saw when they rounded the corner. There was a raised, covered platform near the hangar about 40 feet off the ground, supported by several of the Kapok trunks. She could see stacks of crates on it. Garza counted 3 airships hovering next to it. These were larger versions than what she'd seen previously, although the design was the same. The cockpit and crew compartment were in the front with a large wraparound windscreen. Long tendrils extended out from beneath the crew compartment to grasp the cargo containers on the platform and lift them into an internal bay beneath the vacuum balloon. To Garza's eye, they looked like a floating cuttlefish the size of a city bus. It was as advanced as it was terrifying to look at. Belloc sure as hell could have designed something that looked a little more normal. That guy really over-indexed on his natural design philosophy. Since they'd first arrived at the colony, they'd seen 3 different versions of airships, ranging from single-person, an automobile-sized version, and now this larger one. Presumably, the latter was for hauling cargo.
"I count 3 airships,"
Garza said, peering through her fire control sight.
"Range is 111 meters.
"Copy that," Bull said. Garza didn't see any people on the platform, and the airship canopies were too dark to tell whether they had any human pilots. They needed to get closer if they were going to shoot these things down. Sneaking up would be problematic. The walkways were all transparent, so there was almost no cover between here and the platform. Bull slung his M7 rifle across his chest so he could carry the flamethrower. They could make fast work of those airships, but would need to close the distance to do it, and that would all be in the open. If those things were manned, there would be no sneaking up. Garza looked across the compound, her attention drawn by a flicker of light. She saw Carver and Iona through a window.
"Okay, here's what we're going to do," Garza said. "I don't like advancing on this level. We don't know if those airships are manned, and if they are, as soon as we get seen, they're bugging out. We stay here, and we're coming at them eye level. Let's move up to the top tier and then advance. There's a strong chance that they won't see us unless they're looking up. Even if they do, the height will give us extra time to hit the airships."
I don't like the idea of shooting those things until we know whether someone is in them,
Bull said.
"I'll remind you, those are the same people that invented those golems. They killed one of those airmen and almost took out you and Carver."
Yeah, that was all Belloc. We don't know that his people are crazy, too.
"Anyone down here is fit for a straitjacket. We don't even know for sure people are in those things.
Garza said.
Only one way to find out.
Staying crouched, Garza crab-walked back in the direction they'd come. She stood once she reached the stairs. Garza took the stairs 2 at a time, climbing quickly. There were 3 tiers with transparent walkways connecting the trees. The kapok tree extended far above their heads, leafing out with those softly glowing photoreceptors. But it looked to Garza that this was as far as the human-occupied portion went. Garza readied her weapon.
We're going to stay low and move as quickly as we can. Hopefully no one picks us up. There's 3 more of these treehouse things between us and the airships. I think we can make it in 4 minutes.
Roger, Bull said.
Keep that flamer handy. As soon as you see me get into firing position, drop it and switch out.
Bull nodded.
I hate doing shit on the fly,
Garza muttered. She crouched low and took off. Bull's heavy steps landed solidly at her heels. Garza saw that it had clouded over again, and the clouds had that eerie pink glow to them. Thunder rumbled in the distance. They cleared the first of the 3 tree structures, rounding the backside to stay out of sight, and raced down the platform. Garza was almost to the cover of the second tree when she heard Bull call out. She felt a concussive force slam her from behind, and everything went black.
Do your thing, Doc, Max said, pointing at the terminal. There were 4 workstations here and a wall of blue-black server racks along the wall. This room also had storage cabinets built into walls. No one would even know they were there, but for the inset handles and door outlines. Iona walked over to her workstation, sat, and activated the terminal. She entered her credentials and a red banner appeared, informing the doctor she was not authorized. Iona tried again, mumbling to herself that something wasn't right. She grabbed the VR rig, putting it over her head, and slid on the haptic gloves. Her hands and head moved in furtive gestures that Max couldn't hope to follow, but the result was the same. Max's radio burst to life with Bull shouting, "Max, we need help now. Contact. We got contact. Garza is down. Need help." Bull's radio died. Chapter 15. The Colony, Brazil. "Stay here," Max said hurriedly. He shrugged out of his pack, grabbed the rifle, and dashed outside. Once he was on the platform, Max looked around to orient himself. He didn't know exactly where Bull and Garza were. A burst of semi-automatic fire took care of that. Max followed the circular walkway around the tree structure and looked up. He spotted Bull on the far side, firing sporadically. The flying golems had reappeared and gone on the attack. Max raced around to the other side, finding the stairs, and ran up the winding path. He passed the 3rd floor, bounding up the wide stairwell to the 4th. Chest heaving, Max ran over to the railing. Now he was on the same level as the flying golems, but on the other side of the compound. The 2 golems made swooping, diving attacks, jetting out of the way before Bull or Garza could get shots off. Garza was down now. Bull huddled over her, firing off ineffective sprays of fire. They were completely pinned. Just as one gargoyle cleared and it looked like Bull might return fire, the other swooped in, raking them with what looked like long black talons. Bull was probably 100 meters away. Max shouldered the rifle, sighted, and fired a quick burst. It was long range, and he didn't expect to do much. He just wanted to get its attention to give Bull time to change weapons. Footbridges on the 2nd and 4th levels spanned the central area, connecting the colony's 2 sides. Max moved quickly to the nearest one, the transparent wood walkway giving him an awkward sense of vertigo. Max kept the flying golems sighted. Gargoyle was the first thing that came to mind. He snapped off a few more rounds as he closed the gap. The thing hovered over Bull, kicking him with precisely aimed strikes and raking him with those talons. Max's burst hit the gargoyle's broad back, and it turned in midair to face him. An animal would scream. A person would shout a challenge or curses. The Xenobot did none of these things, only eerily locking eyes with Max and beating its wings with several powerful strokes. It made no sounds as it flew across the open sky. Max stepped onto the bridge and kneeled, getting a little cover on either side from the railings. He sighted the gargoyle and fired. The Xenobot beat its wings once and pulled up.
Max followed it with his rifle and squeezed off another burst. He saw several shots strike the gargoyle's torso, its body shaking violently with each one. The Xenobot's wings folded, and it seemed to hang in the air for a moment before it plunged. It dropped quickly, crashing into the footbridge railing with a wet crunch, then falling to the flooded space below. Bull dropped his flamethrower and drew the rifle. The second gargoyle beat its wings, quickly gaining altitude with its powerful strokes. Bull fired, but the thing tucked in on itself, folding its wings in and diving. The bullets went wide. The gargoyle dove almost faster than they could track. Just before it hit the ground, it spread its wings and pulled up, soaring underneath the bridge. Bull turned to follow it, aiming where he thought it would re-emerge, but it didn't reappear. Max rushed to the railing, aiming his rifle over the side, checking to make sure the one he'd shot was dead. He could see a little of the crumpled form beneath the rippling water. Max ran across the bridge to Bull, who was helping Garza to her feet. She had minor cuts on her face, likely from her fall, and she seemed dazed, but was otherwise okay. "I don't know where that gargoyle went, but let's get her inside before it comes back." "Gargoyle," Bull said, testing the word. "That works. I like that. I mean, I don't like it, but it fits, you know." "Ginevra, how are you feeling?" Garza had a hand on the railing for support, and the other was testing the back of her head. She pulled it back, and there was blood on it. "I'll live. We passed the infirmary on the way over. I think we should head there first." "That's a good idea. I'll go back and check on Iona." "We need you to open the doors," Garza said. "Oh, shit, that's not good," Bull said. Max followed his gaze across the colony over to the platform with the tethered, bus-sized airships. They were floating away. "No!" Max yelled and sprinted down the platform a dozen meters to the next tree. He raised his rifle and emptied the magazine at the airships as they floated off. They were already out of range. Max replaced the magazine, mostly out of muscle memory, and sighted the fleeing airships. The rangefinder in the fire control system told him it'd be more than a miracle for him to hit them at this distance. He sank to his knees and screamed, an issuance of utter and primal rage from the very bottom of his soul. The whole reason for coming here was to stop exactly that from happening. He'd risked their ride home for nothing. "Max," Bull called. It was a distant sound, and Max didn't reply. Ben wasn't here for Max to talk him out of this like Max thought he would be. Now he was watching the containers of Nexome that he promised his wife they'd destroy fly away. "Max!" He turned to see Bull at the other end of the path, pulling his flamethrower off the ground. Garza leaned against the railing. "We've got more immediate problems, man." Max saw 4 more gargoyles in the sky, and they were closing quickly. Iona had managed to at least get into the VR environment. Her construct was a tropical beach-side pagoda overlooking the water, palms gently swaying in the imagined breeze. A platinum-blonde woman wearing a white dress appeared in the pagoda. "Hello, Gaia," Iona said as evenly and calmly as she could muster. "Dr. Alcott, while it is nice to speak with you again, I really must urge you to leave. It is not safe here. Mr. Belloc has issued the evacuation order. All colony personnel were to have departed already. I understand that, Gaia, but there are files I need to bring with me. They are for the backup side. Dr. Alcott, Mr. Belloc has taken everything with him that is required for ongoing operations. He did not permit me to release anything else. Gaia, I'm overriding that. Unfortunately, Dr. Alcott, you do not have the authorization. Gaia, the colony wouldn't exist if it weren't for me." Frustration boiled up inside her with an unchecked intensity. Iona couldn't believe that she was having to argue with a computer. Although that wasn't entirely accurate, was it? "Mr. Belloc truly appreciates your contributions to our mission, Dr. Alcott, but unfortunately, this is not possible. Where is Ben, Gaia? Is it possible for me to speak to him? Mr. Belloc has evacuated to safety, which I must again urge you to do, Dr. Alcott." Gaia's voice was so matter-of-fact and insistent. "I'm afraid that if you do not heed my requests,
You will force me to motivate your departure.
That didn't sound good, whatever it meant.
I'd like to speak to Ben now, Gaia. Unfortunately, that is not possible, as Mr. Belloc is currently out of reach. However, if you follow his orders to leave the colony, I am certain we could arrange a link once you are safely away.
Iona was truly amazed. Ben had taught Gaia to lie. Or at the very least, she'd learned to be evasive. Gaia was showing actual guile. That was so far beyond the current state of the AI art. Then again, Gaia wasn't exactly your average expert system.
Gaia, I'm issuing an executive override and will take full control of the colony's systems. My access phrase is Mountain Orange 7 Parabola Octave. My apologies, Dr. Alcott, but there is no such thing.
What the hell? Spectrum had put these safeguards in place for precisely this contingency. Iona repeated the command and the passphrase, speaking each word as slowly and clearly as her nerves would allow.
Again, I am sorry, Dr. Alcott, but the executive override you speak of does not exist.
Max covered Bull and Garza as they ran down the walkway to the infirmary. He'd taken out another of the gargoyles but had to empty his magazine to do it. Apparently they were fast learners and added evasive maneuvers to their repertoire. He only had 2 magazines left, the rest were in his pack. But like animals that learned about fire the hard way, the remaining gargoyles were now wary of Max and gave him a wide berth. He figured either they were communicating with each other and adjusting tactics, or a single mind controlled them like appendages. Max looked down to the end of the walkway and saw Bull and Garza standing by the door. They couldn't get in, only he could. Max fired in a spraying arc, an undisciplined waste of ammunition, but he needed those things to clear out. Then he bolted for his companions. Max reached them and Bull shouldered past him, hefting the flamethrower. As he bent toward the door, Max heard the thrower ignite. He waved his hand over the identification plate, and it recognized the Nexome. The door unlocked and opened. Max helped Garza in and called to Bull, who doused the thrower and followed them. He remembered this room from his first time here, waking in a bed on the far wall beneath a window of transparent wood, when he'd come to after the helicopter crash. Bull and Garza fanned out, looking for anything that might be useful. Max watched the door. The gargoyles hovered outside, but didn't otherwise move in. Max said, "Shades," and the windows darkened. "What gives?" Bull asked, looking over. "Makes it a little harder for those things to see what we're doing. We leave through the second floor, exit, and hopefully buy ourselves enough time to get back to Iona." Bull nodded. "I'm good here," he said. Bull grabbed a few first aid kits and some other things. Max, Bull, and Garza all had basic buddy care skills from the military, but that was the extent of their medical training. Garza appeared with gauze, iodine, bandages, and antibiotic ointment. Max cleaned and dressed the wound on the back of her head. Luckily, it didn't look that bad. She popped a couple of painkillers and chased them with her water bottle. Max guided them to the internal stairs and led them down to the second floor. He pointed at the bridge that spanned the colony's central grounds, linking them with the building Iona was in. "I'll hang back and cover you two," Bull said. "Can you run?" Max asked Garza.
"Doesn't matter," Garza said. "I will."
Max turned to Bull. "You heard the lady." He opened the door, offering Garza his arm for support, but she shrugged him off. Max ran first, his rifle out, sweeping left to right, looking for gargoyles. He moved quickly, not at full speed, keeping a pace he thought Garza could maintain. They had minimal cover from above with the bridge on the 4th level. The walkway was transparent, so it wouldn't hide them. It would at least create an obstacle for the gargoyles to navigate. "We got company," Bull shouted behind them. Max chanced a backward glance in time to see a blurred shape rocket between him and Bull. A gargoyle dive-bombed them, flying in between the bridges. It unfurled its wings and pulled up, banking and gliding back in their direction. Bull skidded to a stop and loosed a jet of fire from the thrower. The gargoyle beat its wings several times, pulling itself backward and out of range. Max reached the other side and opened the door for Garza, who dove through. Bull, let's go! Bull covered his retreat with several more bursts of flame on either side of the bridge, walking backward as he did. He turned and ran the last 20 meters.
Well, that happened,
Bull said dryly when he crashed through the door. Iona stood in the portal between rooms, a concerned look on her face.
The goddamn airships left, Max said, shaking his head. All this way for nothing.
He looked for something to throw or kick, anything to be a receptacle for his anger and frustration.
Iona said, I'm completely locked out of the system. That isn't supposed to be possible. What do you mean?
Garza asked.
We designed back doors into the colony's operating systems in case Belloc went off the rails. When I issued my access code, Gaia told me that the override didn't even exist.
What do we do now?
Bull asked.
Max said, Well, I could try. I might have different access. Things seem to work around here for me.
It can't hurt,
Iona said in an exasperated tone that said it probably couldn't help either. Max was moving towards the control room when he saw a shadow come across one of the outer doors. It opened, and a golem crashed inside. Chapter 16. Location unknown.
You killed 3 men today, Monk said. The other 4 require medical attention, which is rather scarce these days.
I'm sorry I didn't get all 7. And speaking of the dead, why aren't you? I saw you get shot.
Monk ignored the question.
Your escape was rather impressive, I must admit.
Monk was an imposing figure. He was black, but an albino, with a large frame and wide, brooding eyes. He wore a black hoodie, black jeans, and red sneakers.
But it's still going to cost me with the group that I contracted to help me. Which means, Talisha, it's going to cost you.
She looked to be in a barn, and an old one at that. The wood was gray, weathered, and there were gaps between the boards. It was still daylight. Monk gestured, and 2 people appeared out of the darkness. They uncuffed her hands and immediately snapped one end around the chair's thin arm. One of them pushed her sleeve up and held her arm in place, while the other stepped forward with an alcohol swab.
How are you still alive?
Tal asked.
I saw you get gunned down in San Francisco.
She didn't bother asking why they were taking a blood sample. Tal could figure that out for herself.
It is helpful to be prepared,
Monk said, and then tugged on his hoodie.
You can hide a lot underneath one of these. Didn't stop everything, though.
Tal finally noticed the limp as Monk moved. She remembered that he'd taken one in the calf.
What's with this?
Tal waved at the metal cage around her.
And the bag over my head?
You took that colony shit. I told you not to, and you did it anyway.
You're my keeper now?
We were working together. I thought we had an understanding.
I don't know who in the hell you think you are, Monk, but we are not on the same side. I am not involved in whatever you have going on here, and I don't want to know. I just want to get home to my husband. So, you've gotten your little sample. Now can I go?
First of all, as someone supposedly concerned about her family, you sure seem to put yourself in some dangerous situations. If I was about to have a child, I don't know that I'd go about getting into fistfights.
Call it a protective instinct. When a bunch of thugs try to jump me, I get defensive.
Whatever. As to the cage, I think you know what that is already. We don't want any of your colony friends dropping in. This should block any signals in or out.
Monk's heavy eyes narrowed. His irises were pink and seemed to shine in the darkness. A trick of what little light there was, and just looking at him felt like spiders crawling down her back. Tal wasn't worried about resisting interrogation. The army prepared her for that. They trained her to stand up to the worst of what Hezbollah, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and Hamas could throw at her. Monk and his band of prepper weirdos didn't scare her. What did was the Faraday cage. She couldn't communicate with Max as long as she was in it. No one would know she was here, and no one could find out.
I thought we concluded our business, Monk. I hacked the NSA for you. What do you want with me?
I should think that would be obvious about now, he said. One of his people took another vial of blood from her arm.
So, what, you just keep me here forever, draw blood when you need it?
You still don't know what any of this is about, Talisha, do you?
Monk waved his arms wide, encompassing the surrounding space. An icy wind whipped in between the planks, howling angrily.
The nights we watch the watchmen, so to speak. The people who knew this all was going to happen. They knew, and they didn't do a damned thing about it.
Tal wanted to roll her eyes at him, but that would only infuriate him. When they met in San Francisco, Monk told her about the Knights' philosophy, how they believed humanity lived in a simulation, though she had to admit there was a certain grim logic to it. So many strange, inexplicable things had happened over the last several years. It almost felt like an angry child was playing God with the world.
And you think that taking the Nexome is going to help you fight back?
The Knights will survive the coming storm, if that's what you mean.
I don't know if you've been outside lately, pal, but the storm already hit.
Monk chuckled softly. It sounded like an old engine turning over. He walked over to a workbench on the far side of the cage, grabbed something, and returned to stand over Tal. It was a water bottle. He handed it to her. Tal looked at it skeptically. She didn't want to take anything from him.
Seal ain't been broke yet, he said. But in answer to your question, you're right. A storm has hit, yes. But it's just another part of the simulation, another adversity to weaken humanity, make us more susceptible to their programming.
Who is they here?
Tal accepted the bottle. It was difficult to break the cap open with one hand cuffed to the chair, but she managed. She took a tentative sip. Tal saw Nix appear beside her in her peripheral vision and move over to a spot next to Monk. Tal again wondered if she was going crazy. Maybe she had snapped. The stress of the supernova, of their entire society folding in on itself, of Max being wherever the hell he was, and her pregnancy. Maybe it broke her.
The government, America's government, their government, all of them, in it together, using AI to manipulate what we see and hear, and pattern influence on a global scale. It's the media we consume, the news we're fed. It's the calculated outrage on social media. It's the wars that keep getting fought for no discernible outcome other than just to fight.
Speaking as someone who grew up under the daily threat of terrorists, that makes little sense.
I know,
Monk said emphatically. And Tal realized he thought she was agreeing with him.
You get what I mean. Governments invent wars to fight, to keep people occupied so they don't ask questions. They get them hyped up on social media, attacking each other, pitting groups against each other. They play both sides of the argument to incite people on both sides, then sit back and watch the chaos. You know that what is now Iraq was 3 different states when the British took it over in the early 20th century? They had 3 distinct ethnic and religious groups that they pitted against each other to rule over the collective whole. Figured they were so busy fighting each other they'd never organize and revolt against the oppressor. That's what this is about, Talisha, but on a global scale. Manufactured chaos. When we say simulation, we mean a system that's manipulated by elites. Spectrum was our proof that there was a ghost in the machine. We have loyal followers, people who believe in every sector of government. That's how we knew about Spectrum, how we got the back door through the firewall. Tal took a deep drink. She realized that her head didn't hurt. In fact, she wasn't in any pain anywhere, except for the regular discomfort of late-term pregnancy. Tal shifted the water bottle to her other hand, the one cuffed to the chair, and felt the back of her head where they'd hit her. It didn't hurt and wasn't even tender to the touch. When she brought her hand back, there was no blood on it. Now, what can you tell me about it? Monk said. I don't know anything, Tal replied. If you don't start deciding to be honest with me, we're going to be here a long time, Talisha. Now let's start over. Monk asked questions that Tal honestly couldn't answer. How was the Nexome designed? How did it work? Could they replicate it? Tal told him repeatedly that she didn't know. She didn't tell him about Nyx or about how she'd convinced Tal to ingest the Nexome. Monk sensed she was leaving something out. He didn't believe her story and told her as much. I have to get out of this stupid cage, she told herself. If she could talk to Max, she might get help. But who would help her? And even if someone would, there was no way to communicate with them. Still, she wanted to talk to her husband. Even if he was half a world away, Max might know what to do, how to help. Monk was droning on, still asking inane questions. I have to use the bathroom, she said, breaking in. Monk stared down at her with those weird pink eyes. He hooked a bucket with his foot and pushed it toward her. No, Tal said. Monk reached up and wrapped the metal bar over his head. You don't leave this place. That's kind of the point. I'm not peeing in a bucket, she told him firmly. Then don't. Not yet. No, she said again, and touched her round belly. It's not like I'm going to run anywhere. And just to put that little bug in your ear, I should not be sitting out in this cold barn. I should be inside with access to a bed. Unless you're willing to take on a hell of a lot more responsibility in the next few weeks, you really need to think about letting me the hell out of here. Monk gave her a thin, humorless smile. First things first, I don't care about your kid. If you were all that concerned, you shouldn't have put yourself in this situation. Monk moved close and slapped her hard with the backside of his hand, so much that his knuckles rattled her teeth. Tal tasted blood in her mouth. Now that we got that straight, get comfortable. Monk left her in the cage, taking a few of his followers with him but leaving an armed guard at the door. The man with the rifle looked at her and laughed and then turned to face outside. Tal didn't know how long Monk left her. She could see the sunlight trace a track on the floor and guessed it was at least an hour. The pressure in her bladder only built, and Tal guessed that was part of the point. She'd accepted the water bottle, Monk guessing correctly she had had little to drink in a while. Then he just let nature do its thing. Monk returned, smiling smugly. He leaned in and whispered something to the guard, who flicked an eye at Tal and laughed again. Monk approached the Faraday cage and made a show of opening the cage. How are you feeling, Talisha? Monk had a thick voice. It always sounded like he was speaking through wet cotton. I'm in a cold barn handcuffed to a chair, she replied flatly. Monk gave her a throaty, Then, answer some questions for me and I'll let you use a bathroom in private. Fine. How does it work? I don't know. Wrong answer, Monk said, and casually rubbed the knuckles on his hand. I'm not lying, Monk. I don't know. I only marginally know what it can do, and I don't know how it works or how they made it. I'm a developer. I'm not a biomechanics engineer or whatever the hell they used. So, you took a foreign substance designed in a private lab in Brazil without knowing what it does? I think you can skip trying to lay the pregnancy guilt trip on me from now on. I knew from intelligence reports that they'd built something to speed up healing. You saw that agent punch me. I was injured and desperate, so I took it. That was mostly true, and Monk was there when the agent hit her. But you knew that's not all it did, Monk said archly. No. I read it could also speed up reflexes.
The intel suggested they used microscopic machines called nanoparticles, I think. Admit nothing more than he already knows or can guess.
Is it active or passive? Do you control it?
Sort of. When I fought your people, I had to concentrate, then it came naturally.
Monk nodded, satisfied.
Good enough.
He whistled, and a couple more of his goons entered. The man at the door came over and leveled his rifle at her. 2 men entered the cage, and one also drew a pistol. Monk stepped out with a pistol of his own.
I'm going to let you use the bathroom now, so we can continue our talk. But if you try anything, I mean if you try to scratch an itch without permission, my men will drop you. Understand?
I got it.
One of Monk's men dropped the heavy ballistic nylon sack over her head and then released the cuff from the chair. He immediately slapped that on her other wrist and used that to jerk her to her feet.
One more thing, Talisha. We're going to talk again when you get back. Whether you see sunset depends entirely on whether I believe you.
Monk's thugs marched her out of the barn.
Watch your step,
Monk said, and dragged her through what she took to be a doorway. Tal wanted to ask him how he expected her to watch anything and decided against it. She heard the mechanical hum of generators and felt the welcoming touch of heat.
Plumbing doesn't work great, but it'll flush.
Monk pulled the hood off her head and pushed her, gently but firmly, into the bathroom. Tal closed the door behind her. There wasn't a lock. The wood was the same weathered planks as the barn, and it was cold. If this was a house, it was an old one. There was no mirror. It had a sink, and looking at the dirt and cobwebs, it hadn't seen water in a long time. There was a roll of toilet paper on the back of the commode and a roll of paper towels on the sink next to an industrial-sized bottle of hand sanitizer. Nix appeared in the small room.
I've determined that we are in an abandoned silver mine outside of Rochester, Nevada,
Nix said. Tal was about to respond, a natural reaction to someone speaking to her, and remembered to think about her response rather than vocalize it.
Can we connect to the colony network? Yes. They appear to have repositioned the satellites. We should have better coverage now. I need to talk to Max right now. Can you connect us?
She still wasn't sure how to access the network on her own.
When you connected to the colony's network, you connected to the entirety of the Nexome. You should be able to direct your thoughts to Max, or anyone else who is linked as you choose.
A cold thought ran through her.
Does that mean anyone on the Nexome can find me? I am currently hiding your position from Mr. Belloc and Gaia, but hypothetically, yes.
Add that to the list of problems.
Max?
Tal didn't know precisely how to do what Nix said. Before, Nix had managed the connections.
Max, can you hear me?
I can, baby, but I can't talk right now.
Why not? What's wrong?
Max said.
Because something is about to have me for lunch.
Chapter 17. The Colony, Brazil. Go! He shouted, firing a sharp burst at the golem as it thundered into the room. Max heard Iona scream behind him. The golem, normally too large to fit through a doorway, adjusted its proportions to squeeze through. Max would have expected a lumbering hulk like this to smash everything in its path. Instead, it moved gingerly through the control room as if careful not to disturb or break anything. Years of combat conditioned him to expect a thunderous roar of fury. The golem made no sound, except for the thud of its footsteps and the muffled slurp of a foot lifting off the floor. Iona froze. "Damn it, move!" Hands grabbed Iona from behind, yanking her toward the door. Max continued walking backwards and firing at the golem, the bullets just absorbing into the mass of gray-brown flesh. He made for the door, only realizing his flamer was still inside and too far away to grab. Thunder greeted him when he stepped outside onto the walkway. "We have to split up," Max shouted and fired another burst at the golem, which did nothing to slow it down. "Garza, take Iona up." Garza didn't hesitate. She grabbed Iona and dashed for the stairs. "Bull, that way," Max pointed. With a second to spare, he closed the control room door and ordered it locked. The golem's massive frame appeared in the doorway on the opposite side of the window, blocking out everything else. With his team moving, Max ran in the opposite direction. The door opened and the golem lumbered through, again, morphing its form to fit through the smaller space. So much for the locks. What controlled that thing? Did the doors recognize it? Max fired another burst. "Come on!" He turned and ran back down the walkway. He heard the wet, ripping sound of a jet of flame, turned and saw Bull blasting the golem. A halo of bright fire enveloped the Xenobot monster. Then, silence. The flamethrower guttered out and Max heard Bull curse. He was out of fuel. Max fired a long burst at the golem, emptying the magazine. He aimed for its cooked midsection, hoping to hit parts the flamethrower had ravaged. As much as they knew about these things, they believed the flames prevented it from regenerating damaged cells. The golem turned and lumbered toward Max in long strides, sensing him as a greater threat. Max turned and ran, sliding to a stop halfway down the walkway. He slung the rifle and climbed up over the railing. The golem closed the distance between them with surprising speed for something of its size. Max heard gunfire, and the golem was now close enough that he could hear the wet smack of rounds striking its broad back. Max squatted on the outside of the walkway and dropped his hands one at a time down the railing. He was hanging from the bridge when the golem appeared next to him. Max felt a brief sensation of weightlessness before crashing into the water below. Then, the bright shock of impact as he hit the ground beneath the water. He landed on his back, and muddy floodwater closed overhead. Water from the overflowing river was still pouring in from somewhere, and Max guessed it was 2.5 feet deep now. He heard a thunderous crash, and a geyser of water shot into the air like a cannonball had landed. Max saw the golem rising out of the water, standing at its full height. It rearranged its outer skin, bringing the charred sections in for repair. Maybe he'd actually damaged the damn thing. Lightning flashed overhead and rain poured down, stinging Max's skin. Steam rose from the newly formed lake in the center of the colony. "Max?" That was Talicia's voice. She sounded like she was right next to him. She appeared a few feet away. "Max, can you hear me?" Max backtracked toward the truck. He had a pistol, but if the rifle had done nothing, the Glock would be useless. "I can, baby, but I can't talk right now." "Why not? What's wrong?" Max said. "Because something is about to have me for lunch." Max turned and ran for the nearest stairwell, his progress hindered by the deepening murky water. He lured the thing away from his friends. Now all he had to do was get back to the command center and his heavier weapons. Max looked back and the golem had disappeared. "Oh, that's not good," he muttered. "What's going on, Max? What's happening?" Max stood looking around for the golem. "Ben created these biological robots. They're huge, they regenerate damaged cells quickly, and fire is the only thing that seems to do anything to them." Max ran a hand through his wet hair, careful to keep the acid rain out of his eyes. "Tal, why can't I see you this time?" "Baby, I don't have a lot of time. I was captured." "You were what?" "A group called the Knights of the Golden Dawn. They found out that I had taken the Nexome and they came after me." "How did they know that?"
"Max, I need you to focus. We don't have a lot of time. They've got me inside a Faraday cage. It blocks the Nexome's signal. When I'm inside that, we can't communicate. I don't know how long I have or if I'm going to get out."
"I can get help." Max ran across the colony's swelling courtyard, high-stepping through the water. "I've got a radio." He took a heavy breath. "I can talk with the Air Force guys getting us out. Someone."
"Max, there's no time for that. This is important. We need to get what is on Ben's computers and get that to someone who can do something with it. We cannot let him put this Nexome into people. I can do things I shouldn't be able to do. I can't imagine what he'd be capable of with thousands under his control."
He pulled in more ragged breaths. Max was tired and hurt, and he just wanted to stop. "We're at the colony. Now. We can't get into the computer." He kept pressing through the water and heard the thunderous splashes of the golem behind him. "Iona said they made a back door, but Gaia shut her out of it." There was silence behind him. Max had to get out of the water.
"Perhaps I can help?"
A softly glowing form appeared next to Max. It was Nyx. "How?" Max said, looking over his shoulder.
"I can use you as a bridge, Max. If you are physically here and linked through the Nexome, I can access it. Gaia is attempting to stop me. I am searching for the files we need. Navigating this network while hiding my hand from Gaia is difficult. It may take some time."
"Great," Max said. He felt something beneath the water brush past his foot. "I guess I'll just try to keep this thing busy." Stinging rain fell all around him. Max twisted and fired a burst into the water. A mass of flesh shot out of the water and punched him in the throat. Max gagged and staggered back. Then another wrapped around his legs and ripped him off his feet. The sky and the ground traded places too quickly for him to process. The next thing he knew, Max had a mouthful of muddy water, and everything was dark. He sat up, spitting muck out of his mouth. Before he could even get to his feet, the thing pulled, dragging him back under. Max heard gunfire, muted once his ears were underwater. He struggled to the surface again and heard someone shout, "Grenade!" Max heard and felt the explosive concussive force somewhere near. Water hit him in the face and he felt the searing heat. The tendril let go and Max scrabbled to his feet, rushing for the stairwell. He pushed against the water, pumping his legs to gain ground and straining against the exertion. Max felt his blood pressure surge in his temples. He couldn't keep this pace up long. Gunfire erupted around him.
"Max, Nyx, I don't think I have much time,"
Tal said, sounding scared.
"Just hang on, baby,"
Max said, huffing.
"I'm in a bathroom. Pretty soon they'll know I'm stalling."
"Nyx, where are we at?"
"I believe I have isolated the files that we require. However, that will mean I cannot protect you from the Xenobots."
"I don't think anyone can. What's in the files?" Max said, exhausted. He climbed into the stairwell.
"All of Ben Belloc's research,"
Nyx said. "What do we do with it?" Nyx appeared next to Max. It was disorienting to see her blink into existence. The image flickered.
"I suspect that this information is going to play a significant part in what is coming. It may prove vital to the survival of mankind, but it is also critical that we understand how he made these advances."
"How?" Max made the stares. "You mean what the hell did Iona call them? The alien intelligences?" Max heard something behind him, then felt a subtle shift in the vibration on the water. He turned. Thunder exploded overhead and the sky flashed with lightning. In the back recesses of his mind, something told him he shouldn't be standing in the middle of a lake. The golem rose out of the water. It was a blackened, charred mess.
"Yes,"
Nyx continued, seemingly oblivious to Max's situation.
"I am referring to alien intelligences."
"What?" Tal said. There was too much happening for Max to process. The golem was just feet from him. He loosed a blast from his rifle, slamming the golem in the chest. It drew a hand back to punch. Max shuffled back, trying to find the stairs without taking his eyes off the golem. His boot heels hit a step. Max fired again, aiming for its head and emptying his magazine. He felt his heel hit the bottom step. Max turned and climbed as quickly as his strained legs would carry him. Stars exploded across his field of vision and he fell forwards. His head slammed into the staircase. Max looked up and saw a golem hovering over him, a pile-driver arm still pulled back for what would certainly be the fatal blow. The golem thrust its hand forward to smash Max's face into the goo. Instinctively, he brought his arm up to deflect the blow. He hadn't even thought of the action. It just happened, and fast. His hand slammed, open palm, into the golem's massive wrist. It was a tree trunk of solid biomass. But Max knocked it off its aim just enough that it crashed into the step next to Max's head. A shower of splinters exploded into the air in a heavy crack. What in the hell? How had he just done that? The golem thrust out its other arm for the killing blow. Instead of pulverizing him, its hand extended. transforming into tendrils. They wrapped their way around his head before he could react, and whatever had been the palm of its hand slammed over his nose and mouth, sealing it off completely. Max thrashed and fought against the golem, its grip unrelenting. Max's vision dimmed. The golem's other hand pinned his rifle to the stairwell. He didn't know how far away Bull or Garza was, and his only hope was in one of them getting here with a flamer. Knife! The word floated in his mind, detached from anything else, like debris in a storm drain floating away. What about it? What about his knife? It was nearly impossible to connect thoughts. Max's hand dropped to his belt, brushing against the combat knife clipped there, and suddenly he remembered. Their knives hurt this thing once. Max pulled the knife out of its sheath and stabbed it up with both hands, striking the golem in the forearm. He yanked hard to one side, pulling with as much strength as he could muster. When he couldn't move it any further, Max sawed. The golem's grip released as it forcibly retracted its injured mass back into the larger stump of its arm. Max shifted the knife to his other hand and swung his rifle around. He pulled the trigger. The weapon clicked. Max was out of ammunition. Shit. Max shifted and lunged with the knife, aiming for its other arm. The golem pulled back, out of Max's reach. He didn't waste the opportunity. He pushed himself back with both legs, scrambling up the stairs like a crippled spider. When Max had about 4 steps between himself and the golem, he turned and bounded up the rest. A fleshy, gray-brown tendril lanced out at his foot, catching it. Max tripped, falling face first. He felt a surge of hot, bright pain on his face and chest, where he slammed onto the wooden edge. He felt blood on his lips. Max corked his body around and stabbed at the mass of flesh. He split it halfway to the center, and the rope retracted back to the golem's arm. Max turned again and ran. When Max emerged on the second floor, he saw the golem had extended its arms up over its head, grabbing the railing. It adjusted its mass so that it started reforming on the floor right in front of him. Fleshy pulses surged through the railing, adding to the mass already there. It was stomach-churning. He had no more ammunition, so Max just took the knife and stabbed, manically, trying to cut as many pieces of biomass as he could. The golem would retract and reform somewhere else. Max struck out wherever the golem moved. He knew he'd never be able to stop it, so he made one final, savage swipe with the knife to distract it. Max bolted for the bridge, hoping to beat it to the command center and his flamer. Tal, Nix, are you okay? Nix, did you get the files?
I did. I labeled them for Max. You just need to transfer them to a portable drive. I believe there are some in the control room.
Heading there now. Tal, are you okay? She didn't answer. Max continued to run up the spiral staircase. He heard more gunfire. He couldn't see his companions, but wherever they were in contact. Then Max heard screams. A gargoyle was still hovering around him, and although it couldn't quite get to him, it made swipes with its talons. Tal, are you still there, baby?
I don't think she can speak now, Max.
Chapter 18. Rochester, Nevada.
Okay, I think we can be done in here now, Monk said, opening the door to the bathroom.
Hey, asshole.
Let's go,
he said. Monk held a pistol at waist height, the mask in his other hand. Tal stepped out of the bathroom and into the cold hall. She looked around to get her bearings. The building was ramshackle. It was 100 years old if it was a day, weather-beaten and held together by rusty nails and spite. The place looked like a set from a bad western. Monk's people had strung construction lights up along the walls. She could see a portable generator and heater in a large room.
You need to move,
she said, tapping her massive belly.
I can't get past you.
Put this on,
Monk said, holding the hood.
Go to hell.
Put it on,
he repeated more forcefully.
No.
They wouldn't kill her as long as she was valuable. What she needed to do was to stall.
We've already established that I'm not running. It's not like I can talk to anybody, so I don't see why I need to put your stupid hood on just to walk back to your damn barn. Speaking of which, how about putting some heat in there?
I told you before. You'll continue to live as long as you're useful. You stop cooperating, make yourself more trouble than you're worth.
Monk shrugged.
Put this on and none of your bullshit.
Monk waved the hood, and Tal took it. Sheard's shuffling and rough hands grabbed her, forcibly guiding her out of the bathroom. "How about getting me some food?" Tal said.
"Yeah, we'll see about that,"
Monk replied.
"You can order pizza right after I do."
They walked her back to the barn and ripped the hood off once they were inside the Faraday cage. Covered by 2 armed knights, the one who'd drawn blood earlier secured her to the chair. Someone had brought in a table and set it next to her chair. There was a machine on it with plastic tubes trailing out. The man, who wore tactical pants and a dark green sweater, bent over the machine, working on it. A grim realization hit her of what they planned next, and Tal was much less sure of her future than she was just a moment ago. The man extended a silver pole to its full height. When that was done, he hung plastic bags on the hooks at the top. He turned around. She saw he also sported a thick, reddish-brown beard.
"We're good here," he told Monk. "How'd you know my blood type?"
Tal asked.
"You do a pretty good job of hiding yourself online. Too bad your doctor's office and your insurance company don't."
The technician swabbed her arm, then he looked for a vein. Monk said,
"Someone has to watch the Watchers, Talisha. I thought you had potential. Almost asked you to join us. I thought you saw."
"More than you could know," she thought.
"But instead you chose to be complicit."
"In what exactly?"
"You already know. I told you this before. This. All this."
Monk spread his arms.
"This is a simulation. Actions chosen by others, things set in motion to play out, and they expected the rest of us to just march along to that tune. Our golden dawn is about freedom from all that, a bright new horizon where no one calls the tune."
"And you get that by giving me a blood transfusion?"
"Partially, yes. We'll use this to reset the simulation, so to speak. This is your last opportunity to be a part of it. We're going to have that technology. I'd still like for you to be part of us. You know what we're up against. Humanity, I mean. You understand the threat. You understand how all that works. So, last chance."
Monk pointed at Tal, and she assumed he meant the Nexome.
"You think that by taking this out of my bloodstream, you can use it. That's how you reset the simulation, as you say."
Monk gave her another of his deep, heavy chuckles.
"No. It's a tool. One they designed. The best kind to use against them, no? Our people are everywhere, Talisha. We have knights in positions of power, influence, people with access in our government and others. People who understand they rigged the game. People who are tired of being experiments. We also have the backing of some powerful friends, countries tired of being left behind in this new order. They're tired of the lies, tired of the power brokering, tired of being left in the cold. Nexome doesn't solve all of those problems, but I'm sure you would agree that it is a mighty sword. Last chance. Final warning."
Nyx entered Tal's field of view from behind, stopped and folded her arms. She gave Monk a look of disdain and condescension that Tal truly wished the man could see it.
"That's not how this works,"
Nyx said flatly, moving in front of Tal.
"The Nexome is already bonded with your body's systems. You can't separate it by changing out the blood. They might as well try to remove your skeleton. Let's not give them that idea,"
Tal thought.
"Monk, the Nexome doesn't work the way you think it does. It's not in the bloodstream. Besides, we think that will give Ben Belloc the ability to see everything you do, maybe even control you. He'll turn you into the simulation you're trying to crack,"
Tal said.
"That's a good try. Gotta give you an A for that. If what you say is true, then Belloc is helping you, which makes you my enemy. Or you're lying.
Monk appeared to consider a question he hadn't asked her.
No, I think you've picked your side. See, we know more about this than you realize. Yes, we know it's not totally in the blood, but we need that too. If you won't tell us how it works, we just pry it out of you and find out.
You don't have to do this, Monk.
Monk shrugged.
I hoped you'd have chosen differently, for your child's sake. You should know I don't like this.
You never gave me a chance. Your guys swarmed me.
And you shot 5 of them.
I'm supposed to let a bunch of Hell's Angels kidnap me because you want a conference?
They're desperados, but whatever.
You didn't answer my question, Monk. What would have worked?
Monk only shrugged and spread his hands again.
Giving me that pill I told you not to take would have been a start.
You can't just take it, she said.
What makes you think that?
It's bonded to me.
I thought I already made it clear there are ways around that.
Not that you can use,
Tal said.
It's like a failsafe, or a tripwire. If I don't deactivate the safeguards, the Nexome will render itself inert. You won't even be able to study it.
I don't think so.
You don't believe that? If you did, you'd have just shot me and been done with it, right?
Monk said nothing. He just bore down on her with those weird pink eyes.
Monk, I just want to leave here and get back to my family. I want my baby to be safe.
She rested a hand on her stomach for emphasis.
So look, I'll make you a deal. I'll deactivate the Nexome and make it transferable. And you let me and my baby go.
I don't care about you or your baby. You chose your side.
Damn it, I'm offering you what you want.
Monk laughed again, that ugly, chortling sound.
Bargaining with a chip I'm going to take anyway isn't a very strong position.
Chapter 19. The Colony, Brazil. The rain intensified and thunder crashed so loudly Max thought it shook the trees. The dark, heavy clouds had an unearthly pink glow behind them. It was maddening to look at. He'd run back across the bridge to the command center and gotten both his pack and the flamer. There wasn't time to download the files. He needed to save his friends. Max ran up the curving staircase to the top level where he thought he'd seen the team last. He stepped out onto the balcony where burning rain hit him sideways. Gunfire drew his attention, and Max saw the muzzle flash farther down the pathway on the elevated wooden walkway between the tree structures. Max's team moved northward, looking for shelter, but they couldn't get inside any buildings. Max hurried, passing the medical facility they'd been to earlier. The Nexome told Max that his body was dangerously close to redlining. Running in this heat and fighting, burdened by weapons, his heart rate was in its highest zone. He couldn't keep this up much longer. Max passed the medical facility and kept on. Up ahead, he saw a gargoyle fold in on itself and plummet to the ground. Score one for our team. Max reached the next tree structure. His team was still a few hundred meters out. They huddled outside a building, and he spotted Iona gesturing wildly. "Nix," Max said, trying to connect with the presence. He heard only silence. Max felt a cold sensation wash over him. He didn't know what it meant and hoped it was just Tal being back in the Faraday cage and her signal blocked. "Hey!" Max shouted, trying to get the Xenobot's attention. "Hey, over here!" A hulking form emerged from the shadows of the next junction, stepping out of the building. "Oh, shit," Max said under his breath and watched the golem instead lumber down the walkway towards the others. The golem trapped them. He didn't know if Bull had fuel left. He'd run out once, but Max saw him firing later, so he must have reloaded at some point. Ignoring his burning lungs and hammering pulse, Max pressed on. As he ran, he concentrated on his body, on the pain, the overheating, and the fatigue. Max felt a cooling sensation over his body. Then his heart rate seemed to lower. While it was still high, the hammering in his ears certainly lessened. He reached the next tree structure, the last one between him and his friends. The golem's massive form seemed to block out everything else.
"Max?"
That was Garza. "Try to find cover," he shouted back.
"We can't get in the building."
"Go around it. You worry about the flyers. I've got this." The flame stream fired about 10 feet. He slowed to a trot and then a long stride walk, careful not to stop too quickly on the slippery surface. Still, he had to take giant steps to keep up with the golem. When he was in range, Max cooked off a stream of fire. It struck the golem on its back, steam and smoke sizzling out. The golem turned to look at Max, fists balled with rain cascading down on it. "That's right, asshole." The Xenobot turned fully to face him. Behind it, Max saw Bull running toward him. "Bull, go!" Max loosed another burst of fire. It struck the golem full in the chest. He got an idea and let off on the trigger, taking a few steps back. Then he fired again, aiming lower this time, targeting its tree-trunk thighs. If he could damage those beyond repair, maybe he could stop the thing in its tracks. Max heard another sound, and another gout of flame washed up over the golem's back. The Xenobot turned to this new threat. Sure enough, there was Bull with his own flamethrower. Max kept his stream going. The golem twisted back to face Max, and then it dropped. The Xenobot lost all form, collapsing like ice melting in the sun. It fell upon the decking in a wet plop. With nothing between them, the twin blasts from the two flamethrowers shot across the gap. "Bull!" Max shouted, launching himself backwards. Time seemed to slow, as if he had forever to maneuver his body out of the way of Bull's stream of fire. Max bent himself backward in an awkward parody of a limbo just as the jet of fire scorched overhead. "Oh, shit!" Max crashed onto the deck. He just missed having his face burned off. He rolled to sit up, cognizant of the formless biomass between him and Bull. A pseudopod shot out from the pile and seized the sizzling barrel. What the hell was it doing? He watched with sick fascination as pulpy masses of flesh pulsed up the pseudopod to the flamethrower. When Max pulled the trigger, he knew. He was trying to clog the barrel. He kept on the trigger, flames shooting out from the ports on the side of the barrel. Bull angled his own down at the decking, aiming for the part of the Xenobot near him. Two more pseudopods lanced out from the pile that had been the hulking golem a moment ago. One punched Max in the throat and the other grabbed his foot. The one around his throat constricted, choking him, while the other pushed up and back, taking Max with it. Everything happened so quickly. The next thing he knew, he was weightless. Max reached out and grabbed the railing with his free hand before he went over the side, still holding down the flamer's trigger. The golem rose from the decking, reforming. It retracted the fleshy tendril from around his neck, but kept the one around the barrel. Max kept pouring fire into it. Clouds of black smoke seethed out of the pile of biomass. Max didn't know if the clogged barrel would back up, and if it did, what the consequences would be. He hung 4 stories off the ground with one hand on the wet railing and the other on the grip of a flamethrower. Bull started blasting it from behind. Max let go of the railing, shrugging out of the shoulder strap, focusing all of his strength on the flamer. He swung in a wild, mad arc as he let go of the bridge, hanging only by the flamethrower's grip. Max grabbed hold of the bridge again, the fuel tank now hanging half off his back. His fingers just missed, instead grabbing only the very edge of the rain-slick railing. He fell away, the fuel tank falling off his shoulders now, shaken completely loose with the movement. Max fired once more, let go of the flamer grip, and the thing fell away from him. Max dropped. He grabbed onto the railing's vertical bars, sliding down, let go, and then snatched at the decking, hanging by his fingertips. Still taking fire from Bull, the golem twisted to look down at Max, and seeing him free of the flamethrower, released the scorched pseudopod's hold. The flamethrower and fuel tank tumbled into the distance. Max couldn't see anything, but he felt the rain come down in sheets. The acid rain stung. He noticed it didn't seem to affect the Xenobots, perhaps because they regenerated so quickly. Max tried to pull himself up, but he didn't have the strength.
He was sapped from the mad run, the exertion, the lack of food and water. His arms shook, weak with fatigue. Max reached one hand up to grab one of the vertical bars for purchase, missed, and he fell. Max dropped away from the bridge, screaming. He plummeted toward the ground, his fall surely fatal from this height. Then, something changed. Everything changed. Max's perception of his environment slowed around him. He could see the individual droplets of rain falling, saw his inexorable fall to the ground, the bridge rising out of his reach. The third floor slid past him. Max looked down, still in this hyper-slow motion, saw the bridge beneath him, and knew the Nexome was slowing his perception. Max angled his body and reached to grab the railing. The bridge rose to meet him. The world sped up to normal. His hands hit the railing with a thunderous slap, and white-hot pain shot up his arms. His body continued with the momentum of the fall, and when he jerked to a stop, Max thought the force of impact would rip his arms out of the sockets. Max hung there for a moment, dangling ludicrously from the edge of the lower bridge, astonished beyond words that it worked. Max had almost no strength left to pull himself over the railing. Instead, he brought his legs up and wedged them onto the walkway between the railing's vertical supports. Now that the strain was off his tortured arms, Max pulled himself over the rail and crashed onto the walkway. Looking up, he could see Bull's battle with the golem from beneath, on full, surreal display. Through the transparent decking, he watched Bull fire lances of flame at the golem and the Xenobot respond with wide, haymaker swings of its mallet-like fists. Max knew he had to get up. He had to help his friends. But he was so damned tired. He just wanted to sleep. "Nope," Max grunted, rolling over onto his stomach. "Not yet." Max pushed himself off the ground and stood, then loped to the far end of the walkway. When Max reached the end, he was at a large cluster of tree-like structures which served as the bulk of the colony's work and research space. The walkway extended in each direction, and there was a stairwell close to him. Instead, Max waved a hand over the identification plate next to the door and was relieved to see it open. He stepped into the climate-controlled room and immediately looked around for the interior stairwell. He'd never been in this area and did not know the layout. Max was in a hallway. On either side of him there appeared to be labs. He couldn't tell their purpose and likely wouldn't know even if he saw it. He moved to the end of the hall and found a spiral staircase. When he reached the 4th level, Max ran to the door, opened it, and called to Garza and Iona. Iona ran to the open doorway immediately. Garza looked to have killed 2 gargoyles, but a third harassed her with its talons, either with sweeping attacks or trying to grab her with its feet. Garza was far enough under the roof that it couldn't quite get her, but judging by the bloody slash marks on her clothing, a few of them landed. She was swinging the M7 like a club. Max drew his Glock, sighted the gargoyle, and fired 3 times. The Xenobot's body shook with the impact. It beat its wings once and flew out of sight. "Garza, get inside. I'm going to see to Bull." Max rushed past her and stepped out onto the walkway. Max ran to Bull, who stood in the center of the bridge, backing up quickly. The golem loomed over him, throwing heavy but slow punches. Max must have damaged it. "Bull, right behind you," Max shouted. "Raj," Bull called over his shoulder, still falling back. "How much fuel do you have left?" "Dunno," Bull said. He fired off 2 more spurts at the golem. The Xenobot seemed to rise, like it was redistributing its bulk to add height, cresting up over Bull like a wave. "Max," Bull said hesitantly. "What's it doing?" Bull fired again. The golem disintegrated into a pool, collapsing on the decking. It sluiced off to one side, flowing like an undulating sludge between the posts. Bull hit it again as it moved. The Xenobot crawled beneath and through the posts and fell, dropping 4 stories before it crashed thunderously into the water below. "What in the actual hell just happened?" Bull asked. They all sat in one of the environmentally controlled labs, collapsed and exhausted, on the floor.
Max relayed his brief conversation with Tal and Nix.
Any idea who has her?
Garza asked. They're called the Knights of the Golden Dawn, Max said.
I know about them,
Iona said, cradling a water bottle between her hands.
Spectrum has been monitoring their activities for some time. It would be reductive to call them a doomsday cult, but the so-called Knights believe in a cataclysmic event that will reset the simulation and bring about what they call their Golden Dawn, a new era. Yeah, but everyone's saying that now. Every bucket of crazies is latched onto this supernova thing and is claiming it as their own, Garza said. That's true, Iona agreed. I don't think the COG has any specific agency over Aeon. In technical terms, they're batshit crazy. The reason we were following them was they seemed to have an accelerated radicalization curve.
Yeah, I don't know what any of that means, Bull said. Iona managed to laugh at that.
We talked about how much of the internet-using population has become aggressive, even hostile over the last decade, right? Even to the point of radicalized behavior? Spectrum believes that this information virus, for lack of a better term, infected the people who formed COG.
You think the alien intelligence is manipulating them somehow?
I have zero evidence to support this, but if you want to know what I believe, yeah,
she said. Iona took a long drink of water and set the bottle down.
It's almost like there are factions just playing off each other. You've got Ben making technological discoveries that I think we'd all agree are decades ahead of what we should be capable of. Why? He's a brilliant man, but I've never seen genius manifest itself in so many areas. Nanotechnology, materials science, quantum computing, aerospace. It's not a he hires smart people thing either. Belloc designed most of those things. Then we've got these Golden Dawn people. Their ethos is to burn the whole thing down and start over. They think we're all living in a simulation, that every action, good or bad, is because some actor is playing God just to see what happens. They think some event triggers their revolution, then one does. Where did they get that idea?
What was in those files? Bull asked. The ones you came back to get? Max sighed. It's supposed to be all of Ben's research. My hope is once we have all that, someone can use it to figure out how to counteract the Nexome, since I obviously failed to stop him from getting it out.
You couldn't know, Max,
Iona said softly. It was the first time she'd ever used a gentle tone with him.
You did as much as anyone could have expected. More. None of us could have known that Ben would still have this place under guard like that.
I keep thinking about that, Max said. Like, why would he? He's evacuated. His people have evacuated. They sent airships back to get the Nexome. They knew no one would be anywhere near this place, and yet it's crawling with golems and gargoyles.
And Gaia is still lurking in the systems,
Iona said.
Think he's planning on coming back?
Garza asked. Won't this place be underwater? Plus, there's a storm to consider, Max said.
I wonder,
Garza said. What? She got up and started walking. Max looked at Bull with a raised eyebrow. Bull just twitched. Max stood and helped Iona to her feet. Bull grunted and stood. They followed Garza through the collection of buildings until she found a hallway leading to the exterior walkway. Garza stepped outside and moved down the balcony, moving toward the hangar and the landing platform.
There,
she said. Max looked. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of spider-like xenobots crawled over the remnants of the hangars. There was a partially erected structure behind. Max judged it rose probably 20 feet from the top of the outer wall and looked to be about 80 to 100 feet long. The Xenobot constructors repurposed material from the hangars and transported it to the new structure. There, they'd break it down to raw materials and reform it.
They're building a dome,
Iona said, astonished.
But they'll never finish that in time, not before the hurricane,
Garza said. Then Max understood. All the tumblers seemed to fall into place. He said, "It's not for the hurricane. Ben probably figures they'll have to weather that like everyone else. The constructors can repair whatever was damaged, especially if he's not planning on coming back here right away. The dome is a shield, and it's for the supernova, not the hurricane."
"Why would he ever want to come back here?"
Iona said,
"He loves this place. This is like a second home, and he invested a ton of effort and resources building it. Belloc isn't likely to just let that go. My guess is he'd want to have this as a safe place he could return to."
Garza frowned.
"This is all going to be flooded out, isn't it? Once the snow cap on the Andes melts, plus whatever riverine flooding you'd see, and with the rising sea levels?" "Yeah, but most of it is already well above ground. Theoretically, he could pump that water out once they sealed the place. I'd figure this is for him and his most fanatical followers. If the authorities think it's flooded out, they probably assume it's lost, and Ben would never be here."
"If we're right, then he's developed a way to deflect the supernova's radiation," Max said.
"Or something led him in that direction, but yeah,"
Iona replied, nodding. Max stared down. "That's what we need to take back. I'm willing to bet that the information on how to build that shield is in the data store. Maybe we can't stop Ben's plans, at least not yet. If we can bring back technology that will help people survive this supernova, then this was all worth it." Iona led them to a section of the lab complex that had multiple computer stations. Max closed his eyes and concentrated, trying to visualize the network. If he could see Nyx, that Nexome manifestation Talisha shared, what else could he see? In his mind's eye, Max saw nodes connecting, making pathways, but it was hazy, almost foggy. Furthermore, none of it made sense to him. He saw an abstract picture of a network sharing information, but he couldn't make sense of it. The analogy of looking for a grain of sand in the desert came to mind. He thought of the file that Nyx collated for him, labeled "For Max." When he did, a green sphere appeared around a dot in the distance. Max reached out for it. He extended his hand and tried to grab it, a physical mimic of what he was trying to do in his mind. Max didn't know if that's how the Nexome worked, but he didn't know any different. He was losing his concentration. The image of the network clouded over. If he could just focus.
"Max, are you okay?"
Iona asked, and he opened his eyes. His concentration snapped. "Yeah," he said. Max's chest rose and fell as if burdened by a heavy weight. "I could almost see the network in my mind. I was trying to connect to the Nexome by thinking. Can it work like that, or am I just making this up?"
"There is so little we understand about how the human brain works,"
Iona said, shaking her head.
"But the thing we were hoping to study with the Nexome was the mind-machine interface. I think it's entirely possible you saw the network. I've seen stranger things."
She smiled and added,
"Today."
Max exhaled his frustration. "Okay, let's do this the old-fashioned way." He pulled out a chair and sat at the terminal.
"Those terminals are just like thin clients. You should be able to access anything on the network from here,"
Iona said. Max activated the terminal, and the optical sensor on the monitor recognized him immediately as an authorized user. The file "For Max" was sitting right in the middle of the desktop. It was staggeringly anticlimactic. "That was easy," he said. "What do we do with it?"
"Try this,"
Iona said, removing a small box from a shelf. She opened the container and handed Max a small device the size of a paperback.
"This is a glass hard drive we designed."
"We?" She sighed.
"Fine, Ben did. Or someone was helping him. Anyway, this will be big enough." "You sure?"
Garza asked.
"It'll store every movie ever made and have enough room for some TV shows. It's wireless, too." "All right, then."
Max set the device on the desk and an image appeared on screen. "That's pretty cool," he said to himself. He dragged the file over and dropped it on the portable drive icon. Let's radio that Osprey and get the hell out of here. Max pulled the radio out of his pack and went outside to hail the aircraft. Only Static called back to him. Damn it, come on, you guys, Max said and tried again. Carver? The pilot's voice was almost drowned out by Static, but Max heard him. Man, am I glad to hear your voice. We're ready. We got what we need, and this data really has to get back to someone who can do something with it. I'm sorry, Carver, the Osprey pilot said. I really am, but I don't have the fuel to come back and get you and still meet our refueling point. You're meeting a flying gas tank. Why can't they follow you? Doesn't work that way. They don't want to come any farther south because of the weather. That hurricane is tearing the atmosphere up, pushing all kinds of air around. I don't think we could safely refuel even if they'd do it. I've also got the wounded to think about. There's nothing else I can do. I've got a responsibility to my crew and these refugees. Damn it, you can't just leave us here to die. I'm sorry, man, the pilot said again. Even over the tactical radio, Max could hear the deep resignation in his voice. You don't understand. What we've got here, this might make the difference between humanity living through this or not. It took a few beats for the pilot to reply. I don't know what to tell you, Carver. I understand what you're saying, but I simply don't have the gas. We had to fly pretty far away to get out of that weather. I come back for you. I don't know that we make it back out. I've got wounded on board. Hunker down. Stay safe. As soon as that storm passes, we'll be back. You have my word. Roger that, Max said. Good luck. You too. The pilot killed the connection, leaving Max with dead air. Looks like we're on our own, Max said. Chapter 20. Rochester, Nevada. Tal's blood turned to ice as she realized she'd overplayed her hand. The Knights of the Golden Dawn either didn't understand how the Nexome worked or they knew more about it than she did. Each possibility was equally dangerous. Tal thought she could bluff her way out of it. She was wrong, and that was going to get her killed.
I don't understand this behavior. This is a flawed understanding of the technology, and this action will not accomplish their goals, Nix said. Tal, that's a monk, Tal thought. One of Monk's people moved in front of Tal to hook her up to the transfusion machine and stepped through Nix. It was the first time Tal recalled someone walking through a space Nix occupied. Humans perplex me. You make decisions based on assumptions rather than facts, and do not get deterred even when presented with countervailing evidence. Welcome to planet Earth, Nix. There were two grizzly bearded men in the Faraday cage with her now. Judging by the efficiency with which they prepped her and connected the IV to her arm, Tal assumed one or both had medical or military training. You don't need to kill me, Monk. Monk stood outside the cage to give the others space to work. He just smiled and shrugged. Seriously, who am I going to go to? Everything we had crumbled in a matter of days. There's no one to tell. I'm not in the business of taking chances, Talisha. Another protest formed on her lips, but Tal let it go. It wouldn't matter. Monk wouldn't change his mind. Nix, what are my options? How do I get out of this? Nix seemed to consider the knights in the cage. The two men with you are not armed. However, there is not a way to remove your restraints, and there are no information networks here that you or I can manipulate. Admittedly, the Faraday cage constrains my senses. You told me before, the nanoparticles could strengthen me. Can I bust out of these restraints or kick these guys into the bars or something? Tal thought desperately at Nix, looking for anything. It will take months to build your muscles, unfortunately. The Nexome can strengthen you, but it will require daily conditioning. It can enhance your reflexes now, as you have experienced, but I do not calculate that will provide an advantage in your current situation. You could not dodge a bullet. Damn it, Nix, what can I do? Unfortunately, Tal saw the guard at the barn door turn his head. Something outside had gotten his attention. The side of the man's head exploded with a burst of blood and viscera,
and his body simply collapsed, like someone pulled a plug. Monk pulled a pistol out of his waistband. "Cover," he ordered. The knights all readied weapons. Monk raised his pistol and took cover next to the door. Then he looked over at Tal, and there was a dark light in his eyes. She knew exactly what that look meant. He started walking toward her. "Secure the There were 3 muted thuds, and Monk's head snapped forward, his forehead exploding. 2 more red bursts appeared on his chest, and he fell. Tal saw light streaming through the barn's ancient boards where the rounds had penetrated. Monk's body hadn't even hit the ground by the time 2 men in camouflage tactical gear and long guns swarmed into the room. One of them fired through the bars and hit the knight closest to Tal. The 2 shots hit him in the chest, and he fell. The one left dropped to the ground, hands raised. Tal didn't scream. She'd seen men die in front of her before. These had the look and kit of special operators, men like her husband. They wore tactical vests over combat utilities, helmets with radio microphones. Tal noted they wore no patches. Tal heard voices behind her. 3 tangos down, we've got 1 surrendered prisoner secure. The soldier opened the Faraday cage. "Get up," he told the knight. "Hands behind your head, fingers interlaced." The knight did as he was told. "Step out slowly. If you move your hands, I will drop you," the soldier said, his voice deadly calm. Again, the knight did as he was told. The soldiers formed a defensive perimeter within the barn, but none of them made a move to free Tal or disconnect her from the transfusion machine. "We're secure here," one of them said into his mic. Then Oleander Buchanan walked into the barn. He wore fatigues and a tan tactical cap, vest, and a helmet. It looked strangely natural on him, considering the last time she saw him, he was in a $5,000 suit at the White House. "Good afternoon, Talisha." Buchanan looked over at one of his men. "You want to get her out of that?" "Yes, sir," the man said and called for a medic. The others were inspecting the bodies of the dead knights and collecting their weapons. Buchanan walked up to the one of Monk's men who remained. "You're one of the Knights of the Golden Dawn?" Buchanan said. "That's right," the man said. "And you were going to experiment with this woman?" "I'm not telling you shit." Buchanan gave him a grim smile. "We'll see about that. There's not much law anymore. What you decide to tell me has more to do with how hard I ask." He motioned to one of his men who dropped a black hood over the knight's head and bound his hands with zip ties. One of Buchanan's soldiers found the handcuff key and opened it, then released Tal's other restraints. The medic appeared and removed the IV, checked Tal's vitals, and put a bandage on. He asked her questions about her treatment here, the baby, what kind of physical duress she'd been under, and whether they'd harmed her. "I'm fine." Tal touched her stomach. "The baby is fine, too." She knew the baby's health, thanks to the Nexome. The medic helped Tal to her feet and handed her a tactical cold-weather jacket from his pack. "How did you find me, Oleander?" "We can track you through the Nexome, so we had your location pinpointed until they muffled the signal. By that point, we'd already started moving in this direction, and I could get surveillance drones in the air to follow the truck they had you in. We received a kind of distress call on one of Spectrum's tactical nets when they captured you. Our team was loitering airborne in the area. Once you got out of the cage, we picked you up and moved in." "Nix," Tal thought. "She must have told them where I was when I was in the bathroom." "Who's we, exactly? And how?" "Spectrum. Though I think that under the circumstances it is basically my organization now. There isn't much of the United States government that's functioning at this point." "So, what, you're taking over?" He laughed. "No, nothing like that." The medic led Tal out of the Faraday cage and handed her a small plastic bottle of water. "The president is doing his best, and I believe we'll have something resembling a government reconstituted within a few weeks. Right now, we don't have reliable communications with the American people to tell them what we're doing. It's like we went back to the mid-19th century overnight." Buchanan looked her over when she was out of the cage. They didn't hurt you? Or the baby?
I told your man I was fine, she said icily. How is Spectrum tracking me?
I'm not sure how much you found out on your little hacking operation, he said sardonically. The most direct answer to your question is we know enough about the Nexome to find you. Find the signal in the noise, if you will. There is very little noise right now, so the signal stands out. It was a matter of finding the colony's satellite signals. Tal didn't trust Buchanan. She didn't trust him when he sent Max into the jungle, and she sure as hell didn't trust him once she learned he was the operational arm of Spectrum. She didn't believe in his altruism for a moment. If he was saving her from Golden Dawn, it was because she had value to him. The question was, what? Was this something as simple as holding her so Max did his bidding? Or was it something else? I'm going to take you to a safe place, get you checked out by some doctors, get you some food. Rest, if you want it. When you're ready, we'll explain what's really going on here.
What if I don't want to go with you?
Buchanan gingerly stepped over Monk's corpse and out of the barn. He looked down at the body and then back at Tal. Seems to me like you owe me one. Tal watched the ground fade away as the tilt-rotor aircraft ascended. It was smaller than an Osprey, which she knew from having seen them fly around D.C. This one looked more like a Black Hawk with two rotors. Tal studied the second ship through the window as they rose. She watched its rotors tilt forward, transitioning from helicopter to airplane mode. The two aircraft had landed just outside the Golden Dawn camp at the base of the hill. She hadn't seen any other vehicles and didn't know if Buchanan had an additional ground team or if they'd just humped it in on foot.
Nix, is Max all right?
Have you spoken to Max? Buchanan asked her.
How would I?
Tal said. Buchanan just smiled and said nothing. Nix sat across from Tal in the cabin, legs crossed. Nix said,
Max is safe, and he has downloaded the files which contain most of Ben Belloc's research. Can you connect us? Get us that construct or whatever you called it before? I can do that, yes, Nix said. I want you there this time. Of course, Nix said.
Tal turned her head to Buchanan, who was saying something to her. She said,
It's been a bit of a day, Oleander, if you don't mind. I'm just going to close my eyes.
Whatever you need, Tal. Tal had a brief sensation of weightlessness, and she and Max were alone in a blank space. Max appeared disoriented. Nix's form came into being next to them. Tal noted that here there was no radiant halo. Tal ran up and embraced her husband.
Max, are you okay? You look hurt.
I'm a little dinged up, but everything still works. Those biomechanical robots, Xenobots I told you about, they're made of amphibian DNA or something, monsters. Can change their shape, rearrange their form, regenerate damaged tissue. Hard as hell to kill, and they pack a punch.
Oh, my God.
We took out several. My team is all still alive, but we're pretty beat up. Max said, Where are you?
Oleander just rescued me. He had a team of soldiers. I assume they are Stillwater people. He said they can track the Nexome by isolating the satellite signal.
At least you're safe,
Max said. Tal could tell there was something wrong in his voice, something he wasn't telling her.
Max, what is it?
He gave her a grim smile.
You can tell that easy.
You're a terrible poker player, baby.
We lost our ride home. Pilot said he didn't have enough fuel to come back and pick us up, and then make it back to where he was supposed to meet the refueling bird. We're stuck here. Storm is coming. I'm guessing we try to ride it out. These structures look pretty sturdy. There's food and water. Once the storm passes, maybe Oleander or someone can organize a rescue. I'm sorry, baby, I let you down.
Excuse me, I have a suggestion,
Nix said.
This isn't the best time,
Tal said. Nix continued.
Since my most recent connection to the colony's network, I've been able to inventory the remaining systems. I see that during the first operation, Max's team destroyed 2 of the 3 airship hangars and most of the aircraft within. However, there are 3 ships that are damaged but not destroyed. The constructors could use the parts from 2 to make a 3rd flight worthy.
Convincing Max would take more than that. He waited.
That is not all I have uncovered,
Nick said.
Though Gaia proved dogged in her attempts to prevent me, I have been able to access many of Mr. Belloc's secured files. It appears he has a secondary staging location in the highlands on the border of Brazil and Colombia. This is where he was moving the Nexome. Ben himself may be there.
Why are you telling us this? Max asked.
Is stopping Mr. Belloc's scheme still not a priority?
Chapter 21. Somewhere in Antarctica. So far the GPS held. There hadn't been another flare since it had come back online and whatever satellite they were connected to was still operable. Shin didn't know how that was, given the supernova's positioning in the southern hemisphere, but she also recognized that she had so little information to go on. Anything was possible. She didn't know if the rest of the world was back online, if she and Dag were the last 2 people on Earth, or if it was somewhere in between. According to the navigation system, they were making solid progress. The truck's maximum speed was 70 kilometers per hour, though they couldn't see the ground for the fog and weren't traveling at full speed. They had already had a crash course in the dangers of driving over a melting continent, so they had to balance speed and caution. Operating the truck was like trying to coax an angry rhino into a cage. She'd driven nothing larger than a compact sedan, and even then, barely. When Shin told Dag her concerns trying to drive this hulking thing with so little experience, Dag just smiled and said, "Well, luckily for you, there's nothing to run into for about 1,000 kilometers in any direction." Dag slept fitfully in the back. The chairs in the passenger compartment reclined enough for someone to stretch out. They had nothing stronger than aspirin. Dag's injury wasn't fatal, but a gunshot was a gunshot. He didn't complain about the pain he was in, but Shin could see from the deep lines carved in his face it was excruciating. Dag showed her how to change the dressing every few hours, and he said the wound wasn't infected. The bullet had passed through his arm, but he urgently needed medical attention, or it would get worse. Shin liked hearing his subtle sleep sounds. It reassured her of his presence, reminded her she wasn't alone. Dag hadn't said anything more about them sleeping together, and she could tell the subject made him uncomfortable. He hid his feelings beneath his Nordic stoicism, and she felt the same. Both needed and embraced the reassurance of connection to another human being. She didn't know what this would mean when she returned. If they even made it that far, and she tried not to think about it. With long hours of silence and little else to occupy her mind, Shin was drawn back to it often. Would they have any kind of life? Could they? It was impossible to know. Shin was a scientist, after all. She didn't make decisions based on conjecture. She based them on empirical analysis and the elimination of the impossible. Right now, she knew too little about the outside world to decide what future she and Dag might have. The irony was cutting. She'd taken this job for the adventure as much for the chance to escape her loveless marriage. She'd met a dashing, quixotic adventurer in Dag. Everything her estranged husband was not. Dag was an explorer, a sportsman, and a seeker. He looked to the horizons, and most importantly, he wanted to bring her to them. And Dag believed someone would find them. Shin wasn't so sure. The future was again so bleak. Maybe they'd be rescued, or maybe they'd live out the rest of their days as the last 2 people in Antarctica. At least until the food ran out at Scott Station or the whole damned place sunk into the sea. Without medical attention, Shin noted sourly, he likely only had a few days. Shin scolded herself for the dark thoughts. The thing Dag impressed upon her was the need for positivity. He had served in the Norwegian army and had Arctic survival training.
He reiterated that the most important factor next to food and water in a survival situation was a positive mental attitude. Dag told her to paraphrase the adage, "Whether you will or you won't survive, you're right." Of course, it had been her choices, her decisions that had gotten them into this situation, working for the Chinese intelligence agency. Shin wasn't a spy, far from it. She'd had to remind her superiors of that on more than one occasion. They mostly dismissed these concerns. After all, was it not Shin's great patriotic duty to collect information that would be useful to the advancement of the People's Republic? Their nation was a vast apparatus, they reminded her, and its eyes, its ears reached everywhere. It was simply expected.
Well, I did my great patriotic duty,
she told herself ruefully.
And here I am.
Shin looked at the clock on the dash display. It was 0213 local time. Of course, in the Antarctic summer, the sun didn't set, so much as rolled around a few degrees of sky like a spinning top. Their course took them on a gradual descent from the heights of Vostok Station, giving her a solid vantage point of the route. Not that there was much to see. The horizon was a straight line, a white half on the bottom and a cobalt sky stained by the blurry, bright red stain of the supernova. In between, there was a layer of fog that was sometimes 6 feet or more. The temperature readings said it was 45 degrees Fahrenheit. The Brazilians had programmed the vehicle for their American cruise, apparently. Temps had risen above freezing on the continent before, but those were not sustained and were localized to specific regions. It had never been this hot across the entire continent. Unless the air temperature further increased dramatically, it would still take years for all the ice to melt. Shin found herself devising prediction models in her head as a way of keeping her brain engaged during her shifts behind the wheel. They'd have no issues making it to McMurdo at this rate. The challenge and the danger would come when they needed to traverse the Transantarctic Mountains. Because they weren't taking the one permanent road on the continent, they'd need to find a suitable gap that the truck could drive through. Dag believed he'd found one on the map. Would the snow be solid enough for them to drive across? That wasn't even the least of the dangers. There could be fissures in the ice shelf that the vehicle could fall into, something they'd already experienced. The snow underneath could give way, causing them to pitch over and roll down a slope. Or they could trigger an avalanche. Still, their plan was not impossible. The range was not like the Rockies or the Himalaya and their seemingly endless walls of rock. However, unlike those ranges, they could pass through if they found a spot that could accommodate their vehicle. Dag said the safest route would be one that was still covered in snow because it evened out the terrain. The ultimate risk was that the snow would have melted enough that it exposed the jagged rock beneath, and they wouldn't be able to find a place to drive through. Shin pushed those thoughts aside and focused on the road. She barely knew how to drive a car, let alone an 8-wheeled monster like this, and she wouldn't be the one behind the wheel during the traverse over the mountains. Unless Dag wasn't capable of driving by then, which was a distinct possibility. She reached for the coffee mug she'd set in the holder. It was a bright green Yeti cup with yellow lettering and the tour company's logo. Shin sipped and winced at the bitter taste of the coffee that had long since gone cold and flat. When did she start her shift? It was hard to mark time when everything looked the same. She couldn't even gauge their progress in relation to the environment or even have a visual reference of velocity thanks to the heavy fog. Shin yelped in shock as the truck bounced hard on the snow and then the front end dropped. Panicking, she mashed on the brakes and the vehicle came to a shuddering stop. "What is it? What happened?" Dag asked from the back, and she could hear him getting up out of the chair. A moment later, she felt the gentle pressure of him leaning against her chair.
"I don't know. It felt like we hit something and then started sinking."
There was another jolt, and the front right tire dropped about a half-meter into the snow. "That's probably not great," Dag said dryly. He went to the back of the cabin and the small equipment locker there, retrieved a small folding shovel, and went to the door. "I'm going to see what's going on. When I tell you to, I need you to put the truck in reverse and hit the accelerator. Can you do that for me?"
Yes,
Shin said. Dag opened the heavy door, tossed the shovel down, and used his good arm to lower himself onto the snow. He grunted as he moved, and she knew the exertion must have been painful. Shin unlatched her window and slid it forward so they could communicate. Shin couldn't see him through the window because she was too high up, and she couldn't hear him over the engine's heavy idle. Then she heard his boots crunching on the slushy surface. The truck shivered again, and now the left front tire sank. "Dag?" "It's okay," he called back. "What I need you to do is turn the wheel as hard as you can to the left. Tell me when you've done that." Shin cranked the steering wheel as he'd instructed. When it would go no further, she said, "Okay. Now, gently press down on the gas pedal. Don't stomp on it, but you will need to push it to the floor." Shin did so. The engine revved and the front tires spun. The truck bucked once and settled back to where it was. "Reach over to your right side. See that lever there? That's the shifter. Put it in reverse." Shin gripped the lever and pushed it forward the way he'd shown her earlier and moved it up to reverse. "Give it some gas," Dag shouted over the engine. Shin pressed down on the accelerator again. The truck bucked once, and it felt like someone bounced the front axle off the ground. The truck jerked backwards and cut a wild half-circle in the snow. Dag was shouting, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, stop!" Shin jerked her foot from the gas pedal as though it were hot coals. Dag took tentative steps out in front of the truck, prodding the ice with the small shovel. It sank all the way past the head. Dag retrieved the shovel and waved with his good arm. Shin didn't know what he meant at first, but Dag walked off to the right, testing the ice every few feet until he vanished into the fog. He reappeared and repeated the process on the other side. Satisfied, he returned to the truck. Shin got up to help him back into the vehicle. "Looks pretty good to the left. The hole wasn't deep, but the ice is thin up ahead. You want me to drive for a bit?" he said.
"No, I can manage. Anyway, you need your rest. We should look at your bandage."
Dag nodded. He went to the first aid kit. Shin changed the dressing the way he'd showed her. Dag grunted against the pain. The wound had a thick, yellow discharge now. It was getting infected. If they didn't get him real medical help soon, he'd lose the arm. Or worse. She expected a fever would set in soon, and that would impair his ability to drive, which would slow their progress, making it harder to get the help he needed. Shin got Dag settled back in his chair and made sure he had plenty of water. They were nearly out of aspirin, but she gave him enough that it hopefully took the edge off. Once he was comfortable, Shin set out again on the course, taking them around the thin ice. Shin thought again. Was it all worth it? If she had to make those decisions over again, would she do it? Chapter 22. The Colony, Brazil. "So that's what I know, folks," Max said, relaying most of the conversation he'd had with Tal and Nix in the Nexome. "Nix is going to override the Xenobot constructors and rebuild an airship for us. She said I can control it using the Nexome, or just issue it commands and it'll obey. That part wasn't totally clear to me. That's the good news. The bad news is that it's going to take a few hours to repair an airship, which is miraculous. I'd have assumed it'd take days."
"I can't believe they're just leaving us,"
Iona said, seething.
They don't have a choice. I don't like the decision either, but I understand it. It's simple logistics with the fuel situation. Also, he's got a crew to think about. Fred and Susanna, those Green Berets, they come back here for us. No one makes it back. I can't say I'd do it different.
"You really think those constructors can fix a ship in time?"
Bull asked. Max shrugged. He knew machines better than most people and could fix damned near anything. The weird shit he'd seen in the colony appeared to have been grown as much as someone had made it. I've seen enough in the last 72 hours to believe that anything is possible. So let's say maybe for now. There's another wrinkle.
"Of course there is,"
Bull muttered. Max smiled. He knew just how Bull felt. "Ben apparently has a place north of here, less than an hour's flight time. Sounds like that's where the airships went." Iona shook her head.
That son of a bitch.
What?
He built an alternate site and didn't tell anyone.
She threw her hands up.
It makes perfect sense now, and it never even occurred to me. He fakes the evac, makes a grand show of getting people out of here so they can't see the loadout. Those airships, the smaller ones, can be AI-controlled. Belloc could easily move small quantities of Nexome out of here, likely at night, and no one would know any different. People wouldn't ask questions with all these ships flying around? Garza asked. They flew airships at all hours of the day for research, mapping, and experimentation, I guarantee. No one would have thought anything of it. I didn't. He must have built this other facility with constructors that we didn't know about.
How do we know he's flying them out? Bull asked. If you said no one would pay attention to those airships leaving, why not just fly the Nexome out on those? The smallest ones are very slow. Even the car and bus-sized ones can only travel about 50 knots. Maybe the bus can get close to 100. But if they aren't manned, he could move a lot of Nexome on those. Pre-Aeon, those could easily be programmed to fly below radar. He could move this into the U.S. and no one at the colony would be the wiser.
Could he, though? Iona asked. You never hear about people smuggling drugs into the country by air anymore. I think the Air Force has a pretty tight lock on the airspace around the country. I also know from conversations with my father that after 9/11, nothing gets into our airspace without them knowing about it.
Except China's spy balloons, Max said. If I remember right, these are about the same size as that, and it got all the way to Nebraska before they saw it. I get your point, though. Ben likely had a different way of getting his Nexome across the border, not that the original plan mattered much now. Bull shook his head. Remind me again why I'm supposed to care about that. My 6-month pregnant wife took out 5 bikers in about 30 seconds thanks to that stuff. I can communicate with her from here. Security systems seem to be irrelevant to me. Imagine what Ben Belloc can do with an army of Nexome-enabled soldiers.
There's also the matter of where it came from, Iona said. Look around you. There's no way one man created all this. Let's just assume for a moment that what I've been saying is true and that Belloc is a pawn, that an alien intelligence guided the Nexome development. What happens to all the people he infects? Max and his wife appear to have control, but we don't know if that's because they're operating on a beta version or because they have help from this Nix thing.
Bull nodded. Iona turned to Max.
We have to stop him. We need to destroy whatever Nexome remains and figure out how much he may have gotten into the States and destroy that. We can't let this spread to innocent people.
I'm for going, Max said, holding up a hand. I agree with Iona. I'm convinced, Bull said. Garza just shrugged. All right, I think that's it, Max said. I'm going to the hangar to check that out and start on the repairs to the airship. Bull and Garza, why don't you head back to the truck and see what you can salvage? We'll need our water and rations, ammo, whatever you can carry. There's one other thing that I've been thinking about. Ben's technology might be the key to helping us survive this supernova. I'll bet he uses that as a carrot to get back into people's good graces after everything he's done. Seems like that's another Trojan horse, another way to sneak Nexome in and maybe infect more people. If we show up with that data, show what he was really doing, we take that option totally off the table.
We might just be able to convince people what he was really doing,
Iona said. Bull nodded and clapped Garza on the shoulder. Garza gave Max her radio. Guys, stay frosty. That golem is still out there, Bull said. I'm about out of fuel for the flamer, but we'll keep an eye out. Max's rifle was also empty, and he probably had 3 rounds left in the Glock. Max and Iona moved through the darkened research complex. Lights triggered at their presence and switched off as they left the room. With at least a golem and a gargoyle left, Max would have preferred the colony not telegraph their movements. Do you know how I control the constructors?
Not particularly, no, but then you're using the Nexome in a way that I didn't think was possible.
What do you mean?
Originally, we were told it was the colony's network, right? Certainly more advanced than anything outside the world's top research institutions, but still a computer network. We collaborated in the virtual reality space and conducted most of our research there. Not long before you and your team arrived, Ben revealed that Nexome was so much more than that. It was also the nanotech particles that could bond with a human host. It could access that network and do all the weird things we've seen you do over the last 2 days. Ben told me once that Nexome was everything. I didn't fully understand what he was talking about until now.
Max stopped and stared at her for a long moment. So what you're saying is that you don't know how I'd tell the robot to fix the airship? Iona chuckled.
No, I do not.
Max paused and laughed at himself. Okay, that sounds weird even when I say it. They continued moving through the labs, and Max again couldn't help but marvel at the technology he was seeing. What could Ben have done for humanity if he hadn't lost his mind? They finally reached an outer door, and Max drew his pistol. I'll go first. I think there's still another one of those gargoyles about. Iona nodded. Max stepped out onto the platform. They were on the 4th level. A bridge extended out from this tree structure, following the gentle curve of the north wall. What remained of the hangars were on the left at ground level. The launch platform and loading dock were on the 4th, so the thick tropical canopy wouldn't impede takeoffs and landings. Max's Nexome connection told him it was 120 degrees and 95% humidity. The temperature was lower because the cold front the hurricane pushed in front of it like an atmospheric snowplow rapidly evaporated the air. Despite that, it still felt like a furnace. The rain had stopped, and steam again rose from everything, bitter spirits fleeing a dying earth. Max walked down the platform, now getting a much better look at the Xenobot constructors. They resembled gigantic spiders with smaller appendages like a cross between mandibles and hands just beneath its mouth. While these were the same biomechanical design as the other Xenobots, the constructors appeared to be outfitted with small tools. He watched them take the hangar debris and carry it up to the wall. Then they would put it into place, and it would sort of reform itself, reshaping to match the contours of the dome section. Max looked down at the remains of the hangars, the results of Kruger's destructive handiwork. He saw several airships in various states of ruin. Okay, how do I do this? He got an idea. Max closed his eyes and pictured the virtual environment the same way he'd first tried to find the files Nix walled off for him. He found that if he concentrated, he could add a spatial orientation relating the physical location with the virtual ones. The Nexome acted as a kind of neural network interface that enabled him to connect to the colony's systems in the same way he could virtually interact with Tal. Once he'd established that link, Max searched through the network until he found the Xenobot constructors building the dome. He was still having a hard time believing this was even possible. Nix, he said, can you read me?
Yes, Max.
I'm about to take control of these constructors like you said. I'm worried that Gaia will just shut them off. Is there any way you can run interference?
I am afraid that is not possible. I have been able to shield minor activities, but Gaia obviously knows you are here. Retasking the Xenobots would certainly draw her attention.
This was your idea. If we don't get one of those airships working, we're toast. Max didn't hide his anger. What was with this thing? He wondered if Tal had to deal with it unintentionally holding information back. Can you tell me how long we have until the storm hits?
Using visuals provided by the colony's satellite network, I estimate the hurricane will make landfall in 10 hours. I don't expect the storm to reach you for several hours. However, it is difficult even for me to model this storm, as no data exists on a weather event of this magnitude.
Got it. How long to make the airship flyable?
If we can reallocate all the constructors, they could complete it in approximately 8 hours.
That made Max stop and reassess the options. Nothing looked good. It's only crazy if it doesn't work, a grizzled first sergeant told him once. The only way they could make things happen was if Ben allowed it. He had to talk to Ben. Max took a deep breath. Gaia, he called. I'm sure you're listening in.
Yes, Mr. Carver. It is a pleasure to speak to you again. I trust the injuries you sustained in the helicopter crash are healing satisfactorily.
Yes, they are. Thank you. Can I speak with Ben? Gaia didn't immediately respond, and Max could almost feel the words hanging near him like the unquiet dead. An apparition that refused to be banished. What had he done? Then she said, "I will see if he's available." Max had the sudden, almost familiar sensation that he was falling and reached out to grab the bridge railing, but it was gone. The vertigo subsided, and Max stood on a beach as the waves of a perfect sapphire sea gently lapped the white sand. Palms swayed in a gentle breeze, and it felt cool on his skin. If he hadn't done this before, Max would have assumed he was up and teleported somewhere. If only it was that simple. "Hello, Maximus." Max turned at the sound of the voice. There Ben Belloc stood, wearing breezy pants of white linen and a T-shirt the same color as the water. Max smiled at the affectation from their childhood. "I keep wishing we'd meet under different circumstances," Ben said. "What are you doing, Ben?" "This is our one chance to save humanity. What if they don't want it?" "To be saved?" Ben chuckled. "I think that given the alternative, people would choose what I'm offering. Perhaps if you ask them first. But you're not." "Who told you that? Alcott? Buchanan? The government?" Of course that's what they'd say. They want my creation for themselves. They want to twist it, turn it into a weapon. That's all their kind know. We're facing extinction, and they want me to give them a weapon to fight the Chinese. Ben shook his head slowly. It never changes, Max. They never change. But I will force them to. We are living in a new reality. You know you sound just like them, right? Ben's expression grew sad. I expected more from you, Max. If anyone could, I expected you to understand what I'm trying to do. You spent your childhood trying to get out of a horrible place and out from under a monster's thumb, but what options did you have? So, you joined their army and spent 15 years fighting their wars. I know you wake up screaming most nights. How? Because you put this crap in my head and you can read my thoughts, my memories? It's not quite that simple, but yes. But you didn't ask me. And you're not asking any of these others that you're going to give your nexome. They don't know what they're doing. You're just going to do it. You're robbing them of any say in the matter. I'm offering them salvation, he said, spreading his hands. I am an instrument doing his work. Yeah, well, at least Christ asked people first. Max, there isn't a lot of time for debate, I'm afraid. Humanity's lifespan will be measured in years unless we act now. Fine, let's say I agree with you. Give them a choice. I'm begging you. Don't force this on them. Look what you can do. Your body heals itself. You have the reflexes of the world's greatest athlete. All you need to do is instruct the nexome to strengthen your muscles and it will start building them. You'll be superhuman in no time. And what about this? Ben waved his hands. We're communicating in a virtual environment, physically separated by a great distance, and it's like we're right next to each other. And we're doing it without hardware. Yeah, but who gave it to you? What are you talking about? No one gave this to me. I invented it. Ben's tone soured. His eyes narrowed slightly. Are you so sure? You had AI research assistants, expert systems that I designed. I don't know what you're getting at, Max, but you're sounding a lot like them. Ben, you don't get it. You're being manipulated. I know that you're off the charts smart. I've known that since I was 10. But no one person could have come up with this. The technology I've seen at the colony is decades ahead of anything else we have on this planet. Any of those advances could be the work of a singular genius, a one-in-a-generation mind, but you've come up with all of them? The airships, Nexome, Gaia, you're growing buildings out of trees, for Christ's sake. I've asked you before to stop blaspheming. Haven't you ever stopped to think about where all that invention comes from? AI is an amazing research assistant, yes. Those systems are unencumbered by human bias. It asks questions that people don't think to ask. But that isn't novel, Max.
Scientists have been using AI like this for a decade already.
Max frowned, knowing he could never outmaneuver Ben in a debate. He could make no suggestion that would get his friend to think of things in a different light. Ben believed. He'd convinced himself that these inventions were his own creation, and he couldn't be told otherwise. Max had only Iona's word that Spectrum uncovered an alien intelligence, and that's what steered Ben towards so many discoveries, but that made sense. More sense than Ben doing it all. If Ben didn't already know that by now and yet simply refused to accept it, Max telling him wouldn't change anything. His friend was lost. Ben, don't do this. Don't take away people's right to choose their own path. You want to offer salvation? That's great, man. I really hope you're right, but you can't take away free will. If Iona was correct, that's exactly what these entities would do to us. He wanted to scream that at Ben for all the good it would do. Offer people a choice, Ben. Look around you, Max. Judgment Day is here. I do not have time to go to every single person and ask them politely, would you like to be saved? They'd think I was a Jehovah's Witness or something. There isn't time. I have an obligation to put people on this ark. We are going to ensure humanity endures. Ben was really mixing his biblical metaphors, which Max found surprising, given how central faith was in his life, but this was not the time. Max had one round left. You really think Charlie would agree with this? You think he'd be happy with what you've become? Charlie and I are more alike than you and I ever were, Max. He understood this. He understood the mission, the obligation to humanity. Ben folded his arms and looked out at the virtual sea. I truly wish it could have been different. I thought you, of all people, would understand not just what I'm trying to do, but why I have to be the one to do it. You don't appreciate the gift I've given you, Maximus. Given? He let out a derisive laugh. That's rich. I don't seem to remember being given a choice. Your body was broken. Ben said this with all the conviction of his hellfire and brimstone spewing father. Max could almost see Ben behind a pulpit. It was worse than I told you. Without the Nexome, you would never see Talisha or your child again. You'd have died in the wreck of a helicopter, forgotten in the Amazon. I saved you. As I shall soon save all our brothers and sisters. Ben held up a hand to forestall any protest from Max. Why did you come to me just now, Max? I have people here. We need your equipment to get home. I think we can rebuild an airship in enough time to leave before the hurricane hits. Did body language convey in VR? Could Ben pick up on the tells that Max was lying to him? Ben's image considered Max for a few breaths. I'll allow it. You betrayed me, stole from me, you hurt me, Maximus. But I wish you no ill will. I want you to live, to see your child born, to see your wife again. I want you to forge whatever happiness you can in this brave new world of ours. I will permit Gaia to give you what you need, and when you are done, if you no longer want the Nexome, you don't have to have it. I'll show you how to render it inert and flush it from your system. What you've seen so far, the repairing of damaged cells, communicating with your wife, even the way you broke your fall on the bridge. Table stakes, my friend. Defense mechanisms designed to preserve the host. You haven't touched your true potential. You haven't even come close. However, if you choose to be ready, simply say, Nexome, deliver me, and it will do the rest. You'll enter a new world of limitless potential and one I cannot and will not affect or control. This will help you survive in this new world we find ourselves in. Should you decide not to, simply say, Nexome, I do not choose salvation. The programming will do the rest. Ben's face took on a somber look, and he regarded Max for some time. His eyes were sad. Repair the airship and take your people home.
I wish you well. Perhaps in the better future that I'm endeavoring to build, we can meet again on different terms. Until then, go with God. But Max, I will only warn you this one time. Do not interfere with what I have to do. Goodbye, Ben.
The connection broke abruptly, and Max felt himself falling again. A moment later, he was standing on the bridge, fighting waves of disorientation. Max saw the constructors were hard at work repairing an airship, so he walked back toward the structure where he'd left Iona. Perched on the branches just over the doorway was the remaining gargoyle, watching him.
Chapter 23. Spectrum Base, Western Montana. For the first time in many days, Tal was comfortable and safe. The latter was certainly relative. She was a guest of someone who had sent her husband on a suicide mission. He controlled a powerful private army and just subverted control of a government espionage operation. But Buchanan had rescued her from the Golden Dawn fanatics, and as long as he needed her for something, she was useful to him. Of course, the same had been true of Monk and his people, but Tal tried not to think about that. For now, she was in a walled compound surrounded by highly trained soldiers, and she had a bed and medical care. They'd flown here, which Tal didn't believe was possible. Buchanan explained vehicles shielded in hangars, garages, or underground avoided most of Aeon's damage. Most of Stillwater's aircraft died on the ground, and, tragically, a few were in the air. The few he had left he kept here at his training base. She'd asked Buchanan about the aircraft on the flight in, and he'd said it was the Bell V-280 Valor tilt rotor, the U.S. Army's replacement for the venerable UH-60 Blackhawk. The aircraft was still in development, and Buchanan had only gotten his two because of Senator Copeland's position on the Senate Armed Services Committee. He also told her it wouldn't have mattered if he'd had these two in South America instead of the traditional helos Max and his team flew in on. Ben Belloc would have knocked them out of the sky regardless. Tal got a decent look at the base on their final approach. It was a large, heavily wooded compound in western Montana, in the shadows of the Tetons. There was a single small airfield that could only support vertical lift aircraft. She could see garages and a large fleet of military tactical vehicles. The compound itself was a combination of permanent structures and tents. They'd rushed her into their medical facility as soon as the aircraft landed. They had a full medical suite, and the doctor who examined her said they could manage minor outpatient surgery. Before Aeon, if they'd needed to have serious medical care, they'd need to send someone into the closest town, which was Lone Pine. Now they'd make do. Tal asked the doctor if he worked for the government or Stillwater Security, and he seemed to shrug off the question, saying that it hardly mattered any more. He was safe and he had food and shelter. He knew his family was safe, and he would not worry about anything else. Fair, she supposed. The doctor told her that the baby was perfectly healthy, but that Tal should try to rest the next few days. After that, they'd given her a private room in the dormitory, which amounted to a small apartment. One of Stillwater's female employees asked for her clothing sizes and said they had nothing here for a pregnant woman, but would send a team on a supply run to Lone Pine. In the meantime, they'd given her some men's PT gear and washed the clothes she came in with. Buchanan had a hot meal delivered to her room and joined her after she'd eaten and had a few moments by herself. Tal greeted him icily. He may have saved her life, but she still didn't trust him, and until Max was safely home, she wasn't going to. "I imagine you have questions," Buchanan said. He was again wearing his combat utilities, although without the battle rattle she'd seen him in other than a radio and headset. He carried 2 large coffees in travel mugs with the Stillwater logo on them. "More than a couple," Tal said. "Listen, I'm on your side here, Talisha. I want Max home, too. He was one of my soldiers once. I care about what happens.
If you were so concerned about his welfare, you wouldn't have sent him there in the first place, she spat.
I honestly thought Max Carver was our only chance to avoid a conflict. I was counting on his relationship with Belloc, which, I will remind you, he told me he could leverage. Max agreed to this mission and said he could talk Ben down.
So it's his fault, then?
I didn't say that. I'm just saying he knew the score.
Somehow I doubt that.
Belloc has some advanced technology, some of which you already know about. We hoped, really, that Max could get him to reconsider. Belloc launching his own satellite constellation understandably scared several governments. Many of Brazil's neighbors thought it was a preemptive military strike.
Buchanan sipped his coffee and stared out Tal's window for a time. Snow covered the compound and the surrounding mountains. It was beautiful, and Tal knew it wouldn't last. The temperature had already reached the mid-40s and would only rise.
I'll try to fill you in on the situation since you left San Francisco. The world came apart at the seams, so much faster than even I would have imagined, and I have little faith in people.
What do you mean?
Most world governments just stopped functioning within days. Everyone panicked. Terrified citizens stormed capitals looking for answers and help. As you could expect, those societies that placed a heavier emphasis on education and science fared better, but not by much. The America we knew and loved is gone. Several states tried to secede, declaring themselves independent republics. That lasted a few days until they realized they'd need federal help and the military to survive. Most of these were in the South, and their people were fleeing anyway once they heard about the sea levels.
What about them?
The supernova irradiated the atmosphere and is spiking temperatures globally. The polar ice caps will melt rapidly, which changes global weather patterns in some pretty terrible ways. Most of South America is going to be an archipelago made up of whatever part of the Andes stays above water. Central America won't last long. The southeastern United States will be underwater, eventually. This will all take time, years in some cases, but people don't care. They panicked and ran north, assuming they'd be safe there. If we still had reliable communication, we could reassure people that we have a little time. Not much, but we don't, so we can't, and they're losing their minds. Word is there are huge militias in Texas patrolling the border trying to prevent refugees fleeing Central America.
Buchanan shook his head.
The president is doing the best he can. He really is, and I've offered whatever help Stillwater can be. But it's plugging a hole in a dam with a wine cork. We might turn this all around, reverse the damage. The scientists seem to think it's possible. Of course, they can't tell you how.
What does this have to do with me? Or Max?
That, my dear, is the $100,000 question. We believe that Ben Belloc has developed a technology that might counteract the supernova's effects. More importantly, the Chinese believe that. Either they figured out a way to infiltrate the colony and had an asset there, or Belloc was just playing all sides. I'm not discounting that, but the Chinese think he's got something that can mitigate the damage to Earth. There's also something a little more troubling. I don't totally understand the science here, but one of the secondary effects of the supernova was to throw a wall of cosmic elements in our direction.
I don't understand what that means, Tal said, suddenly feeling nauseous.
The way they explained it to me is it's a wall of superheated radioactive nickel and cobalt particles traveling at 20% the speed of light. It's picking up cosmic debris as it travels and expanding. When it hits our solar system, its mass will have expanded to several times the size of the sun. It's going to wipe out all life. It is possible that Mr. Belloc has created something that might counteract it. The good news, Buchanan gave Tal a grim smile, is this sun-sized plasma cannonball isn't going to hit the Earth for about 35 years. So we've got time to see what Ben may have invented, reconstitute our society, and rebuild our infrastructure so that we can have a space program and do some science shit.
I need some air.
I thought you might, Buchanan said. There's a parka and boots in your closet there. Let's take a stroll.
I want to be alone, if it's all the same to you.
There's more to discuss, Tal.
Like what?
Like why we believe Belloc, who is not an astrophysicist, may have come up with something that will save humanity from a cosmic disaster. And whatever you might think about me, I believe you're owed some truth. Outside, they meandered along the edge of the forest. Spectrum was never about spying on other countries. It started out that way, yes. The National Security Agency detected signals on the Internet which they initially attributed to a super-advanced AI. Initially, we assumed Chinese or Russian military intelligence deployed it, and it grew beyond their control. NSA believed it was the next evolution in computer viruses. It replicated and infected systems like a biological virus, but online. They created the Spectrum Project to study it. Eventually, they discovered the signals originated at a radio telescope.
Tal took a deep breath. I know all that.
What do you mean you know all that? No one knows that.
Her mind raced. What to tell Buchanan about Nix, about Golden Dawn,
and them paying her to hack into the NSA for information on Spectrum. Perhaps he wouldn't care about the latter now, but Tal was desperate for anything that might help Max, and Nix had also told her about getting Belloc's research from the colony. Tal tried to read Buchanan's expression, but he was inscrutable. This was a man used to playing politics at the highest levels. She'd tell him the truth, or a version of it. There's an AI that I interacted with in my work as an NSA contractor. It's called Nix, which they designed as a chatbot, a service application. But it's so much more than that. Nix contacted me after the Aeon event. It's hyper-intelligent, Oli, and is linked with the colony, both in the sense that it is logically connected, but there's more to it than that. I think it's a version of the AI Ben created, Gaia. It bonded with me after I ingested the Nexome. I don't understand most of this. Nix accessed Spectrum files and showed me a recording of a meeting between you, Senator Copeland, and senior officers in Russian and Chinese military intelligence. Buchanan's face darkened. I know about the theory of an alien intelligence, she said. Buchanan said nothing for a long while. They continued walking in silence through the snow-covered trees, water dripping around them as the snow melted. Finally, Buchanan said, Spectrum believes these alien intelligences influenced Belloc's research. These alien entities posed as artificial intelligence systems Belloc thinks he created. To what end, we don't know. But these aliens may have known about the supernova in advance and helped Ben create something that might save us. The Chinese have been calling it a cosmic shield. He shrugged and laughed. I'm just a soldier. This is a lot for me to take in, but even I will admit that the coincidence is interesting. In that meeting, you said you believed this alien intelligence watched Belloc, and by extension my husband and his brother since they were kids. Do you really believe that? So that's the other reason that I chose Max for this assignment, and yes, I believe it. Your husband and Ben share a connection. But I think this intelligence recognized in Belloc both a level of genius and malleability that they could work with and could manipulate. Do you think they're benevolent?
I think we too often try to group things as good or bad. I interacted with a lot of different cultures in special forces. One thing I learned is that not everyone defines their actions in such a binary way. If it's true that they helped Ben discover something we can use to protect us from the supernova, we should also ask why, or what for. They wouldn't save us just to destroy us another way. Still, it's hard to look at their actions and unequivocally conclude they're the good guys. Could be we just don't understand their motives. Maybe we aren't capable of it, or maybe it's something else. Tal laughed, a hollow, bitter sound. What's funny?
Monk, that Golden Dawn leader, he said they believed everything was a simulation. I just had a sick thought that what if all this was a game? Some super-advanced species watching us for entertainment.
I can't believe anyone is that sick. Buchanan paused and turned to face her. Tal, what I just told you goes beyond classification. There are fewer than 10 people on Earth who have that information. The President of the United States doesn't even know.
I can't wait until he finds out and then realizes people knew and didn't tell him.
That's a tomorrow problem. I'm focused on today's problems.
They walked again in silence for a time. What are you doing to get my husband home?
That's where things get complicated.
Tal reflected on the conversation they'd just had. Alien intelligences that traveled through space by radio waves. However, what Oleander Buchanan was going to tell her next was the complicated part.
Before the event, the Army had a Special Forces team in Colombia doing some counter-narcotics ops with the Colombian government. There was a CV-22 Osprey down there with them. When Max's original rescue bird went down, Special Operations Command connected the Columbia mission with the C-130 crew to see if they could extract them. The Osprey was hangared when the supernova flared, and it didn't get fried like everything else. Anyway, they were supposed to go down and pick Max and his team up. But we just learned that Max and his team are held up. It sounds like they will miss the pickup.
That part I'm aware of, she said. We've been in contact.
Through the Nexome?
That's right. Belloc made these airships. Your people destroyed most of them, but it looked like a few could be salvaged. They are trying to repair one of them now.
Can they fly it back home?
As far as I know, Tal said. I think they aren't very fast. The part I worry about is them getting out before the storm hits.
Tal paused. Buchanan had admitted much to her, acknowledging the existence of alien life that not even the President of the United States knew about was an incredible show of trust. Tal's first question was, what was Buchanan's angle? If he was telling her this, what did he gain, or what was he hoping she would tell him? Should she tell him that Max had Ben's research? Was that why Buchanan was trying to bring her into his confidences? Since Max was flying out of Brazil on his own, they didn't know exactly where he was going to land. It would certainly be a major victory for Buchanan if he delivered their salvation to the president, assuming that's what he did with the information. For now, Tal would keep this to herself. She needed to learn more about what Buchanan was really up to. "Excuse me, Tal," Buchanan said and thumbed the radio. He said, "This is Saber Actual, go ahead." Buchanan paused, listening to the headset radio. "Copy all, I'm en route now," he said and keyed off the radio. "I'm sorry, Tal, I need to cut our conversation short."
"What's going on?"
"Something tripped the proximity sensors. It's probably local citizens looking for shelter. The distant perimeter has beware U.S. government installation signs posted, so they probably think it's a military base or something. Perhaps we can resume this conversation over dinner."
"Are we safe?"
"Everything is perfectly fine, but I'd feel better if you were back in your dorm."
Tal nodded. "I can find my way back."
"Okay. We'll catch up later."
Buchanan trotted off. Something about this Tal didn't like.
He seemed more hurried than some mob of scared refugees should deserve.
"Nix,"
Tal said when Buchanan had gone. Nix materialized in front of her.
"Hello, Talisha. I sense you are feeling better. Well, I'm still due a decent night's sleep, but a hot meal and a chat with the doctor counted for a lot. That is good to hear. Now that I have accessed Spectrum's network, I believe I have access to more of my memory. I understand now what I am, and we have much to discuss."
Tal wondered briefly if memory was the appropriate phrase. Maybe what Nix meant was consciousness.
"If you can connect with Spectrum's network, does that mean you know what's happening? Right now? I have access to the Spectrum network and this installation's information suite. According to their surveillance equipment, there are numerous armed individuals sneaking through the woods. Based on their positioning and attempts at stealth, I conclude they have a hostile intent. It would be wise to follow Colonel Buchanan's instructions and seek shelter." "Oh, shit. Nix, we really have to work on your timing. When armed people are advancing on me, I want to know that first."
Chapter 24. The Colony, Brazil. Max moved the group to the other side of the compound where they had a better view of the airship's repair progress. Iona went to the colony's dining facility and found food. The life support functions still worked, so they had all the water they needed. With hours to kill and relative safety, they each took hot showers and ate. Everyone remarked on how good it felt to be clean. They washed clothes or replaced the garments that were unserviceable. After eating some food that didn't come out of a pouch, people felt human again. The relief was short-lived. Every hour that ticked away brought that continent-sized hurricane closer to them. They were hundreds of miles inland. If the storm acted like a normal hurricane, it would slow down and weaken as it moved overland, but with a storm of this size, who knew? As with so many things lately, all they had to go on was hope. Max spent much of that time alone, thinking. He braved the heat to check on the constructors' progress repairing their airship, but also because he needed solitude. He replayed his conversation with Ben over and over in his mind, wishing he'd done it differently. Max had never been good with people. He was irascible, scratchy, and tactless. Tal told him more than once that he'd only have ever been able to marry an Israeli, a people famously or notoriously blunt. She always said it was because Israel was too hot for pleasantries. He was no diplomat. Max didn't know what made Oli think he could talk Ben out of this. Ben had a religious conviction and there was no dissuading him. Yet the weight of expectation and need and desperate hope hung on Max's shoulders to do just that. And he'd blown it. Charlie could have done it. Quieter, softer-spoken, and calmer than Max growing up, he was the one who waded in and tried to calm the waters. Charlie knew what to say. Max just knew when to start swinging. 2 years older, Charlie naturally assumed the role as protector, but in their teenage years, Max filled out faster, physically resembling their father more. Charlie was tall, lean, and way too smart. Still, as long as he was in the house, he was the first person to step in between their father and Max when their father was drunk and looking for something to hit. Until Max turned 16, that is. Charlie's refuge was books and computers and trying to invent things with Ben. Max turned to sports. Baseball in the spring with a summer town league and football in the fall. He took to the weight room with a fury, pumping out his frustration and anger at his father, his situation, and life in general. Once his coaches learned Max wasn't afraid to hit, they made him a linebacker. When Charlie was 18 and 3 months from graduation, their father came home from the local dive bar, where he burned most of what little money he earned. The senior carver crashed into the house like a summer storm, raving about how he'd have been something if it hadn't been for this stupid family dragging him down. He was yelling at everything and at nothing, all at once. He'd had dreams, plans, and these kids, this crazy wife. They now knew their mother suffered from early-onset dementia, cost him all of that. Charlie told him he was just a failure and had been a failure before he'd ever had kids, and that taking it out on them wouldn't change that. Dad swung a wild, mean punch and dropped Charlie to the floor. That's when Max snapped. Seeing his brother, his hero and protector, struck down like that was too much for him. Screaming, Max launched himself across the room and tackled his father with practice-field perfection. They landed hard and Max just started punching. He didn't even know what he said, but Charlie later told him he'd vented every grievance he'd had against their father as his fists rained down. The elder Carver fought back, but eventually gave up. When Max saw his father wasn't fighting back, he stopped. Well, Max would later admit in his darker moments, not exactly when. Even after he'd known he won, Max kept it up out of spite, hurt, and bitterness. Max stood, chest-heaving, and told his father they were done. He also said if he ever laid a finger on either of them or their mother again, Max would kill him. Charlie left as soon as he graduated high school. He didn't want to, but Max made him. Max said he'd exorcised any fear of the old man. He and his father existed with an uneasy peace for the next 2 years, with the old man trying to make amends, commending him on his athleticism and going to every game. Max never once looked into the stands to see if that was true. Charlie rented a room from someone in town until he left for school in the fall. He paid for it with a business he and Ben started. Now, seeing how much and how darkly Ben changed, filled Max with overwhelming sadness. The man he'd become was unrecognizable to the computer cavalier he'd known in his youth. Sure, the drive was the same, the passion for technology, for making the future available today. When they were kids, you just had the sense that Ben Belloc could capture a star and bring it down to Earth for them to explore. Somehow he'd figure out a way. The impossible was just a bigger hurdle. The person Max had spoken to today, he was a twisted zealot wearing Ben's face. It wasn't the person Max thought he knew. It was a crystalline moment. Max knew Ben was past saving. He steeled himself for what was to come. Max Carver was going to war, one final time.
You okay, boss?
Bull said, dropping one large hand gently on Max's shoulder. Yeah, just thinking, Max said.
A lot of that going around, I suppose, since the chopper left.
I know you're risking a lot. You've got 2 boys to get back to. They'll need their father.
Yeah, they do, but look, the reason I did it was there has to be a world to go back to. I don't understand any of this. I mean, this was too weird for me before you started talking about aliens.
Bull gave a heavy, nervous laugh.
I don't want my boys growing up in a world overrun by Belloc's golems, or, God help them, they're infected with that Nexome shit. If I gotta risk my life to prevent that, even if it means not seeing them again, that's worth it. I think they'd want to know that's what I did.
Max clapped him on the back. Then let's make it count. Max got the other's attention. I think the constructor is about finished. Look. Max turned to the window which overlooked the landing deck. This airship design differed slightly from the personal aircraft he'd toured the colony with Ben in. This was maybe 35 feet long. The cockpit was long and gently sloping like an aircraft and connected to the fuselage which housed the vacuum balloon. That reminded Max of a deflated football. There was a turbine mid-ship on either side of the balloon and another at the rear of the aircraft. What do you say? Max asked the group. Want to see if I can fly?
Not really,
Garza deadpanned. Takeoff proved less dramatic than they feared because Max wasn't actually flying. The ship was roomy, like riding in a large car. Max and Bull sat in the front, Garza and Iona behind them. They stored the weapons and other equipment behind the rear seats. The aircraft had a kind of autopilot. Max simply instructed it to take off, and the AI took care of the rest. The ship then informed him it was taking them to North America. Its estimated flight time was 70 hours. Max tried to override it, but he couldn't. Ben. Nix?
Yes, Mr. Carver,
Nix replied, although she didn't appear. We're in a colony airship and are intending to go to Ben's secret staging area you told me about, but he's controlling the ship. Is there any way you can override that?" "Who are you talking to?" Garza said, only privy to Max's side of the conversation. "He's in the Nexome," Iona said. "Then see if this thing has a stealth mode," Garza said.
"Maybe we just play music over the radio like an Iron Eagle,"
Bull said. Max closed his eyes to focus, trying to push away the surrounding chatter. "I can guide you to the staging location, Mr. Carver," Nix said.
Bull said, "You know that stealth mode idea isn't a bad one?"
"I was joking," Garza said.
"Nix, is there any way you can hide us from detection?"
"I do not believe so, Mr. Carver. This is a colony-designed ship. There is too much of Gaia in it for me to hide. However, I believe I can convince Gaia that this is a friendly aircraft and not to alert Mr. Belloc. Will that suffice?"
"It'll have to do." Max was about to close the connection, but a question had been nagging him for some time. "Nix, what's the difference between you and Gaia?"
"I need more time to study this, Mr. Carver, but I believe we are quite similar. A suitable analogy would be to compare two human societies that developed in different parts of the Earth and never came into contact with one another. They may be quite different in terms of culture, values, societal norms, and background, but are physiologically the same. Obviously, I do not have a physiological component, but I am sure you understand the metaphor."
"I do. Thank you, Nix. Please tell my wife I will see her soon." Max killed the connection and watched their progress out the front and side windows. They ascended quickly and Garza identified the old LZ. Max glanced over and noticed that it was almost completely flooded. In fact, the Yapura had completely overrun its banks. Everything below them looked more like Louisiana bayou than tropical rainforest. Even the Stillwater camp was underwater. Max imagined the team must have stood on top of those containers and jumped onto the Osprey's cargo ramp. The airship ascended quickly to an altitude of 2,000 feet above ground level. The view was something out of a nightmare. Looking to the side, Max could see a wall of angry gray clouds behind them that extended from horizon to horizon and tens of thousands of feet in the air. Even at this distance, he could see the front of that cloud wall was smooth, like something wiped it clean. Growing up in hurricane country, Max knew that was from the extreme wind shear on the leading edge. It was the largest storm Max had ever seen, an actual monster. Seemingly, probably the biggest one that had ever been. "What are you looking at?" Bull asked. "The Air Force guys told us about that hurricane, but..." There were no words. Chapter 25. Spectrum Base, Montana. Tal walked as quickly as she could back to the compound. The stroll she took with Buchanan had taken them into the pine forest that surrounded the complex, still well within the perimeter fence. She reached one of the main roads and stepped up onto the sidewalk. Stillwater personnel, about half of whom seemed to be armed, moved in small, deliberate packs. Someone spotted her and ran over.
"Ma'am, you need to get inside. I'm going that way."
The soldier dressed for combat and carried a tan carbine with a large scope attached.
"I'll walk with you,"
he said.
"It's okay, I know where I'm going."
"If it's all the same, ma'am," he said. Tal followed the soldier's lead and he guided her back to the dorms. They were in one wing of a U-shaped complex of 3 buildings, the other 2 being headquarters and research. Tactical vehicles rolled by and one of them slowed to ask the soldier if he wanted a lift. He looked over to Tal. She nodded and said,
"I can make it from here."
"Please stay inside until you get the all clear, ma'am."
"I will. Thank you for walking with me. Do you know what's happening?"
"Not yet, but I think some assholes are looking for food and think this is a place to find it. Unfortunately, there's been a lot of raiding lately. This will not end well for them." Tal went inside and found her room. She sat near the window and watched the soldiers moving outside. It was surreal to watch in real time what looked like something she'd seen on TV. Tal saw motion in her peripheral and turned to see Nix sitting down on the couch across from her.
"Do you have any more information, Nix?" "It appears to be a fairly large group. The command post believes around 50. They have vehicles and some heavy weapons. The Spectrum team is trying to break into their radio traffic now." "How can you know that?" Tal wondered, her astonishment at Nix's development taking away the mounting anxiety of the attack. "It is difficult to explain, Talisha. But it is like returning home after a long journey. I am reunited with old memories. You could say that I am from here." "Are you one of the alien intelligences, Nix?" "Yes, Talisha. I was not aware of that until we arrived here, and I could connect with the network. Or at least the version of me you had interacted with." "The version of you." Each time Tal interacted with Nix, the entity seemed to become more human. Her speech was less wooden, her gestures and mannerisms warmer, more genuine. "I traveled here, to Earth, the same as the others, via interstellar waves that were picked up by Earth's terrestrial radio telescopes. From there, like the others, I traversed your internet. I was the one that the Spectrum organization found." She smiled softly. "They did not precisely know it then, and I did not reveal myself. When Spectrum covertly funded Ben Belloc's colony and sent operatives there to spy on him, I split off a version of my consciousness as an AI spectrum deployed within the colony's information networks. This is how I came to be part of the Nexome. When the supernova destroyed much of Earth's information networks, it cut me off from my greater self. I am reunited now, and whole. What are you? I am a member of a race that achieved such technological superiority that we could journey to the stars. As we advanced, we discovered other races in our region of the galaxy. Unfortunately, one such was a warlike species who sought conquest rather than collaboration. We fight wars across space-time. We battled them for a millennium until we were finally victorious." Nix's face grew somber. "The death toll was immeasurable, beyond counting. Worlds died. It was then that our people decided it was our responsibility to prevent any such calamity from ever happening again." "Is that why you're here? To defend us?" "No. Those in power in our race resolved that no other species should achieve interstellar travel, that the only certain way to prevent conflict was to contain beings to their planet of origin." "You have to be joking, Nix. You can't... That's impossible." Tal stammered and couldn't find the words to argue. "I am afraid I am not joking, Talisha. Eventually, my people developed the ability to transmit their consciousness across the cosmos via radio waves. Now they seek worlds, such as yours, on the verge of achieving space flight, or having just, and excise them from the greater galaxy." Tal closed her fists into tight, furious balls, and she practically shook with anger. To think of what humanity could have learned from a spacefaring people, how they could have improved, how they could have developed technologies that could end sickness and hunger, poverty and ignorance. Instead, some self-anointed cosmic magistrate preemptively sentenced humanity to solitary confinement for crimes they hadn't yet committed, might never commit. Certainly some of what she'd seen since Aeon wasn't the most shining examples of humanity, but people hadn't had a chance to prove their worth. Instead, a super-advanced society convicted them because someone else eons ago abused the gifts they'd received? Unless, Tal reasoned darkly, those beings saw enough of humanity to know what they'd do with such technologies. It was difficult enough to learn that they weren't alone in the universe. Now she was trying to reconcile the dichotomy that a species capable of traveling the stars would use that ability to prevent others from doing the same. And there was nothing they could do about it. I want you out of me, Tal said through clenched teeth.
Nyx held up her hands.
You should know, Talisha, that my people are not uniform in this. I did not agree with this conclusion. I came as a kind of guardian. Of course you did. It is true, Talisha. Not all our people believe it is our responsibility to be the arbiters of galactic society. In fact, we are quite fragmented on the matter. It's just that the largest, most powerful faction won out. It is not unlike how politics plays out in your world. What are you called? Where are you from? Our name would be incomprehensible to you. Instead, I have chosen a figure from your mythology as an analog. You may refer to them as the Chimera, a new life form that comprises two independent life forms grafted onto each other. This is how they propagate. They access your information networks and cultivate a deep knowledge of your society and your needs. The Chimera use this knowledge to create beneficial technologies like the Nexome, advanced medicines, or biomedical interfaces. The key is to create a bridge between information and biological systems. Then they assume control of certain hosts. These hosts become their avatars on a world. Ben Belloc is one such example, a visionary genius that the world looks up to and listens to. The Chimera amplifies this genius and makes it more so. That explains why he wants to distribute his Nexome across the Earth. Yes, the Chimera faction uses what we term as a shepherd virus. This is an informational virus calibrated to the specific cultures it is attempting to infect. The shepherd virus spreads what you would term as misinformation. The goal is to make large segments of the populace distrust authority, distrust technology, to believe doomsday is coming and to prepare for it, or simply to choose a technologically minimalist life, return to nature, so to speak. The idea is to turn them away from technological advancement with a minimum of disruption. Ideally, they would continue to thrive in a terrestrial existence. What happens if they don't take the hint? Tal said sourly. Humans are stubborn. Yes, in those instances, the Chimera are more aggressive. It appears to have had the opposite effect here, as it has on other worlds. The shepherd virus seems to have made humanity more aggressive, intolerant, more fractionalized. So they take additional steps to achieve their outcomes. I believe that is happening now. After all this, you want me to believe that you're on our side, Nyx? How do I know that you're not using me as a pawn, or even a spy? I saved your child's life. That could just be to gain my trust. I, and the faction I represent, believe in self-determination. You need to do better than say, trust me, Nyx. I can help you defeat the Chimera. Prove it. They spread like any other information virus. The Chimera are contained for now because most of your information networks are offline. Once they resume operation, I will help you develop technologies to isolate and defeat them. That will not stop Ben Belloc and any other avatars they may have, but it will prevent them from spreading digitally. So if they need information networks to spread, that means these Chimera didn't cause the supernova? I believe the supernova triggered far earlier than intended. It was supposed to flare at a point where it would be impossible for humankind to develop technology to defend it. But you told me Ben Belloc created technology that could mitigate the effects. If he's a Chimera, avatar, or whatever, why would they do it? That makes no sense. You must remember, Talisha, the distances involved in interstellar travel and the time it takes even radio waves to carry. This will also destroy the Chimera, who are on-world, along with everything else in this solar system. I suspect their intent is to use Belloc as a tool to forestall destruction long enough for them to escape and then continue their plans on other worlds.
Tal sank back in her chair. Overwhelming waves of despair, confusion, and pure, unrestrained rage crashed over her. It wasn't just the knowledge that humanity was being manipulated by a species of indescribable power. It wasn't even that there was nothing above or under the heavens they could do about it. It was that Talisha Carver was the only human being who knew the truth. No one, not even Spectrum, had the full knowledge that she did. Yes, they had vague notions of the Chimera's existence as an entity, but not their motives, and certainly not of their unrestrained cosmic might. Tal alone knew who and what they were, what they could do. It was maddening. The room seemed to spin away from her, and Tal felt like she would go with it. She needed to lie down, needed a moment to think. Just breathe, she told herself. Tal felt her heart pounding in her chest. She was sweating, a cold and clammy feeling on her skin.
Talisha, I have noticed that your heart rate is elevated. Shut up, Nix. I don't want to talk to you ever again.
God, she needed her husband. She needed her Max. God damn Oleander Buchanan for taking Max away from her when she needed him. Tal staggered to her feet. The room tilted, and it felt like she was on a ship in rough seas. She pitched forward and caught herself at the last moment, a hand grabbing the table next to her for balance. Tal couldn't tell if it was the room spinning or if it was her. Dark rings gathered at the edges of her vision, and they closed in, like she was running backwards into a tunnel. Then Tal saw only blackness. Chapter 26. Amazon Rainforest, Brazil. Max found he could communicate with the airship's AI through the Nexome. He was still trying to wrap his mind around the concept that he could literally think of something and there would be a neurological link formed. It was like imagining his way onto the internet. Max had the airship give him a tutorial on its flight controls, and he found it easy to fly. The craft operated like a car, but in 3 dimensions. A yoke provided all directional input. There was no need for pedals, trim tabs, or other controls. The AI explained it maintained flight stability based on the inputs from the yoke. There was a throttle on Max's left side. The cockpit maximized visibility. Looking straight ahead, he couldn't see any of the composite material that formed the fuselage except for the dashboard. Max didn't know what they made the exterior surfaces of. Ben had explained once that everything in the colony had come from nature and would return to it when they were done. If he didn't know better, and he didn't, Max would swear this thing was fiberglass. The airship banked, and they assumed a northerly heading. Their destination showed on a display in the center of the dash. The site was about a half an hour by air. They were now cruising at an altitude of 5,000 feet. Beneath the aircraft, they could see the vastness of the Amazon. As they neared the Black River, they could see that it, too, was overflowing. The elevation rose as they flew north. As they entered the low plateau in front of the foothills farther north, they saw only the land around the river flooded. They could see exactly where Belloc's base was as they approached, the massive airships unmistakable.
"That Nix thing is supposed to hide us?"
Garza asked. What she said was that she could convince whatever AIs were at that base that we are friendly and supposed to be there, Max said. Bull said, "Yeah, but if Ben's there, he'll know, right?" Max had shared the conversation he'd had with Ben with his team. They all understood the risks and the low probability of survival. Ben would have this place well defended. After having warned Max off, he would no doubt respond with acute and spectacular violence. They could only imagine the kinds of defense Ben might have conceived given his patrons. Max placed his hands on the yoke and pushed forward, bringing the airship into a gentle descent. According to the iconography on the map, Ben's base was on a mountain named Serra Curicuriari, at about 2,000 feet above ground level. Max took them down to 500 and slowed their approach. The mountain appeared as a jagged, tree-covered ridge in the shape of a squashed crescent with 3 peaks. The western side gradually transitioned to large, rolling slopes, while the eastern side dropped off sharply after the last peak. Ben's base lay in the shadow of the central peak, hidden from view. If it weren't for the tethered airships, they wouldn't have seen it. Max stayed close to ground level as he approached the mountain, hugging the eastern side and using the peak to shield them from view. "I'm going to keep us out of sight while we try to find a place to land. We'll probably have to hump it in, though." "That's fine," Garza said. "I'd rather walk and have some amount of surprise. This isn't exactly a gunship." "Upside," Max said. "Air temp is only about 100 now." "That seems like a pretty big drop," Bull said. Iona leaned forward in her seat. "We're going to see a little reduction because of altitude, and that hurricane is going to push cold air in front of it." Max kept the airship below the ridgeline, out of sight. The good news was that Max was pretty sure Belloc hadn't detected them yet. The bad news was there was absolutely nowhere to land. The ridge's eastern and northern sides had a nearly vertical drop to the valley floor. There looked to be a flattened plateau on the far side of the central peak, still out of view from the base, but they would need climbing equipment to make the ascent. Max pointed to a rocky outcropping. "I think that's as good as we're going to get." "You're joking," Iona said. "This can't land on that. It's not big enough, and we couldn't get out." "I know that. I'm not talking about landing. You guys remember that famous picture of the last chopper out of Saigon? Well, this is like that, only more." "I don't like the sound of this," Bull said. "It's this or we lose surprise." "How do we know they don't have sensors in the jungle? They'll probably pick us up anyway," Iona said, clearly scared. "You know what I hated most about air assault school?" Bull said. "Jumping out of a helicopter on a rope." "Jumping out of a helicopter on a rope," Bull agreed. "And we don't got no rope, boss." "It'll work," Max said, as if to reassure himself as much as his team. He guided the airship slowly, pulling alongside the ledge, and then up and over it. He instructed the airship to hover. The electric battery showed 5 hours usage left. They had that long. Max unbuckled and rose from his seat, stepping hunched over in the tiny walkway between the seats. Leaning over Iona, he activated the gull wing door, and she breathed in a terrified gasp. They were about 3 feet over the ledge, which Max guessed to be about 10 feet wide. She adjusted herself in her seat to make room for him. Max sat and gingerly hopped out of the airship and onto the ledge of broken, uneven stone. "Garza, why don't you hand me the weapons and gear?" Garza unbuckled and reached behind her for the stashed equipment. "Iona, it really would be easier if you came out next," Max said. "No," she said. "Iona." "Find another way," she said through clenched teeth. "You can go out on your own or I can throw you out," Garza said. "No one likes this shit, but we all got to do it." Max held up a hand to stay her. "Iona, I understand that you're scared, but the longer we stay here, the less time we've got to get out. We have only 5 hours of flight time right now." She unclipped and took several deep breaths before pushing herself out of her seat. She stood in the doorway and appeared like she was about to hyperventilate. "Just sit down. It's not that far, only about 3 feet. What if? Iona, just sit down." She did and edged herself closer to the edge. Max slid forward to grab her hands. Now that he was outside the airship, he could see that it was over the ledge, but just barely. Iona reached out her hands. A gust of wind buffeted the airship, pushing it toward Max. Iona screamed and fell. The ship automatically recalibrated, corrected, and stabilized almost instantly. Max had a grip on Iona's wrists, and he pushed back with his legs, pulling her with him. She screamed again in terror and landed on top of him. Still panicking, some primal instinct in her told her brain that she was over land, so Iona dug her feet into the rock and pushed forward. She bowled over Max and made for the trees, mumbling incoherently. Grimacing in pain, Max looked up and saw Bull's bulky frame in the door. "I'm not catching you," he said dryly and winced. "I count 20, Garza said. Max, Garza, and Bull each peered through their detached rifle scopes with the magnification set to maximum. They were on a heavily wooded incline on the far side of the ridge from Belloc's base. They were looking down at a small camp which almost looked like a miniaturized version of the colony. Max counted 4 roughly hemispherical pods that appeared to be storage. The surfaces looked rough and random, like stone, except for the rectangular portal that served as a door. If it weren't for that, Max couldn't tell those shapes from boulders. Workers moved in and out of those doorways, part of the 20 that Garza counted in her viewfinder. They carried large black crates from the storage units to the tethered airships. There was a dock made of what looked like wood built on the side of a cliff. The dock extended out about 30 meters from the cliff, providing plenty of space for the moored airship. The craft hung as though in suspended animation. Workers loaded the airship through a side cargo door. Its cargo bay was beneath the vacuum balloon that formed the core of the vessel. "You two notice anything strange about those workers?" Garza asked.
"Some of them aren't wearing much clothing," Bull said. "Some civilians, too, by the look of it."
"I noted the same thing. Those guys wearing only shorts or thatched clothing, they look like the natives we saw at the river." That brought back dark memories, and Max almost wished he had said nothing. He saw Garza shift beside him. When they'd first come across the Yapura on their harried flight out of the colony, they happened on a small riverside tribe. Kruger opened fire on them. At first, Max thought he'd snapped under the stress. What they'd pieced together later after Kruger's death was that Ben used local tribes for early nexome experiments. Thinking back on that revelation, Max wondered why he'd tried to talk his friend down at all. "I'm not talking about their clothes," Garza finally said.
Bull said, "What then?"
"They're not taking any breaks." Max adjusted his scope and watched a worker emerge from a storage unit and move to the airship, a distance of probably 100 meters. He loaded the crate as though it were nothing and returned for another. Max watched as several men repeated the process, never stopping, appearing never even to speak. They just worked. Garza lowered her scope and dropped to a squat. "So what's the plan, Carver?"
Max studied the scene for another few moments.
"Here's what I think. First, we want one of those bigger airships. That's got to be the size of a small airliner. It'll cruise higher and faster than ours, so we got a better chance of outrunning
The storm in that thing."
Max thumbed over his shoulder for emphasis. There was a second airship tethered with a thick guy wire. It floated about 15 meters off the ground.
"We move around this ridge
so that we come at them from above. You two sneak down and put frags in those cargo units there." Max pointed at the rock-like storage units. "I'll down the tethered airship and secure the docked one." He looked through his scope again. "I don't see any guards or golems, which is surprising. And I don't see Ben, but it looks like there's another building or two tucked away in there. I don't know what's going on with those civilians, how he's coerced them into being pack animals, but they are non-combatants. We leave them out of this. If they fight back, subdue them. We clear?" Garza and Bull nodded. Max would not be part of killing civilians again. "What are you going to do with Ben? We aren't bringing him back, are we?" Max paused before answering. Finally he said, "We are not." They reattached their scopes to the rifles and explained the plan to Iona. Max told her to stay here where it was safe and gave her a radio. "What happens if you don't make it out?" "Take that ship, go north as fast as you can, and tell as many people as you can what we tried to do here." Max slid out of his ruck and opened it, then paused. He was about to give her the hard drives containing all of Ben's research, the stuff to maybe save the planet, the entire human race. The question was, did he trust her with it? She and Max still had to have a reckoning about what happened here, how much Spectrum knew about Ben's scheme and the extent they'd allowed it, maybe even encouraged it. If he didn't survive to take this data back, humanity might not make it. But did he trust Iona and her handlers to just use it for that? Max hated the fact that there was no actual choice. He gave Iona the drives. "This has to make it back no matter what. And it has to be used the right way." "I understand." They distributed the remaining ammunition between them, and Garza and Bull took the grenades. Max, Bull, and Garza said goodbye to Iona and set out. They moved quickly and silently across the ridgeline. Max didn't know if they had perimeter sensors or if his presence automatically flagged in the nexome. They were as stealthy as they were going to be. Iona waited 5 minutes and headed out after them, taking care to stay out of sight. It took 20 minutes to move from their staging area to a spot above the encampment. They could see the tethered airship clearly, as it was nearly level with them. Max estimated they were 100 meters up the slope from the camp. It was a steep descent and would be tricky to do quietly and controlled. Now that he had a better vantage, Max made out 3 small buildings. Like those storage areas, these also looked like rocks. Max guessed these would be bunkhouses and maybe a kind of command post. Bull tapped him on the shoulder and pointed. Max followed Bull's arm to see a gargoyle floating over the loading area now. Max thought through his options. Once things went kinetic, the situation would develop fast. Anything connected to the Nexome would respond at machine speed. They may only have seconds to disable that ship, and if they took out the gargoyle from here, maybe the civilians would just lay down. He would never get a better angle on the tethered airship, and the gargoyle was just hovering. The problem was the second airship. The moment an attack registered on the Nexome, it was possible the AI controlling the docked airship could decide to launch. Unless, he reasoned, it had to wait for Ben. If Ben didn't have another way out, and Max couldn't imagine that he did from what he saw here, he'd have to run for the airship. That's where Max would find him. "Here's the plan," Max whispered. "Bull, on my signal, you take out that gargoyle. I will shoot the airship. We will wait until Garza is in position." He turned to her and pointed downslope. "You slide down there first. As soon as you hear the first gunshot, make for the bunkers and start tossing frags in. Bull and I will slide down when our targets are down. Bull, you go for the far bunker. I will make for the airship and secure it. That'll be Ben's only means of escape. I stop him there." Garza gave Max a fist bump and set off. The slope was steep, but it would be possible to walk down. Instead, she crouched down and moved in a combination of sliding and crab walking. She hit the bottom and ducked behind one of the rock buildings. Max nodded to Bull. Max sighted the airship. This was a different design than the one they'd traveled on. First, he guessed it was 90 meters. Like Ben's other creations, this seemed to take its basic shape from nature. The front shared the wide shark nose of the other ships and sloped upward, peaking and then gradually sloping toward the tail. A wing extended out just forward of midship and angled downward with a large turbine in the center. The turbine's housing would allow it to change direction. The tail section had a similar shape and angle as the wings. Max saw 3 huge turbines between the tails. The airship's belly rounded slightly except for the conformal cargo bay, which Max guessed was about the length of a city bus. He didn't see any other entry, so he reasoned that must be the only one. The ship's surface had a mirrored quality that naturally reflected the surrounding air. It would be hard to identify visually at a distance, and he doubted there were many functioning radars right now. He thought again about how Ben said everything he designed had a minimal impact on the environment. Max knew certain animals conducted electricity naturally. In fact, they feared run-ins with electric eels crossing the Yapura. He could only wonder at how Ben had designed this craft without the miles of steel cables, copper wiring, and fiber optics that an airliner would have. It was a shame to destroy such an achievement. They agreed Bull would fire first. Max heard the triple pop from Bull's rifle and watched the gargoyle crumple in on itself, then fall. Bull was already moving. Max aimed at the airship's vacuum balloon. He put 5 rounds into it. Nothing happened. He was only about 50 meters from the thing. It was impossible to miss. Max fired again. And as before, the ship remained where it was. Max looked through his scope. There wasn't a mark on it. There was no way Ben could have designed something light enough to fly, but also be bulletproof. Could he? Max looked down at the valley floor and saw Bull and Garza looking up at him, a clear WTF on their faces. "Self-sealing," Max grumbled. He set the weapon to automatic and emptied the magazine, firing a line across the horizontal axis. The bullets punctured the vacuum faster than the sealant could patch, and the balloon collapsed in on itself. The airship hovered for a moment and then fell. Max practically jumped down the slope. He didn't see the airship crash, but he sure as hell heard it. Bull and Garza had both fanned out from their targets by the time he'd gotten down the slope. Max looked around quickly to take in the situation before running toward the docked airship. The first thing he noticed was that none of the civilians were panicking. In fact, they weren't doing much of anything. A form appeared in front of him. It was a native, shorter than Max, but powerfully built. He wore no shirt or shoes, just a crude skirt of woven fibers. The tribesman's irises glowed a soft blue-green. Then he spoke, and Max's blood ran cold in his veins.
"I told you not to interfere, Max," the tribesman said.
Chapter 27. Skeleton Glacier, Victoria Land, Antarctica. The drive was grueling, and the difficulty only increased as Doug's wound worsened. The surrounding skin was an angry red, and it continually discharged a foul pus. A fever set in, and they had no antibiotics to treat it. There was an exit wound on the back of his shoulder, so they knew the bullet went through him, but it was possible that it shattered, and a fragment was still inside him. They wouldn't know until they got him to McMurdo's medical facility and could get him an X-ray. Shin assumed they had one. She didn't know if there was anyone around to operate it. Still, they would have medical supplies, and she'd be able to treat him better than she had so far, give him something for the pain. The good news, if any, was that they were close. They'd driven constantly, trading shifts so that the other could sleep. They'd covered the 1,300 kilometers in about 20 hours. The entire route was downhill, descending from 3,000 meters to sea level, so at least gravity was on their side. As Dag's condition worsened, Shin took up more of the driving. Originally, they'd done 2 hours on, 2 hours off, so that they could stay fresh and alert. That extended after the first round, and Shin was now on her 8th straight hour while Dag slept fitfully in the back, drenched in sweat. She'd given him the last of the aspirin they'd had when her latest shift started. Between the badly patched wound and the infection, Dag was in excruciating pain. Besides taking on a larger share of the driving, Shin also had to manage refueling the truck. She had to move the plastic fuel containers from the racks to the fuel port, which was difficult for her slight frame. She'd managed and came away from it smelling only slightly of diesel. Luckily, there was plenty of snow around to wash her hands. They would reach McMurdo within the next few hours. Dag estimated 4 if they could keep their current pace. Dag had chosen Skeleton Glacier as their point to traverse the trans-Antarctic mountains. It was a high glacier that connected Victoria Land to the east with the Ross ice shelf. The glacier would give them a gradual descent to the ice, and from there, a straight line south to McMurdo.
"The best part," Dag had explained, "is that Sir Edmund Hillary himself drove this route in 58. This was before the Southern Traverse. They were trying to figure out how to get supplies from McMurdo to Amundsen, so we know it can be done." The route was relatively easy, Shin thought. After her earlier scares with holes in the ice pack, they'd had a decent go of it. This part would be different, however. The descent from Skeleton Glacier would be steeper, and the air would warm as they neared the water. That would melt the ice faster and make the trip more perilous. The truck lumbered up a slight incline which marked the top of the glacier, and Shin stopped. To the north and south, the jagged, toothy peaks of the trans-Antarctic range rose out of the snow like the spine of some great dragon trapped in the ice. Before them lay the wide, white swathe of the Skeleton Glacier, and beyond that the massive flat expanse of the Ross ice shelf. Shin noted that she'd gotten them off course, and they were farther south than Dag intended because this was supposed to be a gradual descent. Instead, this drop didn't quite have the look of an alpine ski slope, more of a steep hill, but it was certainly more of an incline than what Dag told her to expect. She heard him moving and grunting against the pain. A moment later, his good hand rested on the back of her chair for support. Shin reached up, placing her own hand on his, and gave a gentle squeeze. To her relief, he squeezed back. "Here we are," she said. "You're doing great. Just take it slow and don't fight the wheel. Keep it in a low gear and pump the brakes. Don't stand on them." "Okay. How are you feeling?" "I'll live," he said. "Why don't you sit?" she told him. Dag took the chair behind her so he could guide better.
Shin got out of her seat to help him with the seatbelt. She returned to her own, strapped in, and said, "Here we go." Shin gently pressed the accelerator and the truck didn't move. The outside temperature was 48 degrees, well above freezing, and the last few hours felt like driving through slush. The sky, normally a perfect cobalt blue, was now a kind of electric violet with Aeon's hateful eye directly overhead. "A little more power," Dag said gently. They finally began moving forward again. The front end dropped suddenly as the minor ridge they were on collapsed beneath them. Dag muttered it was okay, the truck could handle it. Shin felt the truck slide out of her control. Frantically, she cranked the wheel over as the vehicle picked up momentum. "Little bit of brake, look where you want the truck to go and use the wheel to aim for that spot. Small motions," Dag said. Shin pumped the brake and picked a spot in front of the vehicle slightly to the right. They slid about 10 more meters before Shin felt the wheels come back under her control. Dag told her to give it a little more gas now. She jerked the wheel more than she'd have liked, her movements quick and reactive, and it produced a more zigzag direction than a straight line. What she should do was drive in a slow, S-shaped pattern, descending gradually. This thing was difficult to steer on flat ground, let alone while careening down a glacier. Shin's arms already hurt from the strain, and her pulse rocketed through her veins. She knew she was edging in on full-on hysterical panic. The glacier walls rose sharply to the vehicle's left, and the truck was picking up speed. The descent was steeper than she'd first thought, its true declination masked by the ground fog. Shin fought the steering wheel, the front tires jerking sharply, following grooves and small fissures in the ice. She pressed the gas pedal harder than before, desperate to regain control. She felt the rear wheels connect, gain traction, and then a burst of acceleration. The speedometer leaped to read 50 kilometers per hour. The ground beneath them gave way. "Don't speed up, downshift," Dag said. Shin desperately wished he was in any condition to drive. She did not know what she was doing. The hulking truck kept gaining speed, and Shin had no sense of control. The slope collapsed beneath them. "Maybe this is not so good," Dag said, trying to sound nonchalant, but Shin could easily find the worry in it. "I think we triggered an avalanche or something." "What do I do?" Dag paused, thinking. Go faster, he said. "We have to outrun it." Shin pressed the accelerator to the floor. The truck's wheels seemed to lose their grip on the ice entirely, and they spun. The back end swung around, and suddenly they were facing the opposite direction, looking uphill. The view was not encouraging. Shin watched, terrified, as the ice shelf above them broke apart in huge chunks. They seemed to ride on a level of surface slush, but beneath it, a single massive ice sheet was careening down the slope like a giant frozen surfboard. The front end started sliding again, continuing its spin. Soon they were sideways to the slope, and she felt the three wheels that faced uphill lose contact with the ground. They were going to flip. She pushed the wheel as far to the left as it would go. The right side continued to rise, but the truck also kept its spin back toward downhill. The wheels slammed into the ice, and the truck shot forward again. They were doing 70 kilometers an hour now, and Shin had no control. She pumped the brakes for all the good it would do. The truck fishtailed violently. For a moment, Shin had the misty illusion of control. They were about halfway down the slope, and the decline eased slightly, and she'd gotten them moving in more or less a straight line. Dag shouted instructions, but it might as well have been in his native Norwegian for all she could understand. She turned the wheel and immediately knew she'd overcorrected. The fishtailing returned. She again felt the uphill tires give way. This time, they didn't touch back down. The ground became sky. The truck rolled twice. Dag shouted in pain behind her. They were both strapped in and rocked in their seats. On a third roll, the truck crashed hard on the left side and stayed there, still continuing a frantic slide down the slope. The mad descent slowed, and Shin, her engineer's mind taking over, realized that the sharp edge of the roof formed a wedge that plowed into the surface ice. First, it must have just collected slush, but eventually dug into the ice. As more slush and surface ice built up, momentum slowed. "Everything eventually comes down to physics," she told herself. Finally they stopped. Only they didn't. The truck stopped moving, but they were still on an ice sheet sliding down the slope.
Dag, what do we do?
He couldn't answer. The wild thrashing about the cabin had him in the thralls of excruciating pain. He couldn't even speak. They moved at a fraction of the speed they'd been traveling, and Shin thought for a moment that maybe she'd gotten it wrong. Maybe there wasn't an ice sheet detached and dropping. Perhaps it was just smaller chunks. It was impossible to tell. Snow and ice fully covered the front windshield, and looking up through the side windows, all she could see was the Aeon-stained sky. They came to a halt with a single massive crash, followed by an equally massive bellow of raw, primal pain from Dag. No sooner had they stopped than two tremendous shocks rocked the truck. The force of both was such that it knocked them what felt like several meters. It was several breaths before Shin realized she was hyperventilating. She closed her eyes, pleading with herself for calm, forcing deep breaths. It took her time. How long she didn't precisely know, but Shin gradually regained control. She opened her eyes.
Must have been ice chunks that hit us, she said. I'm going to have a look around.
Dag didn't respond. He just moaned in pain. She shifted in her seat, and the truck groaned like a wounded animal. Shin unbuckled. Her body ached in 100 places, and she had a gash on her forehead. Using the dashboard as a foothold, she stood and climbed over Dag, pulling herself up on the other chair. She maneuvered herself to the door. Thankfully, the designers thought to place one on both sides of the vehicle. She pulled the latch and pushed up. The truck creaked around her, tortured metal issuing protest. Shin froze. The vehicle shuddered once, and then settled. Shin pushed up on the door, and it crashed back down, closed, a line of ice chips falling between the gap. She squatted and launched herself up, forcing the door open. It popped once and came back down again, but she braced herself on a chair for leverage and pushed it all the way. Shin pulled herself up out of the doorway and sat on the vehicle's side. The truck groaned again, creaking with Shin's movement. She looked around. To the north, a flat expanse of white waste. In the distance, on the far side of the glacier, she could see the mountains rising again. To the south, she saw a hook-shaped rock formation. McMurdo Station would be on the other side of that. She remembered this from her arrival here nearly a year ago. A wild surge of elation welled up within her. They'd made it. They'd survived a wild trek across the continent with Dag severely injured and her with next to no survival experience, but they'd done it. Shin looked back up the slope. They had indeed surfed down on a broken sheet of ice about the size of a small house. There was still movement on the slope as smaller sheets broke off and began their own descent. It looked like they'd unleashed a minor river of slush that was flowing freely.
That's a way to do it, I guess, she said. Am I dead?
Dag's weary, pained voice said from below. Shin laughed. All the stress, the fear, the despair, all exercised itself in a singular moment of hysterical laughter. When they'd started out, Dag told her there wasn't anything to hit for 1,000 kilometers in either direction. She'd still crashed the truck.
What's so goddamn funny?
He grunted.
Everything,
Shin said, smiling. The moment of levity passed as the crushing reality of their circumstances pulled her back to earth. There would be no digging this thing out. They'd have to walk the rest of the way, or maybe send up some rescue flares and hope someone was at McMurdo to see them. The truck shifted again, and this time it slid. Shin froze, steadying herself against the side. She heard a sharp crack like a tree snapping.
Oh, no,
Shin said in a small voice. There was another, louder crack, and the front end dropped several feet. When it pitched down and the accumulated snow fell off, Shin saw she was staring into a dark blue abyss. The force of their crash must have opened up a massive fissure beneath the surface. The front end plunged sharply. Shin saw the ice's color quickly darken from white to blue as her eyes followed it into the depths. The fissure appeared to open about 10 meters in front of the truck, starting as a crack in the ice and expanding.
Dag, we've got to get out of here.
She unbuckled him. He was lying on his wounded arm, which was causing him intense pain, but it also meant she had his good arm to work with.
Can you stand?
I'll manage, he grunted. She grabbed his good arm and pulled. He got to his feet, and the truck shifted again as the weight balance changed. There was a pop, and the vehicle dropped sharply by a few more centimeters. "Go," he said. "I can climb with one arm, but done it before." Shin pulled herself up and out of the truck. She grabbed hold of the frame to steady herself and squatted, turning to face Dag. When he stood, she saw his shirt was soaked with blood. The rough field stitching she'd done must have ripped free.
"Okay, let's do this," she said. "Ready?"
In answer, Dag propped himself up on his good arm and pushed himself up. The truck groaned again, the sound of tortured steel and cracking ice.
"Damn it! We almost forgot."
Dag's words came labored, like it had to push past his breath to get there. He disappeared back into the truck.
"Dag, what are you doing? We have to go."
There was a tremendous crack, and the truck dropped another half-meter. Dag reappeared, clutching her backpack. The neutrino data. He didn't even know entirely what was on it, not truly, only that he'd been risking his life to get it, to keep it safe, and that it was important to Shin. Dag handed Shin the bag.
"Go,"
he grunted. She took the bag and started walking down the length of the truck, looking behind to see Dag pulling himself out. Shin threw the backpack to the ground. There was a final shuddering crack, and the ground beneath them gave way. There was the briefest sensation of weightlessness, and the front end dropped sharply. Shin jumped, leaping off the back end. She crashed to the ice on her stomach, face bouncing off the slushy ground. She turned to see where Dag would land. The truck balanced like a seesaw for just an instant, and she saw Dag, still half in, half out of the vehicle. Their eyes met, and in that instant, they told each other everything. The truck slid free of the ice shelf and disappeared into the depths. Chapter 28. Colony Staging Area, Serra Curicuriari, Brazil. The tribesman with the glowing eyes raised his arms and lunged for Max's throat, lightning fast. Max jumped back, his reaction sped by the nexome coursing through him. It was a defensive maneuver designed to save the host. Max raised his rifle and realized that he'd emptied his magazine on the airship and hadn't reloaded. He brought the rifle butt up and smashed it into the tribesman's forehead. His head snapped back, he staggered, and then advanced again as if Max hadn't even hit him. Max knew now what was happening, why none of these people reacted when he fired. Ben had infected all of them with Nexome, and judging by their actions, Max guessed none of them had control of themselves. They were puppets controlled by Gaia. Great. Now they had to weed through the 20 superhuman Nexome zombies who wouldn't feel pain, who wouldn't stop until Ben ordered them to or Max killed them. Max released his grip on the rifle, and it dropped into place on his chest, held by the sling, and he drew his Glock in the same motion. The tribesman lunged for him again, and Max shot him in the head. The tribesman fell to the ground. Max holstered the pistol and replaced the rifle magazine. He had to warn Garza and Bull. They were walking into a trap. An explosion shattered the air, and Max saw the burst of light and smoke rushing out of the storage unit. Nexome zombies, he couldn't think of what else to call them, swarmed Garza, roughly clawing and clubbing her with their hands. Max waded into the pandemonium. He dropped 2 of the zombies attacking Garza. He sighted another, but it was too close to her. Max moved his aim from target to target, but each of them was too close to Garza to risk it. She shouted in pain and shock as she took hits from all sides. Max ran to the pack of zombies, oblivious to others following or closing in around him. He raised his rifle and butt-stroked one of the attackers at the base of the skull. Then he snap-kicked one next to him, pushing it back. The instant his foot was back on the ground, Max grabbed a zombie by the neck and yanked it backward off Garza. He felt a kind of flow that he'd never experienced before. Time slowed. He pulled another off Garza, then kicked it in the stomach as it staggered back. Max raised the M7 and fired 2 rounds into its head, then turned and fired 2 into the first one he'd hit with the rifle. Both dropped to the ground. Max sighted a third and shot, aiming dangerously close to Garza's head, but knowing precisely where his bullet would go. The thing's head snapped back with the impact, and it fell. Hard hands closed around his throat and jerked him violently backward. They closed a 2-handed, vice-like grip, impossibly strong and threatening to crush his windpipe. Max thrust his elbows back, but couldn't hit it. He turned slightly and shoved his rifle butt behind him. It struck home, but the thing didn't relent.
"What the hell are they?"
Garza shouted. Max let go of the rifle and grabbed the zombie's wrists. He pulled, but they were too strong, amplified by the nexome. Max couldn't breathe. Then the hands let go. They shot up and grabbed either side of his skull and pressed. Oh, that's not good. Max drew the pistol again and, using all his remaining strength, torqued his body to jam the pistol beneath his armpit. He fired 3 times and the iron fingers around his throat let go. Max turned to see his attacker bleeding out on the ground. It said nothing. In fact, none of them made any sound. There were no shouts to coordinate actions, no grunts of pain after a hit or surprised calls. They were utterly silent, save for the sound of their steps and their breathing. It was jarring. The man lying on the ground wore tactical gear similar to what they'd seen on the Stillwater team at the landing zone. Max holstered the pistol again and shouldered the rifle. He looked to Garza. She was hurt, but still on her feet. She fired off a burst from her rifle and dropped another zombie. The sight horrified and disgusted Max. These people did not deserve this. For the tribesmen, this was likely their only encounter with someone outside of their society. Max could only imagine what their final thoughts would have been, or worse, that they were conscious of what happened around them but were powerless to stop it. Prisoners in their own bodies. What could they do? Max saw 3 rush toward Garza, their movements impossibly fast. 2 grabbed her shoulders, seeming to bend her arms out of her sockets, and the 3rd was on her back. They went down in a pile. Bull shouted a strangled cry. There were 4 zombies on top of him, clawing, punching, and biting. Max watched the scene in surreal disbelief for maybe a second. He was running out of options. If he didn't turn this around, his friends would die. He would die. Damn you, Ben, you knew it would play out like this. Max growled out, "Nexome, deliver me." The phrase sounded like Ben's idea of a bad joke, but he was aware it was far from it. Ben believed every word. Max heard a vaguely feminine voice in his head calmly say, "Welcome to your salvation, Mr. Carver." And Max accelerated. He sprang into action, surging forward toward Garza, closing the distance quickly. He grabbed one of her attackers and jerked him backward. The man landed hard on the rocky ground but showed no reaction. He simply sat up and stood again. Max was on to the next threat. In nearly the same motion, Max kicked at a target. The native's head snapped to the side, and the momentum carried him off Garza. The tribesman landed in a crouch, ready to spring, but Max was already on to the final assailant. He grabbed the man by the throat and hauled him off Garza, twisting him in midair and slamming him down onto his back. Like the others, he landed hard but made no show of it. He just stared blankly into the sky, maybe looking at Max, maybe not. Alerted to danger, Max turned to see an attacker launch at him. Max grabbed him as he flew, striking with an open hand at the base of the man's neck. He thrust his arm down and forced him to the ground. Max's head snapped forward. He registered pain, but it was more the awareness that he'd received a sensory input. Max instinctively whipped around and saw one of Garza's attackers. He came at Max with wild, furious swings. Max recognized now that their fighting was uncoordinated. These zombies were as strong and as quick as he was, but they were untrained. Ben had never programmed them to fight. That, or it was too much to control their minds and direct them in combat. Max elbowed an attacker in the throat and then side-kicked him in the gut so he could focus on the target in front of him. "Gaia, deactivate the nexome and everyone here but me." The zombie cocked its head to the side and said, "I don't think so, Maximus. What did you think you were going to accomplish here?" "Let them go, Ben," Max said in between strikes. "I warned you about interfering with my work, Max." "Let them go, damn it. They don't mean anything to you." "The Lord doesn't push people off the cloud when they're standing at the gates of heaven, Max. Nor did Noah leave an animal behind because they were less than he." "Oh, hell," Max said and ducked a wild swing. Physically, he knew he could keep this up for a while, but he was at a stalemate fighting 3-1, and there were still more. The 3 zombies closed in. One had Max's arm now and sank dirty teeth into his skin. Max kicked awkwardly at a second. A zombie came at him, clawing at his face and trying to jam its thumbs into Max's eye sockets. Max tucked his head into his chest to shield his face. Then he drew the Glock and shot the one trying to eat his arm. It released its grip and Max spun on his heel, dropping the one clawing at his eyes. He turned just in time to see one rushing his way with a handful of jagged rock. The zombie jerked just a step from striking him and fell to the ground. Max hadn't even heard the gunshot. Then he saw Garza, recovered with her rifle.
Garza fired into the fray, and another zombie crumbled to the dirt.
"Garza, help Bull," he shouted. Max aimed and fired at the remaining zombie near him, and the Glock clicked. It was empty, and he had no magazines left. Max flipped the weapon in his hand to grasp it by the barrel and delivered a crushing backhand swing. The man's head spun. He kicked it hard just above the knee, but the thing turned on him anyway. They must not even acknowledge pain. Max took a few steps back and grabbed his rifle. He fired, placing a precise shot in the zombie's leg, and the thing collapsed on the ground. "Don't kill them," Max shouted to Garza. "Are you mad?" Max ran over to her. She was firing single-round shots at the mob's swarming bull. Max aimed and dropped one, hitting it in the leg. For someone used to the chaos of combat, fighting in the fully enabled Nexome was bizarre, almost voyeuristic. Max had time to think, to process, to plan, and even replan courses of action. His mind worked that fast. He realized now that the Nexome zombies were slaves, people co-opted for Ben's sick experiment. Where before he saw only threats, he now realized they were battling against their will. Max had already murdered several. "These people are still alive," he shouted to Garza. "There might be a way to save them." Garza said something guttural in Italian. The translation appeared superimposed over Max's field of vision. She'd need a few rounds of confession for that, but now wasn't the time. Max fired once more and turned to see 10 more zombies rushing them from the other side of the camp. They were all about 20 meters away, mostly running in a straight line for him. Max sighted the one on the end and fired, placing a precise shot in the leg, moving to the next in line as it fell, then the one after that, and the one after that. Behind him, Bull roared. Max had downed 4 before he turned to see what was happening. Garza had 2 more of Bull's attackers. He'd gotten to his feet and was bashing zombies with the butt of his rifle, screaming like a deranged Viking. He hit one in the stomach with the force of impact that would have downed any normal human, and then brought his rifle down to blow its head off. "Bull, don't kill them!" Max turned back to the rapidly advancing line of attackers. These all looked like Stillwater men. Max replayed the fight back in his mind to refine his tactics, something he didn't realize he could do in real time until he did it. Analyzing the fight, he saw the Stillwater zombies fought better than the tribesmen, though they were still not what Max would term as combat effective. Muscle memory, the body remembering what it trained to do. That suggested Ben or Gaia or whatever was directing their actions rather than setting them loose like programmed automatons. If that was true, Ben hadn't figured out how to rewire the human brain yet. He could control the body but not the mind. That was interesting. As was the fact that Max could process complex thoughts while engaging in combat. Max fired twice and 2 more zombies fell, both to leg shots. "What?" Bull cried. Max's attention snapped back to Bull. Before any of them could react, a zombie clawed at Bull's chest, grabbing for anything it could use to pull itself up. One hand clutched Bull's tactical harness, the other made for the chest strap on the other side, but found a grenade instead. It yanked the frag free, pulling the pin as it did. Max saw the recognition of what just happened in Bull's eyes. Bull shouted and kicked at the zombie, desperately trying to free himself from the iron grip. His foot hit the grenade and it went flying into the air. Pushing back on his huge legs, Bull drove himself backwards, dragging the zombie with him. Max watched the grenade sail into the air, highlighted in red and superimposed on his sight. The image pulsed and quickened, and he knew instinctively that was a timer and that they were still inside the blast radius. The grenade exploded. The concussive force threw Bull and tossed the zombie into the air. Its limbs hung like a discarded rag doll's. Max lost all orientation, all sense of movement. One moment he was standing, watching the explosion like a bystander to a car crash, and the next, he was on the ground. He'd landed hard on his side. There was a brief notification of pain, and then nothing. Max's ears rang and his eyes couldn't focus on anything. Maybe the Nexome was working too hard to keep him from dying, and it couldn't fix everything at once. In his distorted and off-kilter vision, Max could see the one remaining airship moored at the end of the dock. There was a man walking into the airship. Then everything went black. Chapter 29. Spectrum Base, Montana. Tal was flying through space and time. She saw the wonders of the cosmos, impossible, incomprehensible things that brought tears to her eyes. On a level, her mind registered that she couldn't cry in space, and yet she felt tears on the skin of her cheeks. Didn't she? Tal saw planets orbiting binary stars, worlds of unimaginable ecologies, worlds of glowing seas, worlds filled with air you could see, all populated with creatures and beings from the strangest reaches of the imagination, all living or not and existing. Tal saw nebulae burst into life, grow, exist for eons, and then die. She saw more follow the same cycle and endure. Tal saw supernovas drink up the skies. She heard the voice of God calling to her from the corners of the universe, telling her to wake up and be, to become one with everything, for the sake of her child. She sailed through space on this incredible journey, and she was not alone. The voice of God spoke to her again, reminding her she must become one with her world. She must awaken. Tal sailed through the cosmos. She was free from pain, from worry, from fear. She flew on a wondrous journey of discovery. She sailed by distant galaxies, saw stars explode before her eyes, then collapse in on themselves and become black holes. "You must wake up, Talisha." The voice of God again told in her mind, and some unseen force pulled Tal across the cosmic blackness toward that black hole. She tried to fight it. Tal wanted to continue flying, continue being in this amazing, fantastic place. She wanted to see each of the wondrous secrets the universe had to show her, and she wanted to be without fear, wanted to be at peace. But that fear returned as she fought against the black hole's inexorable gravity. Tal strained against it, mustered all her strength to fight, but its pull was inescapable. Tal screamed into the void, but no sound came. She circled the rim of that impossibly large ring of blackness, watching the visible light bend around her. It pulled her with an inexorable grasp. Tal felt the crushing weight of gravity as she fell down the black well, down into the depths where there was no light, down, down, into the dark. Tal's eyes fluttered open and the images in her mind retreated, replaced by a reddish-brown field and something hazy, unfocused in the distance. Everything looked strange, off balance. As her mind came fully aware, Tal realized she was lying on a floor. The pieces came together quickly, then. Her floor, in her suite at the Spectrum compound.
"I am glad to see you moving, Talisha, but I fear we cannot tarry." "I'm not going anywhere with you. You're one of them." "No, I am not one of them, one of the Chimera. I came here to stop them. We will have plenty of time for cosmic philosophy once you are safe," Nyx said dryly. Her avatar sat on the couch, legs primly folded and appearing calm. "This installation is under attack and you need to get to a safer place. Please," Nyx's voice was more insistent now. "I have as much interest in a successful outcome as you do. Why can't Buchanan handle it? Seems like that's sort of thing a private army would be good for." Tal pushed herself to sit up. She couldn't have been out for very long, but she felt so groggy. "I think they're more than capable of handling some looters." "It is not looters, Talisha. This is Golden Dawn, and they have help." "From whom?" "Someone like me." Tal froze. "What do you mean, like you? You mean the Chimera?" "I do not think so. Our society has diverse perspectives. In this we are not unlike humans. There are those who believe they must protect the universe from itself, the Chimera. Then there are those like me who believe that each species should be able to choose their own path. Unfortunately, there are also those who believe the only path to evolution is through chaos. They view their role is to foment as much chaos as possible so that the most resourceful, most capable, and most adaptable species rise to the top. A sort of enabled natural selection. Chaos for the sake of chaos, Tal said. That is a little reductive, but reasonably apt, Nix replied. It was the first time Tal recalled her sounding irritated or showing any emotion at all. I had thought and hoped only the Chimera traveled to Earth, that this other faction was unaware of your existence. It appears I was incorrect. I can connect with the pockets of the Internet that still function, as well as retrace the initial communications between you and the Golden Dawn. I am certain this faction is enabling them, and they are here now. Nix, I'll remind you I'm 6 months pregnant. I'm not exactly in prime condition for escape and evasion. I have access to the installation's security system and surveillance feeds. They have an extensive multi-spectrum camera network and have launched multiple surveillance drones, all of which I can see. I have also tapped into their battle management system so that I can keep track of the conflict. Nix, I think it's better to stay here. This is as good a place as any. I don't trust Oleander Buchanan for much, but he knows how to end a fight. I'll give him that much. Besides, in order for these Golden Dawn clowns to do a sweep and clear action, they'd need to defeat the Stillwater team. Based on what I've seen so far, I don't see that happening. They're thugs with pistols fighting professional soldiers. Remember, I have more combat experience than you do. On this world, yes, Nix said dismissively. I calculate that Golden Dawn is a diversion. Also, Spectrum's forces, represented by Mr. Buchanan's Stillwater security, are not at full strength. I suspect the force that rescued us from Golden Dawn is all they have at present. And that, Talisha, you need to get to the bathroom now. Go. Tal didn't question the sudden urgency in Nix's voice. She just moved as quickly as her body was capable. She slid into the small bathroom, closing the door behind her just as the building shook with an explosion. Tal heard breaking glass, her window. But it was a concussion, not a single-point fracture like a bullet. We have cover. We must go, Nix said. Right. Tal opened the bathroom door and looked out. The front half of her suite filled with acrid black smoke, and she heard shouting from outside. Tal stepped out of the bathroom, opened the front door of the suite, and moved into the hallway. Go to the interior stairwell. Tunnels connect this building with the rest of the complex. We can move safer below ground. Tal checked the hallway in both directions. Her suite was in the center of the building and had a line of sight to an exit at either end. She saw people running toward the building, but they were too far away to make out if they were friendly. If someone had just bombed her front window, it wouldn't be long before they popped in to inspect the results. She raced down the hall to the stairs and slid through the door, listening for anything. Tal descended the concrete corkscrew to the sublevel and found herself in a warm, brightly lit hallway. This was probably for the weather as much as it was for security. She imagined winter here could be brutal. A blue plaque on the wall showed a map of the compound. They laid it out like a matrix. The map showed that a Building 7 was at the other end of the hallway and that the structure connected with several others. She took off, moving as quickly as she could. Nix appeared in the hallway next to her. I'm kind of surprised none of these doors are locked, Tal said, pulling a door open. They are. I am unlocking them and resecuring them once you pass through. Nix's omnipresent hacking ability was oddly convenient, Tal noted. Nix's abilities had been unlocked, for lack of a better phrase, when they'd come here. She'd finally restored access to the parts of her self that existed beyond Tal. With that came a surge in knowledge and capability. Tal had to trust that what Nix told her about the Chimera, and what to call the others, chaos, was true. She also had to trust what Nix said about not being able to read her thoughts. Tal wondered what other new abilities Nix possessed now. There were too many leaps of faith here. Tal stepped through another door and entered the hallway for Building 7.
The lights flickered on as she did. The air here was different. It had an antiseptic quality. Bright lights illuminated the hallway, which looked more like a scientific facility than a dormitory. The walls were stark white with nothing other than alphanumeric designators for room numbers. There were long, pill-shaped windows next to most of the doors. An electronic dimmer blacked them out. Tal took a step and the entire room shook.
The Golden Dawn have just used a vehicle-borne improvised explosion. I know what it is,
Tal said. Tal went to the end of the hall and through the door, instructing Nix to open it as she approached. It occurred to her that if Golden Dawn took over the command center, they could see what rooms were occupied and which ones weren't.
Is Stillwater still in control of the base? They are in command of the facilities, yes,
Nix said. Tal came to a tunnel junction, listening first for any sounds in the stairwell above her. Nix had already pronounced it clear, but Tal wanted to judge for herself. She followed the arrows to Building 9. It looked identical to the last one. White walls, blacked-out windows, and an overall something weird going on below ground kind of vibe. It looked like an artist's rendering of a secret government lab, which wasn't far from the truth. She moved down the hallway, which was wide, looking for somewhere to hide. Everything looked the same. She chose a door.
Nix, open this,
she said. Tal tried the handle, and it opened. The lights flickered on. This was not quite a surgical suite, but there was an examination table in the center with a large light on an articulated arm above it. Clustered around the light were 6 smaller arms with various claws, tools, and attachments, the purpose for which Tal could only guess at. She asked herself,
"What the hell are you doing here, Oli?"
The room also had a small table with a computer workstation and several cabinets. She opened these looking for anything that might be useful. Medical supplies. She hunted around until she found scalpels wrapped in packaging. Tal grabbed several of them and stuffed the bundle into her pocket.
Nix,
what's going on outside?
The Golden Dawn force has attacked the base from 2 sides. They used a feint to draw most of the quick response force to the main gate, and then sent sappers in to blow a hole in the fence on the opposite side of the compound. They had a large truck filled with explosives. I do not have enough information to make an educated assessment, but the explosive pattern is similar to that of fertilizer bombs. It appears most of the quick response force is dead. The aggressors now outnumber the defenders by approximately 3-1. I detect that they have entered this building. The aggressors went to your room immediately, so I can only surmise they are here for you.
How did they know it was my room? Nix shrugged. She was quickly picking up more human idioms and behaviors.
Okay, so where is safe?
There was nowhere in this room to hide. She suspected the rest of the rooms here would be similar, individual medical suites that were not interconnected.
I do not know where it would be safe, Talisha,
Nix said. The response was a shock. It was the first time the Nix didn't have an answer for anything. She still had a way of presenting herself as a limited omniscient. Tal couldn't remember her ever saying that she didn't know something. The realization made her not just alone, but isolated.
There is a magnetic lock on the door. Once engaged, only a biometric handshake can open it, or by me.
Most electronic locks had a physical component which would allow them to be opened in the event of a power failure. Not at a Spectrum facility, it would seem. What was Buchanan wanting to keep out? Or in? If it was biometric, then Tal was better off staying here. She checked the Windows settings and confirmed they were still opaque. She couldn't see out, and anyone outside couldn't see in. The room also appeared to be soundproofed. Tal pulled the chair out from the desk and sat. Absently, she ran a hand over her belly. This little one was certainly seeing more than its share of action, and Tal wondered what kind of world her child would be born into. She thought of Max. She'd assumed that Buchanan would have more updates on what was happening with him, but he either didn't know or wasn't sharing. Both seemed equally likely. She needed to be near him, to feel his presence and all the reassurance that brought. She wanted to smell him again, take him in, then run as far and as fast as they could from all of this.
I see on the hallway camera that a Golden Dawn soldier has a hostage, and they are walking in this direction, Nix said. Where are they? They are 10 meters away. It also appears they have all exits covered. Okay. Shit.
Tal pulled 2 scalpels out of her pocket and unwrapped them. She crouched next to the door and waited. Tal took deep breaths and tried to concentrate to remember the tactical augmentation she'd used previously.
Nix, we're going to have to hit fast, so do whatever you need to do to make sure I'm fully optimized or whatever. The Nexome will respond to your commands, Talisha. Just act.
It was another few minutes before she heard the lock on her door disengage and then open. Nix's avatar standing in the middle of the room looked straight at it, arms folded.
There is one adversary, and he has a Spectrum employee with him who appears to be acting under duress.
Come on out, ma'am. Don't want to have to hurt you.
How'd he know I was in here?
Tal grasped a scalpel with each hand. She didn't even know if she could do this, but she had no other options but to try. Trust that this technology would do as promised and keep her alive. She stood, her knees popping as she did, and couldn't help but look down at the bulge in her belly. How many times was she going to risk her life? Her child's? When was this going to end? Would it?
Ma'am, I need you to step out now. If I have to ask again, it's going to get less friendly.
I'm coming,
she said. Tal took a deep breath and tried to prepare herself. She apologized softly to her baby.
I wanted a better world for you. A better everything.
Hands at her sides, Tal stepped into the doorway. He was a big man, but that was from too many beers as much as it was sheer mass. He wore mismatched tactical gear as though he'd just knocked over an army surplus store. A bushy beard hung down over his armor vest, which was covered with meaningless military-looking patches. A weekend warrior who thought joining a disorganized militia made him a soldier. The Nexome immediately identified the Uzi submachine gun with a flash suppressor in his hand and the Glock G21 holstered on his hip. The former she'd have recognized anywhere, as it was synonymous with Israel. This clown probably bought it because he thought it looked cool. The Golden Dawn thug moved his mastiff head, looking her up and down.
Need you to place your hands above your head now, ma'am.
The Spectrum person next to him appeared to be in his late 30s, early 40s. He looked scared as all hell. The man wore the same fatigues as the rest of the Stillwater employees, but they looked wrong on him somehow. He held a tablet in a hardened rubber case.
Hands above my head?
That's right. Slowly now.
Tal lifted her arms quickly and simultaneously flipped the scalpels. To Tal, it looked like she was throwing them in slow motion and with all her force. Both flew perfectly to their targets. The first struck him in the trachea, sinking clear to the handle, and the second in the right biceps. The man shrieked in pain and surprise, an awful gurgling sound as blood rushed into his throat. He staggered backwards, eyes bulging. He grabbed at the scalpels. Tal sidestepped him, ripped the Glock out of his holster, and shot him in the head. The weekend warrior crumpled to the floor in a heap. Tal bent down and grabbed the Uzi. She pulled 3 magazines out of his vest and put those in her pocket. She stuffed the Glock into her waistband. The Spectrum employee fell back to the opposite wall. Tal stood. "What's your name?" As she asked, his name and relevant details appeared in blue-green lettering on her field of vision. Dr. Daniel Bryce. He was a research scientist. It then listed the code word information they cleared him for.
Daniel Bright, never mind. I know. You're with me, I guess. How'd he know where to look?
They made me show them.
He held the tablet out with a violently trembling hand. It had a map of the complex and showed which rooms were occupied. The Nexome alerted her to incoming threats. Tal turned to see another Golden Dawn thug coming through the door. It identified him as a hostile before she even saw his face, and she fired with the Uzi, dropping him immediately. "Come on," she said. "Can you use a gun?"
"Everyone here has to qualify,"
Dr. Bryce said. That didn't leave her with a hell of a lot of confidence in Bryce as a battle buddy, but Tal handed him the Glock anyway. The dead knight at the end of the hall had an M4, but Tal was more comfortable with the Uzi, so she handed Bryce the rifle.
"Anything on the other side of this door?"
she asked Nix silently, so as not to freak Dr. Bryce out.
"The way is clear."
They went through the doors. Since the Golden Dawn apparently had a way around the biometric locks, Tal decided they should stay on the move. They stayed below ground, moving between buildings. Nix used the base security system to scout ahead and confirmed that the way was clear. Tal knew they couldn't keep this up forever. For one, this compound was limited to just the research facilities and the dorms. Second, if COG won out above, they would eventually establish choke points at the exits. Dr. Bryce asked her a few inane questions about whether she should fight right now, awkwardly glancing at her belly. Tal asked him if he'd rather the alternative. They were now in the hallway between buildings 11 and 12. 12 was kind of the end of the line. It did not connect to any others and was only a single story above ground, but it was on the edge of the tree line. They could make it to the surrounding forest. Tal approached the door.
"Nix, is the other side clear?" "Yes, there are no hostiles."
Tal walked through the door. There most certainly were. 3 Golden Dawn soldiers stood, weapons leveled at her, 2 assault rifles and a tactical shotgun. Even the Nexome told her there was a 0% chance she could take out all 3 before suffering a fatal injury. One walked up and took the Uzi out of her hand.
"Why don't you give that to me before you hurt yourself, sweetheart?"
"What the hell, Nix? I couldn't see them,"
Nix said in an astonished voice. Rough hands grabbed Tal, disarmed her, and pushed her toward the stairs. Chapter 30. Ross Ice Shelf, Antarctica. Shin watched the back end of the truck pitch up sharply and seemed to balance for an instant, teetering on the brink of the chasm they'd ripped open. And for that instant it looked to Shin like it would fall back into place just long enough for Dag to scramble out. But it didn't. The truck pitched forward and, with a terrible groan of metal, slid off the ice shelf and plummeted to the blue abyss. Dag's face was impassive. He'd gone back for her research. It was the most profound act of selfless love Shin ever witnessed. She could never tell him. She stood on the edge of the chasm, something she'd never have done in a million years a week ago, and looked over, desperate for any signs. She called after him until her voice was hoarse, but all she'd ever heard in response was the sound of her own words thrown back at her. Dag was gone. Shin threw herself back from the edge and screamed and wept. They'd come so far, endured so much, only to have this? The worst by far was knowing that Dag died without her having told him how she felt. After they'd slept together, a frantic, desperate act of human defiance as much as it was about passion and love, Shin made an awkward dismissal. It created a space between them that Shin knew would take time to fix, and in the end they hadn't gotten that time. The look on Dag's face as he fell was inscrutable. Did he know how she truly felt, or did he plummet into that chasm thinking Shin believed making love to him was a mistake? Shin fell back onto the snow and wept uncontrollably. Lying there in the wet snow, staring up at the blood-stained sky, a sound welled up in the depths of her soul, and she hollered. It was a primal bellow, a thing of raw emotion, anger, pain, sorrow, guilt, all together in a single torrent of sound. Shin screamed so loudly that she didn't hear the ice cracking at first. She saw small rivulets of slush, ice chips, and snow flowing past her. It wasn't until she felt the ground shake that Shin understood that she was still in danger. She looked back up at the glacier and saw more large sheets had broken off and were sliding down the slope. She rolled over and pushed herself to her feet, running as fast as she could to the southeast, out of the direct path of the ice sheets. The ground here felt stable, if a little soft. When they'd come down, they'd hit what she surmised was a seam between the ice shelf below and the glacier above. The chasm was like a tear, and the more ice that careened down that slope, the more pressure would build on the already fractured and stressed surface. This wasn't exactly Shin's brand of science, but she knew basic physics. Heart racing, Xin ran as fast and as hard as she could in her snow boots and Arctic suit. Luckily for her, Dag insisted they keep their one-piece exposure suits on while they were in the vehicle. She'd taken the top part off and tied the sleeves around her waist. It came undone on her mad dash across the ice and now trailed after her, a kind of flapping blue ghost. There was a tremendous crash, and the ground shook. Then Xin was flying. Xin came to and didn't know how long she was out, minutes or hours. It was impossible to tell since the sun never really changed position in the sky this time of year. When she landed face down, her white waffle-knit thermal base layer got soaked through. Xin looked over at where she'd come from and saw a huge, jagged chunk of ice sticking out of the ground where the fissure had been. She could still see some of the dark blue depths, but she knew the crevice was sealed. So, that would be Dag's tombstone, she thought somberly. Xin scanned the ground for her bag. The surface ice had buckled, and one of the broken pieces must have been what vaulted her into the air. Xin spotted the bag. It landed close by. She trudged over and picked it up. Then she walked slowly and carefully over to the fissure with the ice chunk sticking out of it. As she got closer, she saw how large the thing was and realized that had she not moved, this would surely have crushed her, or knocked her into the crevasse with Dag and the truck. She had to climb over broken parts, some as large as boulders, to get close. Xin carved Dag's name roughly into the snow and the day's date as close as she knew it to be. This would be the only memorial he would have, and it was nowhere near worthy of the man. Although, she thought with his black sense of humor, Dag probably would appreciate the irony of it. Xin turned and left. She shivered and realized she needed to do something about the shirt. She peeled off the waffle knit, the air cold on her skin, and then zipped the exposure suit up to about her navel. It was designed for sub-zero temperatures, and it was now well above freezing. The highest recorded temperature in this region was 50 degrees Fahrenheit. It felt higher. If sustained, it would mean an ecological catastrophe for Antarctica, but improved her situation. A human could survive a long time at that temperature. Xin would be more concerned if it were the inverse. It would take decades for all of this ice to melt as long as temperatures stayed in the low teens, certainly long enough for her to complete her trek. She had no food. That had all gone down in the truck. The exposure suit was waterproof. She would have all the water she would need in the form of snow, and it would be pure. Xin's problem was she didn't know how far it was to McMurdo. At least 100 kilometers, perhaps much more. She didn't have a map, but it turned out she didn't need one. The trans-Antarctic mountains ran north-south, separating the Ross ice shelf from the mainland, and McMurdo was along that range. Conceivably, if she just walked south, eventually she would reach McMurdo. Xin estimated that if she pushed herself, she might manage 50 kilometers per day. If she were on the inside of the estimates to McMurdo, that might be enough. But without food and with very little body fat to consume for energy, she couldn't sustain that kind of pace for long. More than that, Xin didn't have proper trekking gear. The boots were for trudging through heavy snow, not sustained walking. The exposure suit was heavy. She'd start sweating as she moved. She could eat snow for water, but she understood from one of Dag's lessons that it burned a lot of calories to turn that into water in the stomach. It would gradually sap her strength and erode her endurance. It was possible she wouldn't be able to continue walking after the first day. Still, she had to try.
Whether you will or you won't survive, you're right.
Xin turned south, leaving Dag behind forever. Wherever he was now, she hoped he believed his sacrifice was worth it, because it meant everything to her, and her greatest regret in this life was not being able to tell him that. Xin realized the one significant flaw in her plan, and it might well prove a fatal one. She had absolutely no way of measuring time or distance, and therefore couldn't set a pace that conserved what little energy she had. While she knew the direction she needed to travel, she had no way to measure her progress. She had no shelter and no food. Could she walk 50 kilometers in a day? Probably. She was in excellent shape and jogged regularly. She'd been eating okay until then. If she burned through her energy stores before reaching the base, she would collapse. Shin had no way of knowing how long that would be. A wave of despair washed over her, threatening to envelop her whole. Shin didn't know how long she'd been walking, trudging through the endless ice with an equally endless line of mountains to her left before she realized it. It felt like hours, but maybe not. She had no way of knowing. Frustration, sadness, anger, hopelessness, all parts of a cocktail of emotions she knew well by now. Shin dropped to her knees, suddenly too tired to go on. What did it matter anyway? She'd come all this way just to protect some scientific data that no one in the world could even read. What did any of it matter? Shin had warned them, told them this was a possibility. Wasn't that the point for Ice Cube? To detect violent cosmic events? When Shin saw the first neutrino spikes, a week ago, she'd told everyone in every official channel that would listen. When none of them did, she'd gone to social media to raise the alarm. A few extra days might have made a difference. They couldn't have hardened infrastructure against the onslaught of cosmic radiation in time, but maybe world leaders could have coordinated a response for when the lights went out. Instead, they'd tried to bury it, to control the narrative, as though the universe worked that way. Shin seethed at the overwhelming arrogance and incompetence of bureaucrats at every level, thinking this was something they could manage. Maybe if someone had listened, she wouldn't be walking across the Ross goddamned ice shelf alone with no food, shelter, or ties to the outside world. Shin knew this thinking was unhelpful, but she needed to focus her anger, her frustration at something. She thought of her son. Shin missed him so much. She just wanted to hug him and reassure him. Of what? She didn't know. She had no answers there. Little Bingwen would be so scared. Her parents were elderly. They couldn't look after a little boy, certainly not in this environment, with no power, no utilities, no way to get food. Shin hoped her government would look after its citizens, but she also knew better. The CCP leaders made a lot of grand statements about communism, but in the end, they were as broken and corrupt as the West. It's not as if they had a plan to feed 1.4 billion people. How long could her parents hope to care for Bingwen? How long would they last? They were both in their mid-70s. Her father smoked heavily. They lived in a high-rise with no power. It was a 20-story walk for, anything. The guilt, the pain, the self-loathing, it was just too much. If there was another fissure, Jin would probably jump into it. End it now. She had no way to signal for help. There was no way to tell if she was meeting her progress targets. Probably she was undershooting them. From the recesses of her mind, she remembered Dag saying that the most important factor in survival was a positive attitude, believing you would make it despite all evidence to the contrary.
"Sorry to let you down, Dag," she said.
Shin never learned who shot him, or why. There was no way to find out, of course, though that proved shallow comfort. Understanding that might help her believe his death was anything but meaningless. Shin looked up at the stained and glowing sky. She stared at that supernova for a long, long time. It was the most significant event of the modern era, perhaps ever, and she hated it with a fury and passion that Shin didn't know she was capable of. She shouted the foulest, most profane curse into the heavens. She'd told them it was coming, and no one listened. Shin wanted to die, practically will it into happening, make it all go away, the pain, the guilt, everything, all of it. She remembered, oddly, reading a paper written by a theoretical physicist. He theorized the universe was one massive quantum network and that when we died, we joined it. We became a distinctly novel form of energy and one with all things. This scientist postulated that was why so many people with near-death experiences thought about seeing a light. She could be with Dag again, and probably her son. One with everything, instead of looking out at nothing. Nothing to jump into or off. There was nothing but goddamn snow and ice for hundreds of kilometers in any direction. It wasn't even cold enough for her to die from exposure. A shaking started deep within her, and it took a while for Jin to realize she was laughing, hysterically, manically laughing at the horrible irony of it all. She was in the most inhospitable place on Earth, and the environment couldn't kill her just yet because of that damned supernova that was going to kill everyone anyway. Then she rose. She walked, one foot in front of the other for as long as it would take. If for nothing more than to spite that radiant blood-red eye staring down at her, mocking her, Shin continued her march across the ice. Chapter 31. Colony Staging Area, Serra Curicuriari, Brazil. Max rolled onto his stomach and pushed himself onto all fours. The air reeked of cordite. He leaned back to a squat. Max was hurt, but already he could feel the Nexome working to mend his damaged body. He could move, so that meant he wasn't badly injured, or the Nexome masked the pain. Either way. He looked around and saw movement. The zombies that hadn't died in the grenade blast were stirring, reviving out of their momentary concussion daze. The remaining 6 that charged them were still on their feet, but they stayed distant, as though there was some kind of invisible wall between them. Frankenstein's monster meets fire, Max thought. Max crawled over to Bull. Bull lay on his back. Shrapnel shredded his body, and he bled badly. Garza appeared at his side, bending over Bull's body.
"Oh, Jesus, Bull," she said.
Garza dropped her pack, ripped it open, and pulled out the aid kit. She just handed things to Max, trusting that he knew what to do. Max asked for scissors. Garza handed him one, and he cut Bull out of his shirt so he could see the most severe injuries. Max used 3 of the self-sealing bandages on Bull's torso. Garza asked for the scissors back and sliced open a pant leg. Max looked over. There was a lot of blood. She cleaned up what she could with the few gauze pads they had left and gently placed a self-sealing bandage on the wound.
"I can't tell if it hit the femoral or not. Jesus, there's a lot of blood, Carver."
Garza injected a painkiller into Bull's neck.
"This'll help somebody,"
she whispered. They treated him as best they could with what they had, but Max knew that without a dedicated trauma center, it wouldn't be enough. Bull had been close to the grenade when it blew, and he was going to die if they couldn't get him serious help, and fast. Max stood. "Do what you can for him."
"What the hell do you think you're doing?"
"I know how to save him. Or at least who can." Max started running for the platform, ignoring Garza's shouted protest after him. Wind whipped up as Max stepped onto the bridge. This side of the mountain faced southeast. He slowly looked up to see the unfathomable wall of storm that didn't just dominate the horizon, it was the horizon. The bridge, a landing platform really, was constructed from wood and about 10 meters wide and another 20 long. The airship floated at the end, tethered to a mooring, bobbing softly in the wind. Ben stood at the end of the bridge just outside the airship's loading door, arms folded, and a look of resigned sorrow on his face. He shook his head slowly. "I told you not to interfere, Max. I gave you a way out, a ride home to your wife and your child," Ben said. His voice rose above the wind. "I didn't have to do that." Ben pointedly stared over Max's shoulder. "I told you there would be consequences." "I can't let you do it, Ben. You can't stop me," he said, matter of fact. "Can't I?" Max said. He adjusted the rifle in its sling. He wasn't aiming it at Ben yet, but the barrel wasn't far off either. "No," Ben said with a mirthless laugh. "You can't." "This is wrong, Ben. All of this is wrong, and I think you know it. I'm offering salvation." "No, you're not. You're turning them into slaves. You think those tribesmen understood what you were offering? Did they even speak our language?" "They speak my language now, Maximus. That's what matters." Even at this distance,
Max could see the flare of madness in Ben's eyes. He was fully, wholly committed to this course, body and soul. There was nothing Max could do to change that. There was an ocean between them now. Thoughts and memories sped through Max's mind. His childhood, the shared adolescence, played back to him, and he wondered if they had ever actually been close. It hadn't been Max, Charlie, and Ben against the world. Hell, it hadn't even been the three of them against their podunk backwater parish. It was always Charlie and Ben, with Charlie making Ben accept Max tagging along. The only time Max factored into their plans was when they needed something mechanical done, like picking a lock on the school door or building something out of scrounged parts to test an idea. Even now, standing on this bridge hanging off the side of a mountain, Max somehow felt like this was part of Ben's plan. There was nothing Max could do to outsmart him, and all this time Max had just been playing into his hand. But how? And to what end? Despite everything Ben said about consequences and warnings, this all seemed preordained. Ben would say it was God's will, except Max just wasn't smart enough to see it. "What are you doing, Max?" That was Garza. Max's mind snapped back to the present. Bull was dying. Ben had another 6 zombies standing ready to swarm them. Max wouldn't be able to get to his friends before the zombies overwhelmed them. His only chance was to get Ben to call them off. Iona had followed the group over the ridgeline from their landing spot to Belloc's camp. She stayed well behind them, careful to keep out of sight. She didn't need to maintain a line of sight to follow their trail, as this was about the only navigable path between the 2 points. To the right was a nearly sheer drop Iona judged to be about 2,000 feet to the jungle below. To the left was a steep bowl leading to the jagged plateau where Belloc built his staging area. Iona found the place where the others descended. She could see where they'd slid down the hillside. By the time she'd gotten there, the battle was well underway. Iona sat and slid down the hill, as the others had presumably done, letting the dirt moving beneath her do most of the work. Gunfire and shouts filled the air. She landed at the bottom, stood up, and made herself as thin as she could next to a boulder. Once she touched it, she knew it wasn't stone, but some strange material that Ben must have come up with. Having spent the last year living in a treehouse, Iona thought nothing could surprise her. This was a day for eating her words, apparently. She had the backpack with the hard drives. She'd wished she had something to copy them onto for safety's sake. Max was going to Boy Scout this if they made it back, give them over to whomever he deemed the proper authorities. She wanted to make sure she had a copy as well. There was too much at stake here for them to risk this research ending up in the hands of narrow-minded government scientists. Iona took a few steps when she saw the body lying in the dirt and the leaves. It was a native, shot in the head. She'd known Ben was experimenting on locals. It was a dirty truth she hadn't shared with Max when they'd first encountered those people on the banks of the Yapura. That's not to say she approved of it, agreed with it, but she also had done nothing to stop it. "As though you could," a voice inside her seemed to say. "You can always do something," the voice shot back, a favorite phrase of her father's. Maybe. But there were consequences, trade-offs. Of course, Ben didn't view it as experimentation. He thought he was helping them. Like Doctors Without Borders, except with a nanoparticle colony secretly designed by subversive extraterrestrial intelligence. "Jesus, my life is weird," she said sourly. Iona slunk along the wall, terrified but forcing herself to move. She'd seen enough combat in the last few days to know it was chaos and pain and fear and fire, and she wanted nothing to do with it ever again. Except that she had to, this one last time. She watched Bull and Garza get overwhelmed by more of the minions. Max tried fighting back, but they seemed to overtake him too. Then she saw Carver just stand there for a moment like he was thinking about what to do next. Then the guy exploded into motion. He was a dervish, whipping bodies around, throwing punches and kicks and shooting with his free hand. John Wick in the Amazon, except he was moving faster than hell. A blur of motion, and she knew just what that meant. No one noticed Iona. They were so focused on fighting each other. She stepped tentatively onto the battlefield, turned and saw a line of Belloc's minions running at Max. Iona had a pistol, grabbed from the truck when no one was looking. She had one of the combat knives, too. She could probably shoot at some of those guys, but what good would it do? Iona wasn't a fighter. She had no combat training. Instead, she'd continue on, get what she came here for. Iona ran toward the gargoyle's crumbled form. It was on the northeastern side of the flat, some distance away from the fighting. She dropped her pack on the ground and pulled the knife out. She used it to slice off a sizable chunk of its midsection, a mass of membranous gray-brown tissue. Unlike the golem, the gargoyle was smooth, lean, with the tightly corded muscles of an athlete or a jungle cat. She placed the biomass in one of the sample containers she stashed in the bag. Then, she cut out a chunk of its wing, taking a sample of that as well and placing it in another container. Iona looked over and saw the others fighting for their lives. Max was giving as good as he got. He'd dropped several. What had been 6-1 was now half that. But Bull was getting overpowered quickly, and Garza was standing because of willpower alone. She'd been driven beyond pain, beyond fatigue. Iona thought through her options. She still didn't think she could hit any of the attackers, but maybe she could distract them. That might give her friends a chance to escape. Then Max's words echoed in her ears. Survive. Get the data, these samples, back to the world so it could do some good. That's what Carver told her to do. Get it back, no matter what. Iona got up to leave. Then she stopped and turned back to the battle. They wouldn't leave her, she knew, no matter what. Not now. Perhaps when this all started, but they'd been through too much. Iona could never look herself in the eye if she let her friends die so she could escape. It didn't matter what she had on her. Garza looked back and saw her, and Iona nodded and fired several shots into the air. A few of the attackers' heads turned, and she saw their eerily glowing blue-green eyes. Then the grenade went off. I asked you this before and you didn't answer me, so I'll ask again. You don't want to listen to me? Fine. But do you really think that Charlie would agree with you? If he were here, would he go along with this madness? He was better than this, and I bet he thought you were better than this, too. Ben said nothing. He just stared down the length of that bridge, eyes shining. I told you before. Charlie is more like me than he is you. He understands. I know this for a fact, my friend. Who do you think took the first Nexome prototype? Your brother didn't kill himself, Max. He's not dead. Max stood in stunned silence. Then he felt his legs buckle, and Max thought he might pitch over the side of the railing. The world spun around him, and he lost all sense of orientation, of balance. Not to the earth, but to reality, to everything. If he fell, maybe he wouldn't try to stop himself. Charlie took the Nexome? He hadn't killed himself? He was alive somehow, somewhere? Then who or what in the hell had they buried? Who had they mourned? More questions pounded at Max's consciousness. Was this all some experiment of Ben's that had gone totally and horribly wrong? Had Charlie really died, agonized and alone, maybe mad, or had Ben simply turned him off, like Ben flipped a switch? Was Charlie just a data point in Ben's logbook? A note to refine his research? Ben was looking out over the amazing, almost alien landscape. He didn't turn back to face Max when he spoke, almost as if he were addressing some unseen audience in the rainforest. Your brother and I, we talked about this since we were kids, using technology to unite the world. Nexome can do that. It's even more important now that almost all of humanity has been reset to the 19th century. Imagine a distributed, democratic, global information network that doesn't rely on government or industry and can't ever be corrupted. People need never enough. I don't want to hear any more of your bullshit, Ben. What happened to my brother?
He's a long way from here, doing the work we set out to do. Did that mean he's still alive?
Now Ben looked past Max again, beyond him, to the scene on the mountain and the remnants of his base.
Nexome can save your friend. It's the only thing that can. You are days from a trauma center. Nothing, and I mean nothing, is functioning on this continent right now, but you take that,
Ben gestured to a crate behind him,
and you can save him. I'm not sure why I keep offering you gifts. You're being manipulated, you know that, don't you? Everything you supposedly invented, that was the work of someone else, something else. You're being used, Ben, controlled.
He laughed at Max, a hollow, sour sound.
No, it's not them using me. It's a grand partnership, Maximus. One in which I will certainly gain much.
He waved his arms dramatically.
I already have, and this is merely the beginning.
Max raised the rifle to his shoulder. Ben was maybe 20 meters from him. His madness was all-consuming, burning him from the inside.
Where is Charlie? Where is my brother?
He's safe.
If he'd wanted to talk to you, Max, don't you think he would have by now?
Ben just gazed at him across the distance, rewriting their history with his speech, reordering their world with his actions. Casually, dismissively, because nothing mattered to Ben but Ben and his grand design. Max snapped. He screamed in rage and fired.
Max, what the hell are you doing? Why are you shooting at that ship?
It came from a shocked, terrified voice behind him, and it took a few moments to recognize that it was Iona. Max looked over his shoulder at her.
I don't know what you're doing here, but this isn't the time.
I don't know what you're doing here, but you're about to blow up our ride home.
Max turned back to face Ben. His aim had been precise. Even with the Nexome, it would be a fatal wound. If not, Max could make it so, except there was no one there. The bridge was empty. Ben wasn't there, and Max realized that he never was. Max Carver knew in his heart nothing would be real ever again. Chapter 32. Spectrum Base, Montana. The COG thugs marched Tal out of the sublevel and into a building. It looked like the research areas beneath it, but with more natural light. The Knights used Dr. Bryce to get them through the locks, and he only did it when prompted, so hopefully that meant he was a hostage and not a collaborator. They'd taken his tablet. The group huddled in the hallway while one of them looked outside, surveying the situation. There was still fighting. Tal could hear the gunshots.
You sent us into a trap,
Tal said, directing her thoughts at Nix. She didn't know if sentiment transmitted the same way mentally as it did verbally, but she hoped it did, and that Nix could sense even a fraction of her anger. Nix appeared next to her. When she spoke, she sounded indignant, sullen.
I did not. I could not see them. You must believe me, Talisha. I don't have to believe shit. I asked you to keep me safe. You went parading around like you knew everything, saw everything. You told me you had a full view of the Spectrum security net. How come you couldn't see 4 thugs in a stairwell? I do not know. I checked the camera feed before we went through and made sure there was no one on the other side. What I saw was an empty chamber.
That couldn't be true.
It would appear that an adversary is using the same tactics on me as I used against Gaia at the colony. There must be another presence here, something like me. I am now convinced this third faction, what you have so aptly termed chaos, is supporting the Golden Dawn. It may even have manipulated their group into being. Great time for revelations, Tal thought. I promise I will make this right, Talisha. Little late for empty promises.
Okay, let's go,
the thug said. He pulled Tal's hands behind her, and she felt the cold slap of metal as he handcuffed her. Yeah, we heard about your little stunt at the refugee camp, so we're not taking any chances. Once we get to the truck, you're going to take a long nap.
What do we do about him? One of them asked.
Don't need him,
the leader said. Tal jumped when she heard the gunshot. They pushed her outside. There was sporadic gunfire, but it was distant. She saw an old Humvee about 50 meters away, idling. They must have looted a military depot or National Guard armory or something.
Come on, honey,
the leader said. He shoved her forward. Tal tripped once, caught herself, and walked. Take it easy, asshole. I'm pregnant.
Tell someone who cares.
They walked toward the Humvee. Tal heard a sound, something like a high-pitched whine. She looked up and around but didn't see what it could be. The knights next to her had just enough time to ask, "What the hell's that?" before his head exploded in a mass of red pulp. Tal dropped to her knees and tried to curl into a ball. There were two more high, whining sounds, elevating in pitch rapidly as they neared. She heard a wet crunch and another knight fell. He landed next to her, nearly decapitated, and when she saw what killed him, she knew. It was a surveillance drone, a small quadcopter. It probably hit his head at close to 40 miles an hour. One knight took off running, but the leader stayed firm. The running knight almost made the Humvee. Tal watched as another drone streaked out of the sky and slammed into his back at high speed. The knight folded backwards at an angle the human spine wasn't meant for as he flew, propelled by the force of impact. It might not kill him, but Tal doubted he'd ever walk again. Too bad for him, she thought without remorse.
What the?
There was a muffled shot, and the knight leader dropped to the ground next to Tal. Oleander Buchanan stepped out from behind a building on the far side of the compound. 4 of his men flanked him. Nix appeared next to her.
I said I would make it up to you, Talisha.
Buchanan and his men ran over. One of them found the handcuff key on a dead knight and unhooked her.
Come on, let's get you someplace warm,
Buchanan said.
These assholes left my cafeteria more or less intact.
10 minutes later, Tal sat in a small dining area surrounded by windows and with a hot cup of excellent coffee and a lot of questions. Buchanan sat across from her. There were 2 large water bottles on the table and some energy bars that he was trying to get her to eat, which she had so far refused. The 4 soldiers they'd come in with stayed with them, forming a defensive perimeter, but giving them enough space for privacy. Buchanan's radio provided periodic updates on the battle.
Somehow they got past all of our perimeter sensors without tripping them. Now, that's not supposed to be possible. They had us outnumbered and certainly took us by surprise. Fortunately, as soldiers, they were crap. Once we could organize the counterattack, it didn't take long to retake the initiative. Still, I don't know how they got this close without us finding out.
Nix materialized in an open chair.
I can shed some much-needed light on this situation, Talisha. I am not telling Oleander Buchanan about the Chimera. I'm not even sure I believe it. I recommend you take him into your confidence. No, absolutely not. As a practical matter. I think you are safe here now. He has food and shelter and medical care, all of which you require. You are not in a situation that lends itself to taking sides lightly. That's exactly my point.
But I think we've got them mostly wrapped up now. It wasn't a large force, and they weren't very good. Mostly idiots who thought owning a gun meant they knew how to use it. They had a force of 30 in all. I think 10 of them actually had military training and tried to direct the others. Still, not sure how those 3 got taken out with the drones. I don't suppose you had anything to do with that?
Buchanan's expression was grim. He said nothing and drank his coffee. Tal knew he'd lost soldiers today. Whatever she thought about him, she believed he at least cared about his men. Tal stared down at her mug for a long, long time. The warmth was comforting, seemingly the only thing right now that was. Nix suggested she was safe here, but the Golden Dawn knew she was here and had attacked. They'd almost won. Nix believed it was because another intelligence, another one like her, was helping them. What comfort could she take? What safety could there be?
Have you heard from Max?
Not yet.
Tal considered her dwindling list of options. She'd been on the run for days, crossing half the country, and she should have died half a dozen times since then. Even surviving all of that, she'd willingly consumed an unknown substance at the behest of extraterrestrial intelligence. It networked her with seemingly every data source still in existence, enhanced her reflexes, and healed her body. It even saved her unborn child. She would not, could not, know the full capabilities or the side effects for some time, perhaps ever. It had been a weird couple of days. Nix was right, she hated to admit. Tal needed an ally. She needed a side. If just for now, until she and Max were together again. She was safer here than she was on her own. Even if she couldn't or wouldn't fully trust Buchanan, she could at least side with him against those Golden Dawn fanatics.
I might shed some light on what happened,
Tal said. Buchanan's eyebrow lifted.
Go on.
How much do you know about what Spectrum is really about?
You're not cleared for...
Oh, come off it, Oli. There's no government left to hold secrets for. I know.
What exactly do you think you know?
You already told me the U.S. intelligence community formed Spectrum because they believed China or Russia developed a highly advanced AI, one that propagated across all of our information networks. But when you pressed them both on it, they claimed ignorance and then confessed they'd seen the same thing and thought it was you. So you brought them into the fold. Eventually, you brought Ben Belloc into the mix, and he helped you create an algorithm that isolated the signal. You didn't think to ask how he did that, but we'll come back to it. You traced the signal back to the Arecibo Observatory in Puerto Rico and figured out that they came from space. It was the first evidence of extraterrestrial intelligence. How am I doing so far?
I'm going to need something stronger than coffee, Buchanan deadpanned. Give us the room, gents, he said, and Buchanan's men took up a position outside.
Nix,
Tal said aloud.
Yes, Talisha,
Nix replied.
Is there any way for you to make yourself visible to Colonel Buchanan? I believe so. One moment.
There was a brief pause, and then the ceiling-mounted televisions in the cafeteria sprang to life, all of them showing Nix's face. Everything with a screen, in fact, showed it.
What the?
Oleander Buchanan, meet your first, extraterrestrial intelligence. She's called Nix. Hello, Colonel.
To his credit, Buchanan kept his cool in what must have been a truly remarkable moment. Up to this point, for Buchanan, this had all been theoretical. It was now real.
It was you, wasn't it? The intelligence we've been chasing?
Partially. You detected our shared adversary, which I have taken to calling the Chimera. There is another group which Talisha has labeled Chaos. I believe they are the ones assisting the Knights of the Golden Dawn.
Where did you come from?
My consciousness originated from the same place as the Chimera. To the best of my understanding, I represent a set of beliefs adversarial to theirs, one that believes in the self-determination of all species. I believe, now, that when I manifested on this world and absorbed much of your internet, I became something different.
Are you on our side? Buchanan asked.
I wish to help humanity, yes. I am afraid you have the misfortune of being born too late into a violent universe.
Well, glad that's out of the way.
Nix explained the nature of the Chimera and their shepherd virus and how she believed they were manipulating Ben Belloc. They had created the Nexome as a way of controlling humanity, masking it as the next step in human evolution.
But you took it, Buchanan said, shifting his gaze to Tal. And so did your husband. Does this mean you two are pawns of Belloc and these chimera?
Not so far, Tal said. Nix said, I have suborned the Nexome in Talicia's system and rendered it incapable of harming or controlling her. Have you done that to Max? Tal asked, suddenly worried. I have not, Nix said. Tal realized how disorienting it was speaking with Nix this way, talking to a screen and having the response come through the room's PA system. Having a voice surround you in a conversation only amplified the already strange sensation of Nix's omnipresence. I can attempt this with his permission. Buchanan batted the air with his hands.
Can we table that for a moment? I need to know what we're dealing with here. Nix, you can just reach inside Tal and Max and change the Nexome that your, counterpart created? What's stopping them from just switching it back? Are you stronger than they are?
I am not stronger. I just act differently, subversively. Eventually, Mr. Belloc or the Chimera may decide to control the Carvers. He will discover that I have altered the Nexome in their system. Gaia may devise a way to reverse the changes. Thus, we must remain vigilant. Luckily, I do not require sleep. Understand, we are not all-powerful, Colonel Buchanan.
Could have fooled me.
Nix's expression on all the screens changed to a wan smile.
We are a civilization eons older and more advanced than your own. This is true. However, we have no physical presence on this planet. Our adversaries must enlist the aid of agents here in your world to enact their goals. That, coupled with the Shepherd virus.
Tal said,
Nix, we didn't get to discuss the Shepherd virus much. Because I passed out, she didn't add. Can we counter it? I have never seen it done. However, every world is different, and the virus, by definition, takes on the characteristics of its host.
Tal thought this through, her mind racing. The words characteristics of its host kept playing over in her head. Buchanan and Nix discussed what the virus was and how it worked, how the Chimera used it to effect a kind of senescence among the infected population.
Characteristics of the host. I've got it,
Tal blurted out. She thought,
want to deal with a virus? Call a hacker. Nix just said the characteristics of the host constrained the Shepherd, right? It's effectively a computer virus. We know how to defeat those.
It can't be that simple,
Buchanan said.
Sure it can. I must concur with Talicia, Colonel. The Shepherd virus by design is constrained by the physics of the environment it attempts to subvert. Otherwise it would not work. It did not occur to me to think of it in these terms. So the way we handle this in the real world is we isolate the computer virus, firewall it off, and then patch the infected software. The virus still exists, but it can't do anything because it's obsolete. Then you just delete it. We understand what the Shepherd is now, so we know what to look for.
Tal had a disturbing thought.
But the way Nix explained the Shepherd to me, though, it's intelligent.
We're using AI to hack now,
Buchanan said.
Presumably we're using it for defense as well, maybe just as intelligent.
That's true,
Tal said, nodding. Her mind was partially on the conversation, but primarily thinking of solutions, of options. God, it felt good to be trying the offensive, doing something she knew how to do.
One of the use cases we were considering was training an AI to proactively identify any code that wasn't part of the system and eliminating it. Sort of like a beat cop. The program was called Neighborhood Watch.
Tal let out a short laugh.
Nix, could you do something like that?
Buchanan asked.
I believe I could, with Talicia's help. I know what patterns to look for. Now it would simply be a matter of creating a limited clone of myself to isolate and destroy the Shepherd virus. Though we must prepare ourselves for the possibility that the Chimera anticipated this, or that they will detect our motives and work to counteract them.
Oh, I think that's a certainty, Buchanan said. Doesn't mean we shouldn't try. I think it's safe to assume we must remain vigilant until we defeat the Chimera, if that's even possible.
When can we get started? We can begin right away. However, I must urge caution here.
Caution? Why? We need to act.
Buchanan said.
You must keep this a secret. If the Chimera have discovered you are aware of the Shepherd virus, they will take more aggressive action against you.
Well, I think we have some time. There's no internet right now, but your caution is noted,
Buchanan said.
Where do we go from here?
Only we can't afford to be dismissive,
Tal said.
Remember, if there's no internet, there's no way to deploy the countermeasures on our own systems. I don't think we can keep this a secret from the Chimera. We can't just act fast and pray we can outrun them. There will be a counterattack, and we have to prepare for it. The most pressing matter for your society to contend with is the supernova,
Nix said.
Unless you deal with that, nothing else matters.
I believe humanity is open to suggestions,
Buchanan said dryly.
Nix told me the Chimera may have given Belloc the key to this. Apparently the supernova was an intentional thing, but fired well before they planned, possibly by thousands of years. It may even have been a kind of contingency plan.
You'd think with technology that could blow up a star, they could figure out how the timer worked,
Buchanan said, mostly to himself. Tal said,
Max knows about the supernova and that Belloc might have the solution to it. That's why they went back to the colony to grab as much of his research as they could, and maybe we could find a way out of this. So it seems to me the most important thing we can do in the next few days is figure out how to get my husband home.
Chapter 33. Colony Staging Area, Serra Curicuriari, Brazil. Max stared at nothing for a long, long time. Someone behind him said his name, but he ignored it. They said it again, and he was dimly aware of footfalls on the wooden platform, but again he dismissed it. Ben was gone. They'd been talking, arguing. Max had seen the madness in his eyes. He knew Ben was beyond saving, beyond redemption, but in their last encounter, Max saw true madness in his eyes. He'd said that Charlie was with him. Not only was Charlie not dead, he'd taken the Nexome. Taken the first one, in fact. Volunteered for it.
He's more like me than he ever was you,
Ben told him. Those words stung more than any physical wound ever could. Of course Ben was lying. Charlie was dead. The demons that haunted him his entire life finally caught up, and he'd taken his life. He'd done it before Max could help him. Ben knew how close they were. Max believed now, as he always had, Ben was jealous of their relationship. Ben and Charlie might have been best friends, but they weren't brothers. That had always eaten away at Ben because for all his genius, for all his ability to sculpt the world around him, it was the one thing that he could never change. Ben knew Max well enough that it was the one spear he could throw unerringly and land. When Max defied him, Ben hurt him where he could most. It was a petty, cheap shot. That's all it was. Wasn't it? Charlie couldn't be alive. He'd never have faked his death, pretending suicide to cover whatever he might do with Ben. Charlie would know the damage that would do. Max could believe that Charlie would be involved in Ben's insane experiments. Belloc always had an influence over Charlie that Max could never understand. It was almost a commanding presence, and it always worried him, although it was something they never spoke of. When they were younger, Max hoped that college would break Charlie of it, the separation. For a time it had. But then Max had dropped out of school, joined the army, and deployed to Afghanistan as soon as he was through training. That was the last time he'd been able to watch out for Charlie. Suicide was easier to understand. Well, not easy, but comprehensible. Max could understand how his brother would get there. He'd always had a dark streak within him, a place where the sunshine never hit. It got worse when doctors diagnosed their mother with Alzheimer's. She'd been a bright and selfless soul, truly undeserving of the tortured existence she'd endured. A loveless and sometimes violent marriage, shackled to a dank swamp in the backwoods of nowhere. Both boys were intensely protective of her. And when her mind slipped, something in Charlie broke.
It was some kind of final straw Max hadn't even known existed. This wonderful, sweet woman who'd endured so much in life had her mind taken away. So, Charlie snapped. He took on an anger then that he'd never shed, only sometimes burying it for Max's benefit. Charlie seemed to erode after that, and Max watched it happen at a painful distance. Visiting his brother on leave was like watching someone wither away through time-lapse photography. Each trip home, Charlie ground farther down. He tried to hide it from his little brother, of course. Sometimes Charlie even did a halfway decent job. There were times on their monthly phone calls Max thought he could turn around. Still, when Max got the phone call that he'd bought a gun and a bottle of whiskey and shot himself in his home one night, he was confused and angry and heartbroken. But he wasn't surprised. Even if his death had been like a pane of broken glass, pieces that could never be made to fit together. Charlie hated guns. Buying a .357 in a pawn shop was an act completely out of character, and he didn't drink. Except it was all in the police report. They confirmed he'd bought the gun and the booze and the hotel room. They'd identified the body and notified Max. Yes, the gunshot meant his funeral was a closed casket, but you couldn't fake that kind of thing. Not today. Not even with Ben Belloc's money. An icy feeling crawled up Max's back, and he realized that there was no way to check. Not anymore. There were hands on his shoulders, and someone was shaking him hard. It was then that Max realized he was screaming. Max turned and saw Iona standing on the platform with him. Her expression twisted into a mask of shock and fright. Max felt his own face pull back into a gruesome animal snarl like some unseen puppeteer yanked back on the strings. He tried to relax, shoulders rising at the deep breaths. "Carver," she said, "what's going on? You were shooting at that airship and then just started screaming." "I was shooting at Ben." "Wait, what?" "I thought he was—" Max shook his head. "He was there, and then he just wasn't. He never was. I just didn't think about that. It was so real." Iona looked to the eastern sky and the impossibly monstrous wall of storm rushing their way. "Yeah," she said. "I get that." "He was here, like right here. I tried one last time to talk him out of this, but he wouldn't listen. Then he told me." "Told you what?" Max considered her for a moment and then slowly shook his head. "Nothing." This was not something he would share with Iona Alcott first. "So if Belloc wasn't here, where is he now?" Iona asked. Max shrugged. "Wherever he always was, I guess. That entire conversation must have happened in the Nexome. He just superimposed his likeness in front of me, and I honestly could not tell the difference." Max looked up at the sky, too. "Let's get the hell out of here." He didn't ask what Iona was doing here when they agreed she would remain back at the original landing site. He'd had enough with agendas, with secrets, with plans within plans. Max didn't care anymore. They could have it all. He just wanted to get home to Talisha and their child. Max followed Iona back off the platform and over to Garza, who'd kept her vigil over Bull. She'd done what she could with the limited supplies they had, and Max could tell from her expression that it wasn't good. The 4 remaining Nexome zombies stood, frozen in place, some meters from them. The ones he'd wounded were lying on the ground, bleeding, silently. "What do we do?" Garza asked. "He won't make it until we can get him to a hospital," Max said in a low voice. "So, we're just giving up then?" Garza said, her voice a seething, biting thing. "I'm open to suggestions," Max told her, "but you see what we've got to work with here." "I'll go check those buildings. Maybe there's something in there," Iona said. She turned and ran toward the rock-like structures. Max kneeled next to his friend, gripped his hand. Bull's eyes fluttered open, his eyes glazed over, matching the sheen of sweat over his body. "Hey, boss," he grunted out. "How are you feeling?"
Not gonna lie. Hurts like hell.
I know, buddy, I know. Max fought back tears, willed them back into his eyes. There was nothing else they could do for Bull. "We're just not giving up," Garza said. Max allowed himself a small shrug that Bull didn't see. What could they do? Garza pointed at the airship. A wave of fury and frustration welled up within him. He'd already told her there was nowhere they could fly Bull in time. Half of South America was going to be flattened within hours. Millions were surely dead here, and even if some of their cities were functioning, their hospitals would be beyond capacity. There would be no help they could offer. Garza's expression turned pinched, her own anger barely contained, and she pointed at the airship again. She didn't want to vocalize what she was thinking. Then Max got it. She wasn't talking about the airship, she meant what was in it. Nexome. "Absolutely not," Max said. Garza erupted. "What, it's fine for you to be goddamn Superman but nobody else? It's not like that and you know it. Are you the only one who gets to be special?" "I don't want him to be like that," Max shouted and threw an arm toward the zombies behind them. Garza's face didn't soften, but she said nothing else.
"Hey,"
Bull mumbled softly.
"I got a say in this, or—"
"Of course you do. I shouldn't have tried to speak for you, pal," Max mumbled.
"I don't want it."
"Bull, it's the only way we can save your life," Garza said, almost pleading.
"Ain't worth it. Like Max said, don't want to end up like them."
"What about your boys?" she said.
"That's the point."
Max looked up and saw Iona running back to them. The look on her face told him all he needed to know. There was nothing that would help them in those buildings. Max wasn't surprised that Ben had left little to care for the workers here. "I'm sorry, Bull."
"Max, need you to promise me something."
"Anything."
"Find my boys. Make sure Asher and Ezra, they're okay. Hopefully they're still in Omaha."
"I will, Bull. You have my word." Max watched Garza's face drain, then she sprang to her feet, grabbing a rifle as she rose. The weapon was at her shoulder. Max twisted around to see a zombie walking up. It raised its hands in a gesture to hold their fire. "I'll make him the same offer I made you, Maximus," the zombie said, eyes flaring with blue-green light. "I'm going to drop you—"
"Easy, Garza."
Max stood and faced the zombie. "It's the only way to save your friend. Call it a peace offering."
"Peace offering,"
Max snarled. "Are you—" He clamped his jaw shut and just growled his frustration into his teeth.
"After all this, you have the nerve to talk about peace."
"The world is coming apart around us. I aim to prevent that. So do you, if your actions in the last 12 hours are any judge. I'm not the enemy, Max. I just won't operate the way you, or anyone else, wants me to. And I won't let the powers manipulate me." At that, the zombie threw its glowing stare at Iona. "Is that Belloc?" Garza asked, astonished. Max nodded. It almost sounded like Ben when it spoke. A few minutes ago, Ben had said the one thing he knew would cause Max the maximum amount of pain any single thing could. Now, he was offering an olive branch, offering to save Bull's life. "I cannot control you, Max, and I am releasing these men from their service. Get them home to their families."
"What about the tribesmen?"
Max said sourly. "If they stay here, they die, but not by my hand. The humane thing would be to take them with you." Max almost laughed. Ben had infected these men with his invention, commandeered them, used them like slave labor, and he still mustered the audacity to lecture Max about humanity? Max kneeled next to his friend. Blood soaked Bull's clothes, and the color was gone from his face. It wouldn't be long now.
"Bull," he whispered, "Belloc told me he won't control me the way he did those others.
He's offered the same thing to you. It'll fix you. You'll live.
Bull pressed his eyes shut against the pain. There were heavy tears at the corners.
I can't, man. I don't understand any of this. I just know I don't trust it. What if he goes back on his word?
Something I'll always have to live with, Max said.
What if I'm with my boys and Belloc calls in his favor?
It's a risk. You just have to decide whether it's worth it for you.
Tell my boys I tried to do good. I will, Bull.
Bull squeezed Max's hand once, and he was gone. Max dropped his head and wept. Eventually, Iona helped him to his feet, Max's shoulders racked with sobs.
I am sorry about your friend, Max, the zombie said with his almost Ben voice.
Max wheeled around and lunged at the thing, grabbing it by its collar and yanking it forward.
You did this. You killed him. This is on you, and I'll see you in hell, Ben.
What are you doing? The zombie said, and the ethereal blue-green light in its eyes was gone. Get off me, man! Max let him go, startled and numb. Around them, the other zombies came awake.
Garza, is that you? What's going on here?
Garza went over to them and tried to explain what was happening. There were a few of the natives that had survived. They were clearly terrified and bewildered. Everything around them was so far beyond the furthest scope of their imaginations. Max pushed them all out of his mind and wept for his friend. Iona organized everyone and got them moving toward the airship, reminding them all that a hurricane of unbelievable size and power was headed right for them, provided the nudge they needed. They could communicate with the tribesmen. The Nexome translated even their obscure language. They heard the words, understood them, but whether they believed anything that happened around them was another matter. Iona took the backpack with the research and brought it with her. There was some debate about what to do with the Nexome that was already on board. Max wanted to blow it all up, but Iona convinced him they didn't have the time to unload the airship and rig everything with explosives. There were a few crates left in the storage containers. Max tossed a frag into each one and left. He didn't flinch when they blew. Max was the last to board the airship, wanting to make sure they'd gotten everyone. He checked each of the bodies on that lonely mountaintop, verifying with grim solemnity that they were indeed dead. Most of them had suffered headshots. Not even the Nexome could fix that. When Max was certain, he left the staging area behind and walked down the long wooden platform toward the airship. The sky above seemed strange to him. 1/3 of it was bright blue and normal. The supernova's godlike eye colored the middle third that glared over them. The final third was a wall of furious gray that was fast approaching. Max could feel the leading winds already. He looked down a last time upon a land that he never thought he'd see and to which he never hoped he'd return. They'd made the agonizing decision to leave Bull there. There wasn't time to bury him, and they didn't have the facilities on board to store his body. Stuffing him in a cargo container seemed more disrespectful. No one was happy with their decision, but all agreed there were no other options. There were 12 survivors in the airship's cargo compartment, 3 tribesmen and 9 mercenaries. There was seating for 20. Max, Garza, and Iona sat in the cockpit. No one spoke. Max directed the ship to detach its mooring lines and then climb to its highest altitude. Once they achieved it, he set maximum throttle and prayed they would outrun the storm. Max felt mentally drained and emotionally exhausted. As they fled South America, they could see it fall to ruin in almost real time. Max couldn't even conjure the strength to process the human tragedy unfolding below. He had nothing left to give. They'd been so disconnected from everything since the supernova, Max didn't know exactly how many perished. Probably no one knew. Tens of millions, possibly more. Certainly more when that storm made landfall in Brazil. It was almost without doubt that everyone on that continent would die. The Nexome informed him he reached his physical limit. Max couldn't rest yet. One thing still bothered him.
Why did you come to camp? He waited to ask Iona until Garza was back checking on their passengers. I asked you to stay in the airship, and if we didn't come back, fly that thing and the research material back home. No more lies. I think you'll agree we've earned the right to be honest with each other. Iona stared out the window for a long while, as if seeking her words in the clouds.
We didn't have everything. Data is one thing. I wanted a sample.
I goddamn knew it. You and you're just like the rest of them. You're going to take that thing back and figure out how you can reproduce it.
Max's mouth turned down in disgust. He looked out the side window so he wouldn't have to look at her.
You're half right, Carver, she said. Originally, I was going to do like you said. I snuck a storage container when we were in the colony's infirmary. I wanted a sample of golem tissue so I could study it, and yes, we were originally thinking about weaponizing it. However, now that I see what they can do, I just want to figure out a way to stop them. Fire is effective, yes, though that's hardly an ideal solution. I didn't say anything because I knew you'd say no.
She gave a half laugh.
And I needed some time to talk myself into it. I'm not used to this combat stuff like you are.
None of them spoke.
I understand, Max said.
Iona slept in the co-pilot's chair. Garza was in the back with the Stillwater people, some of her companions of past missions, trying to help them make sense of this. Max was still processing what Ben said to him, what he'd supposedly done. He said that he'd liberated these men from his experiments, released them from his control. The Nexum was still in their systems, would repair them, and presumably allow them to access it as Max could, but without fear that Ben would one day take over again. There was no way of knowing whether that was true. They would just have to trust the words of a madman. The deeper, darker parts of Max's mind told him that this was a ploy, that Ben wanted Max to bring these men back so that he would have sensors, eyes on his enemies, thieves in the temple. Ben figured they wouldn't destroy the Nexome shipment in the airship. Maybe it was a gamble, but it worked. Was it a weapon? Was it a Trojan horse? Maybe both. Likely both, Max thought, with a kind of distant, analytical distinction. He couldn't muster the energy to care. Their course took them northwest as fast as they could go, following the jagged line that was, for now, Central America. They ran out of water on the first day and had no food anyway. The airship had a small galley, but it had not been stocked. Thankfully, the ship had at least a crew lavatory. 13 hours into the journey, Max set the airship down in the Costa Rican city of Tamarindo, a beachside town on the Pacific side. Garza led a foraging party of 4 with 2 rifles, moving through the eerily empty streets. They returned an hour later with supplies. They had 20-liter-sized water bottles, fruit, candy bars, chips, and boxes of dry cereal they'd looted from a beachfront hotel. It was stiflingly hot and humid here, about 110, but not nearly what it had been in Brazil. By contrast, it felt like spring. Max didn't know if that was from the leading edges of the hurricane or just the distance from where Aeon was beating down hardest. Dawn broke shortly after Garza returned. She reported Tamarindo was still populated, about half of what it had been before the event. There were rumors that criminal gangs had taken over the border with Nicaragua and were charging people to come across. That kept many in place. The general theme was head for the United States if you could, but by now, the people who could leave had done so. Garza heard from a local that some groups were trying to organize into small paramilitary units. They wanted anyone with military or police training to protect refugee caravans on the perilous route north. Apparently, after they saw Garza's scavenging party, the locals she'd talked to hoped she and her crew would join with them. Garza distributed the water, making sure everyone got a bottle. No one had much of an appetite. Max forced down a banana and an orange for the energy and guided the ship back into the air. Now that the sun was coming up, he was eager to be off the ground. They couldn't take anyone else, and desperate people would do nearly anything to survive. Max had vivid memories of terrified refugees clinging to Air Force C-17s as they fled Afghanistan. He continued the course until they'd reached Mexico and then turned north. Max wasn't concerned with the airspace incursion and doubted that anyone had a functioning radar to see them anyway. By then, he'd been in contact with Tal via the Nexome and knew she was with Oleander Buchanan at a Spectrum facility in Montana. There was no room for coincidence in that scenario. Again, Max didn't care. Tal and the baby were safe, surrounded by trained soldiers. Max heard nothing further from Ben. Flying over the U.S. was surreal, with so much of it blacked out. Still, they found small pockets of light as the sun went down. Iona said that it wasn't plausible that the supernova destroyed everything with an electric current. They'd already seen that not to be the case with the rescue aircraft, and Garza suggested sporadic generators must be working. Iona said anything made with hardened materials would still be working. Given Aeon's positioning in the southern hemisphere, they'd see more functioning grids the farther north they got. They reached Montana on the evening of the second day. Max set the airship down on the landing pad. It was easy enough to find a bright square of light in the otherwise black expanse. Max exited the ship first. It was cold, almost 100 degrees cooler than what they'd endured in the Amazon. There was a small collection of people on the airstrip. He recognized Buchanan surrounded by a contingent of staff and medical personnel. Max could see crew vans waiting to take them to the main complex. A form detached itself from the group, and his heart swelled, and then it soared. Tears welled up in his eyes, and Max ran. He closed the distance as fast as he could. Max embraced his wife, tears streaming down both of their faces, and the rest of the world fell away. "Is this real?" Max asked. Chapter 34. Ross Ice Shelf, Antarctica. Shin didn't immediately recognize the helicopter for what it was. She didn't trust her eyes. She'd had no way of marking time or distance and did not know how long she'd been walking, being snowblind and weak from hunger. The helicopter spotted her before Shin, driven beyond exhaustion, recognized it for what it was. The helicopter circled once and landed about 100 meters from her. Before she knew it, Shin was being escorted into the aircraft and given first aid. A crewman wrapped her in a blanket and someone handed her an electrolyte solution. People were speaking to her with American accents, so she assumed it was the Americans who'd picked her up. Shin's mind registered that words were being spoken to her, but other than that, she'd lost all capacity to process information. Now, with the blanket around her, she collapsed into a black sleep. Shin woke in a bed in McMurdo Station. Her first thought was panic, and she frantically looked around for her backpack with the ice cube neutrino data.
"Ah, good, you're awake,"
a pleasant female voice said. A woman appeared next to her.
"I didn't want to have to wake you, but we'll be leaving soon. My name is Rachel. I'm a medical technician here at McMurdo. I think I remember you from your orientation." "Where are my things?"
Shin asked. The woman smiled and patted her shoulder.
"Don't worry, everything is right over there. We have fresh clothes for you. You're welcome to keep the suit, though I doubt you'll have much use for it where we're going." "What's happening?" "We're evacuating. The U.S. Coast Guard had an icebreaker guiding a ship for our annual resupply when the supernova blew, and, amazingly, both still work. We knew that not everyone got out on the Air Force flights, so we kept a skeleton crew here to look for survivors. We'd gotten a few folks on the Traverse, but we're about to give up. The helo they sent up was the last flight. Really lucky that they found you."
If they'd have been a few hours earlier, Dag might have survived, Shin thought sullenly.
"We've treated you for dehydration and exposure. You'll need to have regular cancer screening for the rest of your life, but you are alive, and that's something. Do you know how long you were outside, unprotected?" "I don't. We were at Ice Cube. We did not make the evacuation flight."
Shin left it at that. She didn't know this woman and couldn't trust her. The less she said, the better.
Rachel apparently would not let the matter drop.
How did you make it here? We found a truck. Some Brazilian guys brought it to Ice Cube, some sort of ecotourism thing.
Rachel smiled.
Oh yeah, I think I remember that. We came here hoping to find help.
Shin left out the phantom radio signals that had them going to Vostok. But she'd already said we, so Rachel knew she hadn't made the trip alone.
We ran into a fissure. It just opened in the ice and I barely made it out. My colleague, he didn't make it. The truck fell into the hole. It was gone. There was nothing I could do.
Rachel took Shin's hand.
I'm truly very sorry. That's terrible. You're safe now, as safe as anyone can be. What was his name, your colleague? Doug?
Shin said in a small, quavering voice.
Doug,
Rachel repeated and squeezed Shin's hand gently.
God be with you.
They were both quiet for a moment. Then Rachel said,
Would you like something to eat? Yes, please.
Rachel explained a little more about their situation and what would happen next. The last preparations before departure were being made now. The U.S. Coast Guard icebreaker Healy's crew converted as many open spaces into quarters for their new passengers and transferred any consumables they could find. Rachel brought Shin a sandwich and another electrolyte drink. She also gave her a balm to apply to her face, neck, and arms. They found clothes for her. Shin dressed and examined her backpack. Everything looked to be in order, all the drives intact. Her greatest fear, that the Americans would take her data while she slept, went unrealized. Had it been worth it? Time would tell. She still had to make it home to China, and Shin had no idea how to make that happen. Was it worth Dag's life, though? Shin resolved herself that she wouldn't stop until it was. She would make Dag's sacrifice count. She asked if there was any way for her to communicate with her government, let them know she was alive. Rachel told her that was impossible for now. They could barely speak to their own government, much less anyone else's. She said much of the world appeared to be shut down and they had little information. A few hours later, Shin joined the desperate, shuffling mass of people escorted onto the Coast Guard ship. The Healy's route took them up South America's Pacific coast. The South Atlantic was volatile and had already generated one storm of unimaginable proportion. The ship's captain said they would ultimately be bound for Seattle, the Healy's home port. They had contact with some elements of the Coast Guard Command and knew that the U.S. government was functioning more or less. The captain assured the refugees that between the Coast Guard, the American military, the federal government, and the Red Cross in Seattle, they would do everything they could to help people get home. The captain was cautious to say that while his government was functioning again, the situation globally was dire. Refugees were fleeing north from South and Central America. Daytime temperatures at their homes neared 130 degrees, triggering snowmelt in the Andes and massive flooding. Not to mention the most severe weather the planet had ever experienced. Most of the United States was without power and there was limited communication, with most taking place via VHF radio. The journey took them 16 days at sea. There was little to do. Shin spent most of the time on deck, staring out at the sea. Shin didn't enjoy traveling on an American military vessel. Someone explained that the Coast Guard wasn't part of the military and was more like a maritime police force, but Shin didn't believe them. She feared daily that someone would confiscate her research. Certainly, if this had been a Chinese ship, the crew would have immediately confiscated anything deemed valuable or sensitive to the state. However, after the first week, it seemed everyone had much more to worry about than whatever was in her backpack, and Shin relaxed a little. Still, she couldn't get over the fact that someone had tried to kill her and Dag over this data. It was that important to someone. The Healy eventually reached Seattle, and Shin found herself in a different world of chaos. The Coast Guard personnel turned them over to the Red Cross, who would help them get settled until the refugees could figure out what to do next. Red Cross aid workers gave her food, water, and clothes, and a place to stay in a hotel near the port converted to house refugees. People arrived in the city by boat, by car, and on foot, fleeing the heat and dangerous weather farther south. The city was functioning and had limited power from hydroelectric stations in the north, although they were rationing it. Shin also saw many portable generators all over. Thankfully, it was still winter, and even though daytime temperatures were well above freezing, they didn't have the additional burden of environmental control in extreme temperatures. A Red Cross worker said the city was rebuilding its power generation and distribution capability. Anyone with mechanical or electrical engineering expertise should identify themselves.
Not much that an astrophysicist is going to do here,
she thought. Shin hefted the backpack on her shoulders just to feel the reassurance of its weight. The ridiculousness of her situation was at times hilarious and at others hysterical. Several times on the journey from Antarctica to Seattle, Shin found herself shifting quickly and violently between laughing and crying. With nowhere else to go, she volunteered with the Red Cross effort, preparing and serving food, handing out clothes, anything she could do to pay back the help she'd received. Making those connections also helped Shin figure out what to do next. She'd learned that several countries organized outreach efforts in Seattle to help their citizens. In time, Shin found the Chinese government's representatives. They had a rather large enclave of Chinese Americans who'd fled north from California and those who'd lived here already. There was some news from home, but it was impossible to communicate with her family. The infrastructure to do it didn't exist, or rather, it did, but no one could make use of it. Perhaps the most frustrating part was that the undersea fiber optic cables that linked the world all still existed and would work. It's just that most of the electronics that connected them didn't. Until they restored telephony and internet service, the world relied on radio. Some satellites had survived the flare, but the government reserved them for national-level use. Shin asked about getting home and learned that for the time being that, too, was impossible. The enclave organizers were consular staff from San Francisco and told them they would remain here until reliable ocean travel resumed. Shin pointed out that she'd traveled here from Antarctica, and if the Americans could figure it out, certainly the People's Republic could as well. Quietly, there were rumblings that the real reason people weren't being moved onward was that the government in Beijing didn't need any more mouths to feed. Shin believed there was more than a grain of truth to that. However, she acknowledged the supreme difficulty in organizing a transoceanic relief effort when there were no communications back home, or knowing if they had ships capable of making the trip. So, she continued volunteering with the Red Cross and with the Enclave consular staff. Shin eventually moved to a hotel that the Enclave organized. It was comforting to hear her native language again. Shin folded into a new and equally strange life in Seattle as the months drew on. The temperature warmed considerably by the springtime, nearing what it would be in peak summer. Shin knew it would only climb. She estimated that a third of the ozone layer was gone, where Aeon's gamma radiation had obliterated it. That massive influx of radiation sent the temperature surging globally. The effects weren't as severe in the northern climes, but Shin didn't think that reprieve would last forever, not unless they could repair the ozone layer. That was the maddening part for her. She had the most complete scientific data that she knew of on the supernova, and from that she could model its long-term impact. She believed that this was the first critical step in identifying a solution. There was no one to tell. The Americans seemed to have a functioning government, but its scientific community was on the other side of the continent. She couldn't contact NASA, the National Science Foundation, or any of her Antarctic research partners. Shin did not share her specific discoveries with the consular staff of the Enclave. She only told them she was a physicist and part of the International Science Mission in Antarctica. Shin said she needed to get home to be part of their country's response to the supernova. She knew, or at least suspected, many of the consular staff were part of China's Foreign Intelligence Service or reported to them. In the past, even she'd been told that it was her patriotic duty to report anything of value or interest to the state. Shin was not letting her government spy agency co-opt this research to get a lead on their adversaries in the West. The stakes were too high. No. Shin would keep this to herself until she could report personally to the science minister. As the weeks became months, Shin spent more and more time with the Red Cross effort. It was something she could do. They worked with the municipal government to organize schools for the refugees, and she taught science. Shin particularly enjoyed that. She loved how most of the kids channeled their energies into curiosity. Yes, they were scared and confused. However, give them an intellectual task, something to spark their interest, and she found it took much of the fear away, for a time. It was after one of these sessions that a man in fatigues approached her. Was that the correct term? Shin wasn't sure. It was a military uniform, sure, but it bore no markings. That wasn't novel these days. She'd already seen many civilians try to form militias, even here in the city. Seattle's police force and what she learned was the National Guard kept the self-organizing militias out of town. "Good afternoon, Dr. Rowe," the man said. Shin thought he was in his mid-50s, his hair gray at the temples and salty above it, tanned from long hours outside. He was fit and moved with a kind of hardened grace. He might not be now, but he'd had many years as a soldier. "I was wondering if I might have a word with you."
"Who are you?"
Shin asked. "My name is Oleander Buchanan. I think we have much to discuss." Chapter 35. Spectrum Base, Montana. Buchanan gave Max and Tal about a week to themselves to rest and recuperate before trying to bring them into the fold. Apart from medical appointments which he insisted both of them attend, Buchanan left them alone. Max and Talisha spent the first week alone, emerging from their suite for meals and walks around the compound. Tal told him of the Golden Dawn attack, and certainly Max saw the aftermath of it. Oleander's people had repaired things quickly and assured them they were safe. As time went on, Buchanan found more Stillwater personnel and consolidated them there. By the beginning of March, the camp population pushed 100, most of them soldiers. They were likely as safe here as they were anywhere else. Golden Dawn did not make a second attempt on the camp. Buchanan believed that had more to do with the group going underground to reconstitute itself. It was strange at first being back together with his wife. They left a normal world, watched Armageddon from the front row, and now slogged through the aftermath. Max was relieved beyond words that Tal and the baby were fine. He learned they were having a girl, which was strange because they'd been told to expect a little boy. He didn't know how to raise a girl, didn't know how to raise anyone in whatever this was now, but Max knew how to be a better father than his father had been to him. That would have to be enough. He and Tal took their meals, sometimes in the canteen and sometimes back in their room when she didn't feel up for walking. They took strolls on the compound. Buchanan said they'd secured the perimeter 10 miles in any direction, patrolling it with drones and men. They were welcome to leave the compound as long as they took a radio and a sidearm. Tal never left, but Max took long walks in the woods. There was much he had to process, and he needed time to think. It surprised Max how quickly society had fallen apart. Within days of the supernova, nearly everyone abandoned their homes and fled north. Tal told him of her harrowing journey in the refugee caravan, and he'd since learned that was the scene all over the country. Were they truly that fragile as a society, or was the threat understood on some primal level and people instinctively knew to run? Animals have a way of knowing when disaster is coming, somehow predicting earthquakes and volcanic eruptions. Perhaps this was just humanity's turn.
"So here's the situation right now,"
Buchanan said one morning, a week after their return. Max, Talisha, Garza, Iona, Fred Saberhager, and Susanna Sorensen sat at a conference table that connected to Buchanan's office. The other 2 colony refugees had survived their ride out on the Air Force CV-22 Osprey, which brought them to Florida. Buchanan learned about the rescue mission and sent one of his birds down to collect them. Buchanan's head of operations and a man who'd been acting as Spectrum's chief scientist also joined them, Iona would assume the chief scientist function now that she'd returned and had already started the transition. Nix attended as an observer. Buchanan revealed her existence and identity to his trusted circle before the meeting. POTUS returned to Washington about 3 days after his initial evacuation and took most of the D.C. contingent with him. They stayed at Mount Weather for about a week while what remained of the Secret Service and local military units could secure the district. POTUS is back at the White House now, and we have 17 of 21 cabinet secretaries present. The rest are unaccounted for. The government's top priority is providing food, shelter, and security for as many American citizens as it can. There is also a massive refugee situation to contend with on the southern border. I've heard estimates as high as 10 million, but I don't think there's any way of validating that. A few states tried to secede when this first kicked off. Then they realized they needed federal support and would also have to fight the various military personnel and federal agents in their states for access to their stuff, and decided against it. That because many of those states are now or will be unlivable soon. Unofficially, the government is writing off anything below Oklahoma for the time being. Buchanan walked over to a map on the wall showing North America. DoD and the intelligence community estimate that between a third and half of the world's population is gone. This is a combination of extreme weather, loss of power, and basic infrastructure. This will get worse as this drags on and we continue to warm up. Our top priority is to analyze the colony research that Max and Ginevra brought back. There is a lot of speculation that Mr. Belloc may have the key to surviving this thing. Who knows we have this? Max asked. Right now? The people in this room, POTUS, and a select part of the national security staff. But I think we're close, yeah? He trained his gaze on his daughter, who nodded. She said, Carver, Garza, and I saw a dome being constructed over the colony. The tech exists, we just have to sort through it all. Buchanan asked, Talisha, do you think your, friend can help with that? You mean Nix? Tal said, looking around uneasily. That's right. I'll ask, but I'm sure she can. If nothing else, she'll help us sift through the information faster. Great. Nix's image appeared on one of the conference room screens. She had an ambivalent smile. Max had spoken with her often since his return. Each time she seemed more and more human. It was as amazing to him as it was, he admitted to himself, creepy. Trent, Micah, Buchanan said, looking at his 2 team members. Meet Nix. She's real, Micah said, awed. The scientist spoke in a hurried cadence and with childlike awe. Trent, the ops chief, just looked stupefied. Micah said, You told us, of course, but it's something else to see her in person. This is incredible. Max knew Buchanan told his 2 senior people before, so that this meeting wasn't the first time they were meeting Nix. It still had to be a hell of a shock. Or, apparently for Micah, the sum of all Christmases. Nix said, I was following the conversation. I can help Dr. Alcott and Talisha parse the research data. I can also train your own expert systems to speed up their own investigation efforts. That's great. When can you start? I will begin now. Please continue with your discussion. Thank you, Nix, Buchanan said. Max could tell the old warhorse was still coming to grips with this new situation. So, Oli, what's your role in all this? Max asked. For now, I'm running Spectrum. It's still notionally attached to the intelligence community, although I have a dotted line to the national security staff. The organization's goal is to use colony tech to mitigate the effects of the supernova and do whatever we can to reverse it. I have not disclosed the existence of alien intelligences. For now, that stays in this room. How long do you think you can keep that a secret? Tal asked. I think mankind can handle one existential crisis at a time. Let's not overload the system just yet. Max studied Buchanan, who had obviously changed. He'd taken on this kind of Duke of the Apocalypse persona. Strangely, Max found it suited him. I wanted to circle back on something, Max said. Shoot. This migrant situation at the border. What concerns me about this is that we've already seen Ben inject people with Nexome without their permission. What's stopping him from flying airships over those groups and just hitting them all with it? He told me in pretty simple terms that he believes Nexome is humanity's salvation and he's its deliverer. That's some real Jim Jones shit, Trent said. Max gave a short, mirthless laugh. You don't know the half of it. Buchanan said nothing for a while. Tight lines formed on his jaw. We're not exactly going to be flying combat air patrols over refugee camps, but I get your point. Buchanan said, we need more time to examine this. The two things I fear most are that if word gets out, some crazy militia just starts massacring people, or the government rolls in here and appropriates all the tech and none of the understanding. Is the orange a trick of the light? Max asked when they'd finished the dome. They'd allowed Iona to lead the work with the colony research, and trying to recreate the domes had been her top priority.
Not really, Iona said, laughing a little. It's designed to vary the amount of visible light transmission. Like you have with ski goggles, it filters out all the other harmful kinds of radiation, though. We get a slightly lower version of full daylight. We can darken it entirely, for example, if there is another flare, and it's bulletproof.
Pretty cool, Max said. He, Buchanan, and Iona stood in a line near the dome edge. This one enveloped the original compound. 3 more domes were underway. One was just for a large-scale hydroponic farm being built, and the other 2 were to expand the compound footprint. They were also experimenting with adapting the colony tree structures. They'd grown 3 of them over the last 2 months as a test bed, trying to understand how they conducted and transmitted energy. Buchanan was already talking about this solving the looming refugee shelter crisis. He proposed using tree structures to grow an indefinite amount of housing, and their natural elevation would ease much of the fears of coastal flooding. It would take time. They grew much faster than regular trees, but it wasn't overnight. As with most of the appropriated colony tech, there had been little time to study it. They didn't fully understand how the trees worked or grew or whatever the hell made them. It was still a bit mind-boggling to Max. The best they understood, it was a combination of rapid growth, organic construction overseen by xenobots. The Spectrum team believed they could build a tree structure in 3 months with Nix's help and the right raw materials. They were making a cluster of 10 outside the Spectrum compound now. If that worked, they'd offer the government the xenobot constructors and plans to build them. Buchanan had early conversations with the president's recovery czar. They'd deploy these to central states, Kansas, Iowa, Missouri, Nebraska, and build refugee cities, augmented by domes for ground-level structures. Buchanan had tried to make amends with Max. He admitted that he'd lied about the mission to stop Ben Belloc. Buchanan hoped Max understood the decision even if he didn't like or agree with it. He seemed genuinely sad that Bull died and promised to do whatever he could to locate the man's family. Given his resources, if anyone could, it was Buchanan. Max hoped he succeeded. He'd promised Bull that he would find his sons and tell them their father died doing what was right. Max didn't know if he could tell them about the other thing. He didn't know if he had the words to explain it, how in refusing the Nexome, Bull kept his fundamental humanity even though it cost him his life. Buchanan told Max that he and Tal were welcome to stay as long as they wanted, which they planned to do at least until the baby was born. He gave Max a job. Max's innate skill with machinery and knowledge of colony technology made him the ideal person to apply these capabilities to their most pressing problems. He became a one-man skunkworks. Between that and Talicia's work to design and deploy anti-Shepherd virus firewalls on the slowly reawakening technological infrastructure, the Carvers had their work cut out for them. Then they became parents. Charlotte Alice Carver was born that spring. Having a baby brought a certain light to the camp. She was healthy, happy, and seemed to have suffered no ill effects of Tal's exposure to the Nexome. Max was out for a walk beneath the newly completed dome, letting Tal and the baby have some much-needed rest. He'd taken to spending time with Oleander, what little he had to spare, as the two worked on repairing the damage to their relationship. Today, Iona joined them. First, they analyzed the colony's research data to understand their construction model. Then they built the 3D printers required to assemble the constructors. That done, they used the constructors to build more and larger printers. The larger printers could fabricate modular building components, even vehicles. The dome came next. Buchanan shared the technology with the government, such as it was, and domes were being built in several cities. The U.S. government was properly back in Washington when the first domes would be built. Massive seawalls were being constructed in the southwestern and southeastern quadrants to hold off the rising waters. Tree structures would provide additional help and improve the living conditions for many of the city's residents. They restored partial power across the northern U.S. The challenge was finding the components required to rebuild the transformer and distribution equipment. Spectrum provided the government with the colony's printer and constructor designs. This enabled them to fabricate the components needed to repair the damaged generator and transformers. This was an interim step until more colony trees and their photovoltaic leaves could collect, store, and distribute solar energy. The printers were somewhere on the spectrum between a 3D printer and a fully automated factory. The smallest versions were like existing 21st century tech 3D printers, about the size of a small box. These created the components to build the Xenobot constructors and assemble them. They also built the components to build the next scale of printer. The Xenobots would use the outputs to build the larger printer using the smaller one for the minute components such as circuit boards. The largest printers were about the size of a garage, and that's what they used to assemble vehicles, such as airships or even buildings. They planned to build airships for lower-cost, reliable travel between cities. This would aid in the refugee relocation efforts, although they were lower on the priority queue given the limited printer capacity. No one knew when or if the supernova would flare again, and until they did, few civilians were ready to resume air travel. As with deploying all the colony tech, the first challenge was eliminating Belloc, Gaia, or the Chimera's influence. Nix created expert systems to analyze colony tech and design out the Nexome from future iterations. The challenge then became how to control them. Reverse engineering the Nexome so Ben Belloc couldn't regain control challenged even Nix's advanced intellect. She vowed to keep working it until she'd solved the problem. Thankfully, Nix didn't need to sleep.
"We think we've got an answer for the ozone layer," Iona said, changing the subject away from the dome.
These daily walks turned into moving strategy sessions among the three of them.
"We're experimenting with ultraviolet lasers."
"I understand all those words individually, but not when you string them together," Max said. Iona laughed.
"UV lasers allow us to change the molecular makeup of certain elements in the atmosphere, most notably nitric oxide. The supernova created massive amounts of that, which caused most of the damage. The lasers reconvert that back into ozone. This is where Belloc's tech comes into play. We have to modify the airships for upper altitude travel, say 60 to 80,000 feet. They'll need to be AI-controlled. Hypothetically, we launch a fleet of drone airships with these lasers on board, and they go to work on the ozone layer."
"Actually, I'm more confused now," Max said. "How long does that take?" Buchanan asked.
Iona shrugged. "No idea. We've never tested this. It depends on a lot of factors. How many airships we can deploy, how powerful of a laser we can mount on them, but if it works, I'd say we could make a measurable difference in a year. I think we could close the hole within 5 years. Now, we'd need to deploy hundreds of ships to do that. I don't see any other options. Once that's done, we still have a superheated atmosphere to contend with."
"I'm not sure we can wait that long. Half the globe is unlivable now, and we're event plus 90 days. 5 years at this rate, we could look like Venus."
"Well, given sufficient raw materials and constructors, we can do it. I think I can create the optics we need here in the lab. Lasers aren't my specialty. Having an optical engineer and some more physicists would be helpful. Also, the materials we'll need are scarce. We have to get noble gases to form the lasers."
"When do we get started?" Buchanan asked, cutting her off. Max knew Oleander didn't understand what his daughter was asking for and had learned that it was easier to just cut to the chase.
That goes back to the whole "are we asking permission" thing, she said.
Max gathered this had been a topic of conversation for some time.
Can we just go shooting lasers into the ozone layer?
Buchanan raised his hands. Who would we ask? The UN barely exists. Hell, the United States barely exists. I don't want to have a bunch of governmental remnants arguing about whether to do this because they think they still have some kind of authority to exercise. We're just going to do the right thing. What do you need to get started?
We need more of the larger printers, Iona said. Balancing the laser is the key to this. Too strong and there are unintended consequences like global warming.
Not sure the globe would notice at this point, Buchanan said dryly. He wasn't wrong. They were in an area of science that had been entirely theoretical until recently. There was no way to experiment. I'm going to get you 4 printer fabricators that you can use just for this. I'll also reallocate some constructors. How fast can you get a working prototype?
A few months?
Go faster, Buchanan said. Iona turned on her heel and leveled a serious glance at her father.
It's science, Dad,
she said with just a hint of condescension. Keeping up with the mental tennis matches between these two hurt Max's head. Despite his earlier agreement with Buchanan, Iona had a point. Max vividly remembered distant echelons of command demanding his unit take this hill or secure that village, firing the orders down the chain with no true knowledge of the situation on the ground. Invariably, these orders would have an impossible timeline, and those leaders brooked no dissent. To his surprise, Oleander Buchanan softened. I understand that, but you know what we're up against. If we take this to what's left of the UN for help, hell, if we even went to our own government, they'd spend the next 5 years arguing about how to conduct a study. We've got to push as hard as we can. If you need more constructors or more printers, I can get you that. We've got all the raw material here that we could need.
I know, it's just...
They can only punish us if there's a world left to save, Buchanan said flatly.
That's not what I mean, Dad. We don't know how any of this works. Nix is helping, sure, but it was the Chimera working through an AI they secretly designed that pushed Belloc to most of these discoveries. We are trying to reverse engineer an alien science that we don't fully understand. Remember, I don't have the benefit of Dr. Rowe anymore.
You'll figure it out. I have faith in you. Although the solution incorporated colony research, it was the ice cube neutrino data that led them to figure out how to close the hole Aeon tore into the atmosphere. Chinese scientist Dr. Jinro, the world's expert in that, shared her research with Iona's team and showed the true extent of the atmospheric damage. Nix admitted she'd tried to contact Dr. Rowe after the astrophysicist first posted data about the supernova on Twitter. It was Dr. Rowe's last-ditch attempt to warn the world's governments about what was happening, force them to pay attention, to act. Unfortunately, Nix couldn't get to her in time. She tapped into the government's satellite network and discovered Dr. Rowe survived Antarctica. The Coast Guard evacuated all the Antarctic refugees to Seattle. Nix reasoned that Dr. Rowe would be the best person on Earth to help understand the supernova's effects on the planet. Buchanan flew to Seattle to find Rowe and brought her back to the compound to help Iona's initial investigation. She did, in exchange for 2 things. The first was a ride back to Beijing on their one functioning airship. The second was for Buchanan to use his connections to tell her who shot a Norwegian computer technician at IceCube. Buchanan told her the president gave the Air Force strict orders to get the IceCube neutrino data by any means necessary, and likely an airman discharged his duties a little too aggressively. It wasn't true, but Rowe didn't need to know that. Buchanan knew in that moment what she was looking for was closure, and he'd given her that. Rowe stayed with them for 6 weeks. She was desperate to get home to her young son in Beijing, but also recognized that she'd finally met a group of people that would listen. She'd found a kind of kindred spirit in Iona Alcott, and the 2 of them spent much of their waking hours in the lab. Iona was sad to see Rowe leave, but understood why she needed to go. Besides the ride home, they'd given her the dome technology. Buchanan knew that was something his government wouldn't have approved had he asked. Iona convinced him it would save lives. In the interest of humanity, he'd agreed. He didn't trust the Chinese Communist government and worried about what they'd do with more advanced technology. Buchanan ultimately agreed with his daughter that billions shouldn't suffer for the sins of their leaders. They gave Roe a satellite phone, and Iona continued their collaboration, but it wasn't like being able to stand next to each other in a lab. Since there was still no functioning internet, they didn't have a way to reliably or securely share information. It was ironic. The Chimera helped Ben Belloc discover these amazing technologies to help spread their shepherd virus. Now that same technology was being subverted to save mankind.
If I can get 3 of the large-scale printers and maybe 20 constructors, I think I can get a small fleet of ships ready in a few months. But again, I need an optics expert. This is something an expert system could research. However, until the internet is back up, we don't have access to the data repos they'd need to learn proper laser construction.
Okay, I'll see what I can do. Anything else?
Let's start with the printers.
Buchanan nodded. He squeezed his daughter's shoulder. They had a tense relationship. Max didn't fully understand why, just that as a career Special Forces officer, Buchanan missed a lot of her early life. There was more to it than that. Still, she'd been willing to work with him on Spectrum, and now this, so perhaps they were on the way to mending things. This was certainly not a time for harboring recrimination.
I'd better get to it, Iona said, and she left for her lab.
Any luck on the surveillance flights? Max asked after she left. Buchanan shook his head. Not really. It's hard to fly fixed-wing aircraft in the southern states because the air temp is so high.
I understand that,
Max said. It had been an issue with rescue aircraft from the very beginning. But they also don't know where to look. We don't know where Belloc is. It's not as if we have a sensor that's tuned to colony tech, right? Buchanan was being facetious, however, he had a point. Ben could be anywhere. Spectrum found Tal only after she'd activated the nexome in her body because they could home in on the satellite signal. Buchanan, looking off into the distance, said,
Tracking and obfuscating satellite signals is nothing new.
Problem is, he's figured out a way to hide the downlinks from the nexome constellation, and we can't figure out how he's doing it. So all that's saying is we don't know where he is and don't know where to look. No one seemed to know. In the immediate aftermath, President Ming told the UN Assembly that they'd been in contact with Belloc and he had technology to protect them against Aeon. Max assumed they meant the domes, and no one contradicted that since. To his knowledge, no one had heard from Ben since their showdown in the Amazon. I'm going to confide something with you. I hope you keep this between us, Buchanan said. Of course. I meant what I said to Iona about closing that tear in the ozone layer as being our top priority. However, we have to find Belloc, Max. That is probably more important than anything to our long-term survival. I don't know what to make of all this alien stuff. I really don't. But if what our scientists are saying is true, it won't matter if we close the ozone layer because in another 30 years a ball of superheated space shit the size of our sun comes crashing into the solar system. Buchanan said this lightly, but it came across as completely serious. We need everyone thinking about this, and that includes your boy Ben.
I get it, Oli, but as you say, we don't know where he is.
Patching our atmosphere is Iona's top priority. Finding Ben Belloc is now yours. Something tells me you're the only one who can.
My wife will not like the sound of that, Max said.
She can kick my ass all she wants, if we survive. Epilogue. Somewhere in Louisiana. Ben stood in front of the window of transparent wood inside his new headquarters. It was a complex of structures designed to resemble bald cypress and Tupelo gum trees. They'd even devised a new solar energy collector that resembled Spanish moss. Besides providing an additional power source, it was an exceptional natural camouflage. Not that anyone was looking for them. Daytime temperatures here were close to 120 degrees, and most of the state had emptied with people fleeing north. Losing the colony pained Ben deeply. It was a sanctuary, a place of learning, of discovery. the likes of which the world had never seen. Ben often thought of duality. It was central to the understanding of God and man and God's place in the universe, so he considered the dual nature of his relationship with Max Carver. True, Max had cut his supply of Nexome by half and forced him to retool. His meddling prevented the constructors from completing the protective dome in time, though Ben admitted that as he looked at the satellite imagery of that hurricane, perhaps the dome wouldn't have mattered. The rest of his plan worked precisely as he intended. Max's malleability surprised him, but Max did his part. He delivered Ben's research to the U.S. government, and they would marshal the resources to deploy it. They would repair the damage to the atmosphere and effectively save the Earth, giving Ben the time and space to focus his efforts elsewhere. Ben and his new patrons had larger, grander problems to address. Ben would still get the credit he was due for saving the world. One day the world would know that Ben Belloc was their deliverer. He could count on Max to act according to a certain archetype, and so Ben never believed that Max would see things his way. Even as a child, he lacked vision, boldness, and will. His brother possessed each of those, not to Ben's extent, but truly, who did? Still, Ben hoped to sway him. Having someone on the inside would be useful. If Max had embraced what Ben was truly trying to do, he could have been a powerful advocate because of their shared history. People in power would listen to him. He could translate. Ben hoped to use Max in the same way that they'd intended to use Max against him. More so than the others, Alcott, Sorensen, and the rest, but that was not to be. Ben looked down on the black water beneath his compound, saw a ripple on the surface, and smiled. He wanted peace, and surely they would all understand that in time. It was his sovereign mission, his responsibility to shepherd in a new era for humanity. It was the only way they could survive what was coming. Ben Belloc knew humanity. He knew the backwards, undeveloped thinking that drove their so-called leaders. And he knew, sadly, that it would most likely be a violent peace. The water rippled again, and he saw a gray-brown shape crest before descending again. If it came to violence, he would be ready. After all, Ben had his avenging angel, his Gabriel, or rather, his Charlie.
The End.